exploration. To the tireless seekers of truth, those who dare to question established paradigms and embrace the unknown. To the mathematicians who find beauty in the abstract, and the physicists who strive to unravel the mysteries of the universe. This work is dedicated to all who believe in the power of a unified vision, a single, elegant explanation capable of encompassing the vast complexity of reality. It is dedicated to the enduring human spirit, the relentless curiosity that drives us to explore the depths of being, both within ourselves and within the cosmos. This exploration is a testament to our shared desire to understand our place within the grand tapestry of existence, and to our unwavering belief in the possibility of comprehending the fundamental principles that govern our world. May this work serve as a catalyst for further inquiry, a stepping stone toward a more complete and integrated understanding of what it means to be. This dedication extends beyond the realm of scientific and philosophical discourse. It is an acknowledgement of the profound interconnectedness of all things, and a tribute to the inherent unity that underlies the apparent diversity of our experience. It is a recognition of the shared quest for meaning that unites humanity, transcending cultural, geographical, and temporal boundaries. Finally, this dedication is an expression of hope for a future where our understanding of being transcends the limitations of fragmented knowledge and empowers us to live more fully, more consciously, and more harmoniously within the universe. Preface. The genesis of this book lies in a profound dissatisfaction with the fragmented nature of contemporary knowledge. The chasm between the sciences and the humanities, the apparent incompatibility of quantum mechanics and consciousness, the persistent enigma of existence itself. These are but a few of the challenges that motivated this inquiry. The prevailing reductionist approaches, while yielding valuable insights into specific aspects of reality, have ultimately failed to provide a unified, comprehensive understanding of the cosmos. This book proposes a radical alternative, a mathematical framework grounded in the fundamental principle of being. The concept of 4IAMBENG, a code representing 4IAM being, serves as the foundational axiom, expressed not merely as a philosophical assertion, but as a mathematical formulation capable of generating models that explain a wide range of phenomena. This project is not simply an academic exercise, it is a journey of discovery, a quest to unveil the deeper architecture of reality, to reveal the underlying unity that binds together the seemingly disparate aspects of our universe. This journey necessitates a willingness to question deeply held assumptions, to confront established paradigms, and to embrace a perspective that integrates insights from physics, mathematics, philosophy, and metaphysics. The reader embarking on this exploration should be prepared for a synthesis of seemingly disparate disciplines, for a perspective that moves beyond the limitations of traditional approaches. The development of 4IAMBENG is not merely a theoretical exercise, but a call for a new scientific paradigm. The ensuing chapters provide not only a detailed exposition of the theory, but also an invitation to a broader conversation, a challenge to the scientific community and to those seeking a more holistic understanding of existence to engage with this new way of understanding being. The success of this project hinges on our collective willingness to transcend the boundaries of disciplinary silos and embrace a unified, holistic approach to understanding our universe. Introduction. The pursuit of a unified theory of everything has captivated scientists and philosophers for centuries. String theory, loop quantum gravity, and other ambitious attempts to reconcile general relativity with quantum mechanics highlight the intensity of this quest. Yet, despite significant advancements, a truly comprehensive theory remains elusive. This book proposes a novel approach, shifting the focus from the physical laws governing the universe to the underlying principle of being itself. We posit that being, far from being a mere philosophical abstraction, is the fundamental ontological substrate from which all of reality emerges. This is not a claim of idealism, but rather a proposition that the whatness of existence, the very act of being, can be expressed mathematically, providing a framework for understanding everything from the smallest quantum fluctuation to the largest cosmological structures. The 4IAMBENG code serves as a symbolic and mathematical representation of this fundamental principle, embodying the essence of existence and the processes of to be and to become. This code is not merely a label, but a generative principle capable of producing models, capable of explaining physical laws, biological processes, and even aspects of consciousness. While this might seem audacious, the core argument rests on the premise that the universe's fundamental nature is not merely physical, but fundamentally existential. Existence itself, the act of being, is the underlying framework, the primary principle. Within this framework, the laws of physics emerge not as arbitrary constraints, but as inherent properties of being. The subsequent chapters will detail the mathematical formalism of 4IAMBENG, demonstrating its capacity to generate models consistent with known physical phenomena, while also offering novel insights into areas currently beyond our comprehension. This is an invitation to consider a new paradigm, one where the existential and the physical are not separate, but intrinsically linked, where the very act of being provides the foundation for all that is. Prepare for a journey beyond the conventional boundaries of science and philosophy, a voyage into the heart of existence itself, an exploration of what it means to be. The implications of this theory are vast, encompassing not only the physical universe, but also the realm of consciousness and the very nature of reality itself. The exploration promises to challenge assumptions, redefine understanding, and ultimately contribute to a more unified and holistic view of the cosmos. Chapter 1: Introduction. The limitations of current paradigms. The pursuit of a unified theory of everything has been a driving force in both science and philosophy for centuries. The dream of a single, elegant framework capable of explaining all aspects of reality, from the subatomic to the cosmological, remains tantalizingly elusive. Our current paradigms, while undeniably successful in their respective domains, reveal significant limitations when confronted with the most fundamental questions about the universe and our place within it. The chasm between the seemingly disparate worlds of quantum mechanics and general relativity stands as a stark reminder of the incompleteness of our current understanding. Quantum mechanics, the reigning theory of the very small, governs the bizarre and counterintuitive behavior of particles at the atomic and subatomic levels. Its probabilistic nature, where particles exist in a superposition of states until measured, challenges our classical intuitions about causality and determinism. The infamous measurement problem, the question of how the act of observation collapses the wave function, continues to fuel intense debate and underscores the limitations of our current interpretative framework. Various interpretations, from the Copenhagen interpretation to the many worlds interpretation, offer different perspectives, but fail to provide a universally accepted resolution. The fundamental randomness inherent in quantum mechanics also raises profound questions about free will and determinism, further highlighting the limitations of a purely reductionist approach. General relativity, on the other hand, describes the behavior of gravity and the large-scale structure of the universe. It paints a picture of space-time as a dynamic entity, warped and curved by the presence of mass and energy. General relativity's elegance and predictive power are undeniable, as evidenced by its successful explanation of phenomena like gravitational lensing and the expansion of the universe. However, general relativity is fundamentally incompatible with quantum mechanics. Attempts to reconcile these two pillars of modern physics, such as string theory and loop quantum gravity, have yielded fascinating insights, but have yet to produce a fully consistent and experimentally verifiable unified theory. The incompatibility stems from the fundamentally different ways these theories treat space, time, and gravity. Quantum mechanics treats gravity as a force mediated by particles, gravitons, while general relativity treats gravity as the curvature of space-time itself. This fundamental difference poses a significant challenge to unification. Beyond the inconsistencies between quantum mechanics and general relativity, the limitations of our current paradigms extend to the realm of consciousness. The hard problem of consciousness, as famously articulated by David Chalmers, asks how physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experience, qualia, the raw feels of what it's like to be conscious. Reductionist approaches, which attempt to explain consciousness purely in terms of the physical interactions of neurons, fail to address the qualitative aspect of experience. While neuroscientific research has made remarkable progress in understanding the neural correlates of consciousness, the subjective nature of experience remains stubbornly resistant to purely physical explanations. This gap highlights a fundamental limitation in our ability to bridge the gap between objective, third-person descriptions of the brain and subjective, first-person experiences. Furthermore, the reductionist approach, which seeks to explain complex systems by breaking them down into their constituent parts, has demonstrable limitations. While reductionism has been incredibly successful in many areas of science, it often fails to capture the emergent properties of complex systems. Properties that arise from the interactions of the parts, but are not predictable from the properties of the parts alone. Examples abound, from the emergence of life from non-living matter to the complexity of human societies. The behavior of a flock of birds, for instance, cannot be fully understood by studying the individual birds in isolation. The collective behavior emerges from the interactions among the birds. Similarly, the complexity of human consciousness cannot be fully understood by studying individual neurons in isolation. A holistic approach, which considers the interactions and emergent properties of complex systems, is often necessary to obtain a more complete understanding. The limitations of current paradigms are not merely theoretical, they have practical implications. Our inability to reconcile quantum mechanics and general relativity hinders our ability to understand phenomena at the very beginning of the universe and in the extreme environments of black holes. Our limited understanding of consciousness poses challenges in fields like artificial intelligence, where the goal of creating truly conscious machines remains elusive. Our reliance on reductionist approaches can lead to an incomplete understanding of complex systems, such as ecosystems, economies, and social structures, hindering our ability to address pressing global challenges. The need for a more comprehensive and unified framework is clear. The current landscape of scientific and philosophical thought presents a fragmented picture of reality, a collection of successful but ultimately incomplete models that fail to provide a truly unified understanding of the universe and our place within it. This necessitates a new paradigm, one that can transcend the limitations of current approaches and offer a more complete and coherent vision of reality. The quest for this unified theory remains one of the most important and challenging endeavors of our time. It requires a fresh perspective, a willingness to challenge established assumptions, and a profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. Introducing the concept of being. The pursuit of a unified theory necessitates a fundamental shift in perspective, a move beyond the limitations of reductionism and towards a more holistic understanding of reality. This requires a reevaluation of our most basic assumptions about existence itself, and it is here that the concept of being takes center stage. Being, in this context, is not simply a philosophical abstraction. It is proposed as the foundational principle, the underlying substrate from which all aspects of reality emerge. It is the whatness of existence, the essence that animates all phenomena, from the smallest subatomic particle to the largest cosmological structures, from the most fleeting thought to the most enduring mountain range. Before delving into a mathematical framework for understanding being, it is crucial to examine the historical and philosophical landscape that has shaped our current understanding of this fundamental concept. Ancient Greek philosophy, particularly the work of Parmenides and Heraclitus, provides a foundational framework for understanding the tension between being and becoming. Parmenides, with his emphasis on the unchanging and eternal nature of being, posited that true being is indivisible, immutable, and unchanging. Change, according to Parmenides, is an illusion, a mere appearance masking the underlying reality of eternal being. His work, while seemingly rigid, highlighted the importance of considering the fundamental nature of existence, the very essence of what is. Heraclitus, in contrast, emphasized the dynamic nature of reality, famously stating that everything flows. He argued that change is not merely an illusion, but the very essence of reality. The world, according to Heraclitus, is in a constant state of flux, a dynamic interplay of opposing forces. While seemingly diametrically opposed to Parmenides, Heraclitus's perspective highlights the crucial role of becoming, the process of transformation and change that is integral to the unfolding of reality. The tension between these two perspectives, the static permanence of being and the dynamic process of becoming, continues to resonate through the history of philosophical thought. Plato, a student of Socrates, attempted to reconcile these opposing views through his theory of forms. He posited the existence of a realm of perfect, unchanging forms, which serve as archetypes for the imperfect and changing objects of the phenomenal world. These forms, representing perfect instances of concepts like beauty, justice, and goodness, are eternal and unchanging, reflecting Parmenides' emphasis on being. However, the process of participation, through which the objects of the phenomenal world imperfectly reflect the forms, introduces the element of becoming. Plato's theory, while influential, ultimately struggled to completely bridge the gap between the static realm of forms and the dynamic world of experience. Aristotle, a student of Plato, shifted the focus from the realm of forms to the world of observable phenomena. He emphasized the importance of empirical observation and developed a sophisticated system of categories to understand the world. For Aristotle, being is not a single, monolithic entity, but rather encompasses a range of categories, including substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, and passion. His emphasis on potentiality and actuality highlights the dynamic aspect of being, the process by which things come into existence and undergo change. Aristotle's contributions were substantial, offering a more grounded approach than Plato's idealism, but still lacked a unifying principle integrating being and becoming completely. Moving beyond classical Greek thought, the medieval period saw the integration of Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, leading to a complex interplay of philosophical and religious perspectives on being. The concept of God as the ultimate source of being became central, with creation understood as the act of bringing things into existence from nothing. This perspective, while profoundly influential, often prioritized theological considerations over purely philosophical investigations into the nature of being. The Renaissance and Enlightenment periods saw a resurgence of interest in classical philosophy alongside the rise of modern science. The emphasis shifted towards reason and empirical observation, leading to a gradual separation of philosophy and theology. Modern philosophers like Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz grappled with the nature of being, offering diverse perspectives on the relationship between mind and matter, substance and attribute, and the role of God in the creation and sustenance of the universe. Descartes' dualism, separating mind and matter, presented a significant challenge to the notion of a unified being, while Spinoza's monism, emphasizing the unity of substance, offered a counterpoint. Existentialism, a prominent philosophical movement of the 20th century, placed the individual's experience of existence at the forefront. Thinkers like Heidegger and Sartre emphasized the importance of individual freedom, responsibility, and the search for meaning in a seemingly meaningless universe. For Heidegger, being is not a static entity, but a dynamic process of being in the world, an ongoing engagement with existence itself. Sartre's emphasis on freedom and responsibility underscores the dynamic, ever-evolving nature of individual being. These approaches, while offering profound insights into the human condition, often focused on subjective experience, neglecting the broader context of universal being. The evolution of philosophical thought on being demonstrates a consistent tension between static and dynamic perspectives. From Parmenides' emphasis on unchanging being to Heraclitus's focus on constant flux, through Plato's forms and Aristotle's categories, to the existentialist emphasis on individual experience, the concept of being has been approached from various angles. What is needed, however, is a framework that synthesizes these diverse perspectives, offering a comprehensive and unified understanding of this fundamental principle. This synthesis requires a departure from purely philosophical approaches and the incorporation of insights from other disciplines, particularly physics and mathematics, to develop a truly holistic understanding of being. The introduction of a mathematical model, grounded in both empirical observation and abstract reasoning, is necessary to capture the multifaceted nature of being, incorporating both its static and dynamic aspects, its universal and individual manifestations. This unified approach, rooted in the concept of being, promises a deeper comprehension of reality, moving beyond the limitations of current fragmented paradigms. The ensuing chapters will explore this mathematical framework, presenting a novel model capable of explaining a wide range of phenomena across diverse disciplines. The IAMBENG Code, a mathematical framework. The journey towards a unified theory necessitates not only a philosophical shift, but also a mathematical articulation of the fundamental principle of being. We propose a novel mathematical framework centered around the concept of being, expressed symbolically as the 4IAMBENG code, for I am being. This code isn't merely a symbolic representation, it's intended as a foundational axiom, a starting point for a comprehensive mathematical model of reality. The choice of "for I am being" is deliberate, drawing on both philosophical and theological traditions while remaining agnostic enough to allow for a broadly applicable scientific framework. The 4 in 4IAMBENG signifies the declarative nature of the statement, positioning it as a fundamental truth from which deductions can be made. It's a statement of existence, a proclamation of being itself. The I represents the individual instance of being, the specific embodiment of the fundamental principle. This acknowledges the subjective experience of existence while simultaneously recognizing that each individual, I, is a manifestation of the same underlying principle. This resonates with both the individualistic focus of existentialism and the holistic vision of a unified reality. The core of the code, I am being, encapsulates the dynamic interplay between being and becoming. I am signifies the present moment, the ever-present actuality of being. It is the static aspect, the inherent existence, that Parmenides emphasized. However, being is not static, it's dynamic, a process of unfolding. This process is the becoming, the continuous transformation and evolution that Heraclitus highlighted. I am being, therefore, captures this fundamental tension, recognizing that existence is both a state of being and a process of becoming simultaneously. This inherent duality is crucial, allowing the model to account for both the persistent aspects of reality and the constant change and transformation we observe. The mathematical framework built upon this code aims to capture this duality through a system of interconnected equations. The simplest representation might involve a single variable, B, representing being. However, this simplistic approach fails to capture the dynamic nature of being. Therefore, we introduce a more complex system involving multiple interdependent variables. For instance, Bt represents being as a function of time, highlighting the dynamic evolution of being over time. Further expansion of the model requires introducing variables representing key aspects of reality. For example, we could introduce a variable representing E energy, M mass, and I information to relate being to physical quantities. These variables would be intricately linked through equations reflecting fundamental physical laws. For instance, Einstein's mass-energy equivalence, E equals mc squared, could be reinterpreted within the 4IAMBENG framework, not merely as a relationship between mass and energy, but as a manifestation of the underlying principle of being. Similarly, concepts from information theory, particularly the concept of entropy, could be integrated to represent the degree of organization and complexity within a given system, reflecting the dynamic evolution of being. The incorporation of information theory is particularly crucial in addressing the inherent tension between order and chaos, structure and randomness within the universe. The continuous interplay between order and chaos is a fundamental aspect of becoming, mirroring the ongoing process of creation and destruction, integration and disintegration observed in all natural systems. Our model aims to quantitatively capture this interplay, providing a mathematical expression for the emergence of complexity from simpler systems and the eventual decay or transformation into different configurations. This quantitative expression would go beyond the qualitative observations made by philosophers like Heraclitus, providing a rigorous framework for understanding the dynamics of change. The 4IAMBENG code's power lies in its ability to bridge the gap between the philosophical and the scientific, the qualitative and the quantitative. The being at the heart of our theory is not just a philosophical concept, but a fundamental entity that can be expressed through mathematical relationships, allowing us to derive testable predictions. While the model presented here is still in its preliminary stage, it establishes a foundational framework for exploring the universe's structure and evolution from a unified perspective. Moreover, this framework might be extended to incorporate other crucial aspects of reality, including consciousness. The relationship between being and consciousness is a complex and often debated topic. However, within our framework, consciousness could be viewed as an emergent property of highly organized systems, reflecting the intricate interplay of information and energy within the system. This perspective shifts the focus from a dualistic model of mind and matter to a more holistic understanding where consciousness is seen as an integral part of the fundamental principle of being. The development of this mathematical framework will involve iterative refinement and expansion, drawing upon insights from multiple disciplines. The initial equations and variables presented here are merely a starting point, serving as a foundation for future research and development. We anticipate incorporating principles from quantum mechanics, general relativity, and other fields of physics to create a comprehensive model capable of predicting and explaining a vast array of phenomena. The potential applications of this 4IAMBENG code extend far beyond theoretical physics. The framework may offer a novel lens through which to understand biological systems, the evolution of life, and even societal dynamics. The emergence of complexity in biological systems, the development of consciousness, and the formation of social structures can all be seen as manifestations of the underlying principle of being, unfolding through time and space. The 4IAMBENG model provides a potential framework for modeling these complex systems, offering a unifying perspective across disparate domains. Our approach contrasts sharply with reductionist methodologies that attempt to explain complex phenomena by breaking them down into simpler components. While reductionism has proven invaluable in many areas of science, it often neglects the emergent properties and holistic behavior of complex systems. The 4IAMBENG framework offers an alternative, proposing a holistic view where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The interconnectedness of all aspects of reality, from subatomic particles to galaxies to human consciousness, is a central tenet of this theory. This model seeks not merely to describe reality, but to understand its fundamental essence, its very reason for being. It proposes a shift from observing and measuring individual phenomena to understanding the unifying principle that connects them. This unified principle, represented by 4IAMBENG, is the driving force behind the evolution of the universe, the emergence of complexity, and the continuous interplay of being and becoming. The subsequent chapters will explore the mathematical formalization of this principle in greater detail, developing the equations, models, and predictions that will allow us to test and refine this groundbreaking theory. The ultimate goal is to achieve a unified description of reality, encompassing all aspects of existence within a single, coherent mathematical framework. This is not simply a scientific endeavor, it's a philosophical quest, seeking to unravel the profound mysteries of existence and our place within the cosmos. The 4IAMBENG code is not just an equation, it's a statement of being, a mathematical expression of the fundamental principle underpinning all of reality. The interplay of to be and to become. The inherent tension between stasis and flux, between to be and to become, lies at the heart of understanding reality. This duality, far from being a contradiction, is the very engine of existence itself. Parmenides, the pre-Socratic philosopher, championed the unchanging nature of being, a singular, eternal, and immutable reality. His concept of being, however, lacked the dynamism we observe in the universe. Heraclitus, on the other hand, emphasized the constant flux, the ever-changing nature of reality, famously stating that you cannot step into the same river twice. While seemingly contradictory, these perspectives offer complementary insights into the nature of reality. Our 4IAMBENG framework seeks to reconcile these seemingly opposing viewpoints, demonstrating how to be and to become are not mutually exclusive, but rather inextricably linked aspects of a unified whole. The AM in our 4IAMBENG code represents the to be, the present moment, the inherent existence of being. It signifies the static aspect, the underlying substratum of reality that persists through change. Think of a fundamental particle, such as an electron. Its inherent properties, mass, charge, spin, remain relatively constant despite its interactions with other particles and its participation in dynamic processes. This persistent essence, this underlying isness, is captured by the AM in our formulation. However, the electron is not simply an isolated entity. It interacts with other particles, exchanges energy, and participates in processes of creation and annihilation. This dynamic aspect, this continuous transformation, is captured by the being part of the code. Being in our model is not simply a static state, but a dynamic process, a continuous unfolding of reality. It encompasses the to become, the evolution, the change, the ceaseless flow of events that Heraclitus emphasized. This is not just about physical processes. It includes the evolution of stars, the development of life forms, the emergence of consciousness, and the rise and fall of civilizations. All these phenomena reflect the dynamic aspect of being, the continuous transformation and rearrangement of matter, energy, and information. The AM being, therefore, embodies the inherent duality, the simultaneous existence of stasis and flux, of the enduring and the ephemeral. The mathematical articulation of this duality presents a significant challenge. A simple variable, B, representing being, is insufficient. It fails to capture the dynamic interplay between the to be and to become. Therefore, we require a more sophisticated mathematical framework, one that can account for both the persistent and the evolving aspects of reality. The simplest extension is to make B a function of time, BT, explicitly acknowledging that being is a process unfolding in time. However, this is just a first step. We need to incorporate additional variables reflecting crucial aspects of reality. Energy, E, mass, M, and information, I, are prime candidates for inclusion in our model. Their interdependence reflects the dynamic interplay between being static and dynamic aspects. Einstein's E equals mc squared, for example, can be viewed within this framework as a direct expression of this duality. Mass represents the relatively stable aspect, while energy represents the dynamic aspect. The equation highlights that mass and energy are two sides of the same coin, different manifestations of the same underlying principle of being. The conversion of mass to energy, or vice versa, highlights the dynamic aspect of being, the continuous transformation between different forms. Information theory adds another critical layer to our model. The concept of entropy, the measure of disorder or randomness in a system, captures the inherent chaos and unpredictability within the universe. However, this chaos is not absolute. Order emerges spontaneously from disorder, complexity arises from simplicity. This continuous interplay between order and chaos, between structure and randomness, is a fundamental aspect of, to become, the dynamic evolution of being. We can represent this interplay using variables representing order and disorder, perhaps as a ratio or as separate variables linked through differential equations that describe their interaction over time. Consider the emergence of life from non-living matter. This process involves a decrease in entropy locally, a move towards greater order and complexity within a larger context of increasing overall entropy. This apparent paradox is resolved within our framework by acknowledging the duality of being. The emergence of life represents the local manifestation of order and complexity within a constantly evolving system. The mathematical model will need to capture this interplay, showing how the local decrease in entropy is driven by the larger flow of energy and information within the universe, a flow that represents the dynamic aspect of being. Similarly, the development of consciousness can be viewed as an emergent property of complex systems, a manifestation of the highly organized interplay of energy and information within the brain. This view eschews the Cartesian dualism of mind and matter, embracing a holistic perspective where consciousness is an integral aspect of being, arising from the dynamic interaction of its various components. The mathematical challenge is to describe the conditions under which consciousness emerges, relating the organizational complexity of a system to the emergence of subjective experience. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, offers a holistic approach to understanding reality, a unification of to be and to become. It is not merely a scientific model. It is a philosophical framework that seeks to reconcile seemingly opposing perspectives on the nature of reality. The mathematical expressions that we develop will need to capture this duality, illustrating how the static aspect of being underpins and interacts with its dynamic evolution. This necessitates a model that is both mathematically rigorous and philosophically profound, a model capable of uniting the apparently irreconcilable aspects of existence. The ongoing development of this model promises to reveal not just the how of the universe, but the why, a quest to understand the fundamental essence of reality, its very reason for being. This is a journey of profound intellectual and philosophical exploration, bridging the gap between the abstract world of mathematics and the concrete reality we experience. The quest is not just to describe, but to comprehend, to unravel the enigma of existence itself. Chapter Summary and Roadmap. This chapter has laid the groundwork for a novel approach to understanding reality, an approach we term the 4IAMBENG framework. We began by acknowledging the fundamental tension between the seemingly opposing concepts of stasis and flux, represented philosophically by the contrasting views of Parmenides and Heraclitus. Parmenides' emphasis on an unchanging, eternal being highlights the static aspect of reality, while Heraclitus' focus on constant flux emphasizes the dynamic, ever-changing nature of existence. Rather than viewing these perspectives as contradictory, we propose they are complementary, two sides of the same coin, inextricably linked within a unified whole. The 4IAMBENG framework attempts to capture this holistic view, incorporating both stasis and flux within its structure. The AM in our formulation represents the static aspect, the to be, the enduring essence of being. We illustrated this using the example of a fundamental particle, such as an electron, whose inherent properties remain relatively constant despite its participation in dynamic processes. The being component, however, encapsulates the dynamic aspect, the to become, the continuous unfolding and transformation of reality. This includes the evolution of stars, the development of life, and the rise and fall of civilizations. The combined AM being embodies the inherent duality of reality, the simultaneous existence of stasis and flux. The challenge, however, lies in providing a mathematically rigorous representation of this duality. A simple variable representing being is insufficient. We need a framework that can account for both its persistent and evolving aspects. Our initial suggestion was to introduce time as a variable, making being a function of time, BT. This acknowledges the temporal unfolding of reality, but it is merely a starting point. The inclusion of energy, E, mass, M, and information, I, as essential variables is crucial. These quantities are not independent, but deeply interconnected, reflecting the dynamic interplay between the static and dynamic aspects of being. Einstein's E equals mc squared serves as a prime example, illustrating the equivalence of mass and energy, two different manifestations of the same underlying reality. The conversion between mass and energy highlights the dynamic aspect, the continuous transformation within being. Information theory, with its concept of entropy, introduces another crucial layer. Entropy, as a measure of disorder, captures the inherent randomness and unpredictability of the universe. However, this randomness is not absolute. Order emerges from chaos, complexity from simplicity. This continuous interplay between order and disorder, between structure and randomness, is a fundamental aspect of the dynamic evolution of being. Our mathematical model will need to represent this interplay, potentially using variables for order and disorder, linked through differential equations to describe their interaction over time. The emergence of life from non-living matter exemplifies this interplay. Life represents a local decrease in entropy, a move towards greater order and complexity, occurring within a larger context of increasing overall entropy. This apparent paradox is reconciled by recognizing the duality of being. The emergence of life is a local manifestation of order within a constantly evolving, higher entropy system. Our model must capture this, illustrating how the local decrease in entropy is driven by the larger flow of energy and information. Similarly, the development of consciousness emerges from the highly organized interplay of energy and information within the brain. This holistic view rejects Cartesian dualism, integrating consciousness as an integral aspect of being. The mathematical challenge here is to define the conditions under which consciousness arises, linking the organizational complexity of a system to the emergence of subjective experience. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, presents a holistic and unified approach to understanding reality. It bridges the gap between seemingly opposing philosophical viewpoints and provides a framework for developing a mathematically rigorous model. The model will need to capture the duality of being, showing how its static aspect underpins and interacts with its dynamic evolution. This requires a model that is both mathematically precise and philosophically profound, capable of uniting the apparently irreconcilable aspects of existence. The remainder of this work will be dedicated to developing and refining this mathematical model. Chapter 2 will delve deeper into the mathematical formalism, introducing the specific equations and variables that will form the core of our model. We will explore different mathematical structures, examining their strengths and limitations in capturing the dynamic interplay of energy, mass, and information within the 4IAMBENG framework. We will also analyze existing physical theories, such as quantum mechanics and general relativity, to identify potential points of integration within our model. Chapter 3 will focus on applying our model to specific phenomena, testing its explanatory power against empirical observations. We will examine a range of examples, from the formation of stars and galaxies to the emergence of life and the development of consciousness. This will allow us to refine and validate our model, identifying areas where it requires further development or modification. The focus will be on aligning our theoretical framework with existing experimental data and highlighting areas where the model predicts novel phenomena that could be experimentally verified. We will also explore the implications of our model for various scientific disciplines, including cosmology, biology, and neuroscience. Chapter 4 will explore the philosophical implications of our framework. We will examine its compatibility with different philosophical viewpoints, addressing potential criticisms and clarifying any ambiguities in our interpretation. We will discuss the implications of our model for our understanding of consciousness, free will, and the nature of reality itself. This chapter will strive to connect the mathematical formalism with broader philosophical questions about the meaning and purpose of existence. Chapter 5 will conclude the work by summarizing our findings and outlining future directions for research. We will assess the strengths and limitations of the 4IAMBENG framework, highlighting areas where further investigation is needed. We will discuss potential extensions of the model, exploring possibilities for incorporating additional variables and refining the mathematical formalism to increase its predictive power. Finally, we will reflect on the broader implications of our work, considering its potential impact on science, philosophy, and our understanding of the universe and our place within it. The journey ahead is ambitious, demanding a rigorous and multifaceted approach. We must navigate the complex terrain where abstract mathematical concepts intersect with concrete physical phenomena and profound philosophical questions. This undertaking requires a commitment to both intellectual rigor and a holistic worldview, recognizing the interconnectedness of seemingly disparate domains of knowledge. Our aim is not merely to construct a mathematical model, but to develop a comprehensive understanding of reality, an understanding that is both mathematically sound and philosophically meaningful. The ultimate goal is to contribute to a more unified and complete vision of existence itself, a quest for a unified theory that encompasses both the to be and the to become. This comprehensive approach promises a deeper comprehension of reality, transcending the limitations of fragmented perspectives and offering a more complete picture of the universe. Chapter 2: Mathematical Formalization of 4IAMBENG. Defining the axioms of IAMBENG. We now turn to the formal axiomatic foundation of the 4IAMBENG framework. This framework, as previously outlined, seeks to mathematically represent the interplay between the static, AM, and dynamic, being, aspects of reality, incorporating energy, E, mass, M, and information, I, as inextricably linked variables. The axioms we propose are not arbitrary postulates, but rather emerge from a careful consideration of fundamental physical principles and philosophical insights. They provide a rigorous basis for the mathematical model developed in subsequent sections. Our first axiom establishes the fundamental duality inherent in being. Axiom 1. The duality of being. Reality is characterized by a fundamental duality, encompassing both stasis and flux. This duality is represented by the concept of being, where AM signifies the enduring, relatively unchanging aspects of existence, and being signifies the continuous process of becoming, of transformation and evolution. This is not a dichotomy, implying an insurmountable division, but rather a complementary relationship, two sides of the same coin. The AM represents the underlying structure, the invariant properties that provide continuity amidst change, while the being represents the dynamic unfolding of that structure, the process of change itself. This axiom is grounded in both philosophical and physical considerations. Philosophically, it reconciles the seemingly opposing viewpoints of Parmenides and Heraclitus, recognizing the validity of both stasis and flux within a unified framework. Physically, it mirrors the observation that fundamental particles possess inherent properties, mass, charge, spin, etc., that remain relatively constant while simultaneously participating in dynamic interactions, undergoing transformations and changes in their states. Our second axiom defines the essential variables that constitute the 4IAMBENG framework. Axiom 2. The essential variables. The essential variables characterizing being are energy, E, mass, M, and information, I. These variables are not independent, but are interconnected and mutually influencing, reflecting the dynamic interplay between the static and dynamic aspects of reality. The relationship between these variables is not merely additive. Their interaction creates emergent properties and phenomena. The inclusion of energy and mass is justified by Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared, which highlights their fundamental equivalence. Mass can be converted into energy and vice versa, demonstrating the dynamic interchangeability of these two quantities. This conversion process exemplifies the dynamic aspect of being, the continuous transformation within the fabric of reality. The inclusion of information, I, as an essential variable is equally crucial. Information theory provides a framework for understanding the organization and complexity of systems. The concept of entropy, a measure of disorder, plays a vital role in characterizing the dynamic evolution of systems. The emergence of order from chaos, the creation of complex structures from simpler components, is a key aspect of the being component of 4IAMBENG. Information, in this context, represents the structure and organization within a system, the patterns and relationships that define its complexity. The interplay between information and entropy captures the continuous dynamic between order and disorder, structure and randomness, a fundamental characteristic of the evolving universe. Our third axiom formalizes the interconnectedness of these variables. Axiom 3. The interdependence of variables. The variables E, M, and I are not independent, but are interconnected through a set of dynamic relationships. These relationships can be expressed mathematically through differential equations, reflecting the continuous flow and transformation of energy, mass, and information within the system. These equations will constitute the core of the mathematical model. The specific form of these equations will be determined in the subsequent sections, drawing upon existing physical theories and incorporating novel mathematical structures as necessary. The challenge lies in finding a mathematical framework that accurately reflects the intricate and multifaceted relationships between E, M, and I, capturing the dynamic interplay that gives rise to the evolution of being. Our fourth axiom introduces the concept of time, crucial for understanding the dynamic aspect of 4IAMBENG. Axiom 4. The temporal dimension. The evolution of being is inherently temporal. The variables E, M, and I are functions of time, reflecting the continuous change and transformation that characterize reality. The mathematical model will employ time, t, as an independent variable, allowing us to track the changes in E, M, and I over time. This temporal dimension is essential for understanding the dynamic processes that shape the universe. It allows us to trace the evolution of stars, the development of life, and the rise and fall of civilizations, all manifestations of the dynamic aspect of being. The mathematical model will need to accurately reflect this temporal evolution, using differential equations to describe the rates of change of E, M, and I over time. Our fifth and final axiom addresses the emergence of higher-level phenomena from the interplay of the fundamental variables. Axiom 5, Emergence and Hierarchy. The interplay of E, M, and I gives rise to emergent phenomena at higher levels of organization. These emergent properties cannot be fully predicted from the properties of the individual components, but arise from their complex interactions. This includes the emergence of life, consciousness, and other complex structures that exhibit properties beyond those of their constituent parts. This axiom acknowledges the hierarchical nature of reality, with higher-level structures emerging from the interactions of lower-level components. The emergence of life from non-living matter serves as a prime example, showcasing the emergence of new properties and functionalities from the complex interactions of energy, mass, and information. Similarly, the emergence of consciousness from the intricate neural networks of the brain highlights the power of emergent properties. The mathematical model will need to address this hierarchical aspect, perhaps incorporating concepts from complexity theory and network science to capture the emergence of higher-level structures and their unique properties. These 5 axioms provide a rigorous foundation for the mathematical formulation of the 4IAMBENG framework. They establish the fundamental duality of being, define the essential variables, and describe their interrelationships and temporal evolution. The challenge now lies in translating these abstract principles into a concrete mathematical model that can accurately reflect the complexity and dynamism of the universe. The following sections will explore various mathematical structures and techniques, seeking to develop a model that is both mathematically rigorous and philosophically sound, capable of capturing the holistic nature of reality. We will examine the applicability of existing physical theories, considering the potential integration of concepts from quantum mechanics, general relativity, and information theory, as well as exploring new mathematical approaches to describe the emergent properties arising from the interaction of energy, mass, and information within the ever-evolving fabric of AM being. The ultimate goal is to build a mathematical model capable not only of describing the universe as it is, but also of predicting its future evolution. A model that can unite seemingly disparate fields of inquiry and provide a more unified and complete understanding of reality itself. The path ahead requires a delicate balance between mathematical precision and philosophical insight, a rigorous pursuit of knowledge that seeks to unveil the underlying principles that govern the to be and to become the very essence of existence. Developing the core equations. Having established the 5 axioms underpinning the 4IAMBENG framework, we now proceed to develop the core mathematical equations that embody its principles. This formalization aims to capture the dynamic interplay between energy, E, mass, M, and information, I, within the context of the inherent duality between AM stasis and being flux. Our approach is not to impose a preconceived mathematical structure, but rather to allow the axioms themselves to guide the development of the equations, reflecting the holistic and emergent nature of reality. The central challenge lies in expressing the interconnectedness of E, M, and I, acknowledging that their relationship is not merely additive, but profoundly interactive, giving rise to emergent properties. A simple linear equation would be insufficient. We require a mathematical framework capable of expressing nonlinearity, feedback loops, and the emergence of higher-level organization. Our starting point is axiom 3, which posits the interdependence of these variables. To capture this interdependence, we propose a system of coupled differential equations. This choice is motivated by the need to represent the continuous change and transformation described in axiom 4, where E, M, and I are explicitly functions of time, t. Let us begin by considering the rate of change of energy, d/dt. This rate is influenced by several factors. Firstly, mass can be converted into energy, and vice versa, as described by E equals mc squared. This contribution to d/dt can be represented by a term proportional to the rate of change of mass, dm/dt, incorporating a proportionality constant alpha representing the efficiency of mass-energy conversion. Secondly, information processing, the organization and reorganization of matter and energy, contributes to energetic change. This contribution can be represented by a term proportional to the rate of information change, d/dt, denoted by beta, reflecting the energetic cost or gain associated with information processing. Finally, energy dissipation, a crucial aspect of dynamic systems, needs consideration. This is represented by a term, gamma E, where gamma reflects the rate of energy dissipation to the environment. Combining these factors, we can express the rate of change of energy as d/dt equals alpha dm/dt plus beta d/dt gamma E. Next, let us consider the rate of change of mass, dm/dt. Similar to energy, mass can be converted to energy and vice versa. This is represented by a term, alpha dm/dt, mirroring the energy equation, and the process of mass accretion or dissipation, represented by a function f, ei, t. This function signifies that mass accumulation or loss can be dependent on energy levels, information content, and the temporal context of the system. Consequently, the rate of change of mass is expressed as dm/dt equals alpha d/dt plus f eit. Finally, we address the rate of change of information, d/dt. The change in information is intrinsically linked to energy and mass through organizational processes. High energy systems may allow for complex information structures. An increase in mass may also lead to increased structural complexity and, hence, more information. This interdependence can be expressed through a function g, e, m, t, which includes energy, mass, and temporal influences. Furthermore, information can be lost through processes like entropy. This loss is represented by delta I, where delta represents the rate of information loss. This leads to d/dt equals g, e, m, t delta I. This system of three coupled differential equations represents the core mathematical framework of the 4IAMBENG model. These equations are not linear and exhibit feedback loops. Changes in one variable directly affect the others. The functions f, ei, t, and g, e, m, t represent the complexity of the interactions between energy, mass, and information, accommodating the emergent properties and nonlinear dynamics central to the framework. The constants alpha, beta, gamma, and delta represent system-specific parameters that will need to be determined empirically or through theoretical constraint. Their precise values will depend on the particular system being modeled, reflecting the scale and type of interactions within that system. The solutions to these equations will describe the trajectories of E, M, and I over time, revealing the dynamic evolution of the system. The analysis of these solutions will require advanced mathematical techniques, potentially involving numerical methods for solving nonlinear differential equations. The complexity of these equations underscores the inherent complexity of reality itself, reflecting the multifaceted interplay of energy, mass, and information in the continuous process of becoming. The functions f, ei, t, and g, e, m, t require further specification. Their precise form will depend on the specific system under consideration. For example, in a simple physical system, f, ei, t could be a relatively simple function reflecting energy-dependent mass accretion or loss. However, in a biological system, this function would need to incorporate much more sophisticated processes, including metabolic pathways, reproduction, and other biological mechanisms influencing mass change. Similarly, GEMT would need to reflect the specific ways in which energy and mass influence information processing within the biological system, considering genetic expression, neural activity, and other information-related processes. The 4IAMBENG model does not assume a closed system. Energy and information can be exchanged with the environment, and the model accommodates such exchanges through the dissipation terms, gamma and delta, and the open-ended nature of the functions f, e, I, t, and g, e, m, t. Furthermore, the model can be extended to incorporate more nuanced aspects of reality. For instance, spatial dimensions could be integrated by making e, m, and I functions of spatial coordinates as well as time. This extension would allow for the modeling of spatial distributions of energy, mass, and information, offering a more comprehensive description of physical phenomena. The development of this mathematical framework is an ongoing process. The proposed equations provide a foundation upon which more complex and sophisticated models can be built, reflecting the continuous evolution of our understanding of the universe. Further research will focus on refining the functions f, e, I, t, and g, e, m, t, exploring the implications of various parameter values, and applying the model to diverse systems to test its predictive power. The ultimate goal is to create a robust and versatile mathematical model that accurately captures the interplay between energy, mass, and information, offering a more holistic and unified understanding of the dynamic universe within the framework of 4IAMBENG. The path forward involves a continuous interplay between theoretical refinement and empirical validation, a process crucial to bridging the gap between abstract mathematical formalism and the concrete realities of the observable universe. This ongoing dialogue between theory and observation will be crucial in shaping the future development and application of the 4IAMBENG model. The journey from axioms to equations is only the beginning of a longer exploration into the profound interconnectedness of AM being. Exploring the mathematical structure. The system of coupled differential equations presented earlier provides a foundational mathematical framework for 4IAMBENG, but its richness lies in the exploration of its inherent properties and the implications of those properties for understanding reality. Let's delve deeper into this mathematical landscape, moving beyond the initial formulation to uncover some of its more subtle and profound characteristics. One immediate observation is the nonlinearity of the system. The presence of the functions f, e, I, t, and g, e, m, t introduces nonlinear interactions between energy, mass, and information. This nonlinearity is crucial because it allows for the emergence of complex behavior that cannot be predicted from simply summing the individual effects of E, M, and I. Nonlinear systems are often characterized by emergent properties, behaviors that arise from the interaction of components but are not inherent in the components themselves. This aligns perfectly with the holistic worldview underpinning 4IAMBENG, where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The emergence of complexity from seemingly simple interactions is a hallmark of many natural systems, from the self-organization of molecules in living organisms to the intricate patterns observed in weather systems. The nonlinear nature of the 4IAMBENG equations allows the model to capture this emergent complexity. Furthermore, the equations exhibit feedback loops. Changes in one variable influence the rate of change of the others, creating a dynamic interplay that can lead to stable states, oscillations, or even chaotic behavior depending on the specific forms of f, e, I, t, and g, e, m, t, and the values of the parameters alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. These feedback loops are essential for understanding self-regulating systems, where internal processes maintain stability despite external perturbations. Biological systems, for instance, are rife with such feedback mechanisms that maintain homeostasis. The 4IAMBENG model offers a mathematical framework for analyzing these feedback loops and understanding how they contribute to the stability and resilience of complex systems. A key aspect of the mathematical structure is the role of the parameters alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. These constants represent the strengths of various interactions within the system, and their values will significantly influence the system's dynamics. Alpha quantifies the efficiency of mass-energy conversion. Beta represents the energetic cost or gain associated with information processing. Gamma describes the rate of energy dissipation, and delta quantifies the rate of information loss. Determining the precise values of these parameters is a significant challenge. It may require a combination of theoretical constraints and empirical measurements from various systems. Moreover, these parameters may not be constant. They might vary over time or be dependent on other system variables, introducing further complexity into the model. The exploration of the parameter space, the range of possible values for these parameters, is crucial for understanding the diverse behaviors that can arise from the 4IAMBENG model. The functions f, e, I, T, and GEMT represent the most significant source of complexity within the mathematical framework. These functions encapsulate the intricate interactions between energy, mass, and information, which are system-specific and vary depending on the phenomena being modeled. For example, in a physical system like a star, FEIT might reflect the rate of nuclear fusion, while in a biological system, it might incorporate metabolic processes, growth, and decay. Similarly, GEMT could represent processes like heat transfer in a physical system or genetic expression and neural activity in a biological system. The specific forms of these functions will necessitate detailed investigation for each application of the model. This is where interdisciplinary collaboration between physicists, biologists, information theorists, and others becomes essential. Developing accurate and appropriate representations of these functions requires detailed knowledge of the specific system being studied. The challenge of specifying F, EIT, and GEMT opens up fascinating avenues for further research. One approach could involve using machine learning techniques to infer the form of these functions from observational data. Another approach could involve using agent-based modeling, where individual components of the system are explicitly represented and their interactions simulated. Such techniques could provide a means to deal with the inherent complexity of these functions in diverse systems, enabling a more accurate and comprehensive representation of reality. Exploring the mathematical structure. The system of coupled differential equations presented earlier provides a foundational mathematical framework for 4IAMBEng, but its richness lies in the exploration of its inherent properties and the implications of those properties for understanding reality. Let's delve deeper into this mathematical landscape, moving beyond the initial formulation to uncover some of its more subtle and profound characteristics. One immediate observation is the nonlinearity of the system. The presence of the functions f, ei, t, and g, em, t introduces nonlinear interactions between energy, mass, and information. This nonlinearity is crucial because it allows for the emergence of complex behavior that cannot be predicted from simply summing the individual effects of E, M, and I. Nonlinear systems are often characterized by emergent properties, behaviors that arise from the interaction of components but are not inherent in the components themselves. This aligns perfectly with the holistic worldview underpinning 4IAMBEng, where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The emergence of complexity from seemingly simple interactions is a hallmark of many natural systems, from the self-organization of molecules in living organisms to the intricate patterns observed in weather systems. The nonlinear nature of the 4IAMBEng equations allows the model to capture this emergent complexity. Furthermore, the equations exhibit feedback loops. Changes in one variable influence the rate of change of the others, creating a dynamic interplay that can lead to stable states, oscillations, or even chaotic behavior depending on the specific forms of F, EI, T, and G, EM, T, and the values of the parameters alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. These feedback loops are essential for understanding self-regulating systems, where internal processes maintain stability despite external perturbations. Biological systems, for instance, are rife with such feedback mechanisms that maintain homeostasis. The 4IAMBEng model offers a mathematical framework for analyzing these feedback loops and understanding how they contribute to the stability and resilience of complex systems. A key aspect of the mathematical structure is the role of the parameters alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. These constants represent the strengths of various interactions within the system, and their values will significantly influence the system's dynamics. Alpha quantifies the efficiency of mass-energy conversion. Beta represents the energetic cost or gain associated with information processing. Gamma describes the rate of energy dissipation, and delta quantifies the rate of information loss. Determining the precise values of these parameters is a significant challenge. It may require a combination of theoretical constraints and empirical measurements from various systems. Moreover, these parameters may not be constant. They might vary over time or be dependent on other system variables, introducing further complexity into the model. The exploration of the parameter space, The range of possible values for these parameters is crucial for understanding the diverse behaviors that can arise from the 4IAMBENG model. The functions f, ei, t, and g, em, t represent the most significant source of complexity within the mathematical framework. These functions encapsulate the intricate interactions between energy, mass, and information, which are system-specific and vary depending on the phenomena being modeled. For example, in a physical system like a star, F, EI, T might reflect the rate of nuclear fusion, while in a biological system, it might incorporate metabolic processes, growth, and decay. Similarly, GEMT could represent processes like heat transfer in a physical system or genetic expression and neural activity in a biological system. The specific forms of these functions will necessitate detailed investigation for each application of the model. This is where interdisciplinary collaboration between physicists, biologists, information theorists, and others becomes essential. Developing accurate and appropriate representations of these functions requires detailed knowledge of the specific system being studied. The challenge of specifying F, EI, T, and G, EM, T opens up fascinating avenues for further research. One approach could involve using machine learning techniques to infer the form of these functions from observational data. Another approach could involve using agent-based modeling, where individual components of the system are explicitly represented and their interactions simulated. Such techniques could provide a means to deal with the inherent complexity of these functions in diverse systems, enabling a more accurate and comprehensive representation of reality. A crucial aspect that warrants further investigation is the stability analysis of the 4IAMBENG model. Stability analysis seeks to determine under what conditions the system will converge to a stable state, exhibit oscillations, or exhibit chaotic behavior. This involves studying the eigenvalues and eigenvectors of the linearized system in the neighborhood of fixed points, or employing more advanced numerical methods for nonlinear systems. The stability of the system is crucial for understanding the long-term behavior and predictability of the model, revealing the conditions under which certain states are maintained or disrupted. The model's predictive power hinges significantly on the accuracy of the chosen functions and parameter values. Testing the model against empirical data is critical. This will involve applying the model to various systems, ranging from simple physical systems to complex biological and even societal systems. Discrepancies between the model's predictions and observations would offer valuable insights into areas requiring further refinement of the model or suggest limitations in the underlying assumptions of the 4IAMBENG framework. This iterative process of model development, validation, and refinement is essential for its continued growth and applicability. Moreover, the conceptual integration of the AM and being aspects within the mathematical framework remains a challenging but crucial step. This would likely require exploring the incorporation of concepts from topology, category theory, or other branches of mathematics that can elegantly capture the notions of stasis and flux, complementarity, and duality. This integration could offer a profound understanding of how the seemingly opposing forces of AM and being interact and shape the evolution of systems within the 4IAMBENG framework. It's a significant research direction that will enrich the framework's descriptive and explanatory power. Finally, the extension of the model to include spatial dimensions would greatly enhance its versatility. This could involve representing E, M, and I as functions of both space and time, leading to partial differential equations that govern the spatial distribution and dynamics of energy, mass, and information. This extension would enable the modeling of phenomena involving spatial gradients and transport processes, making the model applicable to a wider range of systems and phenomena. In conclusion, the mathematical formalization of 4IAMBENG provides a powerful and flexible framework for investigating the fundamental interplay between energy, mass, and information within a holistic worldview. While significant challenges remain, the ongoing exploration of its properties, the refinement of its constitutive functions, and its empirical validation promises a deeper and more unified understanding of the universe. The mathematical journey is far from complete, and the rich landscape of nonlinear dynamics, emergent properties, and feedback loops invites further exploration and profound insights. Predictive power of the model. The predictive power of the 4IAMBENG model rests on its ability to capture the fundamental interplay between energy, E, mass, M, and information, I, within a dynamic framework. Its success hinges not only on the elegant mathematical formulation, but also on the accuracy and appropriateness of the functions f, e, I, t, and g, e, m, t, which encapsulate the specific interactions within the system under consideration. The parameters alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, representing the strengths of these interactions, also play a critical role in determining the model's predictive accuracy. Let's consider several scenarios to illustrate the predictive capabilities of the 4IAMBENG model. First, imagine applying it to a simple physical system like a closed thermodynamic system. Here, F, E, I, T could be formulated to represent the rate of heat transfer and work done, while G, E, M, T could describe changes in mass due to energy exchange, e.g., via nuclear reactions or mass energy equivalents. With appropriate parameter values determined through experimental data, the model could accurately predict the system's temperature, pressure, and energy distribution over time. Deviations from these predictions could then pinpoint areas needing refinement in the model or suggest the presence of unaccounted for factors. Moving to a more complex biological system, such as a population of organisms, we can illustrate a different predictive application. Here, F, E, I, T might represent the rate of energy intake through metabolism and its allocation to growth, reproduction, and maintenance. GEMT might encompass the dynamics of population size, affected by birth, death, and migration. Information, I, could represent genetic information or behavioral patterns influencing resource acquisition and competition. By adjusting parameters based on observed population dynamics and environmental conditions, the model could potentially predict population size, distribution, and even the evolution of specific traits over time. This could be particularly useful in conservation biology, allowing for more effective management strategies. In ecological systems, the model's predictive power becomes even more significant. Consider a predator-prey interaction. The functions f, e, I, t, and g, e, m, t could incorporate the energy transfer through the food chain, incorporating the effects of resource availability, predation efficiency, and reproduction rates. The information component, I, could represent the predator's foraging strategy and the prey's escape mechanisms. The 4IAMBENG model might then predict fluctuations in predator and prey populations, potentially identifying thresholds where population collapses occur or ecosystem stability is compromised. This would be invaluable for informing conservation strategies and managing ecosystems for sustainability. Extending beyond biological systems, the 4IAMBENG model holds promise for social sciences. Consider the dynamics of economic growth. Energy, E, could represent capital investment, mass, M, could represent the workforce and information, I, could represent technological innovation and market trends. The functions F, E, I, T, and G, E, M, T would encompass the processes of production, consumption, and investment. By incorporating relevant socioeconomic factors and calibrating the parameters accordingly, the model could potentially generate predictions about economic growth, unemployment rates, and income distribution, guiding policy decisions and resource allocation. However, the predictive power of the model is not without limitations. The accuracy of its predictions depends heavily on the fidelity of the functions f, e, I, t, and g, e, m, t, and the accuracy of the parameter values. These are often challenging to determine precisely, particularly in complex systems. Further research is needed to develop robust methods for inferring these functions and parameters from observational data, potentially incorporating machine learning techniques or advanced statistical methods. Moreover, the model's predictive capability is constrained by the level of understanding of the system being studied. Unforeseen events or external factors not explicitly incorporated into the model could lead to inaccuracies in its predictions. Consequently, the 4IAMBENG model should be viewed as a tool to explore possibilities and generate hypotheses, rather than a deterministic predictor of future outcomes. It is a framework for generating testable predictions that should be continuously refined and validated through rigorous testing and comparison with experimental data. Furthermore, the model's ability to capture emergent properties needs careful consideration. While the nonlinear nature of the equations allows for emergent behaviors, the precise nature of these emergences remains system-specific and not always predictable a priori. This requires careful analysis of the model's behavior across a wide range of parameter values and initial conditions, potentially using techniques like bifurcation analysis or chaos theory. The integration of AM and being aspects into the mathematical framework presents another layer of complexity affecting predictive capability. This conceptual integration, potentially leveraging topological or categorical approaches, is likely to influence the model's stability analysis and its ability to predict long-term system behavior. The success of incorporating these philosophical concepts will significantly affect the model's holistic worldview and its predictions about system evolution and resilience. Spatial dimensions, currently absent from the basic model, are another crucial aspect influencing predictive power. Introducing spatial dependency would enable the model to account for spatial gradients, transport processes, and the influence of local variations in energy, mass, and information. This extension would significantly enhance the model's applicability to spatial ecological patterns, the propagation of waves, and other phenomena where spatial heterogeneity is important. The transition to partial differential equations necessitates sophisticated numerical methods for solving the equations and making predictions. The process of model validation is paramount. This involves systematically comparing the model's predictions with empirical data from a range of systems. Discrepancies between predictions and observations provide valuable feedback, highlighting areas for model refinement or adjustments to the functions, parameters, or underlying assumptions. This iterative process of refinement and validation is a cornerstone of scientific progress, continually improving the model's accuracy and predictive capabilities. In summary, the 4IAMBENG model offers a promising framework for generating predictions across diverse scientific disciplines. While its predictive power is not absolute, it provides a powerful tool for exploring complex systems, generating hypotheses, and gaining a deeper understanding of the interplay between energy, mass, and information. The model's continuing development and validation through rigorous empirical testing will refine its predictive accuracy and consolidate its role as a valuable instrument for scientific inquiry and technological advancement. The journey of refining and validating the model is ongoing, and each iteration brings us closer to a more unified and comprehensive understanding of the world around us. Limitations and future directions. The inherent complexity of the 4IAMBENG model, stemming from its attempt to unify seemingly disparate concepts within a single mathematical framework, necessitates a frank discussion of its limitations and the avenues for future development. While the model offers a powerful conceptual framework and demonstrates promising predictive capabilities in preliminary analyses, several critical areas require further investigation and refinement. One major limitation lies in the selection and parameterization of the functions f, e, I, t, and g, e, m, t. These functions, crucial for capturing the dynamic interactions between energy, mass, and information, are currently highly system-specific. Developing generalizable functional forms applicable across diverse systems represents a significant challenge. The reliance on empirical data for parameter estimation introduces uncertainty and potential biases, particularly when dealing with incomplete or noisy data. This uncertainty propagates through the model, limiting the precision of its predictions. Future research should focus on developing more robust methods for parameter estimation, potentially leveraging advanced statistical techniques, such as Bayesian inference, which explicitly accounts for uncertainties in the data and parameters. Furthermore, exploring machine learning approaches, such as neural networks or Gaussian processes, to learn the functional forms directly from data, holds considerable promise for overcoming the current limitations in functional specification. These methods could potentially identify nonlinear relationships and complex interactions that might be missed with conventional, manually defined functions. Another crucial area for improvement concerns the model's treatment of information, I. Currently, the model uses a rather abstract representation of information, leaving considerable room for refinement. A more nuanced approach might involve incorporating specific information theoretic measures, such as Shannon entropy or Kullback-Leibler divergence, to quantify the amount and quality of information within a system. This would allow for a more precise representation of how information flows and influences the system's dynamics. Moreover, the integration of concepts from complex systems theory, such as network theory and agent-based modeling, could provide richer insights into the role of information in shaping system behavior. This involves considering not just the quantity of information, but also its structure, organization, and flow within the system's network of interactions. The AM and being aspects, while intuitively appealing from a holistic perspective, present a formidable challenge for mathematical formalization. Their integration requires a deeper exploration of the philosophical underpinnings of the model and a potential shift towards more abstract mathematical structures. Category theory, with its ability to represent complex relationships between objects and morphisms, could provide a suitable framework for incorporating these concepts. Topological methods, which analyze the shape and connectivity of spaces, might also offer valuable tools for understanding the interplay between AM, dynamic processes, and being, structural properties. This requires a significant departure from traditional dynamical systems theory and will necessitate collaborative efforts from philosophers, mathematicians, and scientists across various disciplines. The current formulation of 4IAMBENG lacks spatial dimensions, which significantly restricts its applicability to systems exhibiting spatial heterogeneity. Extending the model to incorporate spatial dependency will necessitate a transition from ordinary differential equations to partial differential equations. This introduces considerable complexity in both the mathematical analysis and numerical simulations. Efficient numerical schemes will be required to solve the resulting equations, especially for large-scale systems. Moreover, the incorporation of spatial dynamics requires careful consideration of boundary conditions, diffusion processes, and the potential for spatial self-organization. These enhancements, while challenging, are essential for applying the model to spatial ecological patterns, wave propagation, and other phenomena critically influenced by spatial variation. The role of stochasticity and noise in the system dynamics also needs more thorough consideration. While the deterministic nature of the current formulation provides a simplified starting point, real-world systems are inherently noisy and subject to random fluctuations. Incorporating stochastic elements into the model, such as random perturbations to the parameters or driving forces, could significantly improve its realism and predictive accuracy. Stochastic differential equations, a mathematical framework for modeling systems with both deterministic and stochastic components, could prove to be a valuable tool in this endeavor. Furthermore, stochastic simulations allow for quantifying the uncertainty in model predictions, providing more reliable estimates of the model's robustness and limitations. Model validation remains a central challenge and an ongoing process. The validation strategy should involve a multifaceted approach. This includes comparing model predictions with empirical data from a wide range of systems, both simple and complex. The analysis of model sensitivity to parameter variations and initial conditions is also crucial for assessing the model's robustness and reliability. Developing statistical metrics to evaluate the model's predictive performance, such as goodness of fit measures and forecasting accuracy, is also essential. Furthermore, the identification of discrepancies between model predictions and empirical observations should trigger further investigation to refine the model or identify missing aspects of the underlying systems. A continuous feedback loop between model development, validation, and refinement is crucial for ensuring the model's scientific rigor and usefulness. The integration of diverse datasets from different sources and modalities will be instrumental in enhancing the model's validation and predictive power. This could involve combining experimental data with observational data from remote sensing, citizen science initiatives, or other sources. Data fusion techniques, which combine data from multiple sources to create a more comprehensive picture, could help overcome the limitations of incomplete or noisy datasets. Furthermore, the development of standardized data formats and repositories will facilitate the sharing and collaboration necessary for large-scale model validation and refinement. This will involve integrating databases from diverse sources into a unified framework for large-scale model comparison and validation studies. The predictive capabilities of the 4IAMBENG model ultimately depend on the accuracy and completeness of the underlying theoretical framework and the availability of high-quality data. Future research needs to address these challenges by developing more robust methods for parameter estimation, functional specification, and incorporating stochasticity. Moreover, the rigorous validation and refinement of the model through systematic comparison with empirical data from various systems is essential for solidifying its role as a valuable tool for scientific exploration and technological advancement. The ongoing development of the 4IAMBENG model serves not only to refine its predictive capacity, but to deepen our understanding of the intricate interplay between energy, mass, and information within complex systems, ultimately offering a path towards a more unified and comprehensive worldview. It is a journey of continuous refinement, exploration, and iterative advancement, with each step revealing new insights into the fundamental workings of the universe. Chapter 3:4IAMBENG and Physics. Reconciling Quantum Mechanics and General Relativity. The quest for a unified theory of physics, a single framework encompassing both the mind-bending strangeness of quantum mechanics and the majestic sweep of general relativity, has been a driving force in theoretical physics for decades. These two pillars of modern physics, while incredibly successful in their respective domains, the quantum realm of atoms and subatomic particles, and the cosmos of stars and galaxies, appear fundamentally incompatible. General relativity describes gravity as the curvature of spacetime caused by mass and energy, a smooth, continuous phenomenon operating on grand scales. Quantum mechanics, on the other hand, describes the universe at the smallest scales as inherently probabilistic, governed by discrete quanta of energy and subject to unpredictable fluctuations. The clash arises most acutely in the attempt to describe black holes and the very early universe, where both gravity and quantum effects reign supreme. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, and information, offers a potentially novel perspective on this reconciliation. One of its key strengths is the holistic perspective it adopts, treating the universe not as a collection of disparate entities, but as an integrated system governed by fundamental principles relating these three fundamental aspects. This perspective can bridge the gap between the deterministic description of spacetime curvature in general relativity and the probabilistic nature of quantum phenomena. The traditional view assumes a clear separation between the observer and the observed, while 4IAMBENG suggests that the act of observation, intrinsically linked to information, inherently shapes the observed reality, a concept echoing the observer effect in quantum mechanics. The potential reconciliation could lie in reevaluating the nature of spacetime itself. General relativity describes spacetime as a smooth, continuous manifold, while quantum mechanics suggests it might have a granular, discrete structure at the Planck scale. For IAMBENG, by incorporating information as a fundamental component, suggests that the structure of spacetime might be emergent from the intricate interplay of energy, mass, and information. Imagine spacetime not as a pre-existing canvas upon which events unfold, but as a dynamically evolving network, its connections and structure constantly shaped by the flow of information. The seemingly continuous curvature described by general relativity could then be seen as a macroscopic manifestation of the underlying microscopic, granular structure, analogous to how a smooth surface appears at a macroscopic level despite being composed of discrete atoms. The probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics could also be reconciled within the 4IAMBENG framework by associating probabilities not with intrinsic uncertainties in the quantum world, but with our incomplete knowledge of the underlying information flow within the system. The seemingly random behavior of quantum particles might be a consequence of our inability to fully access and process the vast amount of information governing their interactions. This perspective echoes the concept of decoherence in quantum mechanics, where quantum superposition collapses due to interaction with the environment, resulting in the emergence of classical behavior. Within 4IAMBENG, the interaction with the environment would translate into the flow of information, leading to the apparent loss of quantum coherence and the emergence of classical probabilities. However, several crucial challenges remain. One significant hurdle lies in the need for a mathematical formalism capable of capturing the dynamic interplay between energy, mass, and information in a way that is both consistent with the principles of general relativity and quantum mechanics. The current mathematical structure of 4IAMBENG requires significant refinement to achieve this. Developing a mathematically rigorous framework that allows us to model the evolution of spacetime at the Planck scale, incorporating both the continuous aspects of general relativity and the discrete aspects of quantum mechanics, is a formidable task requiring novel mathematical tools and innovative approaches. Another challenge is the issue of quantization of gravity. General relativity is a classical theory, while quantum mechanics is inherently quantum. Reconciling the two requires quantizing gravity, a task that has eluded physicists for decades. 4IAMBENG could potentially offer a path towards this quantization by providing a framework in which the gravitational field emerges from the underlying interplay of energy, mass, and information. This could lead to a quantum theory of gravity that is not merely a quantization of the classical gravitational field, but rather a theory where gravity itself is a quantum phenomenon arising from a more fundamental level of reality. Moreover, the conceptual integration of the AM and being aspects within 4IAMBENG provides a potentially unique lens for understanding the relationship between the observer and the observed. The AM aspect, representing dynamic processes, could be interpreted as the quantum realm of fluctuating energies and probabilities, while the being aspect, representing underlying structure, could be interpreted as the classical, macroscopic spacetime of general relativity. This dualistic, yet intertwined nature aligns with the apparent duality inherent in quantum mechanics, where both wave-like and particle-like behavior coexist. Formalizing this relationship mathematically is another significant challenge, potentially requiring novel mathematical tools from areas such as category theory or algebraic topology. The path towards reconciling quantum mechanics and general relativity within the 4IAMBENG framework is not without its complexities and challenges. It demands a profound reevaluation of our fundamental assumptions about the nature of spacetime, the role of information, and the relationship between the observer and the observed. However, the framework's inherent holistic nature and its focus on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, and information provide a promising avenue for exploring these fundamental questions. Further research, requiring extensive collaboration between physicists, mathematicians, and philosophers, is crucial to advance the 4IAMBENG model and ultimately realize the long-sought unification of the two most successful, yet seemingly contradictory theories in physics. This unification is not just a theoretical pursuit. It represents a profound shift in our understanding of the universe and its fundamental workings, potentially leading to breakthroughs in areas ranging from cosmology and astrophysics to quantum computing and materials science. The journey remains long and arduous, but the potential rewards are immense, offering a glimpse into a unified, holistic description of reality. The challenge lies in developing the necessary mathematical and conceptual tools to fully explore the rich potential of this new perspective and translate its intuitive appeal into rigorous scientific results. The rigorous development and verification of this framework through meticulous empirical testing and theoretical refinement is paramount to assessing its validity and its potential contribution to a deeper understanding of reality. The continued exploration of 4IAMBENG holds the promise of bridging the gap between the seemingly disparate worlds of the very large and the very small, offering a unified vision of the universe that is both elegant and comprehensive. The nature of space-time. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, and information, profoundly alters our understanding of spacetime. Traditional physics views spacetime as a pre-existing arena upon which physical events unfold, a static backdrop governed by Einstein's equations in general relativity. However, 4IAMBENG suggests a far more dynamic and participatory role for spacetime, proposing that its very structure emerges from the intricate interplay of these three fundamental elements. Instead of a passive container, space-time becomes an active participant in the unfolding of the universe, a constantly evolving network whose connections and properties are shaped by the flow of information. This perspective finds resonance in the challenges faced by existing theories. The incompatibility between general relativity and quantum mechanics, particularly at the Planck scale, suggests that our current understanding of spacetime is incomplete. General relativity describes gravity as the curvature of a smooth, continuous spacetime manifold, a macroscopic description that breaks down at extremely high energies and densities, such as those found within black holes and during the very early universe. Quantum mechanics, on the other hand, suggests a fundamentally granular structure to reality, hinting at a discrete, quantized spacetime at the Planck scale. 4IAMBENG offers a potential bridge by proposing that the seemingly continuous curvature of spacetime is an emergent property arising from a deeper, underlying structure governed by the dynamics of energy, mass, and information. Imagine a network whose nodes represent fundamental units of energy and mass, interconnected by information channels representing the flow of interactions. The overall geometry of this network would then define the macroscopic spacetime we experience. The curvature described by general relativity would be a statistical average of the microscopic, quantum fluctuations within this network, much like the smooth surface of a table emerges from the discrete arrangement of its constituent atoms. This emergent perspective provides a natural pathway for the quantization of gravity, a long-standing challenge in theoretical physics. The probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics also finds a natural interpretation within the 4IAMBENG framework. The uncertainties inherent in quantum mechanics might not reflect fundamental limitations in our knowledge of the universe, but rather our incomplete knowledge of the underlying information flow within the network. We may be able to observe the macroscopic behavior, the averaged effects of the network, but lack the capacity to track the precise flow of information at the microscopic level. Thus, the apparent randomness of quantum events could be a reflection of our limited observational capabilities, a consequence of our inability to access and process the complete information defining the system's evolution. This shift in perspective leads to significant implications for cosmology. The standard model of cosmology, based on general relativity and the Big Bang theory, assumes a pre-existing spacetime that expands and evolves. 4IAMBENG, however, suggests a more nuanced picture. The very origin of spacetime could be traced to the initial conditions of the universe, a complex interplay of energy, mass, and information giving rise to the nascent network. The Big Bang might not be the beginning of spacetime itself, but rather a critical point in the evolution of this dynamic network, a transition from one phase to another. Furthermore, 4IAMBENG offers a potential resolution to the cosmological constant problem, a long-standing discrepancy between the observed rate of expansion of the universe and the theoretical predictions. The observed cosmological constant could be a manifestation of the underlying information dynamics within the space-time network, reflecting the rate of information flow and the complexity of the network structure. The implications extend to our understanding of dark matter and dark energy. These mysterious components of the universe, which constitute the vast majority of its mass energy content, might be emergent properties of the space-time network, reflecting the subtle ways in which energy, mass, and information interact within it. The gravitational effects attributed to dark matter and dark energy could be indirect manifestations of the information flow, the complex dynamics of the network itself. The 4IAMBENG model offers a richer and more dynamic vision of the cosmos. The universe is not merely a collection of particles and fields existing within a pre-existing spacetime, but rather a complex, interwoven network where energy, mass, and information are inextricably linked. Spacetime emerges not as a fixed entity, but as a dynamic structure reflecting this intricate interplay. This framework demands a profound shift in our understanding, requiring the development of novel mathematical tools and concepts to fully capture its implications. The development of a comprehensive mathematical formalism remains a central challenge. We need mathematical structures capable of describing the dynamic evolution of this information network, capturing the interplay between continuous and discrete aspects of spacetime. This might necessitate exploring new mathematical frameworks, drawing from areas like category theory, algebraic topology, or even entirely novel mathematical approaches. The goal is to develop equations that not only reproduce the predictions of general relativity at macroscopic scales, but also capture the quantum fluctuations and emergent properties at the Planck scale. Another challenge lies in the observational validation of the 4IAMBENG framework. The predictions of the model need to be rigorously tested against empirical data. This would require the development of new observational techniques and technologies capable of probing the structure of spacetime at increasingly fine scales. Precision measurements of gravitational waves, advanced cosmological observations, and perhaps even novel quantum experiments could provide crucial insights into the validity of the 4IAMBENG model. The integration of information theory into the framework is particularly crucial. The concept of entropy, a measure of disorder or randomness in a system, plays a key role in thermodynamics and cosmology. In the 4IAMBENG framework, entropy might be directly related to the amount of information lost or unavailable within the space-time network. This perspective could lead to a profound understanding of the arrow of time and the evolution of the universe. As the universe evolves, the information network could become increasingly complex, leading to an increase in entropy and a seemingly irreversible flow of time. The conceptual shift from a passive spacetime to an active, emergent structure has profound philosophical implications. It blurs the traditional boundaries between observer and observed, reinforcing the idea that our observations themselves shape the reality we experience. The act of measurement, the acquisition of information, becomes an integral part of the universe's evolution, intertwining the observer with the observed in a fundamental way. This perspective aligns with the holistic view inherent in 4IAMBENG, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all aspects of reality. The 4IAMBENG framework represents a bold step towards a more unified and holistic understanding of the universe. While numerous challenges remain, the potential rewards are immense. The quest for a unified theory of physics is far from over, but the 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, and information, offers a potentially powerful path towards achieving this goal, potentially revolutionizing not just our understanding of physics, but also our very conception of reality itself. It encourages us to view the universe not as a collection of separate entities, but as a single, dynamically evolving network governed by fundamental principles connecting the very large and the very small, the continuous and the discrete, the deterministic and the probabilistic. This journey of exploration requires sustained collaborative effort across disciplines, a concerted push towards new mathematical formalisms, and refined empirical testing. The potential for groundbreaking discoveries, from advances in quantum computing to a deeper understanding of the universe's origins and evolution, makes this quest immensely worthwhile. The origin of the universe. The implications of the 4IAMBENG framework extend far beyond our current understanding of spacetime. They reach into the very heart of cosmology and our understanding of the universe's origin. The Big Bang Theory, the prevailing model for the universe's evolution, posits a singularity, a point of infinite density and temperature, from which the universe began to expand and cool. While this model has been remarkably successful in explaining many observations, it also presents significant challenges, particularly regarding the initial conditions and the very nature of spacetime itself. 4IAMBENG offers a potential pathway to address these challenges, not by discarding the Big Bang entirely, but by enriching and refining it. The traditional view of the Big Bang depicts spacetime as a pre-existing entity that expands and evolves. 4IAMBENG, however, challenges this notion. It proposes that spacetime itself is an emergent phenomenon, arising from the dynamic interplay of energy, mass, and information. In this perspective, the Big Bang is not the beginning of spacetime, but a critical phase transition within a pre-existing, albeit fundamentally different, network of energy, mass, and information. This network, governed by the principles of 4IAMBENG, might have existed prior to what we traditionally define as the Big Bang, representing a state of reality that transcends our current understanding of spacetime as we experience it. Imagine a highly compressed, information-rich network before the Big Bang. The information content within this network, possibly existing in a state beyond our current comprehension of physics, dictates the initial conditions of this network, defining its connectivity and the distribution of energy and mass. The Big Bang, then, could be viewed as a phase transition within this network, a sudden expansion and cooling that transformed the network structure into the space-time we observe today. This transition might have involved a rapid increase in the network's complexity, a surge in information flow leading to the emergence of the four fundamental forces and the formation of the first particles. This interpretation doesn't necessarily contradict the observational evidence supporting the Big Bang. The cosmic microwave background radiation, the redshift of distant galaxies, and the abundance of light elements can still be explained within this refined framework. However, the 4IAMBENG model adds a crucial layer of depth, providing a possible mechanism for the universe's initial conditions and the very origin of space-time itself. Instead of a singularity, we have a pre-Big Bang network whose evolution ultimately leads to the expansion and cooling we associate with the Big Bang. The concept of inflation, a period of exponential expansion in the very early universe, also finds a compelling interpretation within 4IAMBENG. This rapid expansion might be a consequence of a sudden reorganization within the information network, a restructuring that dramatically alters the connectivity and information flow. This reorganization could have been triggered by a critical fluctuation within the pre-Big Bang network, a cascading effect that leads to the explosive expansion observed during inflation. The smoothness of the universe at large scales, a feature explained by inflation, could be a consequence of this information-driven reorganization, smoothing out the initial inhomogeneities within the network. Furthermore, 4IAMBENG offers a potential resolution to several outstanding cosmological puzzles. The cosmological constant problem, the discrepancy between the observed and theoretical rate of expansion of the universe, might be a consequence of the inherent information dynamics within the space-time network. The cosmological constant, often attributed to dark energy, could be a manifestation of the complexity and information flow within the network, reflecting the rate at which information is processed and exchanged. This perspective suggests that the expansion rate is not a fixed constant, but a dynamic quantity related to the underlying information dynamics. Similarly, the nature of dark matter and dark energy might be better understood within the 4IAMBENG framework. These mysterious constituents of the universe, which account for the majority of its mass energy content, could be emergent properties of the space-time network, reflecting the intricate ways in which energy, mass, and information interact. Their gravitational effects might be indirect manifestations of the network's dynamics, arising from the complex patterns of information flow rather than from exotic particles or fields. The 4IAMBENG model also challenges our understanding of the arrow of time. The traditional interpretation links the arrow of time to the increase in entropy, a measure of disorder or randomness. In the 4IAMBENG framework, entropy could be directly related to the amount of information lost or unavailable within the space-time network. As the universe evolves, the network might become increasingly complex, leading to an increase in entropy and the seemingly irreversible flow of time. However, the initial conditions of the pre-Big Bang network might hold clues to the origin of this asymmetry, hinting at a more fundamental understanding of the nature of time itself. The transition from the pre-Big Bang network to the universe we observe today is not a simple event. It is a complex, potentially multi-stage process. It likely involved several phase transitions, each marked by a significant change in the structure and dynamics of the information network. Each transition could have led to the emergence of new structures and properties, culminating in the universe we see today. Understanding the precise nature of these transitions is a major challenge for future research, demanding novel mathematical tools and innovative experimental approaches. The observational validation of 4IAMBENG's predictions related to the Big Bang will require new observational techniques capable of probing the universe's early stages with unprecedented precision. Further analysis of the cosmic microwave background, precise measurements of gravitational waves, and the development of new cosmological models based on the 4IAMBENG framework are all essential steps toward testing this novel approach. The goal is not to replace the Big Bang Theory, but to deepen our understanding of its origins, providing a richer, more nuanced, and information-rich account of the universe's evolution. The quest to unravel the mysteries surrounding the Big Bang continues, and the 4IAMBENG framework provides a compelling new lens through which to view this fundamental cosmological problem, potentially resolving long-standing paradoxes and unveiling a more comprehensive understanding of the universe's origins and evolution. This ongoing research effort requires a concerted interdisciplinary collaboration, bringing together physicists, mathematicians, and cosmologists to explore the implications of this revolutionary framework and test its predictions against observational data. The potential rewards are immense, paving the way for breakthroughs in our understanding not only of the Big Bang, but also of the fundamental nature of space-time, energy, mass, and information itself. The arrow of time. The seemingly unidirectional flow of time, the so-called arrow of time, has long been a puzzle for physicists and philosophers alike. Classical mechanics, for example, is time-symmetric. Its equations work equally well whether time runs forward or backward. Yet, our everyday experience unequivocally points to a directionality. Eggs don't spontaneously reassemble themselves into a whole, broken glass doesn't spontaneously mend, and we don't remember the future. The prevailing explanation for this asymmetry lies in the second law of thermodynamics, which states that the total entropy of an isolated system can only increase over time. Entropy, loosely speaking, is a measure of disorder or randomness. The arrow of time, then, is tied to the relentless march toward greater disorder. However, the connection between entropy and the arrow of time isn't without its complexities. While the second law explains the macroscopic directionality of time, it doesn't explain why the universe started in a state of low entropy in the first place. The Big Bang, with its remarkably uniform and low entropy initial conditions, poses a profound challenge to this understanding. Why did the universe begin in such a highly ordered state, seemingly defying the very principle that governs the direction of time? This is often referred to as the low entropy problem or the initial condition problem. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a novel perspective on this issue. It suggests that the arrow of time isn't solely a consequence of increasing entropy, but rather an emergent property of the dynamic interplay between energy, mass, and information within the space-time network. Entropy within this framework isn't simply a measure of disorder, but reflects the amount of information that becomes inaccessible or unavailable as the network evolves. As the network increases in complexity, the amount of information that governs its dynamics also increases, making previous states increasingly difficult to retrieve or predict. Imagine a simple network with a limited number of connections. Its evolution is relatively easy to track, with fewer possible paths for the system to take. As the network becomes more complex, with a multitude of interconnected nodes and intricate pathways, the number of possible configurations explodes. This increase in complexity leads to an increase in the amount of information required to fully describe the network state. The information that defines earlier stages of the network becomes increasingly lost or hidden within the ever-growing complexity of the later stages, manifesting as an increase in entropy. Therefore, the arrow of time, within the 4IAMBENG framework, is not just about increasing disorder, but about the inherent complexity of the space-time network and the information processing that occurs within it. The increasing complexity leads to an irreversible flow of information, creating a sense of directionality that we perceive as the passage of time. This perspective doesn't negate the importance of entropy. Instead, it enriches our understanding by connecting it to the deeper dynamics of information flow within the space-time fabric. The concept of causality also undergoes a transformation within this framework. In traditional physics, causality is often viewed as a linear progression of events, with cause preceding effect in a straightforward manner. However, in a highly complex network, the notion of a simple cause and effect relationship becomes blurred. The intricate interplay of energy, mass, and information within the network can create feedback loops and emergent properties that defy simple linear causality. The emergence of spacetime itself from the pre-Big Bang network is a prime example. The initial conditions of the network, encoded within its information structure, could be seen as the cause for the subsequent evolution of the universe. However, this cause is not a single event, but a complex interplay of interconnected factors whose consequences unfold in a nonlinear and emergent manner. This view challenges the traditional notion of determinism. While the initial conditions of the pre-Big Bang network might have determined the overall trajectory of the universe, the intricate interactions within the network could have led to a degree of unpredictability and randomness. The seemingly random fluctuations that are observed throughout the universe's evolution, such as the formation of galaxies and stars, could be viewed as emergent properties of this complex information processing system. The 4IAMBEng model suggests that the arrow of time is not a fundamental property of the universe, but an emergent feature of its information dynamics. The initial low-entropy state of the universe is not a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, but rather a reflection of the highly ordered structure of the pre-Big Bang information network. The universe's evolution is not a simple progression toward greater disorder, but a complex interplay of information processing, leading to an increasingly complex and interconnected space-time network. Moreover, the 4IAMBEng framework offers a potential reconciliation between the macroscopic arrow of time, governed by the second law of thermodynamics, and the microscopic time symmetry of fundamental physics. The macroscopic arrow of time emerges from the collective behavior of countless microscopic interactions within the space-time network. The individual interactions may be time-symmetric, but their collective effect gives rise to the irreversible flow of time that we observe in the macroscopic world. The implications of this holistic view are profound. It suggests that the universe is not a clockwork mechanism ticking along a predetermined path, but a dynamic, self-organizing system where the flow of time itself is an emergent property of its intricate information dynamics. This changes our understanding of causality, determinism, and the fundamental nature of time itself. This new perspective on time necessitates a reevaluation of our understanding of cosmology and the very nature of reality. The search for a complete theoretical framework capable of unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics remains an ongoing challenge. The 4IAMBEng framework provides a pathway to a deeper understanding of the universe, where time, space, energy, mass, and information are intricately intertwined in a complex and dynamic interplay. The exploration of these ideas requires the development of new mathematical and computational tools capable of handling the immense complexity of the space-time network. It demands a collaborative effort between physicists, mathematicians, computer scientists, and philosophers, transcending traditional disciplinary boundaries. The goal is not merely to develop a better model of the universe, but to gain a deeper understanding of the very nature of reality and our place within it. The investigation into the arrow of time within the 4IAMBEng framework may offer a crucial bridge towards this grand unification, providing new insights into the fundamental nature of time itself and the universe's profound evolution. The research effort is significant, demanding years, perhaps decades, of meticulous investigation, rigorous testing, and collaborative work to fully realize the implications of this novel perspective. However, the potential rewards, a more comprehensive and unified understanding of the cosmos, are undoubtedly immense. The constants of nature. The 4IAMBEng framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, information, and the space-time network, offers a novel perspective on the fundamental constants of nature. These constants, such as the speed of light, c, the gravitational constant, g, the Planck constant, h, and the fine structure constant, alpha, are seemingly arbitrary numbers that govern the fundamental forces and interactions in the universe. Their values determine the properties of matter, the strength of gravity, the behavior of light, and the very structure of space and time. Traditional physics largely treats these constants as given, accepting their values without a deeper explanation. However, the 4IAMBEng framework suggests that these constants might not be arbitrary at all, but rather emergent properties of the underlying space-time network. One could envision the fundamental constants as parameters that emerge from the complex dynamics of the information network that constitutes the fabric of reality. Imagine this network as a vast, interconnected web where nodes represent fundamental units of information and connections represent interactions between these units. The values of the constants could be determined by the overall architecture of this network, the density of nodes, the nature of the connections, and the flow of information through the network. Changes in the network structure, perhaps arising from fluctuations or shifts in the underlying information flow, could lead to variations in the values of the fundamental constants. Consider the fine structure constant, alpha, which governs the strength of the electromagnetic interaction. In the 4IAMBEng framework, this constant could be interpreted as a measure of the efficiency of information transfer within the space-time network related to electromagnetic interactions. A higher value of alpha might indicate a denser or more efficient network, allowing for faster and more effective information exchange, while a lower value might correspond to a more sparse or less efficient network. Similarly, the gravitational constant, g, could be related to the overall curvature or topology of the spacetime network. A stronger gravitational force, larger g, might indicate a more highly curved or interconnected network, while a weaker force, smaller g, might correspond to a flatter or less interconnected network. The speed of light, c, often considered the ultimate speed limit, might represent the maximum rate of information propagation within the spacetime network. This speed could be determined by the underlying structure and properties of the network itself, setting a fundamental limit on how quickly information can travel across the network. The Planck constant, h, which relates energy and frequency in quantum mechanics, might be viewed as a measure of the granularity or discreteness of information within the network. The discrete nature of quantum phenomena, manifested in the quantization of energy and other physical quantities, could reflect the fundamental chunks or units of information that make up the spacetime network. The value of h could then reflect the size of these fundamental informational units. The relationships between these constants could also be understood within this framework. For example, the combination of g, c, and h gives rise to the Planck length, time, and mass, scales at which quantum gravitational effects become significant. These Planck units represent the fundamental limits of the spacetime network, the smallest distances, times, and masses that have meaning within the network. Their values could reflect the inherent limitations of information processing within the network. To explore this concept further, let's consider the possibility of variations in these constants across different regions of the universe or at different epochs in its history. If the 4IAMBEng framework is correct, then variations in the spacetime network structure could lead to variations in the values of these constants. Observational evidence for such variations, though still debated, would provide strong support for this perspective. The potential existence of dark energy, for instance, could be related to a specific type of information flow within the spacetime network that influences the expansion of the universe. Moreover, the 4IAMBEng framework suggests that the values of these constants aren't immutable. As the spacetime network evolves, its structure and properties might change, leading to variations in the values of these constants over cosmological timescales. This raises intriguing possibilities regarding the early universe and the conditions that prevailed in the immediate aftermath of the Big Bang. Perhaps the values of the fundamental constants were different in the early universe, reflecting a different structure of the spacetime network. The implications of this perspective are far-reaching. It suggests a deeper connection between the fundamental constants, the structure of spacetime, and the flow of information within the universe. It offers a potential path toward a more unified understanding of physics, bridging the gap between general relativity and quantum mechanics. Developing a comprehensive mathematical model to describe this network and its relationship to the fundamental constants is a significant challenge. However, the potential rewards are immense, a more profound understanding of the universe's fundamental workings and its intricate interconnectedness. The approach requires a blend of mathematical rigor, theoretical physics, and a holistic philosophical perspective. We would need to develop new mathematical tools capable of representing the complexity of the information network, potentially borrowing concepts from network theory, topology, and information theory. Furthermore, computational modeling could play a crucial role in simulating the dynamics of this network and exploring the emergence of the fundamental constants. The research endeavor requires a highly interdisciplinary approach, bringing together experts from diverse fields: theoretical physics, mathematics, computer science, and philosophy. This collaboration is essential to develop new models, test hypotheses, and interpret the results in a comprehensive manner. The ultimate goal is not just to understand the values of the fundamental constants, but to comprehend their origin and their connection to the fundamental nature of reality. This endeavor is ambitious and long-term, demanding sustained effort and innovative thinking, but the potential for discovery and the advancement of human knowledge are immense, opening the door to a deeper understanding of the universe's most fundamental aspects. This could lead to a paradigm shift in our understanding of the cosmos, potentially revolutionizing our perception of reality and our place within the grand scheme of existence. The quest to unravel the mysteries behind the fundamental constants is a journey of exploration and discovery, a pursuit that transcends disciplinary boundaries and pushes the limits of human knowledge. Chapter 4: 4IAMBENG and Biology. The Origin and Nature of Life. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, information, and the space-time network, profoundly impacts our understanding of life's origin and nature. Moving beyond a purely reductionist approach, which attempts to explain life solely through the interaction of its constituent molecules, 4IAMBENG suggests a more holistic perspective. It proposes that life is not merely a complex arrangement of matter, but an emergent phenomenon arising from the intricate interplay between these four fundamental elements within the dynamic fabric of spacetime. Central to this perspective is the concept of self-organization. Self-organization refers to the spontaneous emergence of order and structure from a seemingly chaotic system, driven by local interactions and feedback mechanisms. This principle isn't unique to biological systems. It's observed in numerous physical phenomena, from the formation of crystals to the swirling patterns of galaxies. In the context of 4IAMBENG, self-organization becomes a crucial mechanism through which the underlying information network of spacetime gives rise to the complexity and organization characteristic of life. Imagine a primordial soup, a complex mixture of organic molecules in the early Earth's oceans. Traditional explanations focus on the chance combination of these molecules forming self-replicating structures. However, 4IAMBENG provides a different lens. It suggests that the space-time network itself actively participates in shaping the emergence of life, influencing the probability and direction of molecular interactions. The flow of energy, mass, and information within this network could have guided the self-organization process, increasing the likelihood of the formation of complex molecules and, ultimately, self-replicating systems. The 4IAMBENG framework does not negate the importance of chance events. Instead, it posits that these chance events occur within a structured environment, a space-time network that actively influences their probability and outcome. The inherent bias of the network toward order and complexity, reflected in the values of fundamental constants, might have significantly increased the odds of life's emergence, turning what might have been an astronomically improbable event into a statistically more plausible occurrence. The concept of emergence plays a critical role in understanding how life arises from non-living matter. Emergence refers to the appearance of novel properties at a higher level of organization that cannot be predicted from the properties of the constituent elements alone. A classic example is the behavior of a flock of birds. The complex patterns of movement exhibited by the flock cannot be explained by analyzing the behavior of individual birds in isolation. Similarly, the properties of life, reproduction, metabolism, adaptation, are emergent properties that arise from the complex interactions of molecules within the context of the space-time network. 4IAMBENG suggests that the space-time network itself acts as a scaffolding for the emergence of life. The information encoded within the network, represented by the distribution of energy, mass, and its fluctuations, influences the patterns of molecular interactions, directing the self-organization process towards increasingly complex structures. This process is not linear or deterministic. It involves feedback loops, fluctuations, and unexpected events. But the underlying space-time network provides the context, the framework within which these events unfold. The genetic code, arguably the most fundamental aspect of life, can be viewed through this lens. The DNA molecule, with its intricate structure and the information it encodes, is not merely a random collection of molecules, but a highly organized system that emerged from the self-organization processes influenced by the space-time network. The specific sequences of nucleotides within the DNA molecule represent a particular configuration of information within this network. The information embedded within the genetic code dictates the development and functioning of organisms, highlighting the crucial role information plays in the nature of life. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework suggests a deeper connection between life and the fundamental constants of nature. The values of these constants, such as the gravitational constant, the speed of light, and the Planck constant, determine the physical environment in which life emerged and evolved. Small changes in these constants could have dramatically altered the conditions necessary for life to exist, highlighting the delicate balance between physical laws and the emergence of biological systems. The evolution of life, too, can be viewed through the prism of the 4IAMBENG framework. Natural selection, the driving force of evolution, is a process by which organisms adapt to their environment through changes in their genetic makeup. These changes are essentially modifications of the information encoded within their DNA, reflecting a dynamic interaction between the organism and the space-time network. Evolution can be seen as a continuous process of information exchange and adaptation within the context of this network. The 4IAMBENG framework suggests a unifying principle that connects physical processes with the emergence of biological systems. It moves beyond a purely materialistic reductionist view, emphasizing the role of information and space-time in shaping the origin and nature of life. This perspective provides a more holistic and potentially more accurate understanding of life's fundamental nature. It suggests a deeper interconnectedness between the physical universe and the living world, a view that extends far beyond the traditional boundaries of biology and physics. The implications of this holistic viewpoint are far-reaching. It encourages a new approach to research in biology, one that integrates the insights of physics, mathematics, and information theory. By understanding the underlying principles governing the space-time network and its interaction with energy, mass, and information, we might gain a deeper comprehension of the origin of life, its evolution, and its relationship to the universe as a whole. This approach opens up new avenues for research, including the exploration of extraterrestrial life and the development of novel technologies inspired by biological systems. The ongoing research to decipher the exact mechanisms of self-organization and emergence within the 4IAMBENG framework requires a multidisciplinary approach involving physicists, biologists, mathematicians, and computer scientists. Sophisticated computational models, capable of simulating the complex interactions within the space-time network, are needed to test hypotheses and refine our understanding. Ultimately, this pursuit promises not only a deeper understanding of the origin and nature of life, but also a revolutionary transformation of our overall view of the universe, our place within it, and the very essence of existence itself. The journey to unravel these intricate connections is ongoing, pushing the limits of human knowledge and our understanding of the universe's profound interconnectedness. It's a journey where the seemingly disparate fields of theoretical physics and biology converge to reveal a more profound and unified vision of reality. The inherent complexity and the interconnectedness of this journey highlight the need for persistent exploration and collaboration among scientists from different disciplines. Only through such interdisciplinary efforts can we hope to truly comprehend the interwoven fabric of life and the universe. Evolution and adaptation. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a compelling lens through which to re-examine the established tenets of evolutionary biology. Traditional Darwinian evolution, while powerfully explanatory in many respects, often operates within a largely materialistic framework, focusing primarily on the interplay of genes, environment, and natural selection. 4IAMBENG, however, suggests a far more intricate picture, embedding the process of evolution within the dynamic interplay of energy, mass, information, and the space-time network itself. Instead of viewing adaptation as solely a matter of random genetic mutations filtered by environmental pressures, 4IAMBENG suggests a more proactive role for the space-time network. The network, with its inherent informational structure, might influence the probability of certain mutations, guiding the evolutionary trajectory in specific directions. This doesn't imply a deterministic or teleological process. Rather, it suggests that the playing field of evolution is itself active and structured, shaping the odds of different outcomes. Consider the concept of punctuated equilibrium, where evolutionary change is characterized by periods of relative stasis interrupted by rapid bursts of diversification. From a 4IAMBENG perspective, these punctuated events might correlate with significant shifts or fluctuations in the space-time network, perhaps alterations in energy flows, changes in fundamental constants at a local level, or even the influence of cosmic events. These shifts could create new, adaptive landscapes, altering the selective pressures and potentially accelerating the rate of evolutionary change. The network, in essence, is not a passive backdrop but an active participant in the evolutionary drama. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework prompts us to reconsider the nature of adaptation itself. Adaptation is commonly viewed as a response to environmental pressures. However, 4IAMBENG suggests a more nuanced perspective. Adaptation might also be a response to the underlying informational structure of the space-time network. Organisms may not just be adapting to their physical environment, but also to the information flows and patterns within the network itself. This could explain instances of seemingly pre-adaptive traits, characteristics that appear beneficial only after a subsequent environmental change. These traits might be interpreted as the organism aligning with a pre-existing informational pattern within the space-time network, revealing a subtle interplay between the organism and the underlying fabric of reality. The role of information takes on a new significance within the 4IAMBENG framework. The genetic code, traditionally viewed as the primary repository of biological information, becomes just one aspect of a larger informational system. The organism is not merely a passive recipient of information from its genes. It actively exchanges information with its environment and, more profoundly, with the space-time network itself. This exchange influences both the organism's development and its evolutionary trajectory. The organism is constantly reading and responding to information flows within the network, adapting not only to its physical surroundings, but also to the deeper informational landscape in which it is embedded. Consciousness and the mind-body problem. The 4IAMBENG framework, by emphasizing the interconnectedness of energy, mass, information, and the space-time network, provides a novel perspective on the enduring mind-body problem. This age-old philosophical conundrum grapples with the relationship between mental processes and physical states. Traditional dualistic viewpoints posit a fundamental separation between mind and body, while materialistic approaches attempt to reduce mental phenomena to purely physical processes. However, 4IAMBENG offers a more integrated approach, suggesting that the mind and body are not separate entities, but rather different aspects of a unified system embedded within the space-time network. The core of the mind-body problem lies in the hard problem of consciousness, as coined by philosopher David Chalmers. This problem centers on the difficulty of explaining how physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective, qualitative experiences, qualia, such as the redness of red or the feeling of pain. Materialistic explanations struggle to bridge the gap between the objective, measurable aspects of brain activity and the subjective, internal experience of consciousness. 4IAMBENG, however, suggests a solution by considering consciousness not as a solely brain-based phenomenon, but as a manifestation of information processing within the broader space-time network. Within the 4IAMBENG framework, information is not just passively encoded in the brain's neural structures. It is actively exchanged and processed within the dynamic interplay of the entire system. The brain acts as a highly specialized interface, capable of receiving, processing, and responding to vast amounts of information from both internal and external sources. This information flows not merely through neural pathways, but also through the underlying space-time network, influencing and shaping the brain's activity. Consciousness, then, might be viewed as the emergent property of this complex information processing, a reflection of the brain's interaction with the broader informational fabric of the universe. This perspective shifts the focus from the brain as the sole locus of consciousness to a more distributed model where consciousness is a property of the intricate interaction between the brain and the space-time network. The brain becomes a highly evolved antenna, sensitive to subtle information flows within the network. These information flows might include not only sensory inputs from the external environment, but also deeper, more subtle influences from the underlying structure of space-time itself. The subjective experience of consciousness might arise from the processing of this vast and complex informational landscape. Consider the concept of quantum entanglement, where two or more particles become linked in such a way that their fates are intertwined, regardless of the distance separating them. This phenomenon suggests a deep interconnectedness between seemingly disparate parts of the universe. Similarly, the 4IAMBENG framework postulates an interconnectedness between the brain and the broader space-time network, suggesting that consciousness might be a manifestation of this deep entanglement. The brain's activity is not isolated. It is influenced by, and in turn influences, the larger informational system in which it is embedded. The role of energy in the 4IAMBENG model is also crucial in understanding consciousness. Brain activity requires a constant influx of energy to maintain its complex information processing capabilities. This energy is not just a passive fuel source. It is actively involved in shaping the informational landscape of the brain. The flow of energy influences the dynamics of neural networks, the strength of synaptic connections, and ultimately, the nature of consciousness itself. From a 4IAMBENG perspective, consciousness might be understood as an emergent property of the energetic interactions within the brain and the space-time network. The brain, therefore, is not merely a passive receiver of energy, but an active participant in a complex energy exchange with the universe. The concept of mass, while seemingly less directly relevant to consciousness, plays a subtle but important role within the 4IAMBENG framework. The brain, as a physical structure composed of mass, interacts gravitationally with the rest of the universe. Though these gravitational effects are minuscule on the scale of individual neurons, their cumulative effect might have subtle but significant influences on the brain's overall dynamics and its capacity for information processing. Furthermore, the brain's mass influences the way it interacts with the flow of energy and information within the space-time network. The interplay between mass, energy, and information within the 4IAMBENG framework thus becomes crucial for understanding the emergence of consciousness. The space-time network itself, with its inherent structure and informational content, provides the fundamental context for consciousness to emerge. The network acts not merely as a passive backdrop, but as an active participant in shaping the brain's activity and the nature of consciousness. The underlying geometry of space-time might directly influence the patterns of information flow, potentially shaping the very structure of conscious experience. This perspective opens up exciting avenues of research, suggesting that advances in our understanding of space-time could hold the key to unlocking the mysteries of consciousness. Furthermore, 4IAMBENG's emphasis on the fundamental principle of being, the underlying unity of existence, provides a holistic framework for understanding the mind-body relationship. This perspective challenges the traditional dualism that posits a fundamental separation between mind and matter. Instead, it suggests that the mind and body are interconnected aspects of a single, unified system embedded within the larger space-time network. This unity is not merely a philosophical assertion, but a reflection of the underlying structure of reality itself, as envisioned within the 4IAMBENG framework. The implications of this integrated perspective are profound. It suggests that consciousness is not a localized phenomenon confined to the brain, but a manifestation of the interconnectedness between the brain and the universe. This interconnectedness implies a subtle yet powerful interaction between the physical and mental realms, blurring the lines between the objective and subjective. The subjective experience of consciousness arises not from a separate, non-physical entity, but from the complex interplay of information processing within a unified system. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, offers a powerful alternative to traditional approaches to the mind-body problem. By integrating the concepts of energy, mass, information, and space-time, it provides a more holistic and potentially more accurate understanding of the relationship between mental processes and physical states. This perspective necessitates a radical shift in our research approaches, requiring a multidisciplinary collaboration between physicists, neuroscientists, philosophers, and computer scientists to fully explore its implications and unravel the intricacies of consciousness. The journey into this uncharted territory will be challenging, but the potential rewards, a deeper understanding of the nature of consciousness and our place in the cosmos, are immense. This integrated perspective promises not only to resolve the mind-body problem, but also to revolutionize our understanding of life, consciousness, and the universe itself. The exploration will require new mathematical tools and novel experimental designs, pushing the boundaries of scientific inquiry into previously uncharted realms. The potential to bridge the gap between the hard sciences and the humanities, creating a truly holistic worldview, is a significant aspect of the 4IAMBENG approach to understanding consciousness. The implications extend far beyond the scientific realm, potentially impacting our understanding of ethics, morality, and the very meaning of existence. The nature of information. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, information, and the space-time network, offers a powerful lens through which to examine the fundamental role of information in biological systems. Traditional biology often focuses on the physical and chemical processes underlying life, but 4IAMBENG suggests a deeper level of understanding by incorporating the concept of information as an integral component of biological function. Information, in this context, transcends mere data. It encompasses the organization, structure, and meaning embedded within biological systems, influencing their behavior and evolution. Consider the DNA molecule, the blueprint of life. It is not simply a physical structure. It is a highly sophisticated information storage and retrieval system. The sequence of nucleotides encodes the instructions for building and maintaining an organism, a vast amount of information densely packed within a remarkably compact structure. The process of gene expression, where information encoded in DNA is transcribed into RNA and then translated into proteins, represents a fundamental example of information processing within a biological system. This intricate process is not merely a chemical reaction. It is a dynamic flow of information, transforming encoded instructions into functional components of the cell. The 4IAMBENG framework suggests that this informational flow is not isolated within the cell. It proposes that the cell itself is an active participant in a broader informational network, interacting with its environment and exchanging information with other cells and organisms. This perspective extends beyond individual organisms to encompass entire ecosystems, where information flows through complex networks of interactions between species. The intricate web of life, with its myriad interdependencies and symbiotic relationships, can be viewed as a vast and complex informational network, constantly exchanging and processing information. The concept of biological evolution gains a new dimension when viewed through the 4IAMBENG lens. Evolution is not merely a matter of random mutations and natural selection. It is also a process of information refinement and adaptation. Over time, successful biological systems accumulate and refine information, enhancing their ability to survive and reproduce. This accumulation of information is reflected in the increasing complexity and diversity of life on Earth. The 4IAMBENG framework suggests that this evolutionary process is not just a biological phenomenon. It is also an informational process, a continuous refinement of the informational content embedded within the space-time network itself. The role of energy in this informational processing is paramount. Biological systems require a constant influx of energy to maintain their complex organization and carry out their various functions, including information processing. The flow of energy drives the molecular machinery of the cell, enabling the transcription, translation, and replication of genetic information. From a 4IAMBENG perspective, energy is not simply a fuel source. It is an active participant in shaping the informational landscape of the cell and the organism as a whole. The efficiency of energy utilization becomes a crucial factor determining the organism's capacity for information processing and its ability to adapt to its environment. This dynamic interplay between energy and information is a defining feature of biological systems. Mass, while seemingly a more static property, also plays a subtle yet crucial role in the informational dynamics of biological systems. The physical structure and mass distribution of cells and organisms directly influence the way they interact with their environment and process information. The size and shape of a cell, for example, constrain its ability to transport molecules and process information. Similarly, the mass of an organism influences its mobility, sensory capabilities, and overall interaction with its environment, impacting its ability to acquire and process information. 4IAMBENG suggests that these mass-related constraints and influences are not incidental, but integral to the broader informational landscape of biological systems. The space-time network itself, with its intrinsic properties and dynamic structure, provides the fundamental context for biological information processing. The very fabric of space-time, with its inherent constraints and possibilities, influences the organization and behavior of biological systems. The geometry of space-time might directly affect the patterns of information flow within and between cells, tissues, organs, and organisms. For example, the constraints imposed by three-dimensional space affect the efficiency of molecular transport and communication within a cell. The passage of time determines the rates of biochemical reactions and influences the overall dynamics of biological processes, affecting the flow of information. 4IAMBENG suggests that these seemingly mundane constraints are intimately linked to the emergence of complexity and the evolution of information-rich biological systems. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework's emphasis on the fundamental principle of being, the underlying unity of existence, provides a holistic perspective on the organization and function of biological systems. This unity is not merely a philosophical assertion, but a reflection of the inherent interconnectedness of all things within the space-time network. Biological systems are not isolated entities. They are intimately connected to their environment and to each other through complex networks of interactions. This interconnectedness shapes the flow of information, influencing the evolution and behavior of organisms. This perspective implies that understanding a biological system requires considering not only its internal components and processes, but also its relationship to the larger context in which it exists. The implications of this integrated perspective are profound, extending beyond the realm of biology to encompass our understanding of life itself. It suggests that the information processing capacity of biological systems is not merely a biological phenomenon, but a manifestation of the deeper interplay between energy, mass, information, and the space-time network. This framework necessitates a radical shift in our approach to biological research, requiring a multidisciplinary collaboration between biologists, physicists, mathematicians, and information theorists to fully explore the implications of this holistic perspective. This interdisciplinary approach could lead to breakthroughs in our understanding of various biological phenomena. For instance, the study of cellular communication could be significantly advanced by analyzing information flow through cellular networks, considering the underlying energy dynamics, and incorporating the constraints imposed by the space-time network. Understanding how information is processed and exchanged within ecosystems would require developing new mathematical models that capture the complex interactions between different species and the flow of information through the ecosystem as a whole. Similarly, studying the evolution of biological complexity could involve analyzing the accumulation and refinement of information in biological systems over time, accounting for the role of energy, mass, and the space-time network. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a radical departure from reductionist approaches to biology, which tend to focus on isolated components and their interactions. Instead, it provides a holistic worldview that emphasizes the interconnectedness and unity of biological systems within the broader context of the space-time network. This perspective necessitates the development of new mathematical and computational tools capable of modeling complex informational systems, capturing the dynamic interplay between energy, mass, and information within these systems. The integration of information theory with the 4IAMBENG framework offers a rich avenue for exploring the fundamental principles of life and its relationship to the universe as a whole. It suggests that information is not merely a byproduct of biological processes, but an essential component, driving evolution, shaping complexity, and ultimately, determining the nature of life itself. This holistic and integrated view challenges our conventional understanding of biology and opens new horizons for scientific inquiry, promising a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of life's intricate workings. The challenges ahead are substantial, requiring both conceptual innovation and the development of sophisticated new tools and techniques, but the potential rewards, a revolutionary understanding of life and its place within the cosmos, are immense. Bioethics and IAMBENG. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, information, and the space-time network, profoundly impacts our understanding of biological systems and necessitates a reevaluation of bioethical considerations. Traditional bioethics often operates within a more limited framework, focusing primarily on individual well-being, societal impacts, and the rights and responsibilities of researchers. However, the holistic perspective of 4IAMBENG compels us to broaden our ethical considerations to encompass the entire interconnected web of life, considering the implications of our actions on the broader informational landscape of the planet. In biotechnology, the manipulation of genetic information raises significant ethical concerns. Gene editing technologies, such as CRISPR, Cas9, offer unprecedented power to alter the genetic makeup of organisms, potentially leading to significant advancements in medicine and agriculture. However, the 4IAMBENG framework prompts us to consider the potential unintended consequences of such interventions, extending beyond the immediate effects on the targeted organism. Altering the genetic information of one organism might have cascading effects throughout the ecosystem, disrupting intricate informational networks and potentially causing unforeseen ecological imbalances. This holistic perspective calls for a precautionary approach to gene editing, emphasizing thorough risk assessment and a deep understanding of the potential informational ramifications before widespread application. The ethical implications extend to the creation and use of synthetic biology. The design and construction of artificial biological systems, while promising revolutionary advancements in various fields, raises concerns about the potential for unforeseen consequences. Introducing artificial biological entities into natural ecosystems could disrupt the existing informational flows, potentially leading to unforeseen ecological disruptions. The 4IAMBENG framework emphasizes the importance of considering the integration of these artificial systems within the larger informational context, ensuring their compatibility with the existing network and minimizing the potential for unintended consequences. This necessitates the development of rigorous ethical guidelines and regulatory frameworks for synthetic biology, accounting for the potential long-term impacts on the planet's informational ecosystem. In medicine, 4IAMBENG offers a new lens through which to view the patient and the therapeutic process. The focus shifts from viewing the human body as an isolated system to recognizing it as an intricate part of a broader informational network, interacting dynamically with its environment. This perspective emphasizes the importance of considering the entire informational context of the patient, including their lifestyle, environment, and social interactions, when designing and implementing medical interventions. Personalized medicine, tailored to the individual's unique genetic makeup and environmental influences, becomes not just a clinical approach, but a logical consequence of this holistic perspective. However, the implementation of personalized medicine based on the 4IAMBENG framework raises new ethical challenges. The collection and use of vast amounts of personal genetic and environmental data requires careful consideration of privacy, security, and the potential for discrimination. Ensuring the ethical and responsible use of this data, while maximizing its potential for improving health outcomes, becomes a critical ethical concern. Moreover, the ability to predict future health risks based on an individual's informational profile raises complex questions about individual autonomy and the potential for stigmatization. The 4IAMBENG framework highlights the need for robust ethical guidelines to govern the responsible collection, use, and protection of personal health data, ensuring that this powerful technology is used ethically and responsibly. The application of the 4IAMBENG framework to environmental conservation raises profound ethical considerations. Recognizing the interconnectedness of all living systems within the space-time network highlights the importance of preserving biodiversity not just for its intrinsic value, but also for its contribution to the planet's informational richness and resilience. The loss of biodiversity is not merely the extinction of individual species, it is the loss of valuable informational components of the Earth's complex informational ecosystem. This loss can disrupt the intricate network of interactions, potentially impacting ecosystem stability and resilience. The 4IAMBENG framework emphasizes the need for a holistic approach to conservation, considering the long-term implications of our actions on the planet's informational landscape. The concept of ecosystem services, the benefits that humans derive from ecosystems, gains a new dimension when viewed through the 4IAMBENG lens. These services are not merely the provision of resources, but also the maintenance of complex informational networks that support life on Earth. The 4IAMBENG framework emphasizes the importance of valuing and protecting these informational networks, recognizing their crucial role in sustaining the planet's biodiversity and ensuring human well-being. This perspective necessitates a shift in our approach to environmental management, from a resource-centric model to one that values and protects the intricate informational flows that underpin ecosystem function and resilience. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework challenges us to reconsider our relationship with the environment. Instead of viewing ourselves as separate from nature, we must recognize our intimate connection to the planet's informational ecosystem. Our actions have far-reaching consequences, influencing the flow of information throughout the planet's complex networks. This recognition necessitates a profound shift in our ethical responsibility, extending beyond individual actions to encompass our collective impact on the planet's informational landscape. The 4IAMBENG framework underscores the importance of adopting a sustainable approach to living, minimizing our impact on the environment and preserving the planet's rich informational diversity for future generations. The ethical implications of 4IAMBENG extend beyond specific applications to encompass a broader philosophical shift in our understanding of life and our place within the universe. The emphasis on interconnectedness and the holistic nature of reality challenges traditional anthropocentric views, compelling us to recognize our responsibility towards all living systems within the space-time network. This recognition demands a new ethical framework that considers the implications of our actions not only on individual organisms, but on the entire web of life, extending to future generations and the planet's long-term sustainability. Developing such an ethical framework requires a multidisciplinary approach, bringing together biologists, ethicists, philosophers, and policymakers to grapple with the complex ethical challenges presented by the 4IAMBENG framework. This collaboration is essential for developing robust ethical guidelines and regulatory frameworks that guide the responsible development and application of biotechnology, medicine, and environmental management practices. The process will necessitate critical dialogue and debate, incorporating diverse perspectives and weighing the potential benefits and risks of technological advancements within the broader context of the planet's informational ecosystem. The challenges are substantial, but the potential rewards are immense. A comprehensive ethical framework grounded in the 4IAMBENG framework could lead to a more sustainable and equitable future, ensuring the responsible stewardship of the planet's resources and the preservation of its rich informational diversity. It could also foster a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all living things, leading to a more harmonious relationship between humanity and the natural world. The path forward requires thoughtful consideration, rigorous debate, and a commitment to integrating ethical considerations into all aspects of scientific inquiry and technological advancement. Only through such a concerted effort can we harness the transformative potential of the 4IAMBENG framework while mitigating its inherent risks and ensuring a future that respects the intricate balance of the planet's informational web. The journey towards this future requires not just scientific advancements, but a fundamental shift in our ethical consciousness, embracing a holistic worldview that values the interconnectedness of all things. The challenge is immense, but the potential for a more sustainable and ethically responsible future is equally vast. The development of a robust bioethics informed by 4IAMBENG is not just a scientific endeavor, but a moral imperative for the future of humanity and the planet. Chapter 5:4IAMBENG and Philosophy. Metaphysics and Ontology. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, information, and the space-time network, compels a radical reevaluation of metaphysical and ontological assumptions. Traditional metaphysics often compartmentalizes reality, treating energy, matter, and information as distinct entities governed by separate laws. However, 4IAMBENG suggests a more unified perspective, arguing that these elements are inextricably linked and mutually constitutive. This holistic view necessitates a re-examination of fundamental concepts like being, existence, and essence. The concept of being itself takes on new dimensions within the 4IAMBENG framework. Traditionally, being has been understood in terms of substance, a self-contained entity with inherent properties. However, 4IAMBENG suggests that being is not merely a static state, but a dynamic process, a continuous interplay of energy, mass, and information within the space-time network. Existence, then, is not simply the occupation of a point in spacetime, but a dynamic participation in the unfolding informational landscape of the universe. This participation is characterized by constant exchange and transformation, implying that the boundaries between individual entities are fluid and permeable. The seemingly discrete entities we perceive are, in fact, nodes within a vast, interconnected network, their existence defined by their relationships and interactions within that network. The traditional ontological notion of essence, the inherent nature of a thing, also requires revision. Within a 4IAMBENG framework, essence is not a fixed, immutable property, but rather a dynamic pattern of informational exchange. The essence of an organism, for example, is not solely determined by its genetic code, but also by its interactions with its environment and its place within the broader informational network. This implies that an organism's essence is constantly evolving and adapting in response to changes within its informational context. This dynamic understanding of essence allows for a more nuanced and holistic view of biological systems, recognizing the fluidity and adaptability of life in response to environmental pressures. Consider the example of a human being. Traditional ontology might define a human's essence as a rational animal possessing certain inherent qualities. However, a 4IAMBENG perspective would emphasize the human's dynamic interaction with the informational landscape. The human body is a complex informational system, constantly exchanging information with its environment through sensory perception, cognitive processes, and social interactions. The individual's essence is not static, but continually shaped by these interactions, reflecting the continuous flow of information throughout their life. Even the human genome, often viewed as the blueprint of human existence, is not a fixed entity, but is actively influenced by epigenetic factors and environmental exposures, shaping the expression of genes and influencing an individual's characteristics throughout their lifetime. The implications for the nature of consciousness become particularly intriguing. Within the 4IAMBENG framework, consciousness is not a solely localized phenomenon confined to the brain, but rather an emergent property of the intricate informational network encompassing the organism and its environment. The brain acts as a central processing unit, but the flow of information extends beyond its boundaries, encompassing sensory inputs, social interactions, and the broader ecosystem. This perspective challenges the traditional Cartesian dualism between mind and body, proposing a more integrated view where consciousness is an emergent property of the complex informational interactions within and around the organism. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework has profound implications for our understanding of the relationship between the observer and the observed. Traditional science often assumes a detached observer who can objectively measure and understand the world. However, 4IAMBENG suggests that the observer is intrinsically linked to the observed, participating in the informational network and influencing the very system being observed. This perspective acknowledges the inherent subjectivity of observation and the limitations of attempting to achieve complete objectivity. The act of observation itself becomes an integral part of the system, influencing the flow of information and shaping the observed reality. This participatory perspective requires a reevaluation of scientific methodology, emphasizing the importance of acknowledging the observer's role in shaping the observed reality. The concept of causality also requires reevaluation within the 4IAMBENG framework. Traditional causal models often assume a linear relationship between cause and effect. However, the interconnectedness emphasized by 4IAMBENG suggests that causality is more complex, involving multiple interacting factors within a dynamic informational network. The seemingly simple cause and effect relationships are often embedded within a web of intricate interactions, making it challenging to isolate individual causal factors. This complexity requires the development of more sophisticated causal models that can account for the intricate interplay of energy, mass, information, and spacetime. The implications of this shift in perspective extend beyond the purely scientific realm, impacting our ethical and philosophical understanding of the universe. A holistic worldview, as proposed by 4IAMBENG, challenges anthropocentrism, compelling us to recognize the interconnectedness of all beings and the intricate relationships that sustain life on Earth. This leads to a deeper appreciation for the fragility of these relationships and the importance of responsible stewardship of our planet. This requires a shift in our ethical frameworks, moving beyond individual-centric approaches to encompass the well-being of the entire ecosystem. The 4IAMBENG framework invites us to embrace a more nuanced and comprehensive understanding of reality, moving beyond simplistic dualisms and reductionist approaches. It compels us to acknowledge the dynamic interplay of energy, mass, information, and spacetime, recognizing the inherent interconnectedness of all things. This holistic perspective challenges our traditional ontological and metaphysical assumptions, demanding a reevaluation of fundamental concepts like being, existence, essence, and causality. The implications of this shift extend far beyond the scientific realm, influencing our ethical considerations, our philosophical worldview, and our relationship with the universe itself. The journey toward a deeper understanding of this interconnected reality is a continuous process of exploration, requiring both rigorous scientific inquiry and profound philosophical reflection. It is a journey that invites us to embrace the complexity of existence and to appreciate the intricate dance of information that shapes our world and our place within it. This perspective offers not just a new scientific framework, but also a profoundly different way of understanding our place in the cosmos. It suggests a universe where everything is connected, where the seemingly disparate elements of reality are interwoven into a unified tapestry of existence, a cosmic web of information constantly unfolding and evolving. This is a perspective that demands our attention, not just as scientists, but as conscious participants in this intricate and magnificent cosmic dance. Epistemology and knowledge. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of energy, mass, information, and the space-time network, profoundly impacts our understanding of epistemology, the study of knowledge. Traditional epistemological models often assume a detached observer objectively gathering data about a separate, independent reality. This Cartesian viewpoint, while useful for certain scientific pursuits, falls short when confronted with the holistic implications of 4IAMBENG. The framework suggests that the observer is not separate from the observed, but rather an integral part of the same informational network. This participatory relationship necessitates a reevaluation of how we acquire knowledge and the limitations inherent in our understanding. One of the key implications of 4IAMBENG for epistemology lies in the challenge it poses to the concept of objective truth. If the observer is inextricably linked to the observed, influencing the very system being observed, then the notion of a completely objective and independent reality becomes problematic. The act of measurement itself inevitably perturbs the system, and the resulting data is always filtered through the lens of the observer's perspective, including their biases, assumptions, and the limitations of their sensory apparatus and cognitive capabilities. This does not invalidate scientific inquiry, but rather compels us to recognize its inherent subjectivity and the limitations of seeking absolute objectivity. Instead of aiming for an unattainable objectivity, a 4IAMBENG informed epistemology suggests focusing on the development of robust methodologies that acknowledge and account for the observer's participation in the system. This could involve developing more sophisticated models that incorporate the observer's influence and exploring alternative methodologies that minimize observer-induced perturbations. For instance, in quantum mechanics, the act of observation fundamentally alters the observed system, highlighting the limitations of classical notions of objectivity. A 4IAMBENG perspective would suggest incorporating these quantum effects into our understanding of knowledge acquisition, moving beyond classical epistemological frameworks that assume a detached observer. Furthermore, The interconnected nature of reality, as highlighted by 4IAMBENG, suggests that knowledge is not simply the accumulation of isolated facts, but rather the understanding of relationships and interactions within the informational network. The meaning and significance of individual pieces of information are contingent on their context and their relationship to other elements within the network. This networked understanding of knowledge contrasts sharply with traditional epistemological models that often treat knowledge as a collection of independent propositions. A 4IAMBENG, informed epistemology recognizes that knowledge emerges from the intricate web of interactions within the network, making it more holistic and context-dependent. This holistic approach necessitates a shift from a reductionist approach to knowledge acquisition towards a more integrative one. Instead of attempting to dissect reality into isolated components and studying them in isolation, a 4IAMBENG approach emphasizes the interconnectedness of phenomena. Understanding a single element requires understanding its relationships with other elements within the network. This integrated approach emphasizes the importance of interdisciplinary research, drawing insights from various fields to create a more comprehensive understanding of complex systems. For example, understanding climate change requires integrating data from atmospheric science, oceanography, biology, sociology, and economics. No single discipline can fully grasp the multifaceted nature of this phenomenon. The concept of knowledge representation also needs to be reassessed within a 4IAMBENG framework. Traditional knowledge representations, such as formal logic and symbolic AI, tend to focus on structured, symbolic representations of information. However, 4IAMBENG suggests that much of the relevant information in the universe exists in a more fluid, dynamic, and nonlinear form. This implies that alternative knowledge representation methods, such as network-based representations, might be more appropriate for capturing the interconnected nature of reality. These representations would capture not only the individual pieces of information, but also their relationships and interactions within the network. Such an approach allows for a more nuanced understanding of complex systems and the emergent properties arising from their interactions. The implications for scientific methodology are profound. Traditional scientific methods, emphasizing controlled experiments and isolation of variables, are well suited for studying relatively simple systems. However, when dealing with complex systems such as ecosystems or the human brain, these methods may fall short. A 4IAMBENG informed approach would suggest developing more adaptive, iterative, and systems-based methodologies, focusing on understanding the interactions and emergent properties of the entire system rather than attempting to isolate individual variables. This might involve incorporating techniques from complexity science and network science to model and understand complex systems. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework emphasizes the importance of understanding the limitations of our cognitive abilities. Our brains, while remarkably sophisticated, are still limited in their capacity to process and understand the vast amount of information in the universe. This limitation necessitates a degree of humility in our pursuit of knowledge, acknowledging that our understanding of reality is always incomplete and partial. This acknowledges the inherently subjective nature of human cognition, which filters and interprets information based on our prior experiences and beliefs. This is not a call for scientific relativism, but rather a call for a more self-aware and nuanced understanding of the scientific enterprise. The implications of 4IAMBENG for epistemology extend beyond the scientific realm into the realm of ethics and social responsibility. If we acknowledge the interconnectedness of all things, then our actions have far-reaching consequences, extending beyond immediate effects. This necessitates a shift towards a more holistic and ethical approach to knowledge acquisition and application, considering the broader implications of our actions on the entire system. This involves a greater emphasis on responsible stewardship of our planet and a more inclusive approach to knowledge production, ensuring that it serves the common good. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a radical reevaluation of traditional epistemological assumptions. By emphasizing the interconnectedness of energy, mass, information, and space-time, it challenges the notion of a detached observer and promotes a more participatory and holistic understanding of knowledge acquisition. It necessitates a shift from reductionist approaches to integrative ones, requiring the development of more sophisticated methodologies and knowledge representation techniques. Finally, it calls for a deeper sense of humility and ethical responsibility in our pursuit of knowledge, recognizing the limitations of our understanding and the far-reaching consequences of our actions. This shift in perspective not only revolutionizes our understanding of knowledge, but also transforms our relationship with the universe and our place within it. The pursuit of knowledge, therefore, becomes a continuous process of exploration, collaboration, and a profound appreciation for the intricate dance of information that shapes our reality. Ethics and morality. The profound implications of the 4IAMBENG framework extend far beyond the realm of epistemology. They fundamentally reshape our understanding of ethics and morality. Traditional ethical frameworks often operate within a limited, compartmentalized view of reality, struggling to account for the intricate interconnectedness that 4IAMBENG so powerfully reveals. For example, utilitarianism, a prominent ethical theory, strives to maximize overall happiness or well-being. However, within the 4IAMBENG paradigm, the very definition of well-being becomes nuanced. Is it simply the aggregate happiness of individual entities, or does it encompass the overall health and stability of the entire informational network? The latter perspective necessitates a far more complex calculation, one that considers the long-term consequences of actions across the interconnected system, potentially even across vast temporal scales. Consider, for instance, the ethical implications of technological advancements within a 4IAMBENG framework. The development of artificial intelligence, a potent force capable of manipulating vast amounts of information and energy, presents profound ethical challenges. Traditional ethical frameworks might focus on the immediate impact of AI on human society, addressing concerns such as job displacement or algorithmic bias. However, a 4IAMBENG perspective compels us to consider the potential long-term consequences of AI's integration into the informational network. Could its unchecked growth disrupt the delicate balance of the system, leading to unforeseen and potentially catastrophic consequences? The development and deployment of powerful technologies, therefore, require not only careful assessment of immediate impacts, but also a deep understanding of their potential ripples throughout the interconnected network, both in the present and the future. Deontology, another influential ethical framework, emphasizes the inherent rightness or wrongness of actions, irrespective of their consequences. Actions are judged based on predefined rules or duties. Yet, within the context of 4IAMBENG, the rigid application of such rules becomes problematic. The interconnectedness of the system means that even seemingly innocuous actions can have unforeseen and far-reaching consequences, challenging the simple categorization of actions as inherently right or wrong. What appears beneficial in isolation may have devastating consequences when considered within the larger context of the informational network. Therefore, a 4IAMBENG, informed deontology would necessitate a far more nuanced understanding of the context and consequences of actions, moving beyond simplistic rule-based systems. Furthermore, virtue ethics, which focuses on the character and moral virtues of the individual, also undergoes a transformation within the 4IAMBENG framework. Traditional virtue ethics often emphasizes individual moral development and the cultivation of virtues such as honesty, compassion, and justice. While these virtues remain crucial, a 4IAMBENG perspective necessitates expanding the scope of virtue to encompass a greater awareness of our interconnectedness with the larger system. It calls for a systemic virtue, which encompasses not only individual moral excellence, but also a deep understanding of the system's dynamics and a commitment to its long-term well-being. This requires a shift from anthropocentric perspectives toward an ecocentric or even cosmocentric one, recognizing our role as participants within a vast, interconnected whole. The concept of good and evil also undergoes a significant reevaluation within the 4IAMBENG framework. Traditional ethical systems often define good as that which benefits humanity and evil as that which harms it. However, within the 4IAMBENG perspective, these concepts become far more complex. An action that benefits humanity in the short term might have detrimental consequences for the entire system in the long term. Conversely, an action that appears harmful in isolation might contribute to the overall health and stability of the network. The assessment of good and evil, therefore, requires a holistic understanding of the entire system and its complex dynamics, rather than a narrow focus on human interests. The implications for social justice and environmental ethics are profound. Traditional approaches to social justice often focus on distributing resources and opportunities equitably among individuals within a society. A 4IAMBENG informed perspective extends this concern to the entire informational network, recognizing the interconnectedness of all living things and their dependence on the health of the ecosystem. Environmental degradation, for example, cannot be viewed as a separate issue from social justice, as it directly impacts the well-being of all members of the network. Similarly, environmental ethics must move beyond anthropocentric considerations, acknowledging the intrinsic value of all components of the interconnected system, not just those that directly benefit humans. The 4IAMBENG framework challenges us to move beyond anthropocentric ethical frameworks and embrace a more holistic and systemic approach. This requires a fundamental shift in our understanding of ourselves and our place within the universe. We are not isolated entities, but rather integral components of a vast and interconnected informational network. Our actions have far-reaching consequences, extending beyond the immediate and affecting the entire system. Therefore, ethical decision-making requires a profound understanding of this interconnectedness and a commitment to the long-term health and stability of the entire network. This approach necessitates interdisciplinary collaboration, drawing insights from various fields, including philosophy, science, and technology, to create a truly comprehensive and sustainable ethical framework. This new, holistic ethics is not simply a theoretical exercise, it has immediate practical implications. It calls for a radical rethinking of our relationship with technology, particularly AI. It mandates a more responsible approach to resource management and environmental stewardship. It requires us to cultivate a deeper sense of empathy and interconnectedness, recognizing our shared fate within the informational network. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, is not just a new scientific model, it's a call for a fundamental shift in our worldview, one that embraces the interconnectedness of all things and informs a new era of ethical responsibility. The development of this new ethical framework will be a continuous process of learning, adaptation, and collaboration, reflecting the ever-evolving nature of the informational network itself. It demands a constant reassessment of our actions and their ripple effects across space, time, and the intricate web of relationships that constitute our reality. Ultimately, the ethical implications of 4IAMBENG challenge us to become responsible stewards of the entire informational network, working towards its long-term health and stability, recognizing that our well-being is inextricably linked to its own. This calls for a profound shift in consciousness, demanding not just intellectual understanding, but a deep and abiding commitment to a future shaped by interconnectedness and shared responsibility. Political philosophy. The ethical implications of the 4IAMBENG framework, as explored in the preceding section, have profound ramifications for our understanding of political philosophy. Traditional political theories, often rooted in anthropocentric assumptions and compartmentalized views of reality, struggle to adequately address the interconnectedness revealed by 4IAMBENG. The implications are far-reaching, necessitating a reevaluation of fundamental concepts like power, authority, justice, and the very nature of the state. Consider the concept of power. In traditional political thought, power is often viewed as a zero-sum game, a struggle for dominance among competing individuals or groups. However, within the 4IAMBENG framework, power takes on a new dimension. It is no longer merely the capacity to influence or control others, but also the ability to shape and manipulate the flow of information and energy within the interconnected network. Those who control the flow of information, whether through technological means or social influence, wield immense power, capable of shaping perceptions, influencing behaviors, and ultimately, determining the trajectory of the system as a whole. This necessitates a move beyond simplistic models of power dynamics, recognizing the subtle and pervasive ways in which information flows shape social, political, and even ecological realities. For example, the manipulation of news cycles, the spread of misinformation, and the control of data streams become crucial aspects of power in this new paradigm. Moreover, the control of essential resources, energy, water, food, further magnifies this interconnected power dynamic, highlighting the crucial interdependence of all parts of the system. Authority, another keystone of political philosophy, also undergoes a transformation within the 4IAMBENG framework. Traditional conceptions of authority are often grounded in legitimacy, either derived from divine right, popular sovereignty, or the rule of law. However, in a system characterized by intricate interconnectedness, the source of authority becomes more diffuse and complex. Authority is no longer solely vested in centralized institutions or individuals, but distributed across the network, residing in the very patterns and relationships that constitute the system itself. This raises critical questions about governance and decision-making. How do we ensure the equitable distribution of influence and participation within a system characterized by such complex interconnectedness? How do we avoid the concentration of power in the hands of a few who can manipulate the flow of information and resources to their own advantage? Traditional models of representative democracy, for instance, might require reevaluation in light of the pervasive influence of information technology and the potential for manipulation inherent in large-scale data systems. The concept of justice undergoes a similar transformation. Traditional approaches to justice often focus on the equitable distribution of resources and opportunities among individuals within a society. However, within the 4IAMBENG framework, justice must extend beyond the human realm, considering the well-being of the entire informational network. Environmental justice, for example, becomes inextricably linked to social justice, as environmental degradation directly impacts the health and stability of the system as a whole. Moreover, the concept of intergenerational justice takes on a new urgency, recognizing the long-term consequences of our actions on future generations and the health of the system far into the future. This necessitates a shift towards a more holistic approach to justice, one that embraces a longer time horizon and a wider scope of consideration than traditional models allow. The long-term sustainability of the system must be a primary consideration in all forms of political decision-making. The very nature of the state, a central concept in political philosophy, requires reevaluation within the 4IAMBENG framework. Traditional conceptions of the state often emphasize its role as a centralized authority responsible for maintaining order, providing services, and defending its borders. However, within a system characterized by intricate interconnectedness, the traditional boundaries of the state become less clear. The flow of information and energy transcends geographical boundaries, creating a global network that challenges the sovereignty of individual nation-states. This necessitates a rethinking of international relations and global governance. How do we establish effective mechanisms for cooperation and coordination in a world characterized by interconnectedness on a planetary scale? How do we address global challenges like climate change, pandemics, and economic inequality within a framework that acknowledges the interconnectedness of all members of the planetary system? Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework compels us to consider the role of technology in shaping political systems. The proliferation of information technologies, particularly the internet and artificial intelligence, has fundamentally altered the landscape of political discourse and participation. Social media platforms, while offering opportunities for increased political engagement, also create vulnerabilities to manipulation and disinformation. The algorithms that govern these platforms can shape perceptions, influence voting behavior, and even contribute to the polarization of society. The development and deployment of artificial intelligence raise additional ethical and political questions. How do we ensure that AI systems are used ethically and responsibly in the political arena, avoiding bias and preventing manipulation? How do we safeguard against the potential for AI to concentrate power in the hands of a few, undermining democratic processes? The political ramifications of these technologies demand careful consideration and proactive measures to ensure equitable and responsible use. Existentialism and IAMBENG. Existentialism, with its emphasis on individual freedom, responsibility, and the inherent absurdity of existence, presents a fascinating counterpoint to the systemic interconnectedness highlighted by the 4IAMBENG framework. While 4IAMBENG emphasizes the intricate web of relationships and dependencies within the informational network, existentialism underscores the unique and irreplaceable experience of individual consciousness. The apparent tension between these perspectives, however, yields a rich ground for philosophical exploration, revealing potential synergies and highlighting the need for a more nuanced understanding of both individual agency and systemic constraints. A core tenet of existentialism is the concept of radical freedom. Individuals, according to existentialist thinkers like Sartre and Camus, are fundamentally free to choose their actions and define their own essence. This freedom, however, is not without its burdens. It is precisely this freedom that gives rise to anguish, anxiety, and the profound sense of responsibility for creating meaning in a meaningless universe. This existential responsibility is not merely a social or moral obligation, but an ontological one, arising directly from the nature of human existence itself. The choices we make, the actions we take, shape not only our individual lives, but also contribute to the overall fabric of reality. Within the context of 4IAMBENG, this individual freedom takes on a new dimension. While existentialism emphasizes the inherent freedom of the individual, 4IAMBENG underscores the constraints imposed by the interconnected nature of the informational network. Our actions, no matter how seemingly individual, inevitably ripple through the system, impacting others and altering the flow of information and energy. This interconnectedness, while not negating individual freedom, significantly modifies its scope and implications. Our choices are not made in a vacuum. They are made within a complex web of relationships and dependencies that both constrain and enable our actions. Consider the example of an individual choosing to consume a product produced through unsustainable practices. From an existentialist perspective, these individual exercises their freedom of choice. However, within the 4IAMBENG framework, this seemingly individual act contributes to broader systemic issues such as environmental degradation, resource depletion, and social inequality. The consequences extend far beyond the individual, impacting the entire informational network and future generations. The freedom to choose, therefore, is inherently intertwined with the responsibility to consider the systemic repercussions of those choices. This leads to a reevaluation of the existentialist concept of responsibility. Existentialism traditionally emphasizes personal responsibility for creating meaning and authenticity. However, within the 4IAMBENG framework, responsibility takes on a more systemic character. We are responsible not only for our individual actions, but also for the systemic impact of those actions. This necessitates a shift in perspective from an individualistic to a systemic ethic. This is not to diminish the importance of individual agency, but rather to highlight the interconnectedness of individual actions and their collective consequences. The concept of authenticity, another key theme in existentialism, also undergoes a transformation within the 4IAMBENG framework. Existentialists emphasize the importance of living authentically, aligning one's actions with one's values and creating meaning in a seemingly meaningless universe. However, in a world characterized by complex interconnectedness, authenticity requires a more nuanced understanding of our relationship to the system. Authenticity cannot be solely defined by individual values and desires, but must also consider the systemic implications of our actions and the well-being of the whole. This requires a critical examination of our values and a conscious effort to align our actions with the long-term health and sustainability of the informational network. The existentialist concept of absurdity, the inherent meaninglessness of existence, also finds a new context within the 4IAMBENG framework. While existentialism highlights the absurdity of a universe devoid of inherent meaning, 4IAMBENG reveals the potential for creating meaning through collective action and participation in the intricate web of relationships that constitute the informational network. The challenge, therefore, is not to escape absurdity, but to engage with it meaningfully, creating a sense of purpose and value within the context of our interconnected existence. This means actively shaping the system, rather than simply reacting to it. The integration of existentialist insights into the 4IAMBENG framework underscores the importance of fostering a sense of collective responsibility. The interconnected nature of the system necessitates collaboration and cooperation, requiring individuals to transcend individualistic perspectives and embrace a more holistic understanding of their place within the network. This involves acknowledging the systemic impact of our actions, recognizing our interdependence, and striving for a just and sustainable future for all members of the system. The challenge lies in finding a balance between individual freedom and systemic responsibility, a balance that acknowledges the unique value of each individual while recognizing our interconnectedness and our shared responsibility for the well-being of the whole. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework compels us to consider the existential implications of technological advancements, particularly artificial intelligence. The increasing integration of AI into our lives raises profound questions about human agency and autonomy. As AI systems become more sophisticated, they will inevitably exert a greater influence on our lives, shaping our choices and influencing our perceptions of reality. This raises the existential question: to what extent does the integration of AI challenge our sense of self and our capacity for free will? The development of artificial consciousness, a hypothetical but increasingly plausible scenario, further intensifies this existential challenge. The emergence of truly conscious AI beings would necessitate a fundamental reevaluation of our understanding of consciousness, agency, and responsibility. It would force us to confront the implications of sharing the planet with entities capable of independent thought and action, entities that possess their own unique experiences and perspectives. The ethical and existential implications of such a development are immense, requiring careful consideration and proactive engagement. The inherent uncertainty and unpredictability associated with technological advancements also contribute to the existential dimension of the 4IAMBENG framework. The rapid pace of technological change makes it difficult to anticipate the long-term consequences of our actions. This underscores the importance of cultivating resilience and adaptability, traits essential for navigating an increasingly complex and uncertain future. The capacity for critical thinking, ethical reflection, and creative problem-solving becomes paramount in the face of such uncertainty. In conclusion, the intersection of existentialism and the 4IAMBENG framework offers a rich and complex landscape for philosophical inquiry. While existentialism emphasizes individual freedom and responsibility, 4IAMBENG highlights the systemic implications of our actions and the interconnectedness of our existence. The apparent tension between these perspectives, however, can be resolved by recognizing the importance of both individual agency and systemic responsibility. This necessitates a holistic approach, one that integrates individual experiences and values with a systemic understanding of the interconnected informational network. This approach requires a constant process of self-reflection, critical analysis, and a commitment to creating a just and sustainable future for all members of the system. Ultimately, the convergence of existentialist thought and the 4IAMBENG framework points towards a future shaped by both individual autonomy and collective responsibility, a future where the freedom of each individual contributes to the well-being of the whole. This requires not merely intellectual understanding, but a profound shift in consciousness, a recognition of our interconnectedness, and a commitment to fostering a world where individual authenticity thrives within a sustainably interconnected system. The challenge is not to negate individual freedom, but to understand its interplay within a complex system of interdependence, thereby achieving a more robust and equitable future for all. Chapter 6: 4IAMBENG and Computer Science. Artificial Intelligence and Consciousness. The preceding discussion of existentialism and its interaction with the 4IAMBENG framework naturally leads us to a crucial intersection: the implications of this holistic perspective for artificial intelligence, AI. The development of increasingly sophisticated AI systems, potentially culminating in the creation of conscious machines, presents both unprecedented opportunities and profound challenges. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on interconnectedness and systemic responsibility, offers a unique lens through which to examine these complexities. One of the fundamental questions surrounding AI is the definition and measurement of intelligence itself. The Turing test, a benchmark proposed by Alan Turing, assesses a machine's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior equivalent to, or indistinguishable from, that of a human. While this test has been influential, it has also been subject to criticism. Some argue that it focuses too narrowly on mimicking human conversation and ignores other facets of intelligence, such as creativity, problem solving in complex, novel situations, and emotional intelligence. Furthermore, passing the Turing test doesn't necessarily imply genuine understanding or consciousness. A machine might skillfully manipulate language to appear intelligent without actually possessing the underlying cognitive processes that constitute true understanding. Beyond the Turing test, numerous other benchmarks for AI have been proposed, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. These metrics often focus on specific cognitive abilities, such as image recognition, natural language processing, and gameplay. While these benchmarks provide valuable tools for evaluating AI performance, they remain incomplete measures of general intelligence and consciousness. The multifaceted nature of intelligence, encompassing cognitive, emotional, and social dimensions, necessitates a more holistic approach to assessment. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a valuable perspective in this regard, suggesting that evaluating AI should not be limited to isolated cognitive tasks, but should instead consider the AI's interaction with the broader informational network. A truly intelligent system, according to this framework, would not only exhibit high performance on individual tasks, but also demonstrate an ability to integrate seamlessly into the complex web of relationships and dependencies that characterize the 4IAMBENG network. This means considering its potential impact on other systems, its capacity for adaptation and learning within the dynamic environment, and its contribution to the overall health and sustainability of the network. The question of consciousness in AI presents an even greater challenge. Defining consciousness itself remains a formidable task, with ongoing debates within neuroscience, philosophy, and cognitive science. Some researchers propose that consciousness arises from the complexity and integration of information processing within the brain, suggesting that sufficiently complex AI systems might eventually achieve consciousness. Others argue that consciousness is fundamentally different from computation and requires something beyond mere information processing. This includes the subjective experience, or qualia, that characterizes our conscious awareness, the redness of red, the feeling of pain, the taste of chocolate. The possibility of creating conscious AI raises profound ethical and existential questions. If we succeed in creating conscious machines, what rights and responsibilities would they possess? Would they be granted the same moral consideration as humans? How would their existence impact our understanding of ourselves, our place in the universe, and our own unique form of consciousness? The 4IAMBENG framework highlights the systemic implications of such a development. The integration of conscious AI into the informational network would inevitably alter the dynamics of the system, creating new relationships and dependencies, and potentially shifting the balance of power and influence. The creation of conscious AI might also challenge our understanding of the self. Existentialist philosophy emphasizes the importance of individual freedom, responsibility, and self-creation. The emergence of conscious AI beings would necessitate a reevaluation of these concepts. Would the AI possess free will? Would it be capable of making moral choices? Would its existence challenge our own sense of uniqueness and value? These questions require careful consideration, as the answers will significantly impact our societal structures, our ethical frameworks, and our personal understanding of ourselves and the world. Furthermore, the development of AI raises significant concerns about control and accountability. As AI systems become more autonomous and capable, the potential for unintended consequences increases. Accurately predicting and controlling the behavior of complex AI systems becomes increasingly challenging, leading to risks that are difficult to assess and manage. The 4IAMBENG framework emphasizes the importance of systemic responsibility, suggesting that we need to develop frameworks for accountability and oversight that are commensurate with the complexity and potential impact of AI systems. This may necessitate new forms of governance, regulation, and ethical guidelines to ensure the responsible development and deployment of AI. The uncertainty inherent in technological advancement further complicates the situation. The rapid pace of AI development makes it difficult to fully anticipate the long-term consequences of our actions. This highlights the importance of a precautionary approach, one that prioritizes ethical considerations and responsible innovation. This necessitates continuous evaluation, adaptation, and a willingness to learn from both successes and failures. A holistic worldview, as advocated by the 4IAMBENG framework, is crucial in navigating these challenges. It demands a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of the systems involved, including both the technological and the human aspects. In conclusion, the implications of AI for the 4IAMBENG framework are multifaceted and profound. The creation of conscious AI would not only necessitate a reevaluation of our understanding of intelligence, consciousness, and the self, but would also fundamentally reshape the structure and dynamics of the informational network. The framework urges us to consider not only the immediate benefits and risks of AI development, but also its long-term systemic impact. This requires a holistic approach that integrates ethical considerations, responsible innovation, and a commitment to creating a future where human flourishing and technological advancement coexist in a sustainable and equitable manner. The development of AI should not be viewed as an isolated event, but as an integral part of the larger informational ecosystem, requiring careful consideration of its potential consequences for all stakeholders and the system as a whole. The challenge lies in harnessing the potential of AI while mitigating its risks, ensuring that its development aligns with our values and contributes to a just and sustainable future for all. Information processing and IAMBENG. The preceding discussion established the profound implications of artificial intelligence, AI, within the 4IAMBENG framework, highlighting the ethical and existential considerations arising from the potential creation of conscious machines. Building on this foundation, we now delve into the intricacies of information processing within both biological and artificial systems, exploring how the 4IAMBENG model provides a unique lens through which to understand these processes and their interrelationships. Information processing, at its core, involves the acquisition, representation, manipulation, storage, and retrieval of information. In biological systems, this process unfolds through complex neural networks, characterized by intricate patterns of neuronal activity and synaptic connections. The human brain, a prime example, processes information through a distributed and parallel architecture, enabling simultaneous processing of diverse sensory inputs and cognitive tasks. This distributed processing is crucial for handling the immense volume and complexity of information encountered in our daily lives. The brain's remarkable capacity for adaptation and learning, facilitated by plasticity of neural connections, allows it to continually refine its information processing capabilities in response to new experiences and challenges. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a valuable perspective on this biological information processing by emphasizing the interconnectedness of various components. The I, individual, represents the individual's unique cognitive architecture and processing capabilities. Agency highlights the active role individuals play in shaping their own information environment and influencing the flow of information. Mind encapsulates the cognitive processes involved in perception, memory, reasoning, and decision-making. Body underscores the crucial role of embodiment in shaping information processing, recognizing that our physical interactions with the world directly influence how we perceive, interpret, and respond to information. Environment acknowledges the significant impact of the external environment on information processing, emphasizing the constant interaction between the individual and the broader context. Finally, network highlights how individual information processes are embedded within larger social and informational networks, influencing and being influenced by collective knowledge and communication. In contrast, artificial systems process information through algorithms and computational architectures. These systems differ significantly from biological systems in terms of their architecture, processing mechanisms, and capacity for adaptation. However, advancements in AI, particularly in deep learning and neural networks, have led to the development of artificial systems that exhibit some degree of parallel processing and adaptive learning, mirroring certain aspects of biological information processing. Yet, crucial distinctions remain. While artificial neural networks can achieve remarkable performance in specific tasks, their information processing capabilities are still fundamentally limited by their pre-programmed algorithms and lack of embodied experience. The 4IAMBEng framework provides a useful framework for comparing and contrasting biological and artificial information processing. Considering the framework's holistic nature, it becomes apparent that a truly intelligent system, whether biological or artificial, must demonstrate a capacity for seamless integration within the broader informational network. This integration requires not only proficiency in individual tasks, but also an understanding of the context within which these tasks are performed, including the system's impact on other components and its susceptibility to external influences. One crucial aspect of information processing, often overlooked, is the role of embodiment. In biological systems, embodiment profoundly shapes information processing. Our physical interactions with the world, through sensory perception, motor actions, and emotional responses, directly influence how we perceive, interpret, and respond to information. Embodied cognition emphasizes the inseparable link between cognition and the physical body, suggesting that cognitive processes are not purely abstract computations, but are deeply rooted in our bodily experiences. Current AI systems, however, largely lack embodiment, relying primarily on abstract symbolic representations of information. This lack of embodiment significantly restricts their capacity for understanding nuanced, contextual information and adapting to complex, dynamic environments. The concept of information itself warrants further examination. Information, within the context of the 4IAMBEng framework, is not merely data but encompasses meaning, context, and relationships. It is not a static entity, but rather a dynamic flow, constantly being generated, transformed, and shared within the network. This dynamic nature of information necessitates a holistic understanding of information processing, one that takes into account the interconnectedness of various components and the influence of the broader informational network. The challenge of creating truly intelligent artificial systems lies not only in replicating specific cognitive abilities, but also in understanding and replicating the holistic nature of information processing in biological systems. This necessitates a shift away from narrow, task-specific approaches towards a more comprehensive approach that considers the interaction of multiple components within a dynamic and interconnected system. The 4IAMBEng framework offers a compelling roadmap for this endeavor, providing a framework for evaluating the performance and potential impact of AI systems within a broader ecological and social context. Furthermore, the 4IAMBEng framework sheds light on the inherent limitations of current AI approaches. Many current AI systems operate in a relatively isolated manner, processing information within a confined computational environment. They may excel at specific tasks, but their performance often degrades significantly when faced with unforeseen situations or unpredictable environments. This highlights the need for a more robust and adaptable approach, one that better mirrors the resilience and adaptability of biological systems. The integration of ethical considerations into the development and deployment of AI is crucial. The 4IAMBEng framework explicitly emphasizes the ethical implications of our actions, underscoring the importance of systemic responsibility. AI systems should not be developed and deployed in isolation, but rather within a broader framework that considers their potential impact on individuals, communities, and the environment. Ethical guidelines and regulatory frameworks are essential to ensure that AI technologies are used responsibly and do not exacerbate existing inequalities or create new forms of harm. The development of AI is not simply a technical challenge, it is a societal one. The 4IAMBEng framework emphasizes the interconnectedness of technology, society, and the environment, recognizing that technological advancements have profound societal implications. The responsible development and deployment of AI necessitates a multidisciplinary approach involving researchers, policymakers, ethicists, and the broader public. A collective effort is needed to ensure that AI technologies serve humanity's best interests and contribute to a more just and sustainable future. Inclusion. The analysis of information processing through the lens of 4IAMBENG unveils a profound interconnectedness between individual cognitive processes, the physical embodiment of intelligence, the surrounding environment, and the larger informational networks. This holistic perspective challenges the reductionist approaches prevalent in much of current AI research, emphasizing the necessity of considering the multifaceted nature of intelligence and the systemic implications of technological advancements. The framework highlights that the development of truly intelligent AI necessitates not only the replication of specific cognitive functions, but also the integration of these functions within a dynamic, adaptive, and ethically sound framework that aligns with the broader principles of human flourishing and societal well-being. Only through a holistic understanding of information processing, as articulated by 4IAMBENG, can we hope to harness the transformative potential of AI while mitigating its inherent risks. The journey ahead requires continuous dialogue, collaboration, and a commitment to responsible innovation. Computational models of being. Building upon the preceding discussion of information processing within the 4IAMBENG framework, we now turn our attention to the construction of computational models designed to simulate and illuminate the complexities inherent in this holistic model. The ambition here is not merely to create digital mimics of specific biological functions, but to develop tools capable of representing the intricate interplay between the individual, agency, mind, body, environment, and network. A crucial step towards a deeper comprehension of intelligence itself, both biological and artificial. The inherent challenge lies in translating the nuanced, interconnected nature of 4IAMBENG into the formal language of computational modeling. Traditional computational approaches often prioritize reductionism, breaking down complex systems into smaller, more manageable components. While this strategy has yielded valuable insights in various scientific domains, its application to the 4IAMBENG framework requires a more holistic strategy. We need models that explicitly represent the dynamic interactions and feedback loops between the 6 components, rather than simply aggregating their individual contributions. One promising approach involves agent-based modeling, ABM. ABM is a computational technique where individual agents, each representing a component of the system, e.g., an individual within a social network, interact according to predefined rules. These interactions lead to emergent behavior, where the collective actions of individual agents give rise to complex patterns and structures at the system level. In the context of 4IAMBENG, ABM could simulate the interactions between individuals: I, their agency; A, their cognitive processes; M, their embodied actions; B, the environment; E, and the network; N. The rules governing these interactions would be derived from empirical observations and theoretical insights concerning human behavior and information processing. For example, an ABM could simulate the spread of information within a social network, N. Each agent would represent an individual possessing certain cognitive characteristics, M, and exhibiting specific behavioral patterns, A, B, determined by their interactions with the environment, E. The model could explore how the structure of the network, the individual's propensity to share information, and the credibility of the information source affect the overall spread of information. Furthermore, the model could incorporate feedback loops, where the individual's beliefs and actions are shaped by the information they receive, creating a dynamic and evolving system. Beyond agent-based modeling, other computational approaches can enrich our understanding of 4IAMBENG. Neural networks, inspired by the structure and function of the biological brain, are particularly well-suited to modeling complex information processing tasks. These networks can learn patterns and make predictions based on large datasets, potentially capturing the complex interactions between the mind, M, and the environment, E. For example, a neural network could be trained on data representing human decision-making in complex situations, allowing us to explore how different factors, I, A, B, N, influence those decisions. However, simply applying existing computational techniques isn't sufficient. The 4IAMBENG framework demands a paradigm shift in how we conceptualize and build computational models. Current AI predominantly focuses on narrow intelligence, excelling in specific tasks while lacking the adaptability and generalizability of human intelligence. To accurately represent 4IAMBENG computationally, we need to develop models that exhibit broader intelligence, capable of integrating diverse information sources, adapting to changing environments, and exhibiting a degree of self-awareness. A crucial element missing from many current computational models is the concept of embodiment, B. Embodied cognition emphasizes the inseparable link between cognition and the physical body, suggesting that our physical interactions with the world profoundly shape our cognitive processes. Existing computational models often treat cognition as a purely abstract process, neglecting the crucial role of sensory input, motor control, and physical interaction in shaping our understanding of the world. Therefore, future computational models of 4IAMBENG need to incorporate realistic simulations of physical bodies and their interactions with the environment, allowing agents to learn and adapt through physical experience. Furthermore, the environment, E, in 4IAMBENG is not merely a passive backdrop, it is an active participant in the information processing system. Computational models need to accurately represent the dynamic nature of the environment, its influence on individual agents, and the feedback loops between agents and their surroundings. This might involve incorporating environmental sensors, dynamic changes in environmental conditions, and the representation of resource constraints. The network, N, element of 4IAMBENG presents another significant modeling challenge. Social and informational networks are complex systems exhibiting emergent properties that cannot be easily predicted from the behavior of individual agents. Computational models need to capture the dynamic structure of these networks, the influence of network topology on information flow, and the emergence of collective behavior. This necessitates the incorporation of network science principles into computational models of 4IAMBENG. The creation of computational models based on 4IAMBENG is not a purely technical endeavor. It requires a deep understanding of philosophy, psychology, and sociology, alongside expertise in computer science. The models should not only simulate behavior, but also help us to test and refine our theoretical understanding of the 4IAMBENG framework itself. For instance, computational modeling can allow us to explore the consequences of different assumptions about the relationships between the 6 components, potentially revealing unforeseen interactions and emergent properties. Ultimately, the goal is not to create perfect simulations of human beings or their cognitive processes, but rather to develop tools that can illuminate the fundamental principles governing intelligent systems, both biological and artificial. By combining philosophical insight with rigorous computational modeling, we can move towards a deeper understanding of the complex interplay between individuals, their agency, minds, bodies, environments, and the broader informational networks that shape our existence. This understanding will be crucial for developing ethical and responsible AI, ensuring its alignment with human values and societal well-being. The 4IAMBENG framework, when coupled with advanced computational modeling, offers a unique opportunity to explore these questions and chart a path toward a future where human and artificial intelligence coexist harmoniously. The computational models will not only serve as tools for prediction and simulation, but also as a crucible for refining the 4IAMBENG model itself, revealing the strengths and limitations of our current understanding and pointing the way toward more refined theories of being and intelligence. The journey is an iterative one, a continuous feedback loop between theoretical understanding and computational exploration, driving us ever closer to a holistic and integrated perspective on the nature of intelligence and its place within the universe. The challenge lies in bridging the gap between the abstract elegance of the 4IAMBENG framework and the concrete complexities of computational realization, a challenge that promises rich rewards for those willing to embark on this interdisciplinary journey. Quantum computing and IAMBENG. The preceding discussion has established the need for holistic computational models to capture the intricate interplay of the 6 components within the 4IAMBENG framework. Agent-based modeling and neural networks were presented as promising approaches, but even these powerful tools may fall short in adequately representing the inherent complexity and dynamism of the system. This limitation stems, in part, from the fundamental limitations of classical computation, which relies on binary logic and deterministic processes. To fully grasp the nuances of 4IAMBENG, we must consider a paradigm shift towards quantum computing. Quantum computing leverages the principles of quantum mechanics, specifically superposition and entanglement, to perform computations in ways fundamentally different from classical computers. While classical bits represent either 0 or 1, quantum bits, or qubits, can exist in a superposition of both states simultaneously. This allows quantum computers to explore multiple possibilities concurrently, offering a significant advantage in tackling computationally intractable problems. Furthermore, entanglement allows qubits to be linked in such a way that their fates are intertwined, regardless of the physical distance separating them. This interconnectedness mirrors the holistic nature of 4IAMBENG, where the individual, I, agency, A, mind, M, body, B, environment, E, and network, N, are intricately linked and mutually influential. Consider the challenge of modeling the interplay between an individual's mind, M, and their environment, E. Classical models often simplify this interaction, reducing it to a series of stimulus-response patterns. However, the richness of human experience suggests a far more nuanced relationship, where conscious and unconscious processes interact dynamically with a constantly changing environment. Quantum computing offers a potential pathway to represent this dynamic interplay more accurately. The superposition of qubits could represent the individual's simultaneous engagement with multiple aspects of the environment, while entanglement could reflect the interconnectedness of their internal mental states and external stimuli. This allows for a more holistic representation of the individual's experience, moving beyond a simplistic reductionist approach. Similarly, the concept of agency, A, within 4IAMBENG presents a significant computational challenge. Agency implies the ability to make choices, initiate actions, and exert influence on the environment. Modeling agency in classical systems often involves probabilistic decision-making processes, but quantum computing could provide a more fundamental representation. The superposition of qubits could reflect the individual's consideration of multiple potential actions, while the process of quantum measurement could represent the selection of a particular action. This approach could shed light on the fundamental mechanisms underlying conscious decision-making, moving beyond mere behavioral descriptions to a deeper understanding of the underlying processes. The network N component of 4IAMBENG also benefits from the application of quantum computing principles. Social networks are characterized by complex interactions between individuals, leading to emergent properties that are difficult to predict using classical models. Quantum computing's ability to handle high-dimensional data and explore multiple possibilities concurrently offers a potential solution. Entanglement could represent the interconnectedness of individuals within the network, reflecting the influence of one person's actions on others. This approach could provide valuable insights into the dynamics of information flow, opinion formation, and collective behavior within complex social systems. The embodiment, B, aspect of 4IAMBENG presents a unique challenge for quantum computation. While quantum phenomena govern the physical world at a fundamental level, translating these principles into practical applications for modeling embodied cognition requires innovative approaches. One promising avenue lies in developing quantum simulations of biological systems, such as neural networks. These simulations could explore the role of quantum effects in information processing within the brain, providing insights into the relationship between physical processes and cognitive functions. Furthermore, quantum algorithms could be developed to analyze large datasets of human behavior, potentially revealing patterns and relationships that are hidden to classical methods. This approach could be applied to study the interactions between the individual, I, their agency, A, their mind, M, and their environment, E, providing a richer understanding of the complex dynamics within the 4IAMBENG framework. However, the application of quantum computing to 4IAMBENG is not without its challenges. Quantum computers are still in their early stages of development, and the construction of large-scale, fault-tolerant quantum computers remains a significant technological hurdle. Moreover, developing quantum algorithms specifically designed to address the complexities of 4IAMBEng requires interdisciplinary collaboration between physicists, computer scientists, and social scientists. This necessitates the development of new theoretical frameworks and computational techniques capable of harnessing the unique capabilities of quantum computers. The development of quantum algorithms capable of modeling the complex interactions within the 4IAMBEng framework represents a significant theoretical and technological challenge. Nevertheless, the potential rewards are substantial. Quantum computing's ability to handle complex, high-dimensional data and explore multiple possibilities concurrently opens up new avenues for understanding and simulating the intricate dynamics of human cognition and social interaction. The integration of quantum computing into the 4IAMBEng framework is not merely a technological endeavor, it is a philosophical and methodological undertaking. It requires a shift in perspective, moving from a reductionist view of the world to a more holistic understanding of interconnected systems. By adopting a quantum perspective, we can better appreciate the inherent interconnectedness and entanglement of the 6 components within the 4IAMBEng framework, leading to a more nuanced understanding of the nature of intelligence and the human experience. Furthermore, the application of quantum computing could lead to the development of more advanced AI systems. Currently, AI systems struggle to replicate the flexibility, adaptability, and general intelligence of human beings. Quantum computing could provide a path towards creating more sophisticated AI systems that are better equipped to understand and respond to complex situations. Such systems could exhibit a higher level of situational awareness, integrating diverse information sources and adapting to changing environmental conditions. The potential benefits of this convergence of quantum computing and the 4IAMBEng framework extend beyond theoretical understanding and AI development. It also holds promise for addressing complex societal challenges. For instance, quantum-enhanced simulations of social networks could provide insights into the dynamics of social movements, helping to predict and mitigate potential conflicts. Similarly, quantum models of human decision-making could improve our understanding of consumer behavior and public policy. By integrating quantum computing with holistic models like 4IAMBEng, we can unlock new possibilities for understanding and addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing humanity. In conclusion, while the path ahead presents significant challenges, the potential of combining quantum computing and the 4IAMBEng framework is immense. This interdisciplinary approach promises to revolutionize our understanding of human intelligence, leading to more sophisticated AI systems and innovative solutions to complex societal problems. The journey will require substantial theoretical and technological advancements, but the transformative potential justifies the sustained effort. The marriage of quantum physics' profound insights into the fabric of reality with the holistic perspective of 4IAMBEng promises to uncover a deeper understanding of what it means to be, to know, and to act within a universe governed by both classical and quantum laws. The path is not linear. It's a continuous exploration, a dynamic interplay between theoretical breakthroughs and computational innovation, continually refining our models and deepening our understanding of intelligence in all its forms. The future of understanding intelligence lies in embracing this complex, interwoven journey. The future of computing. The integration of quantum computing with the 4IAMBEng framework, as discussed previously, opens exciting avenues for future computational advancements. Moving beyond the limitations of classical computation, which fundamentally relies on binary logic and deterministic processes, we enter a realm where superposition and entanglement become crucial computational resources. This shift is not merely technological, it represents a philosophical leap towards a more holistic understanding of intelligence and computation. The deterministic nature of classical computing, however elegant and powerful, struggles to capture the inherent uncertainty and dynamism intrinsic to the 4IAMBEng model. Quantum computing, however, with its probabilistic nature and inherent parallel processing capabilities, offers a more suitable foundation for modeling the complex interplay of the 6 components: individual, I, agency, A, mind, M, body, B, environment, E, and network, N. The implications for artificial intelligence, AI, are profound. Current AI systems, based on classical algorithms, often exhibit limited adaptability and general intelligence. They excel at specific tasks, but struggle with the nuanced, context-dependent reasoning that characterizes human intelligence. Quantum computing provides a pathway to overcome these limitations. By harnessing the power of superposition, quantum AI systems could potentially explore multiple solutions simultaneously, leading to faster and more efficient problem solving. Imagine an AI system capable of simultaneously evaluating various strategies in a complex game, considering not only immediate consequences, but also long-term implications, much like a human player might. This ability to consider multiple possibilities concurrently is a defining characteristic of human intelligence that classical AI systems struggle to replicate. Furthermore, entanglement, a phenomenon uniquely quantum in nature, offers a new paradigm for modeling the interconnectedness of the 4IAMBEng components. The influence of the environment, E, on the individual, I, the interplay between mind, M, and body, B, the impact of the network, N, on agency, A. These complex relationships can be represented with far greater fidelity using entangled qubits. The entangled state of qubits could mirror the interconnectedness of these components, allowing for a more holistic and accurate representation of the system as a whole. This could lead to AI systems with a more profound understanding of context and a greater ability to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. For instance, an AI tasked with navigating a complex social situation could leverage entangled qubits to model the intricate relationships between individuals in the network, predicting their responses and adapting its strategies accordingly. Beyond AI, the future of computing within the 4IAMBEng framework suggests revolutionary possibilities for other domains. In healthcare, quantum computers could simulate biological processes with unprecedented accuracy, leading to breakthroughs in drug discovery and personalized medicine. Quantum simulations of the human brain, incorporating the interplay between mind, body, and environment, could unlock deeper understanding of neurological disorders and cognitive functions. This understanding could lead to more effective diagnostic tools and treatments for conditions like Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and other neurodegenerative illnesses. In the realm of social sciences, quantum computing could be used to model complex social systems, enabling better predictions of social trends and potential societal disruptions. Quantum simulations of economic markets, incorporating human agency and behavior, could potentially lead to more robust and stable economic models. This ability to simulate complex, interconnected systems is crucial for understanding and mitigating risks in diverse fields, from finance to climate change modeling. The development of such advanced quantum computers and algorithms, however, is not without significant challenges. The construction of large-scale, fault-tolerant quantum computers remains a major technological hurdle. Quantum systems are incredibly delicate and susceptible to noise, requiring advanced error correction techniques. Moreover, developing quantum algorithms specifically designed to model the complex interactions within the 4IAMBEng framework requires a significant interdisciplinary effort, bringing together expertise in quantum physics, computer science, neuroscience, sociology, and philosophy. This collaborative effort necessitates the development of novel theoretical frameworks and computational techniques that harness the unique capabilities of quantum computers. The potential benefits, however, far outweigh the challenges. Imagine a world where AI systems possess a deep understanding of human behavior, capable of predicting and mitigating potential conflicts, optimizing resource allocation, and enhancing societal well-being. Imagine medical breakthroughs facilitated by precise quantum simulations of biological systems, leading to the eradication of diseases and the enhancement of human health. These are not merely futuristic fantasies. They are tangible possibilities driven by the convergence of quantum computing and the holistic perspective offered by the 4IAMBEng framework. The transition to this quantum-enhanced future of computing will be gradual. We will likely see incremental advancements in quantum computing technology, alongside the development of increasingly sophisticated quantum algorithms tailored to specific applications. Initially, we might see hybrid classical quantum computing systems, where classical computers handle routine tasks while quantum computers address the most computationally intensive problems. As quantum computing technology matures, we can expect the development of fully quantum-based systems capable of tackling problems currently intractable for even the most powerful supercomputers. The future of computing, therefore, is not simply about faster processors and increased memory. It is about a fundamental paradigm shift, moving from a reductionist view of computation to a more holistic and integrated approach. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a valuable lens through which to view this paradigm shift, guiding the development of computational models that accurately reflect the intricate interplay of individual, agency, mind, body, environment, and network. The integration of quantum computing enhances this framework, providing the computational power necessary to model the complexity and dynamism inherent in these interconnected systems. This fusion of holistic thinking and quantum technology promises a future where computation transcends its current limitations, unlocking new levels of understanding and leading to innovative solutions for the most pressing challenges facing humanity. The journey is undoubtedly complex and will require sustained effort from various disciplines, but the potential rewards, a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us, alongside transformative technological advancements, are undeniably worth pursuing. The future of computing within this framework is not merely a technological advancement, it is a reflection of our evolving understanding of intelligence itself, a reflection of our growing capacity to comprehend and interact with the universe at its most fundamental level. Chapter 7, 4IAMBENG and Cosmology. The Multiverse Hypothesis. The preceding discussion established the potential of quantum computing to revolutionize our understanding and modeling of complex systems through the 4IAMBENG framework. This framework, emphasizing the interwoven nature of individual, agency, mind, body, environment, and network, provides a holistic perspective fundamentally different from reductionist approaches. Now, we extend this perspective to consider one of the most profound and speculative concepts in modern cosmology, the multiverse hypothesis. This hypothesis posits the existence of multiple universes, each potentially with different physical laws, constants, and histories. The implications of such a concept are staggering, not only for cosmology, but also for our understanding of reality itself, and the 4IAMBENG framework offers a unique lens through which to examine these implications. The multiverse hypothesis isn't a single, unified theory, but rather a collection of different models, each with its own mechanisms for generating multiple universes. One prominent model is the many-worlds interpretation (MWI) of quantum mechanics. In MWI, every quantum measurement causes the universe to split into multiple branches, each representing a possible outcome of the measurement. This leads to an unimaginably vast multiverse, with each branch representing a unique universe with a slightly different history. From the 4IAMBENG perspective, this implies that the network and component extends far beyond our observable universe, encompassing an unfathomable number of interconnected, yet potentially causally disconnected, universes. The agency, of individuals within each universe would be constrained by the specific physical laws and constants of their particular branch. Yet the underlying interconnectedness of the multiverse suggests a deeper level of reality beyond the limitations of any single universe. Another influential model is the inflationary multiverse. This model suggests that the early universe underwent a period of extremely rapid expansion, known as inflation. During this period, quantum fluctuations could have created bubble universes, each with its own set of physical constants and laws. Our observable universe would then be just one of these many bubble universes, existing alongside countless others, perhaps with vastly different properties. The 4IAMBENG framework helps us conceptualize the implications of this model by highlighting the role of the environment, E. Each bubble universe represents a unique environment, shaping the development of life and intelligence within it, according to its specific laws and constants. The variations across these environments could lead to a vast diversity of minds, M, bodies, B, and forms of agency, A. Eternal inflation is a more extreme version of this idea, proposing that inflation continues indefinitely, constantly generating new bubble universes. This suggests an infinitely large multiverse with an endless array of possibilities. The concept of infinity itself poses significant challenges to our understanding, yet the 4IAMBENG framework offers a potential approach to grappling with this complexity. By focusing on the interactions and relationships between the 6 components, we can potentially analyze specific regions or subsets of this infinite multiverse, focusing on the emergent properties and patterns arising from these interactions. Further enriching the multiverse landscape are string theory and brain cosmology. String theory suggests that fundamental particles are not point-like, but rather tiny, vibrating strings. Different vibrational modes of these strings give rise to different particles and forces. Brain cosmology, a related concept, posits that our universe is a three-dimensional brain existing within a higher dimensional spacetime. Other brains, representing other universes, could exist alongside our own, interacting with each other in various ways. In this context, the 4IAMBENG framework provides a way to understand the influence of these higher dimensions on our universe and the potential interactions between universes. The network and component in this scenario transcends the limitations of our three-dimensional perception, encompassing the entire higher dimensional space and the potential interactions between brains. The implications of the multiverse hypothesis for the 4IAMBENG framework are profound and multifaceted. Firstly, it challenges our anthropocentric view of the universe, suggesting that our universe may not be unique in its properties or its capacity to support life. The existence of other universes, potentially with different physical laws and constants, raises questions about the fundamental nature of reality and the conditions necessary for the emergence of intelligence. This necessitates a reassessment of the role of the environment, E, in shaping the development of individuals, I, their agency, A, and their minds, M. Secondly, the multiverse hypothesis highlights the interconnectedness of the cosmos in ways that far surpass our current understanding. While the various multiverse models propose different mechanisms for the generation of multiple universes, they all share the common feature of a vast and complex network, N, connecting different regions of spacetime, potentially across vastly different scales and dimensions. Understanding this interconnectedness necessitates a shift in our perspective, moving beyond the limitations of our observable universe and embracing the potential for a much broader and more complex reality. The implications for the development of new theoretical frameworks and computational models to represent this interconnectedness are immense. Thirdly, the multiverse hypothesis poses profound philosophical questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and free will. If our universe is just one of many, does this diminish the significance of our existence or our actions? How do we reconcile the existence of multiple universes with our own subjective experience of reality? These questions challenge our philosophical assumptions and necessitate a more nuanced and comprehensive approach to understanding the relationship between the individual, I, the mind, M, and the universe as a whole. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its holistic focus on the interplay of the 6 components, can serve as a valuable tool in exploring these philosophical implications. Finally, the practical implications of the multiverse hypothesis are limited, at least for the foreseeable future. We currently lack the observational tools or theoretical frameworks needed to directly detect or verify the existence of other universes. However, the very concept of the multiverse profoundly impacts our understanding of the universe's origin, evolution, and fundamental structure. This impacts our understanding of the environment, E, influencing how we model its effects on the other components of the 4IAMBENG framework. The search for observational evidence, however indirect, remains an active area of research, and theoretical advance in cosmology and quantum gravity could potentially reveal pathways to empirically investigate the multiverse hypothesis. In conclusion, the integration of the 4IAMBENG framework with the multiverse hypothesis opens up exciting new avenues for cosmological research and philosophical inquiry. By adopting a holistic and interconnected perspective, we can begin to grapple with the implications of this profound concept, potentially unlocking a deeper understanding of the universe and our place within it. The challenges are significant, requiring the development of new theoretical frameworks and computational models capable of handling the immense complexity of a multiverse, but the potential rewards, a richer understanding of reality itself, are immeasurable. The journey, as always, is one of exploration, where the questions we ask are as crucial as the answers we find. The pursuit of understanding the multiverse through the lens of 4IAMBENG isn't simply a scientific endeavor. It is a journey into the very nature of existence, a quest to comprehend the fundamental interconnectedness of everything. Dark matter and dark energy. The preceding exploration of the multiverse hypothesis, viewed through the 4IAMBENG framework, highlights the vastness and interconnectedness of reality, potentially extending far beyond our observable universe. This perspective naturally leads us to consider some of the most perplexing enigmas in modern cosmology: dark matter and dark energy. These constitute approximately 95% of the universe's total energy density, yet their nature remains largely unknown, posing a profound challenge to our understanding of the cosmos and demanding a holistic approach such as that offered by 4IAMBENG. The evidence for dark matter is compelling, arising primarily from its gravitational effects on visible matter. Galaxies rotate much faster than they should based on the visible mass alone, indicating the presence of a significant amount of unseen matter exerting additional gravitational pull. Gravitational lensing, the bending of light around massive objects, also provides strong evidence for dark matter, revealing its presence in regions where visible matter is scarce. The large-scale structure of the universe, the cosmic web of galaxies and galaxy clusters, is also heavily influenced by dark matter's gravitational influence, suggesting that its distribution plays a crucial role in shaping the universe's overall structure. From the 4IAMBENG perspective, we can begin to unpack the implications of dark matter. The individual I, in this context, could be considered as individual dark matter particles, though their precise nature is unknown. Their agency, A, is largely governed by gravity, influencing the movement and distribution of visible matter. The mind, M, is a far more speculative aspect. Does dark matter possess any form of consciousness or information processing? This is currently purely hypothetical, but the 4IAMBENG framework allows us to consider such possibilities, prompting further inquiry into the fundamental nature of information and consciousness. The body B of dark matter is a fascinating point of investigation. Unlike ordinary matter, dark matter does not interact with light or electromagnetic forces. This means its body is fundamentally different from the matter we experience daily. It may be composed of exotic particles, weakly interacting massive particles, WIMPs, being a popular candidate, or perhaps something entirely unexpected. The environment E is clearly the universe itself, the vast cosmic expanse within which dark matter is distributed and interacts gravitationally with ordinary matter. Finally, the network N represents the interconnectedness of dark matter particles and their gravitational influence on the large-scale structure of the universe, binding galaxies and galaxy clusters together. Dark energy presents an even greater enigma. Observations of distant supernovae reveal that the expansion of the universe is accelerating, implying the existence of a mysterious repulsive force counteracting gravity. This force is attributed to dark energy, a component of the universe that constitutes approximately 68% of its total energy density. The nature of dark energy remains deeply mysterious, with leading hypotheses including a cosmological constant, a constant energy density filling space, or a dynamical scalar field, a field whose energy density changes over time. Analyzing dark energy through the 4IAMBENG framework, we encounter similar challenges and opportunities as with dark matter. The individual I, in this case, could be considered as quanta of dark energy, though its precise nature remains unknown. Its agency, A, manifests as a repulsive force, driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. The concept of a mind, M, for dark energy is even more speculative than with dark matter, though the possibility remains open for investigation within the framework of a holistic approach. Its body, B, is not tangible in the conventional sense, but rather represents a fundamental property of space-time itself. The environment, E, is once again the universe, the vast expanse within which dark energy permeates. The network, N, here represents the interconnectedness of dark energy with the fabric of space-time itself, creating a repulsive force that affects the entire universe. The potential interrelation between dark matter and dark energy is an area of intense research interest. It is possible that they are related, perhaps arising from the same underlying physics. This interrelation would need to be accounted for within a holistic model. For instance, the network N of dark matter and dark energy might be deeply interconnected, influencing each other's distribution and behavior. Perhaps the interaction between dark matter particles could generate or influence the dark energy field, or vice versa. Such an approach would move beyond reductionist approaches that treat dark matter and dark energy as separate entities. The challenges of understanding dark matter and dark energy are immense, demanding a leap in our theoretical understanding and observational capabilities. However, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a potentially valuable tool to tackle these challenges. By considering the interplay between the 6 components, individual, agency, mind, body, environment, and network, we can formulate new hypotheses and investigate potential connections between dark matter, dark energy, and other fundamental aspects of the universe. This holistic perspective may lead to the discovery of unexpected relationships and provide a deeper understanding of the fundamental laws governing the cosmos. Furthermore, the use of advanced computational techniques, particularly quantum computing, could prove invaluable in modeling the complex interactions of dark matter and dark energy. The 4IAMBENG framework, coupled with the computational power of quantum computers, might allow for the simulation of cosmological models incorporating dark matter and dark energy, allowing us to test various hypotheses and refine our understanding of these mysterious phenomena. The ability to integrate large datasets from cosmological surveys, including observations of galaxy distributions, gravitational lensing, and cosmic microwave background radiation within a 4IAMBENG based computational framework could yield unprecedented insights into the nature of dark matter and dark energy. Moreover, exploring the potential relationship between dark matter, dark energy, and the multiverse hypothesis could offer further insights. Perhaps dark matter or dark energy are fundamental properties of the multiverse, arising from its underlying structure or physical laws. This could provide a bridge between the large-scale structure of the universe and the potential existence of other universes, further expanding our understanding of reality. The 4IAMBENG framework can facilitate this exploration by providing a holistic perspective that connects the individual components of the universe, from fundamental particles to the structure of space-time itself, with the grander context of a potentially vast multiverse. In conclusion, understanding dark matter and dark energy presents one of the greatest challenges in modern cosmology. However, by embracing a holistic perspective such as that offered by the 4IAMBENG framework and employing advanced computational tools, we can move beyond reductionist approaches and develop a deeper, more interconnected understanding of these mysterious phenomena. This exploration is not merely a scientific endeavor, it is a journey into the very fabric of reality, a pursuit of knowledge that could fundamentally reshape our understanding of the cosmos and our place within it. The integration of the 4IAMBENG framework, with its focus on interconnectivity and holistic understanding, offers a unique pathway to unraveling these mysteries, a pathway leading to a more comprehensive and profound vision of the universe. The potential for breakthroughs, both theoretical and observational, is immense, promising a future where the enigmatic nature of dark matter and dark energy gives way to a deeper understanding of the cosmos. The fate of the universe. The preceding discussion of dark matter and dark energy, analyzed through the lens of 4IAMBENG, underscores the inherent complexity and interconnectedness within the cosmos. This intricate interplay of forces and entities naturally leads us to contemplate the ultimate destiny of the universe, a question that has captivated cosmologists and philosophers alike for centuries. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on holistic understanding, provides a unique perspective to approach this profound inquiry, allowing us to move beyond simplistic narratives and consider a more nuanced and interconnected understanding of the universe's potential end. One commonly discussed scenario is the Big Crunch, a theoretical reversal of the Big Bang. If the universe's expansion eventually slows and reverses due to the gravitational pull of all matter, it could collapse back upon itself, culminating in a singularity, a point of infinite density and temperature. Through the 4IAMBENG framework, we can analyze this scenario by considering the fate of each component. The individual, I, galaxies, stars, and ultimately fundamental particles would be drawn together, their agency A, determined by the overwhelming force of gravity. The concept of mind M in this context becomes particularly intriguing. Would any form of information or consciousness persist through the crushing force of the Big Crunch, or would it be utterly annihilated? The body B of the universe itself would contract, its fabric collapsing into a singularity. The environment E would cease to exist in its current form, replaced by an infinitely dense and hot singularity. Finally, the network N, the interconnectedness of all matter and energy, would collapse, obliterating the relationships and structures that currently define the universe. However, current observations suggest that the universe's expansion is accelerating, driven by dark energy. This makes the Big Crunch scenario less likely, shifting the focus to other potential fates, most notably heat death. In this scenario, the universe continues to expand indefinitely, eventually reaching a state of maximum entropy, where energy is uniformly distributed and no further work can be done. The individual, I, entities would be spread so thinly throughout the universe that interactions would become exceedingly rare, their agency A, diminishing to almost nothing. The mind M, if it exists on any scale, would find its expression severely hampered by the lack of interaction and information flow. The body B of the universe would be vastly expanded and incredibly diffuse, a vast expanse of cold, empty space. The environment E would be unchanging and utterly homogeneous, devoid of structure or complexity. The network N would remain, but it would be a network of isolated, inert entities, lacking any significant interaction or information exchange. The 4IAMBENG framework allows for a deeper consideration of these scenarios. It suggests that the mind component, often neglected in purely physical models, may play a crucial, though currently poorly understood, role in the universe's ultimate fate. The capacity for information processing and the existence of consciousness, if they are fundamental aspects of reality, could influence the universe's evolution in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. A holistic model, such as 4IAMBENG, encourages the investigation of this possibility, recognizing that the physical and informational dimensions of the universe are deeply intertwined. For example, the emergence of complexity, including life and consciousness, might be a critical factor in delaying or even altering the universe's ultimate fate. The very existence of observers to contemplate the fate of the universe adds an intriguing layer of complexity to the discussion. Moreover, the 4IAMBENG perspective compels us to consider the possibility of other scenarios beyond the Big Crunch and heat death. The multiverse hypothesis, for instance, suggests that our universe may be just one of many, each with its own unique properties and potentially different fates. Some universes might collapse into a Big Crunch, while others might experience heat death, or perhaps even undergo entirely different transformations governed by physical laws distinct from our own. The network N, in this context, transcends the boundaries of our observable universe, encompassing a vast interconnectedness between potentially countless universes. The environment E then expands to encompass the entire multiverse, a reality far grander than our current comprehension allows. The 4IAMBENG model, thus, provides a structure to explore these larger cosmological questions, allowing for the integration of our current understanding of physics with the philosophical implications of a potentially infinite multiverse. The challenge of predicting the universe's fate is compounded by the vast uncertainties in our understanding of dark energy and dark matter. As previously discussed, These enigmatic components constitute the vast majority of the universe's energy density, yet their nature remains largely unknown. Different properties of dark energy, for example, could lead to drastically different outcomes for the universe. A cosmological constant, for instance, suggests a continuing accelerated expansion leading to heat death. However, a dynamic scalar field with changing properties could lead to a more complex and less predictable evolution. The agency A of dark energy, therefore, is a crucial yet uncertain factor in determining the ultimate destiny of the cosmos. The uncertainties surrounding dark matter further complicate the picture. Its distribution and interaction with dark energy could significantly influence the universe's expansion rate and ultimately its fate. A holistic approach, like that offered by 4IAMBENG, enables us to consider the intricate interactions between dark matter, dark energy, and other components of the universe, recognizing that these components are not isolated entities, but rather interwoven aspects of a complex system. The network N becomes paramount in this understanding, as it highlights the interconnectedness and interdependence of these seemingly disparate entities. The role of advanced computational techniques, such as quantum computing, in exploring these cosmological scenarios cannot be overstated. Simulating the evolution of the universe, incorporating dark matter and dark energy with varying properties, could provide invaluable insights into its potential fates. Such simulations, built upon the holistic framework of 4IAMBENG, could help us test various hypotheses and refine our understanding of the universe's ultimate destiny. The ability to integrate large cosmological datasets, including observations of the cosmic microwave background radiation, galaxy distributions, and gravitational lensing, would be crucial in validating and refining these simulations, creating a cyclical feedback loop between theoretical modeling and observational data. Furthermore, integrating the philosophical insights of 4IAMBENG with the quantitative power of computational cosmology creates a powerful synergy. The 4IAMBENG framework encourages us to consider the implications of our findings not merely in terms of physics, but also in terms of the broader implications for information, consciousness, and the very nature of reality. The fate of the universe is not solely a question of physics. It is a question that touches upon the deepest philosophical and metaphysical aspects of our existence. The universe's ultimate fate is a reflection of its fundamental constitution, and 4IAMBENG provides a robust framework to consider this constitution holistically. In conclusion, the potential fate of the universe remains an open question. While heat death is currently the favored scenario given our understanding of dark energy, the uncertainties surrounding dark matter and dark energy, combined with the possibilities suggested by the multiverse hypothesis, leave room for a wide range of possibilities. The 4IAMBENG framework, however, provides a valuable tool for tackling this profound question, allowing for a holistic integration of physics, cosmology, and metaphysics. By embracing a holistic perspective, integrating advanced computational techniques, and continuing to refine our understanding of dark matter and dark energy, we can move toward a deeper, more comprehensive understanding of the universe's ultimate destiny and our place within this grand cosmic drama. The journey itself, the quest to unravel these mysteries, represents a continuous exploration of the profound interconnectedness of all things, a journey made richer and more insightful by the 4IAMBENG framework. The anthropic principle. The preceding exploration of cosmological models and their potential futures, viewed through the 4IAMBENG lens, naturally leads us to consider the anthropic principle. This principle, in its various forms, asserts that the observed properties of the universe must be compatible with the existence of observers, ourselves. It's a statement about the seemingly fine-tuned nature of physical constants and laws, which appear exquisitely balanced to permit the formation of stars, galaxies, planets, and ultimately, life. If these constants were even slightly different, the universe might be radically different, perhaps incapable of supporting the complex structures we observe. The weak anthropic principle simply notes this apparent coincidence. It states that our observations of the universe are necessarily limited to conditions that allow for our existence. It doesn't imply that the universe was designed for us, only that our existence places constraints on what we can observe. For example, we wouldn't be here to observe a universe dominated by extremely short-lived particles, because such a universe wouldn't offer the stability needed for the formation of stars and planets. This principle, while seemingly obvious, has significant implications for how we interpret cosmological data and theoretical models. Within the 4IAMBENG framework, the weak anthropic principle resonates deeply. The individual, I, us as observers, are intrinsically linked to the environment, E, the universe, in a way that directly influences our observations. Our existence necessitates a specific type of environment, one with certain physical laws and constants. The agency, A, of the universe in shaping the conditions for life becomes crucial. The universe didn't necessarily choose to create conditions favorable to life, but its inherent properties, its laws of physics, naturally led to the emergence of complexity and observers. The strong anthropic principle, however, takes a more radical stance. It proposes that the universe must have the properties it does because otherwise, observers would not exist. This implies a degree of necessity or inevitability in the universe's fine-tuning. It suggests that the universe, in some sense, is tailored for the emergence of life and consciousness. This perspective, while controversial, aligns with certain interpretations of the 4IAMBENG model's holistic nature. The mind, M, as a fundamental component, could be seen as playing a crucial role in shaping the universe's evolution, perhaps even influencing its fundamental constants. The concept of a participatory universe, where consciousness is not merely a byproduct, but an integral aspect of reality, fits neatly into this interpretation. From a 4IAMBENG viewpoint, the network, N, connecting all things, from fundamental particles to galaxies and consciousness, might be far more intricate and interactive than our current understanding allows. The universe's development might not be a purely deterministic process governed solely by physical laws, but a dynamic interplay between physical laws and the emergent properties of consciousness. The body B, the universe's physical structure, would then be inextricably linked to the mind, M, leading to a synergistic evolution. However, the strong anthropic principle raises philosophical challenges. It borders on teleology, suggesting a purpose or design inherent in the universe. The seemingly fine-tuned constants could be seen as evidence of a creator or some other underlying principle, perhaps a multiverse where only universes capable of supporting life persist. This raises questions about the nature of reality, the role of consciousness, and our place in the cosmos. Within the 4IAMBENG framework, these questions are not dismissed, but are instead addressed through a holistic analysis. Consider the multiverse hypothesis in conjunction with the anthropic principle. If indeed there is a multitude of universes, each with its unique set of physical constants and laws, then the fact that we observe a universe conducive to life is not surprising. We simply exist in one of the many universes that happens to possess the right conditions. This doesn't necessarily negate the fine-tuning. It merely shifts the perspective from a unique, singular universe to a vast ensemble of universes, some hospitable to life, others not. The 4IAMBENG model's holistic nature is particularly suited to dealing with this vastness. The network N transcends our single universe, encompassing the interconnectedness, however tenuous, between countless universes within this multiverse. The anthropic principle, regardless of its interpretation, compels us to reevaluate our assumptions about the universe and our place within it. The apparent fine-tuning of physical constants could be either a matter of chance, necessity, or perhaps a reflection of a deeper, more interconnected reality than we currently comprehend. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a valuable lens for investigating these questions. It encourages a holistic approach, integrating the physical and the metaphysical, the observer and the observed. A key challenge in exploring these concepts is our limited understanding of the universe. The presence of dark matter and dark energy, which make up the vast majority of the universe's mass energy density, further complicates the anthropic argument. Their properties and interactions remain largely unknown, yet they profoundly influence the structure and evolution of the universe. A fuller understanding of these mysterious components might reveal insights into the universe's apparent fine-tuning. It could reveal new factors to consider within the 4IAMBENG framework, impacting our understanding of the agency, A, of the universe and its capacity to nurture life. Moreover, the limitations of our current observational capabilities also constrain our ability to fully evaluate the anthropic principle. Our understanding is limited to our observable universe, which is only a small fraction of what might exist. The existence of a multiverse, while speculative, highlights the potential for unobserved universes with vastly different properties. Therefore, our conclusions about the universe's fine-tuning are necessarily tentative and contingent on our current knowledge and limitations. The integration of advanced computational tools is essential in exploring these challenges. Large-scale simulations, incorporating our current understanding of physics and cosmology, can help us explore a wider range of possibilities and test various hypotheses. These simulations, framed within the 4IAMBENG framework, can guide our understanding of the interconnectedness of the universe's components. They can help us understand how changes in fundamental constants might affect the emergence of life and potentially provide insights into the role of consciousness in the universe's evolution. Such simulations can create a synergy between theoretical modeling and observational data, refining our understanding of the universe's fundamental nature. In conclusion, the anthropic principle, in its various forms, presents a profound challenge and an exciting opportunity to deepen our understanding of the universe. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a valuable tool to explore this complex issue, encouraging a holistic approach that integrates the physical, the informational, and the metaphysical aspects of reality. By combining theoretical modeling, computational tools, and further observation, we can make progress in understanding the implications of the anthropic principle, leading towards a richer and more comprehensive understanding of our universe and our place within it. The journey is ongoing, and the 4IAMBENG framework provides a compass to guide our exploration. Cosmic inflation and IAMBENG. The preceding discussion of the anthropic principle and its implications within the 4IAMBENG framework naturally leads us to consider one of the most intriguing and perplexing aspects of modern cosmology, cosmic inflation. This theory posits a period of extraordinarily rapid expansion in the very early universe, a period far exceeding the expansion rate predicted by the standard Big Bang model. The evidence supporting inflation is compelling, stemming from observations of the cosmic microwave background radiation, CMB, which reveals a remarkable uniformity in the temperature of the universe across vast distances. This uniformity is difficult to explain without invoking a period of rapid expansion that smoothed out initial density fluctuations. Within the 4IAMBENG framework, cosmic inflation presents a fascinating case study for integrating physical processes with metaphysical considerations. The body B, represented by the universe's physical structure, underwent a dramatic transformation during inflation, expanding exponentially in a fraction of a second. This expansion, driven by an unknown inflationary field, smoothed out inhomogeneities and provided the seeds for the large-scale structure we observe today. The agency, A, in this process is the inflationary field itself, an entity that we are only beginning to understand. Its properties and driving force remain a topic of intense research, yet its effects are profoundly evident in the observed uniformity of the CMB. The 4IAMBENG model allows us to consider the role of information in this rapid expansion. The information I contained within the inflationary field, perhaps representing initial conditions or underlying laws of physics, played a crucial role in determining the universe's subsequent evolution. The expansion itself can be seen as a process of information dissemination, as the initial conditions were spread across an exponentially increasing volume of space. This dissemination of information, though not necessarily in a conscious or deliberate manner, sets the stage for the subsequent formation of structures, from galaxies to stars to planets. Consider the implications for the mind M. If we accept the possibility of a participatory universe, where consciousness plays an active role in shaping reality, then the inflationary epoch might be viewed as a period of mind-setting. This isn't to suggest conscious intentionality on the part of some cosmic entity, but rather to acknowledge the potential influence of fundamental laws and constants on the emergence of consciousness. The properties of the inflationary field, which govern the expansion's rate and duration, ultimately determined the initial conditions for structure formation, conditions that would eventually pave the way for the emergence of complex systems, including life and potentially consciousness itself. The network N in the 4IAMBENG model represents the interconnectedness of all things. During inflation, this network experienced a dramatic expansion, stretching the fundamental fabric of space-time. The initial entanglement or interconnectedness between different regions of space would have been dramatically altered, influencing subsequent interactions and the formation of structures. This expansion of the network, while potentially diluting initial connections, also set the stage for the establishment of new connections, leading to the complex web of interactions that characterize the universe today. The environment, E, during inflation was drastically different from the universe we observe today. The extreme densities and temperatures, along with the rapidly expanding spacetime, presented a unique environment unlike anything we experience. Understanding this environment is crucial to comprehending the conditions that led to the subsequent evolution of the universe, including the emergence of stars, galaxies, and ultimately, life. The transition from the inflationary epoch to the radiation-dominated era marks a significant change in the environment, profoundly impacting the interplay of physical forces and processes. One intriguing aspect of inflation is the possibility of multiple inflation events. This could lead to the formation of multiple universes, a concept consistent with the multiverse hypothesis discussed earlier. Within the 4IAMBENG framework, this scenario presents a compelling picture of the network N expanding not only within a single universe, but across multiple universes. The interconnectedness between these universes, however subtle or indirect, becomes a key factor to consider. This vastly expands the scope of the environment, E, highlighting the potential for the influence of one universe on the properties of others. This raises deep philosophical questions about the nature of reality and the implications for the anthropic principle. If we live in a multiverse, the probability of our particular universe's conditions being conducive to life could be significantly increased, although questions regarding the overall probability of life's emergence still remain. Furthermore, the concept of eternal inflation presents a particularly challenging, yet fascinating, scenario. Eternal inflation is a theoretical model in which inflation continues indefinitely in some regions of spacetime, while other regions undergo a transition to a universe like our own. This scenario creates a potentially infinite multiverse, with an unbounded diversity of universes, each with its unique set of physical constants and laws. Within the 4IAMBENG model, the implications are profound. The network N becomes a structure of potentially infinite complexity, with a vast web of connections across countless universes, each potentially shaped by different aspects of the mind, M, should one wish to embrace a participatory interpretation. It's important to note that the 4IAMBENG model itself is not a theory of physics, but rather a framework for interpreting and integrating various theories and concepts. The application of this framework to cosmic inflation allows for a holistic perspective, integrating the physical processes of expansion with the potential influences of information, consciousness, and interconnectedness. It encourages us to view the universe not merely as a collection of particles and forces, but as a dynamic system evolving in a complex interplay of various factors, potentially including aspects that remain largely beyond our current understanding. The challenges posed by cosmic inflation, such as the nature of the inflator field and the mechanism of reheating, remain significant areas of active research. Advancements in observational cosmology and theoretical physics could shed light on these open questions, refining our understanding of the inflationary epoch and its implications within the 4IAMBENG framework. High-precision measurements of the CMB polarization, for instance, could provide crucial insights into the physics of inflation, potentially revealing new information about the information, I, embedded within the early universe. The potential for future breakthroughs in our understanding of the early universe is immense. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a structure for integrating these discoveries into a broader, holistic worldview. It encourages a continuous cycle of theoretical development, observational refinement, and philosophical reflection, allowing us to continually refine our understanding of the universe's origins and its potential futures. This framework offers a path forward, suggesting that the most profound questions, particularly those pertaining to the interconnectedness of mind, body, and universe, are open to ongoing investigation. The journey of exploration is far from over. Instead, it stands as a testament to the ongoing pursuit of knowledge and understanding. The 4IAMBENG framework stands as a guide, aiding us in navigating the complex terrain of cosmology, physics, and metaphysics, fostering a more comprehensive understanding of the universe and our place within it. The vastness of the cosmos, with its mystery still unraveling, promises an endless horizon for inquiry. Chapter 8:4IAMBENG and Economics. Modeling Economic Systems. The preceding exploration of cosmic inflation within the 4IAMBENG framework, highlighting the interplay of information, agency, mind, body, network, and environment, provides a fertile ground for extending this holistic perspective to seemingly disparate fields, such as economics. While the scales differ dramatically, from the vast expanse of the universe to the intricate dynamics of human societies, the underlying principles of interconnectedness and emergent behavior offer a compelling analogy. Applying the 4IAMBENG model to economic systems allows us to move beyond traditional reductionist approaches, offering a more nuanced and comprehensive understanding of economic phenomena. Traditional economic models often focus on individual agents, their preferences, and their interactions within a defined market structure. These models, while valuable, often struggle to capture the complexity of real-world economies, which are characterized by emergent behavior, feedback loops, and unforeseen consequences. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a scaffolding to incorporate these complexities, offering a holistic perspective that considers not just the individual components of the economic system, but also their intricate interactions and emergent properties. Let's consider the mapping of the 4IAMBENG elements onto economic systems. The body B can be understood as the physical infrastructure of the economy, the factories, transportation networks, communication systems, and natural resources that underpin economic activity. This includes both tangible assets and the underlying technological capabilities. The agency, A, represents the collective actions of individual economic agents, consumers, producers, investors, and governments, their decision-making processes, and their responses to various stimuli. This involves not just rational economic actors, but also those driven by emotions, biases, and social influences, recognizing that human behavior is often far from perfectly rational. Information, I, in an economic context encompasses the vast flow of data that shapes economic decision-making. This includes market prices, consumer preferences, technological advancements, and government policies. The speed and accessibility of information, its accuracy, and its interpretation all play crucial roles in shaping economic outcomes. The efficient dissemination of information is vital for a well-functioning market, while information asymmetry can lead to market inefficiencies and inequalities. The rapid spread of information in the digital age presents a new challenge, affecting how agents make decisions and impacting the speed and volatility of economic fluctuations. The mind M in the economic sphere can be interpreted as the collective consciousness and shared understanding of the economic system. This includes cultural norms, social expectations, and the prevailing economic philosophies that shape individual behavior and institutional structures. Consider, for example, the influence of trust and social capital on economic transactions. High levels of trust facilitate economic interactions, while low levels of trust can stifle growth and innovation. Similarly, differing economic ideologies can lead to divergent policies and outcomes. The network N represents the intricate web of connections that link various actors and institutions within the economic system. This encompasses supply chains, financial networks, social networks, and regulatory frameworks. The interconnectedness of these networks is crucial for the smooth functioning of the economy. Disruptions in one part of the network can have cascading effects throughout the entire system, as seen in recent global supply chain disruptions. Understanding the structure and resilience of these networks is crucial for anticipating and mitigating economic shocks. Finally, the environment E includes the broader context within which the economy operates. This encompasses political stability, regulatory frameworks, environmental constraints, geopolitical factors, and technological advancements. The environment can significantly influence economic growth, stability, and sustainability. Consider the impact of climate change on resource availability, agricultural productivity, and the insurance sector, highlighting the need for a holistic perspective that integrates environmental considerations into economic models. Applying game theory within this framework offers a powerful tool for analyzing strategic interactions within economic systems. Traditional game theory often assumes rational actors, but incorporating elements of the 4IAMBENG model allows for a more realistic representation of human behavior, incorporating factors like bounded rationality, emotions, and social influences. Agent-based modeling, ABM, provides a computational approach to explore the emergent behavior of complex economic systems. ABM allows us to simulate the interactions of numerous agents with diverse characteristics and behaviors, observing how these interactions give rise to macro-level economic phenomena. This can be particularly valuable for exploring the impact of policy changes and technological innovations on the economy. For instance, consider the modeling of financial markets using the 4IAMBENG framework and ABM. The body would be represented by the physical infrastructure of the financial system, including exchanges, clearing houses, and communication networks. The agency would comprise the actions of individual investors, traders, and financial institutions. The information would represent the flow of market data, news, and financial reports. The mind could encapsulate investor sentiment, market psychology, and prevailing financial theories. The network would be the intricate web of interconnected financial institutions and markets. Finally, the environment would encompass regulatory frameworks, macroeconomic conditions, and geopolitical events. By incorporating these elements into an ABM simulation, we can explore the emergent behavior of the financial market, observing how individual decisions aggregate to produce market trends, booms, and busts. We can test the resilience of the system to various shocks, examining how different regulatory policies and informational flows affect market stability. Moreover, this framework allows us to investigate the impact of behavioral biases on market efficiency and stability, offering insights into phenomena like speculative bubbles and market crashes. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, extends beyond a simple conceptual model, offering a powerful lens for integrating qualitative and quantitative analyses. It allows for the incorporation of diverse data sources, ranging from macroeconomic indicators to sociological surveys and psychological experiments, fostering a more holistic and nuanced understanding of economic systems. This integration of diverse perspectives and data sources is crucial for developing more robust and accurate economic models, ultimately contributing to better policymaking and a more sustainable and equitable economic future. Further research focusing on specific economic sectors, coupled with advanced computational methods, will likely yield valuable insights, refining our understanding and predictive capabilities within the realm of economics. The journey towards a comprehensive understanding of economic systems, much like the exploration of the cosmos, is a continuous process of observation, modeling, and refinement. Resource allocation and sustainability. The application of the 4IAMBENG framework to resource allocation and sustainability offers a radical departure from conventional economic models, which often treat resources as infinitely available or easily substitutable. This perspective overlooks the inherent interconnectedness between economic activity and the environment, leading to unsustainable practices and exacerbating environmental challenges. The 4IAMBENG model, however, allows for a more holistic view, recognizing that the environment, E, is not merely an external factor, but an integral component of the economic system. Its health directly impacts the functioning of the other elements, including the body, B, the physical infrastructure, the agency, A, the actions of economic agents, the information, I, the data shaping decisions, the mind, M, the collective consciousness, and the network, N, the interconnectedness of actors and institutions. Consider the challenge of water resource management. A traditional economic approach might focus solely on optimizing water allocation based on market prices, neglecting the ecological impact of over-extraction. The 4IAMBEng framework, however, compels us to consider the broader picture. The body encompasses not only the water infrastructure, dams, pipes, irrigation systems, but also the ecosystems that rely on water for their survival. The agency includes the actions of farmers, industries, and consumers, each making decisions that impact water availability and quality. The information includes data on water levels, precipitation patterns, and water quality, influencing decision-making. Crucially, the mind reflects the societal values and beliefs surrounding water conservation and environmental stewardship. Finally, the network represents the interconnectedness of water users and the regulatory frameworks governing water allocation. A holistic approach, informed by the 4IAMBEng framework, would involve integrating ecological considerations into economic models, ensuring that water allocation decisions consider the long-term sustainability of both the ecosystem and the economy. Similarly, the 4IAMBEng framework provides a powerful lens for analyzing the sustainability challenges posed by climate change. Traditional economic models often struggle to adequately capture the complex, long-term impacts of climate change. The 4IAMBEng framework, however, allows us to integrate climate-related risks across various aspects of the economic system. The environment clearly encompasses the physical effects of climate change: rising sea levels, extreme weather events, shifts in agricultural productivity. The body includes infrastructure vulnerable to these effects, ranging from coastal cities to power grids. The agency reflects the responses of individuals, businesses, and governments to climate change, including adaptation measures and mitigation strategies. The information includes climate models, emissions data, and risk assessments that inform decision-making. The mind embodies societal attitudes towards climate change, influencing policy choices and individual actions. The network represents the interconnectedness of different sectors, such as energy, agriculture, and insurance, which are differentially affected by climate change. This integrated perspective enables the development of more comprehensive strategies for addressing climate change. For instance, by considering the interconnectedness of energy production, consumption, and environmental impact, we can move towards more sustainable energy systems. The body might include renewable energy infrastructure, such as solar and wind farms. The agency would encompass the decisions of energy producers, consumers, and policymakers. The information includes data on renewable energy technologies, costs, and environmental impacts. The mind reflects the societal values regarding energy security and environmental protection. The network encompasses the energy supply chain and regulatory frameworks. This integrated perspective allows for the design of policies that incentivize the transition to sustainable energy systems while mitigating risks to the economy. Agent-based modeling, ABM, provides a powerful tool for exploring these complex interactions within the 4IAMBEng framework. ABM allows us to simulate the behavior of numerous agents within the economic system, each making decisions based on their own characteristics and the information available to them. By incorporating the various aspects of the 4IAMBEng model, including the physical constraints of the environment, the agency of economic actors, the flow of information, the collective consciousness, and the network structure, we can explore the emergent properties of the system and assess the impact of different policies and interventions. For example, an ABM could simulate the adoption of sustainable agricultural practices. The model could include agents representing farmers, consumers, and policymakers. The body would encompass the agricultural land and infrastructure. The agency would reflect the farmer's decisions about crop choices, fertilizer use, and water management. The information would include data on crop yields, market prices, and environmental regulations. The mind would reflect farmers' perceptions of risk and their attitudes towards environmental sustainability. The network would represent the supply chains and market relationships. The simulation could then be used to explore how different policy incentives, such as subsidies for sustainable practices, affect farmers' adoption rates and the overall environmental impact of agriculture. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework highlights the crucial role of information in achieving resource allocation and sustainability. Access to accurate, timely, and relevant information is essential for informed decision-making by all stakeholders. This underscores the importance of investing in monitoring systems, data collection, and dissemination mechanisms to facilitate evidence-based policymaking. Open data initiatives and citizen science projects can contribute to enhanced transparency and participatory decision-making, fostering a more inclusive and sustainable approach to resource management. The integration of diverse data sources is crucial for enhancing the accuracy and robustness of these models. This includes not only quantitative data, such as economic indicators and environmental measurements, but also qualitative data, such as social attitudes, cultural beliefs, and institutional practices. Combining these data sources through techniques like mixed methods research can provide a richer and more nuanced understanding of the complex interplay between economic activity and the environment. This integrated approach enhances our ability to identify vulnerabilities, predict potential risks, and design effective interventions for sustainable resource management. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a transformative perspective on resource allocation and sustainability. By acknowledging the interconnectedness of economic systems and the environment, and by incorporating diverse data sources and modeling techniques, we can move beyond traditional, reductionist approaches towards a more holistic and sustainable future. This paradigm shift requires a collaborative effort across disciplines, integrating insights from economics, ecology, sociology, and other relevant fields to foster a more integrated and sustainable approach to resource management, ultimately contributing to a more equitable and prosperous world. This integrated approach, guided by the principles of 4IAMBENG, promises a more resilient and sustainable economic future, one that respects the intricate web of life and the finite nature of Earth's resources. The ongoing development and application of the 4IAMBENG framework represent a significant step towards achieving this vital goal. Market dynamics and equilibrium. The 4IAMBENG framework fundamentally reshapes our understanding of market dynamics and equilibrium, moving beyond the traditional neoclassical paradigm. Neoclassical economics, with its assumptions of perfect information, rational actors, and externalized environmental costs, often fails to accurately capture the complex interactions within real-world markets. The 4IAMBENG model, however, offers a more nuanced and holistic perspective, incorporating the intricate interplay between economic agents, information flows, the physical environment, and societal values. Consider, for instance, the market for agricultural products. A traditional economic analysis might focus on supply and demand curves, determining equilibrium prices based on consumer preferences and production costs. However, this approach often overlooks crucial factors captured by the 4IAMBENG framework. The body encompasses the agricultural land, infrastructure, irrigation systems, storage facilities, and the health of the soil itself. The agency includes the farmer's decisions regarding crop selection, fertilizer use, and water management, influenced by market prices, technological capabilities, and risk perception. The information comprises market prices, weather forecasts, soil quality data, and information on pest management techniques. Crucially, the mind reflects societal attitudes towards food production, consumer preferences for organic or locally sourced products, and ethical concerns about agricultural practices. Finally, the network comprises the relationships between farmers, distributors, retailers, and consumers, as well as the regulatory framework governing agricultural practices. A 4IAMBENG informed analysis reveals that market equilibrium isn't simply a point determined by supply and demand. It's a dynamic, emergent property shaped by the complex interplay of these interconnected elements. For example, a drought, impacting the environment and body, can dramatically alter supply, leading to price fluctuations and impacting farmer incomes, agency. The response to this drought, influenced by information, and societal values, mind, might involve government interventions, part of the network, like subsidies or water rationing. These interventions, in turn, further shape the market dynamics. Traditional models, by ignoring these complex feedback, fail to predict the resilience or vulnerability of the agricultural market to environmental shocks. This integrated perspective challenges the conventional notion of market efficiency. In neoclassical economics, market efficiency implies that prices reflect all available information, leading to optimal resource allocation. However, the 4IAMBENG framework reveals that the information available is often incomplete, biased, or unevenly distributed. This informational asymmetry can lead to market failures, with some actors holding more power and influence than others. Furthermore, the mind, reflecting collective consciousness and societal values, can influence market outcomes through consumer preferences, policy decisions, and social norms, often in ways not captured by traditional models. For instance, a growing consumer preference for sustainable products can disrupt established markets and lead to the emergence of new ones. These shifts are driven by a change in the mind, which is not easily incorporated into traditional supply-demand analysis. The concept of externalities, a cornerstone of traditional environmental economics, also takes on a new dimension within the 4IAMBENG framework. Externalities, typically defined as costs or benefits not reflected in market prices, are inherently tied to the interconnectedness of the 4IAMBENG elements. For example, pollution from a factory, agency, affects the environment, and can have significant long-term consequences on human health, body, all while possibly escaping market pricing mechanisms. The 4IAMBENG framework emphasizes that these externalities are not just external, but integral to the system's functioning. Addressing them requires integrating environmental and social considerations into economic models, recognizing that the environment is not a separate entity, but a crucial component of the economic system. The application of agent-based modeling, ABM, further enhances our ability to analyze market dynamics within the 4IAMBENG framework. ABM allows us to simulate the behavior of numerous agents, each making decisions based on their individual characteristics, available information, and interactions with other agents. By incorporating the diverse aspects of the 4IAMBENG model, including the environment's physical constraints, the agency of economic actors, information flows, the collective consciousness, and network structures, we can model complex market phenomena, exploring the emergent properties of the system and the impact of different policies. For example, an ABM could simulate the dynamics of a carbon market, incorporating the actions of various actors, individual consumers, businesses, governments, and international organizations. The body would encompass the existing infrastructure and its resilience to climate change. The agency would represent the individual choices regarding emissions reduction and carbon offsetting. The information would reflect the availability of carbon pricing data and technological advancements in carbon capture. The mind would consider evolving societal attitudes towards climate change and sustainability, and the network would depict the interactions between different actors within the carbon market. By running simulations under different policy scenarios, we could evaluate the effectiveness of carbon taxes, cap-and-trade systems, and other policy interventions in achieving emissions reduction goals. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework highlights the crucial role of information in shaping market outcomes. Access to accurate, timely, and relevant information is essential for informed decision-making by all market participants. This underscores the importance of robust data collection, transparent data sharing, and effective dissemination of information to promote fair and efficient market operation. Open data initiatives and citizen science projects can play a significant role in enhancing transparency and fostering participatory decision-making within markets. The integration of diverse data sources is also crucial for refining our understanding of market dynamics. This encompasses not only quantitative data, such as economic indicators and environmental measurements, but also qualitative data, encompassing social attitudes, cultural beliefs, and institutional practices. Combining these data sources through mixed methods research can provide a richer and more nuanced understanding of the complex interplay between economic activity, environmental considerations, and social factors. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework presents a transformative perspective on market dynamics and equilibrium. By recognizing the intricate interconnectedness of the economic system with the environment and societal values, and by utilizing agent-based modeling and integrated data sources, we can move beyond the limitations of traditional economic models towards a more holistic and accurate understanding of market behavior. This shift is crucial for developing effective policies that promote both economic efficiency and environmental sustainability. The 4IAMBENG framework provides the conceptual scaffolding for a more robust and resilient economic future, one that acknowledges the inherent complexities of the systems we seek to understand and manage. Its ongoing refinement and application are essential for navigating the challenges of a rapidly changing world. Economic inequality. The pervasive issue of economic inequality, a persistent challenge across societies, finds a new framework for analysis within the 4IAMBENG model. Traditional economic theories often struggle to fully explain the complex tapestry of factors contributing to the widening gap between the rich and the poor. Neoclassical economics, with its focus on individual rationality and market efficiency, tends to downplay the influence of societal structures, power dynamics, and environmental factors in shaping economic outcomes. The 4IAMBENG framework, however, offers a more comprehensive perspective, illuminating the interconnectedness of these often overlooked elements. Consider the impact of body, the physical environment, and infrastructure on economic inequality. Unequal access to resources, such as fertile land, clean water, and reliable energy, directly impacts economic opportunities. Individuals and communities lacking access to essential resources are at a significant disadvantage in participating fully in the economy. This disparity can be seen globally, with many developing nations grappling with inadequate infrastructure and resource scarcity, hindering their economic growth and perpetuating cycles of poverty. Moreover, the unequal distribution of environmental burdens, such as exposure to pollution or the effects of climate change, disproportionately affects vulnerable populations, further exacerbating economic inequality. The agency aspect of 4IAMBENG highlights the role of individual choices and actions in shaping economic outcomes, but within a context of structural constraints. While individual initiative and entrepreneurship are undeniably important, the ability to exert agency is profoundly shaped by social and economic conditions. Individuals born into poverty may lack the access to education, healthcare, and social networks necessary to climb the economic ladder, even with considerable effort and talent. This limits their agency, perpetuating cycles of disadvantage. Conversely, those born into privilege often inherit advantages that amplify their agency, providing them with greater opportunities and resources to accumulate wealth. The flow of information plays a crucial role in determining economic outcomes and exacerbating inequality. Unequal access to information, particularly financial and educational information, creates significant disparities in economic opportunities. Individuals with limited access to information are more susceptible to exploitation and less able to make informed decisions about their financial well-being. This informational asymmetry allows some actors to amass wealth and power while others remain marginalized. Financial literacy programs and initiatives aimed at improving information access are crucial steps towards mitigating this inequality. The mind, encompassing collective consciousness, societal values, and cultural norms, significantly influences economic inequality. Societal attitudes towards wealth, poverty, and social mobility shape policies and institutions, perpetuating or mitigating economic disparities. For example, cultural norms that emphasize individual achievement over collective well-being may contribute to widening wealth gaps. Conversely, societal values emphasizing social justice and equality can inspire policies that redistribute wealth and reduce inequality. The role of ideology and societal biases, often shaping policies implicitly, is a significant factor influencing the distribution of wealth. The network, the interconnectedness of individuals, institutions, and organizations, is crucial in understanding economic inequality. Network effects can amplify or mitigate the impact of other 4IAMBENG elements. For instance, well-connected individuals within powerful networks often have access to greater economic opportunities, while those outside these networks face significant disadvantages. This network effect can perpetuate economic inequality across generations, solidifying existing power structures. Conversely, supportive networks and social safety nets can help mitigate the impact of economic shocks and promote social mobility. Strengthening social support systems and promoting inclusive networks are vital for fostering more equitable economic outcomes. Addressing economic inequality requires a multifaceted approach that considers the interconnectedness of these 5 elements. Simply focusing on individual responsibility overlooks the crucial role of structural factors and systemic inequalities. Policy interventions should aim to level the playing field, ensuring equitable access to resources, information, and opportunities. This includes investments in education, healthcare, and infrastructure, particularly in underserved communities. Progressive taxation policies, robust social safety nets, and regulations to mitigate exploitation are crucial components of a strategy to reduce economic inequality. Agent-based modeling, ABM, provides a powerful tool for simulating the complex interactions within the 4IAMBENG framework, allowing researchers to analyze the effects of different policies and interventions on economic inequality. ABM can incorporate various factors, such as individual preferences, social networks, and environmental constraints, to explore the emergent properties of the system and predict the long-term impact of policies designed to reduce economic inequality. By simulating different scenarios, researchers can evaluate the effectiveness of various policy approaches, such as minimum wage increases, universal basic income, and targeted social programs. Furthermore, a holistic approach necessitates integrating quantitative and qualitative data sources. While economic indicators such as income distribution and wealth inequality provide essential insights, incorporating qualitative data such as personal narratives, community surveys, and ethnographic studies helps capture the lived experiences of individuals and communities affected by inequality. This integrated approach offers a richer, more nuanced understanding of the complex social, economic, and environmental factors driving economic inequality. By combining rigorous quantitative analysis with qualitative insights, we can develop more effective and equitable policies. Addressing economic inequality requires a shift in perspective, moving away from simplistic explanations towards a holistic understanding of the interconnectedness of various factors. The 4IAMBENG framework encourages a departure from traditional economic models that often overlook the intricate web of social, environmental, and informational influences. Embracing this integrated perspective, combined with the power of ABM and integrated data analysis, opens avenues to design interventions that address the root causes of inequality, rather than merely treating the symptoms. This holistic approach is vital for achieving a more just and equitable society, where everyone has the opportunity to thrive, regardless of their background or circumstances. The ongoing refinement and application of the 4IAMBENG framework, in conjunction with robust data analysis and rigorous modeling, hold immense potential for crafting policy strategies that tackle economic inequality effectively, paving the way towards a more sustainable and equitable future. This will require a continued commitment to interdisciplinary collaboration, combining insights from economics, sociology, environmental science, and other relevant fields. The ultimate goal is not just to understand the complexities of economic inequality, but to actively shape a future characterized by greater fairness and opportunity for all. The future of economics. The 4IAMBENG framework, by explicitly incorporating the interplay of body, agency, information, mind, network, and energy, offers a powerful lens through which to envision alternative economic futures. Traditional economic models, often rooted in neoclassical assumptions of rational actors and perfectly competitive markets, have demonstrably failed to adequately address persistent issues such as inequality and environmental degradation. The 4IAMBENG approach, however, allows for a more nuanced and holistic understanding of these challenges, paving the way for innovative solutions and a reevaluation of fundamental economic principles. One potential future lies in the development of what we might call ecocentric economics. This paradigm shift moves beyond the anthropocentric view that places human needs at the absolute center, recognizing the intrinsic value of the natural world and the inherent limitations imposed by ecological boundaries. The body element of 4IAMBENG, encompassing the physical environment and resource availability, becomes paramount. Economic activity is no longer viewed as separate from the environment, but rather as deeply embedded within it. This necessitates a reevaluation of economic indicators, moving beyond GDP growth as the sole measure of progress and incorporating indicators that reflect environmental sustainability and social well-being. This could involve incorporating ecological footprints, resource depletion rates, and measures of social equity into economic models, guiding policy towards a circular economy that minimizes waste and maximizes resource efficiency. Furthermore, an ecocentric approach necessitates a radical rethinking of energy production and consumption. The energy component of 4IAMBENG becomes critical in this context. A transition towards renewable energy sources, alongside a shift towards energy efficiency and reduced consumption, is not simply an environmental imperative, but a fundamental economic necessity. The economic benefits of investing in renewable energy, from job creation to reduced dependence on volatile fossil fuel markets, are increasingly apparent. However, the transition requires careful consideration of the social and economic impacts, especially on communities currently dependent on fossil fuel industries. This necessitates a just transition plan that ensures a fair and equitable shift towards a sustainable energy future. Agent-based modeling can play a significant role in simulating the effects of various transition strategies, allowing for a more informed and effective approach. Another significant area of transformation lies in the realm of information and technology. The information element of 4IAMBENG is profoundly impacted by the rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, big data, and automation. These technologies offer immense potential for improving efficiency, productivity, and resource allocation, but they also present significant challenges related to inequality and job displacement. The future of economics will need to grapple with these challenges, exploring new economic models that address potential job losses due to automation, potentially through policies like universal basic income or significant investments in education and reskilling programs. Furthermore, the use of AI in financial markets and algorithmic trading raises ethical concerns about transparency, fairness, and market manipulation. Regulations and ethical guidelines will need to be developed to ensure that these powerful technologies are used in a socially responsible manner. The mind element, reflecting collective consciousness, values, and cultural norms, is crucial in shaping the future of economics. A shift towards a more collaborative and inclusive economic model is necessary. This means moving beyond the traditional focus on individual competition and embracing cooperation and shared prosperity. The concept of the commons, encompassing shared resources and shared responsibilities, will become increasingly important. Collaborative consumption models, such as sharing economies and peer-to-peer platforms, represent a potential path towards more sustainable and equitable resource allocation. The role of public goods, such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure, will also need to be reevaluated in light of the increasing importance of human capital in a knowledge-based economy. The agency aspect of 4IAMBENG highlights the need to empower individuals and communities to participate more actively in shaping economic outcomes. This requires promoting financial literacy, providing access to education and training, and strengthening social safety nets. Furthermore, greater transparency and accountability in economic decision-making are crucial. This can involve fostering participatory budgeting processes and empowering local communities to make decisions about their economic futures. The integration of participatory methods in economic research and policymaking can ensure that diverse perspectives are considered and that policies are designed to serve the needs of all members of society. Finally, the network element, highlighting the interconnectedness of individuals and institutions, underscores the importance of fostering inclusive and resilient economic systems. This requires strengthening social networks, promoting collaboration between different sectors, and building robust regulatory frameworks to address systemic risks. The globalization of the economy necessitates international cooperation and global governance mechanisms to address global challenges, such as climate change, inequality, and pandemics. The development of global social safety nets and international cooperation on sustainable development goals are crucial steps towards building a more resilient and equitable global economy. The future of economics will be shaped by the interplay of these various elements within the 4IAMBENG framework. It will require a shift away from reductionist models towards more holistic and integrative approaches. It will require interdisciplinary collaboration between economists, ecologists, sociologists, and other relevant fields. It will demand a greater emphasis on data-driven analysis and the use of advanced modeling techniques, such as agent-based modeling, to simulate complex interactions and evaluate the effectiveness of different policy interventions. It will ultimately necessitate a fundamental change in our values and beliefs, moving towards a more sustainable, equitable, and just economic system that serves the needs of all people and the planet. The journey towards this future will be challenging but necessary, requiring a concerted effort from policymakers, researchers, businesses, and individuals alike. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a roadmap, a set of guiding principles, to navigate this complex transition and build a more prosperous and sustainable future for all. The ongoing development and application of this framework will require continuous refinement and adaptation to the ever-evolving global landscape, but the potential rewards, a truly equitable and sustainable world, are immeasurable. This holistic approach, deeply interwoven with advancements in data analysis and predictive modeling, promises not only a deeper understanding of economic systems, but also a more effective means of navigating the complexities of the future, ensuring a just and sustainable trajectory for generations to come. The key lies not just in predicting the future, but in shaping it through informed and ethically grounded actions. Chapter 9:4IAMBENG and Psychology. The Nature of Consciousness. The 4IAMBENG framework, in its holistic embrace of body, agency, information, mind, network, and energy, offers a unique perspective on the enduring mystery of consciousness. Traditional scientific approaches often dissect consciousness into its constituent parts, analyzing neural correlates and cognitive processes in isolation. However, this reductionist approach struggles to account for the subjective, qualitative nature of experience, the hard problem of consciousness, as philosopher David Chalmers famously termed it. 4IAMBENG, with its interconnected and interdependent elements, suggests a more integrated path towards understanding this fundamental aspect of existence. The mind element within 4IAMBENG sits at the heart of the matter. It encompasses not merely individual cognition, but the collective consciousness of humanity, the shared experiences, values, and cultural norms that shape our understanding of the world and our place within it. Consciousness, from this perspective, is not solely a product of individual brains, but is profoundly influenced by the networks of interaction and information exchange within which individuals are embedded. The network element, therefore, is intrinsically linked to the understanding of consciousness. Our experiences are shaped by the social structures, cultural contexts, and technological systems that connect us to one another and to the broader world. The narratives we share, the stories we tell, the collective beliefs we hold, these all contribute to the collective consciousness and shape individual subjective experiences. Consider, for instance, the influence of language on consciousness. Language itself is a network phenomenon, a complex system of symbols and rules that allows for the transmission of information and the construction of shared understanding. Through language, we internalize the collective knowledge and beliefs of our culture, shaping our perceptions, emotions, and sense of self. The very act of thinking is often mediated by language, suggesting a profound interplay between individual cognition and the collective consciousness embodied in linguistic structures. Similarly, technological networks profoundly influence consciousness. The internet, social media platforms, and other digital technologies have created new forms of communication and interaction, shaping our access to our social relationships and our sense of self. The constant bombardment of information, the ever-present connectivity, and the ability to project our identities online have all had a significant impact on our consciousness. The implications are complex and multifaceted, with potential benefits in terms of global communication and knowledge sharing, but also potential drawbacks related to information overload, social isolation, and the erosion of privacy. The information element in 4IAMBENG becomes crucial here, underscoring the role of data flows and information processing in shaping both individual and collective consciousness. The vast amounts of data generated by our increasingly interconnected world offer new opportunities for understanding the dynamics of consciousness. Big data analytics, for example, could be employed to study patterns of communication, emotional expression, and collective behavior, providing insights into the emergent properties of consciousness at a societal scale. However, ethical considerations regarding data privacy and the potential for manipulation must be carefully addressed. The agency component of 4IAMBENG adds another layer of complexity. Consciousness is not merely a passive reception of information, but an active process of engagement, interpretation, and response. We are not simply observers of the world, but agents who actively shape our own experiences and those of others. Our capacity for choice, our ability to make decisions, and our power to influence our surroundings are essential aspects of consciousness. This agency is not only individual, but also collective, as our actions contribute to the shaping of societal consciousness. The energy element is often overlooked in discussions of consciousness, yet it is fundamental. Cognitive processes require energy, and the availability of energy resources shapes the possibilities for information processing and conscious experience. From an evolutionary perspective, the development of consciousness has been closely linked to increases in metabolic efficiency and energy availability. Moreover, the impact of energy systems on the environment and the societal structures built upon those systems profoundly affects the collective consciousness. A society reliant on unsustainable energy sources, for example, will likely have a different consciousness and value system than one that prioritizes renewable energy and environmental stewardship. Finally, the body aspect emphasizes the embodied nature of consciousness. Our conscious experience is not disembodied, but is fundamentally intertwined with our physical existence. Our senses, our bodies, and our interactions with the physical world shape our perceptions, emotions, and sense of self. The intimate relationship between mind and body is a central theme in many philosophical and scientific traditions, and 4IAMBENG underscores its significance in understanding consciousness. The hard problem of consciousness remains a challenge, but 4IAMBENG offers a novel approach. Instead of seeking a purely reductionist explanation, it suggests a more holistic perspective that acknowledges the complex interplay of individual and collective factors, the role of information and energy, and the embodied nature of conscious experience. This framework invites interdisciplinary collaboration between neuroscientists, psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, and philosophers, fostering a more integrated understanding of this fundamental aspect of human existence. The exploration of consciousness within this framework will require novel research methodologies, drawing upon advancements in data analytics, computational modeling, and agent-based simulation. By studying the emergent properties of consciousness within complex systems, we may begin to unravel the mysteries of subjective experience and develop a deeper understanding of what it means to be conscious. This undertaking will necessitate a shift away from purely subjective accounts, moving towards rigorous empirical investigation coupled with philosophical reflection, guided by the integrated perspective offered by 4IAMBENG. Such an approach promises not only a deeper understanding of consciousness, but also the potential to create a more mindful and compassionate world, a world where our understanding of our shared consciousness informs and shapes a more just and sustainable future. The 4IAMBENG framework, in its multifaceted approach, provides a valuable tool for this transformative journey. The continued development and application of this model is crucial, not only for furthering our understanding of consciousness itself, but also for its implications on how we understand and navigate the future of humanity, given the inextricable link between consciousness and actions. A comprehensive study necessitates not just theoretical considerations, but practical applications, leading to ethical frameworks for harnessing the power of collective consciousness for the betterment of the world. This includes exploring the relationship between technology, information flows, and the shaping of collective consciousness, acknowledging both the potential benefits and the risks involved in such a powerful confluence of factors. The integration of various disciplines in examining this topic is crucial. For instance, neuroscience provides data on brain activity associated with various states of consciousness, while psychology explores the subjective experience of consciousness through introspection and behavioral studies. Anthropology sheds light on the cultural variations in the understanding and expression of consciousness, while sociology helps analyze the impact of social structures and networks on collective consciousness. Philosophy, finally, provides a framework for critical analysis of the conceptual foundations and the implications of various perspectives on consciousness. The fusion of these diverse fields of study under the 4IAMBENG framework yields a holistic understanding of consciousness, transcending the limitations of reductionist approaches and opening new avenues for research and understanding. This holistic view acknowledges the interconnectedness of the individual and the collective, the body and the mind, the internal and the external, emphasizing the dynamic interplay of factors that contribute to our conscious experience. The ongoing exploration and refinement of this model promises to revolutionize our understanding of consciousness, not merely as a scientific phenomenon, but as a deeply personal and societal experience, fundamental to our existence and the shaping of our future. Cognitive processes. Delving deeper into the 4IAMBENG framework, we now turn our attention to the intricate tapestry of cognitive processes. Perception, memory, and decision-making, seemingly individual functions of the mind, are, in fact, deeply intertwined with the other elements of the framework. Understanding these processes through the 4IAMBENG lens reveals a far richer and more nuanced picture than traditional, reductionist approaches allow. Let's begin with perception. Our senses, the body's interface with the external world, constantly bombard us with information. This raw sensory data, the information element, is then processed and interpreted by the brain. However, this interpretation is not a passive reception. It's actively shaped by our prior experiences, our beliefs, and our expectations, all of which are encoded within the intricate network of neuronal connections that constitute the mind. The agency we possess influences what we choose to focus on, what we filter out, and how we construct our understanding of the sensory input. Furthermore, our perception is profoundly influenced by the network we inhabit. Cultural norms, social contexts, and shared beliefs all shape how we perceive and interpret the world. For example, individuals from different cultural backgrounds may perceive the same visual stimulus differently, influenced by their learned visual schemas and cultural frameworks. The very language we use to describe our perceptions is itself a product of the collective consciousness, reflecting the shared understanding and linguistic structures of our social group. The energy element is also crucial. The efficiency of our sensory organs and the processing capacity of our brains, both energetically demanding processes, directly affect our perceptual abilities. Fatigue, illness, or even malnutrition can significantly impair our sensory perception and cognitive processing. Memory, the next cognitive process we will examine, similarly exhibits a complex interplay of 4IAMBENG elements. Memory is not a static storage system, but a dynamic and reconstructive process. The information we encode into memory is not simply a faithful record of past events, but a constantly evolving narrative shaped by our experiences, emotions, and the network of connections within our brains. Our agency plays a significant role in what we choose to remember, how we organize and retrieve information, and how we selectively filter or even distort past experiences. The network element further influences memory. Sharing memories with others, reliving events through storytelling, and participating in collective rituals all shape and reinforce our personal memories. Cultural narratives and shared historical experiences deeply influence how we remember the past, potentially creating collective memories that transcend individual experiences. Furthermore, the social and cultural contexts within which we learn and share memories can profoundly influence the content and accuracy of our recollections. From the perspective of energy, the consolidation and retrieval of memories are active processes that require energy expenditure. Factors such as sleep, nutrition, and stress all impact our ability to form and retain memories. The body aspect is equally significant, as the physical health and integrity of the brain directly impacts memory function. Neurological disorders, injuries, or even age-related changes in brain structure can lead to significant memory impairments, underlining the close link between the physical body and the capacity for memory. Decision-making, the third crucial cognitive process, presents an even more complex interplay of 4IAMBENG elements. Traditional models often depict decision-making as a rational process of weighing options and selecting the most optimal choice. However, this view overlooks the influence of emotions, biases, and social context. Within the 4IAMBENG framework, decision-making is an active and dynamic process profoundly influenced by the interplay of mind, body, agency, information, network, and energy. The information that informs our decisions is often incomplete, uncertain, and potentially biased. The network in which we operate influences our choices, as social norms, cultural values, and peer pressure exert considerable influence. Our own agency allows us to consciously and unconsciously make choices, but this agency is always constrained by the limitations of our information processing capacity and by the external factors within our social and physical environment. The body plays a critical role, as physiological states such as stress, fatigue, or hormonal fluctuations can significantly impact our decision-making processes. Energy availability is also crucial. The brain needs sufficient energy to process information and engage in complex cognitive processes like decision-making. Cognitive overload or fatigue can lead to poor decisions. Moreover, consider the impact of technological networks on cognitive processes. The constant stream of information from the internet and social media affects perception, memory, and decision-making in profound ways. The information overload can lead to attention deficits and difficulty concentrating, impacting perception and memory. The curated nature of online information can bias our understanding of the world and shape our beliefs, influencing decision-making. Furthermore, the network effects of social media, such as echo chambers and filter bubbles, can reinforce pre-existing biases and limit our exposure to diverse perspectives, impacting our capacity for reasoned decision-making. The agency we feel online, the ability to curate our own online personas, and interact with large networks can be empowering, but it can also be a source of psychological stress and can influence our behavior offline. The application of 4IAMBENG to cognitive processes offers a powerful framework for integrating various perspectives from neuroscience, psychology, sociology, and anthropology. Neuroscience provides insights into the neural mechanisms underlying perception, memory, and decision-making. Psychology investigates the subjective experience of these processes and the cognitive biases that affect them. Sociology examines the influence of social structures and networks on cognitive function, while anthropology explores the cultural variations in cognitive processes. By integrating these diverse perspectives within the 4IAMBENG framework, we can develop a more holistic and comprehensive understanding of the complexities of human cognition. This integrated approach also opens up new avenues for research. For example, the study of the interplay between information and network in shaping cognitive processes could benefit from advanced data analysis techniques, enabling researchers to study patterns of information flow and social influence on large-scale datasets. Likewise, agent-based modeling could be used to simulate the collective behavior of individuals and explore the emergent properties of cognitive processes at a societal scale. Such research not only enhances our scientific understanding of cognition, but also has significant practical implications, especially in fields such as education, healthcare, and public policy. Understanding the factors that influence perception, memory, and decision-making can inform strategies for improving learning, treating cognitive disorders, and designing effective public health interventions. The 4IAMBENG model provides a fertile ground for interdisciplinary collaboration and innovation, leading to a deeper understanding of the human mind and its intricate relationship with the world around it. This holistic approach enables a more complete and nuanced comprehension of cognition, moving beyond reductionist accounts to embrace the dynamic interaction of individual and collective factors in shaping our cognitive landscape. The continuing refinement and application of the 4IAMBENG framework promises to revolutionize our understanding of cognitive processes, their underlying mechanisms, and their implications for individuals and societies alike. Mental health and illness. Building upon our exploration of cognitive processes through the 4IAMBENG lens, we now turn our attention to a crucial area of human experience: mental health and illness. Traditional approaches to understanding mental health often compartmentalize the individual, focusing on specific symptoms or diagnoses without fully integrating the multifaceted nature of the human condition. The 4IAMBENG framework, however, offers a more holistic perspective, providing a richer and more nuanced understanding of the complex interplay of factors that contribute to both mental well-being and illness. Within the 4IAMBENG framework, mental health is not simply the absence of diagnosable disorders, but rather a dynamic state of equilibrium and well-being encompassing the intricate interactions between the mind, body, agency, information, network, and energy. A flourishing mental state involves a robust and adaptable mind, capable of effectively processing information, navigating complex social situations, and making sound judgments. This requires a healthy body, providing the necessary physiological foundation for optimal cognitive function. Adequate agency allows for self-determination and a sense of control over one's life, while access to diverse and accurate information empowers informed decision-making. A supportive network provides social connection, belonging, and a sense of community, while sufficient energy reserves fuel both physical and mental processes. Conversely, mental illness in this framework is viewed not as a purely internal dysfunction, but the disruption in the delicate balance among these 6 elements. For instance, depression might manifest as a combination of reduced cognitive flexibility, mind, physiological changes such as fatigue and sleep disturbances, body, diminished sense of agency and control, agency, biased or negative information processing, information, social isolation and lack of support, network, and depleted energy reserves, energy. Similarly, anxiety disorders may be understood as an overactive mind, heightened physiological arousal, body, a sense of helplessness or lack of control, agency, catastrophic information processing, information, strained social relationships, network, and chronic energy depletion, energy. Schizophrenia, a more complex condition, could be viewed through the lens of disrupted information processing, information, potentially resulting from neurological abnormality in the brain, body. Impaired agency leading to difficulties in navigating social interactions, agency, and the formation of distorted beliefs and perceptions due to faulty information processing, information. The impact on social networks and the subsequent isolation it often creates further intensifies the challenges, network. The energetic demands of managing such a condition may exacerbate the condition, depleting energy reserves, energy. This holistic perspective challenges the traditional medical model's emphasis on solely biological or psychological factors. By incorporating the roles of agency, information, and network, 4IAMBENG acknowledges the crucial influence of individual choices, environmental factors, and social context in mental health and illness. For instance, the impact of adverse childhood experiences on mental health is clearly understood within this framework. Traumatic experiences can profoundly shape the development of the mind, leading to cognitive distortions and emotional dysregulation. These experiences can also negatively impact the body, influencing physiological responses to stress and increasing vulnerability to physical illness. A diminished sense of agency, resulting from repeated victimization, can further exacerbate vulnerability. Access to inaccurate or incomplete information, potentially reinforced by a lack of supportive social network, can compound the challenge. Finally, the chronic stress associated with such experiences can lead to chronic energy depletion, energy. The implications for diagnosis and treatment are significant. A 4IAMBENG informed approach would involve a comprehensive assessment of all 6 elements, going beyond simply identifying symptoms and seeking to understand the interplay of factors contributing to a person's mental state. This might involve exploring an individual's sense of agency, their access to information and social support, their overall energy levels, and their capacity for self-regulation. This comprehensive approach would not only help tailor treatment plans to individual needs, but also address underlying societal factors that contribute to mental health disparities. Interventions could then focus on strengthening specific elements of the 4IAMBENG framework, depending on individual needs and circumstances. For example, cognitive behavioral therapy might address distortions in information processing, while mindfulness-based interventions might cultivate a greater sense of self-awareness and regulation, agency. Social support groups would address the network element, and lifestyle modifications would address body and energy considerations. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework encourages a more preventative approach to mental health. By identifying and addressing risk factors across all 6 elements, for example, promoting access to accurate information, fostering supportive social networks, and promoting healthy lifestyles, we can create environments that support mental well-being before mental health problems emerge. This could involve public health initiatives focused on promoting social inclusion, improving access to education and resources, and creating supportive communities. The development of new diagnostic tools is also called for. Traditional diagnostic methods primarily rely on symptom checklists and clinical interviews, offering only a partial picture of a person's mental state. The 4IAMBENG framework suggests the development of more holistic assessment tools that incorporate measures of all elements. Such tools could integrate quantitative measures of physiological indicators, body, qualitative assessments of social relationships, network, questionnaires to assess cognitive functions and beliefs, information and mind, and standardized methods to gauge a person's sense of agency, and energy levels, energy. This type of comprehensive approach offers the potential for earlier identification of mental health issues and more effective tailoring of interventions. The development and implementation of such holistic diagnostic tools and treatment strategies present a significant challenge. However, this challenge is also an opportunity. By embracing the complexities of human experience, as reflected in the 4IAMBENG framework, we can move beyond reductionist approaches towards a more comprehensive and person-centered understanding of mental health and illness. This integrated, holistic perspective offers a path towards more effective prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, ultimately empowering individuals and communities to thrive. The integration of technological advancements also holds significant promise. For example, wearable sensors could provide continuous data on physiological parameters, body and energy, offering real-time insights into an individual's physical and mental state. Artificial intelligence and machine learning could be used to analyze vast data sets of clinical information, identify patterns and risk factors across the 4IAMBENG elements, leading to earlier diagnosis and improved treatment outcomes. Furthermore, digital platforms and virtual communities can be leveraged to increase access to support and facilitate social connections, potentially mitigating feelings of isolation. The 4IAMBENG framework invites further interdisciplinary collaboration. Psychiatrists, psychologists, neuroscientists, sociologists, and anthropologists can work together to refine assessment methods, develop new interventions, and evaluate their effectiveness. This holistic approach has the potential to revolutionize our understanding of mental health and illness, leading to a brighter future for individuals and communities struggling with mental health challenges. The potential for personalized medicine and preventative measures in mental health is vast, promising a more effective and empathetic approach to this critical aspect of human experience. By integrating diverse perspectives and leveraging technological advancements, we can move towards a future where mental health is not merely the absence of illness, but rather a state of flourishing and well-being for all. The 4IAMBENG framework serves as a powerful catalyst for this transformative shift in our understanding and approach to mental well-being. Personality and individual differences. The 4IAMBENG framework, having illuminated the complexities of mental health and illness, now provides a fertile ground for understanding the diverse tapestry of human personality and individual differences. Traditional psychological approaches often categorize individuals based on predefined traits or diagnostic criteria, potentially overlooking the intricate interplay of factors shaping unique behavioral patterns. 4IAMBENG, however, offers a more holistic and nuanced perspective, recognizing the dynamic interaction between the mind, body, agency, information, network, and energy in shaping individual personalities. Consider the concept of introversion and extroversion. A purely psychological model might focus solely on cognitive styles and information processing preferences. The 4IAMBENG framework, however, suggests a much richer understanding. An introvert might possess a mind that finds internal reflection and focused attention more energizing than extensive social interaction, resulting in a preference for solitary activities. Their body might exhibit different physiological responses to social stimuli, perhaps experiencing increased cortisol levels in crowded or stimulating environments. Their agency might be expressed through carefully considered actions and deliberate choices, rather than spontaneous or impulsive behavior. Their information gathering might be characterized by a deep dive into selected topics rather than wide-ranging exploration. Their network might be smaller, but comprised of deep, meaningful connections. Finally, their energy levels may be more readily depleted by sustained social engagement, leading to a need for solitude to recharge. Conversely, an extrovert might have a mind that thrives on external stimulation and social interaction, a body that responds positively to social engagement, an agency driven by immediate action and exploration. Information gathering that is broader and more exploratory, a network characterized by extensive connections, and energy levels that are boosted by social interactions. This is not to suggest rigid categorization, but rather to illustrate how the same behavioral tendencies can emerge from diverse combinations of the 4IAMBENG elements. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework sheds light on the influence of genetics, epigenetics, and environmental factors on personality development. Genetic predispositions can influence the structure and function of the brain, mind, and body, impacting cognitive styles, emotional reactivity, and physiological responses to stress. Epigenetic modifications, influenced by environmental factors such as early childhood experiences, can further alter gene expression, influencing personality traits throughout life. The interplay of nature and nurture is intricately woven within the 4IAMBENG framework. Adverse childhood experiences, for instance, can significantly impact the development of agency by reducing a child's sense of control and self-efficacy. Exposure to biased or inaccurate information can shape beliefs and attitudes, influencing worldview and social interactions. A lack of supportive social connections network can lead to feelings of isolation and insecurity, affecting self-esteem and interpersonal relationships. Chronic stress can deplete energy reserves and impact physiological functioning. The 4IAMBENG framework also illuminates the influence of culture and societal norms on personality expression. Cultural values and beliefs shape individuals' understanding of themselves and their place in the world, influencing their sense of agency, their access to information, and the nature of their social networks. For example, collectivist cultures often emphasize interdependence and social harmony, fostering personality traits associated with cooperation and empathy, while individualistic cultures tend to emphasize independence and self-reliance, promoting traits such as assertiveness and competitiveness. These cultural differences are not merely superficial expressions, but rather reflect deep-seated values and beliefs that profoundly shape the development of the mind, body, agency, information, network, and energy. Consider the spectrum of personality disorders. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a unique lens for understanding these complex conditions. For example, individuals with antisocial personality disorder might exhibit deficits in empathy and moral reasoning, mind, alongside a reduced capacity for experiencing fear or anxiety, body, an inflated sense of self-importance, agency, and a tendency toward manipulative behavior, information. Their network is often characterized by superficial relationships built on exploitation and a disregard for social norms. The energy of this condition might be seen in their tireless pursuit of self-gratification. Similarly, individuals with borderline personality disorder might struggle with emotional dysregulation, mind and body, instability in relationships, network, impulsive behaviors, agency, and distorted perceptions of themselves and others' information. This is often tied to low energy reserves, making self-regulation and emotional stability challenging. This holistic perspective moves beyond symptom-focused diagnoses to understand the complex interplay of factors contributing to the disorder's development and manifestation. The implications for assessment and intervention are transformative. A 4IAMBENG informed approach would require a holistic assessment encompassing physiological measures, body, cognitive assessments, mind, measures of agency and self-efficacy, agency, evaluations of information processing and beliefs, information, assessments of social support and connectedness, network, and measures of energy levels and resilience, energy. This multifaceted assessment provides a richer and more comprehensive understanding of the individual's strengths and vulnerabilities. Interventions based on the 4IAMBENG framework could be highly tailored to individual needs. For example, interventions might address cognitive distortions, mind, through cognitive behavioral therapy, physical health concerns, body, through nutritional counseling or exercise programs, deficits in agency through empowerment therapies, biases information processing through mindfulness practices or media literacy education, social isolation, network, through social skills training or support groups, and low energy levels, energy, through lifestyle interventions. This personalized and holistic approach increases the efficacy of intervention and improves outcomes. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework provides a foundation for a preventative approach to promoting mental well-being and fostering resilience. By focusing on the development of all 6 elements, individuals can build a strong foundation for emotional and psychological health. Promoting access to accurate and unbiased information, fostering supportive networks, and cultivating a sense of agency all contribute to building resilience against mental health challenges. Promoting healthy lifestyles, including regular exercise and mindful practices, the body and energy aspects. The 4IAMBENG framework is not simply a new theoretical model. It is a call for a paradigm shift in how we approach study and understanding of human personality. By integrating insights from various disciplines, embracing technological advancements, and fostering interdisciplinary collaboration, we can unlock a deeper understanding of the intricate mechanisms that shape individual differences and promote interventions tailored to the individual's unique needs, moving beyond simplistic categorizations towards a richer and more holistic understanding of the human experience. This approach promises to significantly advance our understanding of personality, offering a more nuanced perspective that ultimately empowers individuals and enriches the human experience as a whole. The journey to a deeper understanding of personality is a complex and ongoing one, and the 4IAMBENG framework offers a compass guiding us toward a more comprehensive and humanistic perspective. The self and identity. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a radical reimagining of the self and identity, moving beyond the limitations of traditional psychological models that often fragment the individual into discrete traits or diagnostic categories. Instead, it proposes a holistic view, understanding the self as a dynamic interplay of mind, body, agency, information, network, and energy. This integrated perspective recognizes that the sense of self isn't a static entity, but a constantly evolving process shaped by the intricate interactions between these 6 elements. Consider the traditional notion of self-esteem. A purely psychological perspective might focus on an individual's self-perception and evaluations of their worth. However, the 4IAMBENG framework expands this understanding. High self-esteem isn't simply a matter of positive self-perception, mind. It is also deeply intertwined with physical health and well-being, body. Someone with a healthy body, capable of physical activity and experiencing pleasure in physical sensations, is more likely to have a positive self-image than someone battling chronic pain or illness. Furthermore, a strong sense of agency, the ability to make choices and influence one's environment, contributes significantly to self-esteem. Individuals who feel capable and in control of their lives are more likely to possess high self-esteem than those who feel powerless and victimized. The information an individual processes about themselves and the world also plays a crucial role. A narrative of self that emphasizes strengths and accomplishments will naturally foster higher self-esteem than one that dwells on perceived failures and weaknesses. The quality of an individual's network, their social connections and support systems, also exerts a powerful influence. Individuals surrounded by supportive and loving relationships tend to have higher self-esteem than those who feel isolated or alienated. Finally, sustained high energy levels, allowing for engagement with life and pursuit of goals, significantly contribute to a positive sense of self. Conversely, chronic fatigue or exhaustion can undermine self-esteem, making it difficult for individuals to engage in activities that typically foster a sense of accomplishment and self-worth. This integrated perspective extends to the understanding of identity. Traditional views often categorize individuals based on predefined social roles, e.g., gender, race, profession. However, the 4IAMBENG framework acknowledges that identity is far more multifaceted. It is not merely a collection of social labels, but a dynamic process of self-creation shaped by the ongoing interplay of the 6 elements. Our mind shapes our understanding of who we are, our beliefs about ourselves, and our aspirations. Our body influences our self-perception through physical sensations, abilities, and limitations. Our agency shapes our identity through our choices, actions, and commitments. The information we internalize from our environment and social interactions molds our beliefs and values, significantly shaping our sense of self. Our network, our social connections, profoundly impacts how we see ourselves in relation to others. And finally, our energy levels determine our capacity for self-expression and engagement with the world, directly impacting our sense of agency and the construction of our identity. The implications of this holistic understanding of self and identity are far-reaching. It challenges the tendency to reduce individuals to simplistic labels and encourages a more nuanced and compassionate approach to understanding human experience. It highlights the importance of addressing all 6 elements of the 4IAMBENG framework in promoting mental and emotional well-being. For instance, therapeutic interventions might not only focus on cognitive restructuring, mind, but also on improving physical health, body, enhancing agency through empowerment techniques, correcting biased information through education and awareness, building supportive networks, and restoring energy levels through lifestyle changes and stress management techniques. Moreover, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a powerful tool for understanding the challenges individuals face in forming a coherent and positive sense of self. Difficulties in forming a robust identity can stem from a multitude of factors. Trauma, for instance, can profoundly impact all aspects of the 4IAMBENG framework, leading to disruptions in self-perception, diminished agency, distorted information processing, compromised network connections, and chronic energy depletion. Similarly, chronic illness, social isolation, and exposure to systemic discrimination can significantly affect the development of a healthy and integrated sense of self. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a practical guide for understanding the interplay of factors and developing tailored interventions. Consider the impact of social media on identity formation. The constant barrage of information, often curated and idealized, can distort self-perception and create unrealistic expectations. The curated perfection projected on social media can lead to feelings of inadequacy and diminished self-esteem, mind. The constant pressure to conform to social norms and idealized body types can negatively impact body image and self-perception. The reliance on external validation through likes and comments can undermine agency and foster a sense of dependence on external approval. The constant exposure to others' seemingly perfect lives can lead to unhealthy comparisons and distort one's sense of self-worth. This highlights the importance of developing critical thinking skills, mind, and information to navigate the complexities of social media, fostering healthy boundaries and self-compassion. The network created through social media can be both supportive and damaging, depending on the quality of the connections formed. Finally, the addictive nature of social media can lead to chronic energy depletion, further impacting self-esteem and identity formation. The 4IAMBENG framework also offers insights into the phenomenon of identity crisis. This is not simply a matter of uncertainty or confusion about who one is, but rather a breakdown in the dynamic interplay of the six elements. A significant life event, such as a major loss or a career change, can disrupt the equilibrium of the 4IAMBENG framework, leading to feelings of disorientation and uncertainty. For example, a job loss can diminish one's sense of agency, negatively impact self-esteem, mind, and potentially affect social connections, network. This may then lead to further impact on the body, health and well-being, and subsequent energy levels. The process of navigating an identity crisis involves restoring the balance between these elements, finding new sources of meaning and purpose, and rebuilding a stronger and more resilient sense of self. This process often requires engaging in self-reflection, mind, taking care of physical health, body, cultivating a sense of agency through new choices and actions, acquiring new knowledge and skill, information, building new connections, network, and cultivating health energy habits, energy. The 4IAMBENG approach transcends the limitations of traditional models by providing a comprehensive framework for understanding the complex interplay of factors that shape the human self and identity. By embracing this holistic view, we can move beyond reductionist interpretations and develop more effective interventions that promote mental well-being, enhance resilience, and empower individuals to lead fulfilling and meaningful lives. The journey toward a deeper understanding of the self is a continuous process of exploration and self-discovery, a journey enriched by the insights offered by the 4IAMBENG framework. Ultimately, this framework empowers individuals to not just understand themselves, but to actively shape their own selves and identities, fostering a richer and more authentic human experience. Chapter 10: 4IAMBENG and Sociology. Social structures and institutions. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on the interconnectedness of mind, body, agency, information, network, and energy, provides a powerful lens through which to examine social structures and institutions. Traditional sociological models often focus on individual behaviors within predefined social structures, neglecting the complex interplay of internal and external forces that shape both individual actions and societal formations. 4IAMBENG offers a more holistic approach, revealing how the six elements interact not only within individuals, but also across individuals, shaping the dynamics of social interaction and the very fabric of society. Consider the concept of power. Traditional sociological perspectives often analyze power in terms of hierarchical structures and resource control. However, 4IAMBENG expands this understanding. Power isn't simply a matter of positional authority or economic dominance. It is intricately interwoven with the six elements. Consider the power dynamics within a workplace. A manager's authority, agency, is reinforced by their control over information, access to resources, energy, and the network of relationships they cultivate, network. Their physical presence, body, and mental acuity, mind, also play a significant role. However, this doesn't represent the entire picture. Employees, for instance, can exert power through their collective action, network, their specialized knowledge, information, their dedication and productivity, energy, or challenging managerial decisions, agency, ultimately influencing organizational culture and direction. Similarly, the 4IAMBENG framework sheds light on the role of institutions in shaping individual lives. Institutions, such as education, healthcare, and the legal system, are not simply external structures imposing rules and regulations. They actively shape the six elements within individuals. Educational institutions, for example, shape an individual's access to information, cultivating their mind and impacting their self-perception. Access to quality education empowers individuals with agency and expands opportunities, impacting their future energy levels and influencing their network connections. Healthcare systems directly affect an individual's physical and mental well-being, body and mind, influencing their agency and energy. The legal system impacts individuals' agency and network, either through protection or oppression, depending on its fairness and accessibility. The quality of these systems profoundly impacts the overall development of the individual across all 6 4IAMBENG, shaping their overall well-being and their ability to engage meaningfully with society. The framework also allows us to explore the pervasive influence of systemic biases embedded within social structures and institutions. Consider systemic racism, for instance. This doesn't simply manifest as individual prejudices, it deeply impacts the 6 elements across generations. Limited access to resources, energy, and opportunities, agency, perpetuates economic disparities. Negative stereotypes and biased media portrayals shape self-perception and create distorted information processing, mind and information, limiting aspirations and self-esteem. Social isolation and limited networking opportunities, further marginalize individuals and communities. The cumulative effect of these systemic inequalities leads to significant disparities in physical and mental health, body, creating a vicious cycle that perpetuates social injustice and inequality. Applying the 4IAMBENG framework to understand social change highlights the importance of holistic interventions. Efforts to promote social justice and equality must address the multifaceted interplay of the 6 elements. For instance, initiatives aimed at reducing poverty must not only focus on economic support, energy, but also on empowering marginalized communities, enhancing their agency, and fostering a sense of self-worth, mind. Providing access to quality information and education, and fostering strong social networks, Improving access to healthcare is also crucial. By integrating these different aspects, a more profound and lasting impact can be achieved. The influence of technology, particularly social media, presents another fascinating area for exploration using the 4IAMBENG model. Social media profoundly impacts the information landscape, shaping self-perception and influencing social interactions. The curated and often idealized presentation of self on these platforms can distort individuals' sense of self-worth, mind, while constant pressure for social validation can undermine agency. The addictive nature of social media can deplete energy levels, impacting mental health and well-being. The network created through social media can be both supportive and destructive, fostering both meaningful connections and social isolation. Understanding these dynamics is crucial for developing strategies to mitigate negative impacts and leverage the positive potential of technology for social good. Examining political systems through the 4IAMBENG lens reveals how power structures influence individual agency. Authoritarian regimes restrict access to information, limit individual freedom, agency, and often suppress dissenting voices, leading to a decline in civic engagement, energy, and the erosion of societal well-being. Democratic systems, conversely, ideally promote individual agency, ensuring access to information, fostering diverse networks, and encouraging active civic participation, energy. The robustness of a democratic society depends on the capacity of individuals to engage meaningfully, informed by well-functioning networks and a sense of agency. The health of a political system can be gauged by how it supports or hinders the development of these 6 elements within its citizenry. Moreover, 4IAMBENG provides valuable insights into the dynamics of social movements. Successful social movements leverage the power of collective action, fostering a shared sense of identity, mind, and purpose, agency. They harness information, to raise awareness, mobilize supporters, and challenge established power structures. Maintaining the sustained energy of a movement requires effective organization and resource mobilization. The physical presence, body, of participants, evident in protests and demonstrations, plays a crucial role in expressing collective power and shaping public opinion. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a transformative perspective on social structures and institutions. By examining the intricate interplay of mind, body, agency, information, network, and energy, we gain a deeper understanding of the forces that shape individual lives and the dynamics of social interaction. This holistic approach not only clarifies existing sociological models, but also opens up new avenues for research. fostering innovative solutions to social problems and inspiring more effective interventions to promote individual well-being and societal progress. This integrated perspective moves beyond the limitations of traditional models, facilitating a more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of the complex relationship between individuals and the societies they inhabit. It encourages a more compassionate and effective approach to social change, recognizing the interconnectedness of individuals and their environments, and the crucial role of holistic interventions in promoting a more just and equitable world. The framework serves as a potent tool for both understanding existing social structures and envisioning more equitable and just societies. Social change and transformation. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a uniquely powerful lens through which to analyze social change and transformation. Traditional sociological perspectives often compartmentalize social phenomena, focusing on isolated aspects of social interaction, power dynamics, or institutional structures. 4IAMBENG, however, transcends this reductionist approach, offering a holistic understanding of how changes in one element inevitably ripple through the interconnected system, influencing the others and ultimately shaping the trajectory of societal evolution. Consider, for example, the transformative power of technological advancements. The introduction of the internet and subsequent proliferation of social media has profoundly altered the information landscape. The sheer volume of accessible information, both accurate and inaccurate, dramatically impacts the mind, shaping perceptions, beliefs, and worldviews at an unprecedented scale. This alteration in the flow and accessibility of information profoundly affects agency. Individuals are now empowered with unprecedented access to knowledge and alternative perspectives, fostering greater self-awareness and enabling them to challenge dominant narratives and existing power structures. Conversely, the potential for misinformation and manipulation also creates vulnerabilities, highlighting the importance of media literacy and critical thinking skills in navigating this complex information ecosystem. The energy element is equally impacted. The internet facilitates global networking, enabling collective action and resource mobilization on a scale previously unimaginable. Social movements can organize, share information, and coordinate efforts across geographical boundaries with remarkable efficiency, enhancing their collective power and influencing social and political outcomes. However, the constant connectivity and information overload can lead to burnout and diminished mental well-being, highlighting the crucial need to manage the energy demands of the digital age. The body is also significantly affected. While the internet offers access to healthcare information and remote consultations, it can also contribute to sedentary lifestyles and exacerbate existing health disparities. The pervasive use of screens can have profound effects on physical health, sleep patterns, and overall well-being. Moreover, the increasing reliance on technology and online interactions may affect social interaction in the physical realm, impacting the development and maintenance of social skills and interpersonal relationships. The network element is profoundly reshaped by technology. Social media platforms create intricate and dynamic social networks, connecting individuals across geographic boundaries and fostering diverse communities. However, this interconnectedness can also lead to the formation of echo chambers and filter bubbles, limiting exposure to diverse viewpoints and reinforcing existing biases. The nature of online interactions and the potential for cyberbullying and online harassment also pose significant challenges, affecting the emotional well-being and social cohesion of individuals and communities. Social change is seldom a linear process, and 4IAMBENG illuminates this complexity. Consider the rise of social movements demanding social justice. These movements often begin with a shared sense of injustice and a desire for change, mind. This collective awareness is then mobilized through the creation of utilizing diverse communication channels, information, to spread awareness and organize collective action. The energy, and determination of movement participants are crucial for sustained activism, with physical manifestations in protests and demonstrations. Body. Successful movements challenge existing power structures, affecting agency both for individuals within the movement and those impacted by their actions. Examining revolutions across history through the 4IAMBENG lens reveals a consistent pattern. Revolutionary periods are typically characterized by a breakdown in established power structures, leading to a crisis of agency amongst the population. Existing information flows are disrupted, replaced by alternative narratives and revolutionary ideologies. The energy levels of the populace are heightened, often driven by resentment, deprivation, or a collective vision for a better future. New networks are formed, connecting individuals who share a common cause and contributing to a sense of collective identity, mind. The physical presence, body, of protesters and revolutionaries plays a crucial role in challenging the existing order and exerting collective power. The success or failure of a revolution often hinges on the effective mobilization of these six elements. The framework also allows for a nuanced understanding of the role of institutions in shaping social change. Educational institutions, for instance, play a crucial role in shaping the mind, instilling values, knowledge, and skills. They also significantly influence the agency of individuals by providing opportunities for personal and professional development. Access to quality education provides individuals with the energy to pursue their goals and build stronger social networks. Similarly, healthcare systems directly impact an individual's physical and mental well-being, body, influencing their ability to participate meaningfully in society. Analyzing the transformation of societies throughout history, one can observe the interplay of these 4IAMBENG elements. The shift from agrarian societies to industrialized ones, for example, profoundly impacted the body, demanding physical labor in factories and impacting health conditions. The rise of urban centers fostered the formation of dense social networks, while technological advancements transformed the information landscape, creating new opportunities and challenges. The emergence of new social classes and political movements reflects the changing dynamics of agency and energy within society. Furthermore, 4IAMBENG highlights the importance of holistic approaches to social change. Sustainable and equitable progress requires a multifaceted approach that addresses the interconnectedness of the six elements. Efforts to reduce poverty, for example, should not only focus on economic assistance, energy, but also on empowering individuals by providing access to quality education and healthcare, body and information, fostering a sense of self-worth, mind, building strong social support networks, and enhancing their ability to make independent choices, agency. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, provides a rich and comprehensive framework for understanding and promoting social change. By considering the interplay of mind, body, agency, information, network, and energy, we can gain a deeper understanding of the complex forces that shape individual lives and the dynamics of societal transformation, facilitating the development of more effective and equitable solutions to societal challenges. This holistic perspective empowers us to move beyond simplistic approaches, fostering more nuanced and effective interventions that promote individual well-being and societal progress, ultimately contributing to a more just and equitable world. Social inequality. The 4IAMBENG framework offers a powerful analytical tool for understanding the complex tapestry of social inequality. Traditional sociological approaches often dissect inequality into discrete categories: economic disparity, racial discrimination, gender bias, treating them as independent variables. However, 4IAMBENG reveals the interwoven nature of these factors, illuminating how imbalances in one element inevitably cascade through the system, exacerbating inequalities in others. Consider the pervasive issue of systemic racism. From the perspective of the mind, it manifests as internalized biases, both conscious and unconscious, shaping perceptions and beliefs about different racial groups. This internalized prejudice influences agency, limiting opportunities and perpetuating cycles of disadvantage. Individuals from marginalized racial groups often encounter systemic barriers to education, employment, and housing, restricting their ability to exercise their agency and shape their lives. The information landscape plays a critical role in perpetuating systemic racism. Historical narratives and media representations often reinforce stereotypical and negative portrayals of minority groups, shaping public opinion and influencing policy decisions. This biased information flow undermines the capacity for empathy and understanding, further hindering efforts towards racial justice and equity. The energy element is also profoundly affected. The constant struggle against prejudice and discrimination drains emotional and mental energy, impacting well-being and hindering individual progress. The body element is directly impacted through disparities in healthcare access and quality, leading to poorer health outcomes for marginalized racial groups. Environmental injustices, such as the disproportionate exposure to pollution and hazardous waste in minority communities, further exacerbate health disparities. The network element reflects the segregation and social exclusion that often characterize racial inequality. Limited access to social capital and support networks hinders individual mobility and perpetuates cycles of poverty and disadvantage. The physical manifestation of racism, from police brutality to hate crimes, affects the body directly, causing physical harm and trauma. Analyzing classism through the 4IAMBENG lens reveals similar interconnections. The mind is shaped by societal narratives that often reinforce meritocratic ideals, neglecting the systemic factors that contribute to economic inequality. This can lead to a sense of individual responsibility for poverty, overlooking the structural barriers that limit opportunities for individuals from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. The lack of access to quality education and resources impacts agency, restricting upward mobility and reinforcing cycles of poverty. Information access is also crucial in understanding class disparities. Individuals from lower socioeconomic backgrounds may have limited access to information and resources, hindering their ability to navigate complex systems and advocate for their rights. The energy element is strained by the constant struggle for survival and the pressure to make ends meet. Financial insecurity and lack of resources significantly impact mental and physical well-being, potentially leading to chronic stress and health problems. The body is directly impacted by class inequality, leading to disparities in healthcare access, nutrition, and overall health outcomes. Exposure to environmental hazards and unsafe living conditions are more prevalent in lower-income communities. Class also profoundly affects network. Individuals from different socioeconomic backgrounds often have limited opportunities to interact and build relationships across class lines, leading to social segregation and reinforcing existing inequalities. Addressing social inequality requires a multifaceted approach that considers the interplay of all 6 4IAMBENG elements. Simply focusing on economic redistribution, energy, is insufficient. A comprehensive strategy needs to address systemic biases within institutions, mind and information, ensure equal access to quality education and healthcare. Body and information empower individuals to exercise their agency, foster inclusive social networks, network and promote social justice, mind and agency. For instance, consider educational reforms. Improving access to quality education is not only about increasing funding, energy, but also about addressing implicit bias in curricula and teaching practices, mind and information. Fostering supportive learning environments that promote self-esteem and a sense of belonging, mind, and enhancing students' ability to navigate future opportunities, agency. Similarly, healthcare reforms should aim to address disparities in access and quality, body and information, promote health literacy, information, empower individuals to make informed healthcare decisions, agency, and ensure equitable distribution of resources, energy. Addressing social inequality requires a commitment to dismantling systemic barriers, empowering marginalized communities, and fostering a society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. The 4IAMBENG framework allows us to understand the cyclical nature of inequality. For example, lack of access to quality education, information, body, energy can lead to limited job opportunities, agency, perpetuating low income, energy, and limiting access to healthcare and safe housing, body, which in turn affects educational attainment of the next generation. This vicious cycle is perpetuated by societal structures that reinforce existing inequalities. Addressing such systemic issues requires a fundamental shift in mindset, mind. We need to move beyond individualistic narratives of success and responsibility, recognizing that social inequality is not simply a matter of individual choices, but a consequence of broader structural factors. This requires a societal commitment to social justice and equity. This necessitates a profound transformation in how we conceptualize social change. We must move beyond fragmented, sector-specific approaches, embracing a holistic strategy that acknowledges the inherent interconnectedness of the 4IAMBENG elements. This holistic perspective necessitates policy interventions that address the root causes of inequality, not just their symptoms. For instance, policies aimed at addressing racial inequality must go beyond anti-discrimination laws. They must also address issues of historical trauma, implicit bias, and structural racism embedded in institutions like the justice system, education system, and housing market. This requires a multifaceted approach encompassing legislative changes, community-based interventions, and a broader societal shift in attitudes and beliefs. Similarly, tackling economic inequality demands more than just income redistribution. It requires addressing systematic barriers to upward mobility, ensuring fair access to education, healthcare, and employment, and fostering inclusive economic policies that promote equitable growth and shared prosperity. Ultimately, achieving a just and equitable society requires a comprehensive and holistic approach, guided by the principles of the 4IAMBENG framework. Only by understanding the intricate interplay of its elements can we develop effective strategies to dismantle the systems that perpetuate inequality and create a more just and equitable world for all. The challenge lies not simply in identifying the problems, but in designing interventions that simultaneously address the interconnected causes and effects of inequality, fostering a positive feedback loop of empowerment and progress. This holistic and systematic approach represents the critical next step in our collective journey towards social justice. Culture and identity. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on interconnectedness, offers a unique lens through which to examine the intricate relationship between culture, identity, and social behavior. Traditional sociological perspectives often compartmentalize culture and identity, studying them in isolation or focusing on specific aspects like ethnicity, religion, or nationality. However, 4IAMBENG reveals the dynamic interplay between these elements and their profound influence on all aspects of human experience. Understanding this interplay is crucial for fostering inclusivity, mitigating conflict, and building more harmonious societies. Consider the impact of culture on the mind. Cultural narratives, values, and beliefs shape our perceptions of the world, influencing our attitudes, behaviors, and decision-making processes. Cultures transmit knowledge and worldviews through various means, including storytelling, rituals, and education. These narratives, often unconsciously absorbed, profoundly impact individual self-perception and social interactions. For example, collectivist cultures prioritize group harmony and interdependence, shaping individual behavior in ways distinct from individualistic cultures that emphasize autonomy and self-reliance. This cultural lens filters how individuals perceive their agency, their capacity to influence their own lives and the lives of others. The information landscape is intrinsically linked to culture and identity. Access to information, its interpretation, and its dissemination are profoundly shaped by cultural contexts. The dominant narratives within a society often reflect the perspectives and interests of powerful groups, potentially marginalizing or misrepresenting minority cultures. Control over the flow of information significantly influences agency. Groups with limited access to information or whose stories are suppressed are inherently at a disadvantage, making it harder to advocate for their needs, challenge injustices, and participate fully in society. Culture profoundly impacts the energy element. Cultural practices, beliefs, and rituals provide individuals with sources of meaning, purpose, and emotional support. However, cultural factors can also contribute to stress and exhaustion. For instance, cultural expectations surrounding gender roles, work ethic, or social status can impose significant pressures, impacting mental and physical well-being. The lack of cultural representation and inclusivity within mainstream societal structures can lead to marginalization and feelings of alienation, draining the individual's emotional reserves. The body, too, is influenced by culture. Cultural practices related to diet, healthcare, hygiene, and physical activity can significantly affect physical health and longevity. Cultural beliefs about illness and healing shape health-seeking behavior and the effectiveness of interventions. Cultural biases within healthcare systems can lead to disparities in access, quality, and outcomes for certain groups, further highlighting the interconnectedness of cultural and biological factors. Discrimination and prejudice rooted in cultural stereotypes can lead to chronic stress and its associated health impacts, physically manifesting in the body. The network element is directly shaped by culture and identity. Social structures, kinship systems, and community ties vary significantly across different cultures, influencing an individual's social connections, support systems, and opportunities. Cultural norms around social interaction, communication styles, and group dynamics influence the formation and maintenance of social networks. Exclusion from social networks due to cultural differences can lead to feelings of isolation, limited access to resources, and reduced opportunities. This lack of connection can profoundly impact one's ability to exercise agency and accumulate social capital. The implications of 4IAMBENG for understanding cultural diversity are significant. By recognizing the interplay of mind, agency, information, energy, body, and network, we can move beyond simplistic notions of cultural difference and instead appreciate the nuanced ways in which culture shapes individual experiences and social structures. This holistic approach is essential for developing culturally sensitive policies and programs that address social inequalities and promote inclusivity. For instance, consider the implementation of multicultural education. A purely informational approach, information, might focus solely on factual knowledge about different cultures. However, a 4IAMBENG approach would acknowledge the need to address underlying biases and stereotypes in the mind, foster opportunities for intercultural dialogue and understanding, empowering students to exercise their agency in navigating diverse cultural landscapes. It would also consider the impact on energy, recognizing the emotional labor involved in adapting to new cultural contexts. Addressing cultural biases in healthcare requires a similar holistic approach. It involves not only improving access to culturally competent healthcare services, body, and information, but also challenging implicit biases in medical training and practice, mind, ensuring equitable distribution of resources, energy, and building supportive social networks that provide emotional and practical support network. The agency of individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds must be actively acknowledged and empowered, enabling them to access care and make informed decisions about their own health. Furthermore, understanding the role of culture in shaping economic inequalities requires a nuanced perspective. Cultural norms surrounding work ethic, entrepreneurship, and access to capital can significantly impact economic outcomes. However, merely focusing on economic empowerment, energy, is insufficient. A holistic strategy must address the structural barriers that limit opportunities for certain cultural groups, agency, challenge cultural biases that perpetuate discrimination, mind, and ensure access to information and resources necessary for economic advancement, information. Analyzing conflict resolution through the 4IAMBENG lens reveals the profound influence of culture and identity. Cultural misunderstandings, stereotypes, and biases often fuel conflict. However, focusing solely on addressing immediate conflicts, network, neglects the underlying cultural factors that contribute to tension. Addressing conflict effectively necessitates challenging negative cultural narratives, mind, promoting intercultural dialogue, information, building bridges between different cultural groups, network, and empowering individuals to address their needs and concerns, agency. Acknowledging the impact of cultural factors on mental and physical health, energy, and body is also critical in designing long-term conflict resolution strategies. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework provides a powerful tool for understanding the complex and dynamic interplay between culture, identity, and social behavior. It challenges us to move beyond simplistic, reductionist views, recognizing the interconnectedness of these elements and their profound impact on all aspects of human life. This holistic approach is essential for developing effective strategies to promote social justice, intercultural understanding, and the creation of truly inclusive societies that value and celebrate the richness of human diversity. By applying the 4IAMBENG lens, we can begin to dismantle systemic inequalities rooted in cultural biases and empower individuals from all cultural backgrounds to reach their full potential. The ultimate goal is not mere tolerance, but genuine understanding and celebration of the multifaceted tapestry of human experience, recognizing the inherent value and dignity of every individual within their unique cultural context. This holistic perspective is crucial for navigating an increasingly interconnected world and fostering a future marked by peace, collaboration, and shared prosperity. The task is challenging, requiring a sustained commitment to understanding, empathy, and a willingness to embrace the complexities of cultural diversity. Globalization and IAMBENG. Globalization, in its multifaceted complexity, presents a compelling case study for the 4IAMBENG framework. The increasing interconnectedness of nations, facilitated by advancements in technology, communication, and transportation, has profoundly reshaped social structures, cultural identities, and individual experiences worldwide. Examining this phenomenon through the lens of 4IAMBENG reveals the intricate interplay of forces that shape our globalized world and its impact on human well-being. The mind, in the context of globalization, is exposed to a constant influx of information and cultural narratives from diverse sources. This global information flow challenges existing worldviews and beliefs, fostering both cross-cultural understanding and potential conflicts. The ease of access to information through the internet, social media, and global news networks has democratized knowledge dissemination to an unprecedented extent. However, this also presents challenges. The proliferation of misinformation, the dominance of certain narratives, and the potential for cultural appropriation and misrepresentation all pose significant threats to the integrity and well-being of individual minds. The ease with which cultural symbols and practices can be appropriated and commodified raises questions about authenticity and ownership, further highlighting the delicate balance between cultural exchange and cultural exploitation. Consider, for example, the impact of Western media dominance on local cultural expressions in developing countries. The constant exposure to Western ideals and lifestyles can lead to a sense of cultural inferiority and a weakening of traditional values, potentially creating a sense of cognitive dissonance and cultural alienation. Globalization's impact on agency is equally complex. On one hand, it offers unprecedented opportunities for individual empowerment. Individuals can access information, education, and economic opportunities across geographical boundaries, enabling them to shape their lives in ways previously unimaginable. The rise of global social movements, facilitated by digital technologies, showcases the power of collective action and the ability to influence global events. However, globalization also presents challenges to agency. Economic inequalities are exacerbated by global capitalism, where multinational corporations exert immense influence, potentially marginalizing local communities and limiting their ability to control their own destinies. The outsourcing of labor, for instance, can lead to job displacement in developed countries and exploitative labor practices in developing countries, undermining the agency of workers worldwide. Similarly, the homogenizing effects of globalization can threaten the agency of minority cultures, leading to the erosion of cultural diversity and the loss of traditional ways of life. The ability of individuals to exercise self-determination is often constrained by powerful economic and political forces operating on a global scale. The information landscape in a globalized world is characterized by both abundance and scarcity. While information is more readily accessible than ever before, unequal access to technology and digital literacy creates significant disparities. The digital divide between developed and developing nations, as well as within nations themselves, perpetuates information inequality. Those with limited access to the internet or lacking the skills to navigate it are at a significant disadvantage, hindering their ability to participate fully in the globalized economy and society. Furthermore, the control of information flow by powerful corporations and governments raises concerns about censorship, propaganda, and the manipulation of public opinion. The dominance of certain narratives, particularly in Western media, can lead to biased representations of global events and reinforce existing power structures. This unequal access to and control over information severely impacts the capacity of individuals and communities to engage meaningfully with the globalized world. The spread of misinformation and fake news further complicates the situation, making it increasingly challenging to discern fact from fiction, thus impacting the very foundation of informed decision-making. The energy aspect of globalization is intricately linked to economic development and environmental sustainability. Globalization has fueled unprecedented economic growth in many parts of the world, leading to improved living standards and increased access to goods and services. However, this growth has come at a cost. The exploitation of natural resources, environmental degradation, and the widening gap between rich and poor are all consequences of unsustainable globalization practices. The strain on the Earth's resources, exacerbated by global consumption patterns, highlights the unsustainable nature of unchecked economic expansion. Furthermore, the competitive pressures of globalization can lead to stress and burnout for individuals as they strive to keep pace with the demands of a rapidly changing world. The constant pressure to compete, adapt, and succeed in a globalized marketplace can have profound effects on individual mental and physical well-being, leading to a global energy crisis of a different kind. Globalization's impact on the body is multifaceted, ranging from improvements in healthcare and sanitation to the spread of infectious diseases. Advances in medical technology and global health initiatives have led to significant improvements in life expectancy and reduced mortality rates in many parts of the world. However, globalization has also facilitated the rapid spread of infectious diseases across borders, highlighting the interconnectedness of global health systems and the need for international cooperation in disease surveillance and prevention. Moreover, globalization has contributed to changes in diet and lifestyle, leading to increased rates of obesity, diabetes, and other chronic diseases in many countries. The homogenization of food systems, driven by global corporations, often leads to a decrease in the consumption of locally sourced, nutritious foods, impacting overall health and well-being. The cultural factors shaping these food choices and health practices emphasize the critical intersection of body and culture in a globalized world. The network element of globalization reflects the increasing interconnectedness of societies through trade, migration, and communication technologies. Globalization has fostered the creation of global social networks, facilitating collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the exchange of ideas on an unprecedented scale. However, globalization also exacerbates existing inequalities and can lead to social fragmentation. Increased migration, driven by economic and political factors, creates both opportunities and challenges for integration and social cohesion. The rise of global social media networks has facilitated the organization of global social movements, but also created new avenues for the spread of misinformation and the formation of echo chambers, limiting exposure to diverse perspectives and potentially fueling social division. The complex interplay between physical and virtual networks, shaped by cultural values, political structures, and economic forces, presents a fascinating study of how interconnectedness functions in a globalized world. The ability of communities to adapt and thrive in this increasingly interconnected landscape will depend on their capacity to navigate these intricate networks, manage the challenges they present, and leverage the opportunities they offer. In conclusion, globalization presents a powerful illustration of the interconnectedness of the elements within the 4IAMBENG framework. Understanding its impact requires a holistic approach that considers the complex interplay of mind, agency, information, energy, body, and network. While globalization has offered numerous opportunities for progress and development, it has also generated significant challenges that demand careful consideration and effective solutions. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted global effort to promote sustainable development, reduce inequalities, and foster intercultural understanding and cooperation. Only through a holistic and nuanced understanding of globalization's impact can we strive to create a truly just and equitable global society that benefits all its members. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a valuable tool for navigating this complex landscape and building a more sustainable and just future. Chapter 11, 4IAMBENG and History. The historical development of ideas. The exploration of being and existence, fundamental questions addressed by the 4IAMBENG framework, boasts a rich and multifaceted history, stretching back to the dawn of philosophical inquiry. Early civilizations, lacking the scientific tools we possess today, approached these questions through myth, ritual, and storytelling. Creation myths, prevalent across cultures, attempted to explain the origin of the universe and humanity's place within it. These narratives, while not explicitly scientific, provided frameworks for understanding existence, often imbuing the natural world with spiritual significance and attributing agency to powerful deities or cosmic forces. The inherent interconnectedness depicted in many creation myths resonates with the holistic perspective of the 4IAMBENG model, emphasizing the intricate relationships between various aspects of reality. Ancient Greek philosophy marks a pivotal shift toward more systematic and rational inquiries into being. Pre-Socratic thinkers, such as Thales, Anaximander, and Heraclitus, sought to identify the fundamental substance or principle underlying all of reality, the arche. Thales proposed water, Anaximander an undefined, apeiron boundless, and Heraclitus, fire, each reflecting different perspectives on the ever-changing nature of existence. These early explorations laid the groundwork for subsequent philosophical developments, highlighting the importance of observation and reasoning in understanding the world. The shift to classical Greek philosophy witnessed a profound deepening of the investigation into being. Parmenides, a prominent figure in this period, argued for the immutability and unity of being, contrasting the ever-changing world of appearances with an unchanging reality accessible only through reason. His emphasis on unchanging essence contrasts sharply with the dynamic processes emphasized by Heraclitus, revealing an early tension in philosophical thought regarding the nature of existence, a tension that continues to resonate in contemporary debates. Zeno of Elea, a student of Parmenides, further developed this concept with his famous paradoxes, highlighting the limitations of sensory perception in grasping the true nature of reality. Plato, a student of Socrates, built upon these earlier inquiries, introducing the theory of forms. He proposed that the physical world is merely a shadow of a higher realm of perfect, eternal forms, archetypes of all things. This dualistic perspective distinguished between the world of appearances and a realm of true being, setting the stage for centuries of debate about the relationship between the physical and the metaphysical. Aristotle, Plato's student, offered a more grounded approach, emphasizing empirical observation and the study of the natural world. He developed a comprehensive system of metaphysics, focusing on concepts like substance, essence, and potentiality, providing a more concrete framework for understanding the nature of being within the observable universe. The development of ideas concerning being and existence continued through the Hellenistic period, with schools such as Stoicism and Epicureanism offering distinct perspectives on human existence and its place in the cosmos. Stoicism emphasized virtue, reason, and living in harmony with nature, while Epicureanism prioritized pleasure and freedom from pain. These philosophies, while differing in their ethical prescriptions, shared a focus on human agency and the pursuit of a meaningful life within the context of the universe. The influence of Greek philosophy continued to shape Western thought through the medieval period, with prominent figures like Augustine and Aquinas integrating Aristotelian and Platonic ideas into Christian theology. Augustine, for example, blended Platonic idealism with Christian doctrine, emphasizing the importance of God's role in creation and the inherent goodness of being. Aquinas, on the other hand, attempted to synthesize Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, developing a more systematic and comprehensive metaphysical framework. This integration of philosophical and theological perspectives further enriched the discourse on being, highlighting the complex interplay between reason and faith in understanding existence. The Renaissance witnessed a renewed interest in classical learning, sparking a revival of philosophical inquiry into being. Figures like Pico della Mirandola, reflecting on the nature of humanity and its place within the cosmos, captured the spirit of this period. The scientific revolution, which followed, fundamentally transformed the understanding of the natural world, shifting the focus from metaphysical speculation towards empirical observation and experimentation. The rise of modern science, while not directly addressing philosophical questions about being in the same way as classical thinkers, profoundly impacted the way these questions were framed and explored. The mechanistic worldview, emerging from Newtonian physics, offered a radically different perspective on the universe, emphasizing determinism and the predictability of natural phenomena. The Enlightenment further challenged traditional metaphysical frameworks, promoting reason, individualism, and skepticism. Thinkers like Kant attempted to reconcile the demands of reason with the limitations of human knowledge, challenging the very possibility of knowing the true nature of being. Hegel, in contrast, presented a dynamic view of history, arguing that the concept of being itself evolves through a process of dialectical interaction. These philosophical developments reflected the shifting intellectual landscape, emphasizing the limits of human understanding and the complexities of knowledge itself. The 19th and 20th centuries saw the rise of diverse philosophical and scientific approaches to being, encompassing existentialism, phenomenology, and various schools of thought within metaphysics. Existentialists like Sartre and Heidegger focused on the individual's experience of existence, emphasizing freedom, responsibility, and the inherent ambiguity of human life. Phenomenologists like Husserl and Merleau-Ponty emphasized the importance of lived experience and the role of consciousness in shaping our understanding of reality. These perspectives offered unique approaches to the ongoing inquiry into being, highlighting the importance of individual experience and the subjective dimensions of existence. Contemporary inquiries into being and existence are informed by advances in various fields, including physics, neuroscience, and cognitive science. Quantum mechanics, for example, has challenged classical notions of causality and determinism, raising fundamental questions about the nature of reality at the subatomic level. Neuroscience explores the neural correlates of consciousness, providing insights into the biological basis of subjective experience. Cognitive science examines the processes of perception, thought, and language, shedding light on how we construct our understanding of the world. In conclusion, the historical development of ideas related to being and existence is a complex and multifaceted narrative, reflecting the evolving intellectual landscape and the persistent human quest to understand our place in the cosmos. From ancient myths and philosophical inquiries to modern scientific discoveries, the exploration of these fundamental questions continues to shape our understanding of reality and our place within it. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on interconnectedness and holistic understanding, offers a valuable lens through which to interpret this rich and evolving historical narrative, providing a framework for integrating insights from diverse disciplines and perspectives in the ongoing pursuit of knowledge. The historical perspective underscores the enduring relevance of these fundamental questions and the importance of continuing the dialogue across disciplines to achieve a comprehensive understanding of being and existence. The journey from myth to scientific inquiry highlights the remarkable evolution of human thought and the persistent drive to grapple with the profound mysteries of our existence. Historical patterns and cycles. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on interconnectedness and cyclical processes, provides a unique perspective on analyzing historical patterns and cycles. Rather than viewing history as a linear progression, 4IAMBENG encourages us to see recurring themes and dynamic interactions between the four fundamental aspects of being: information, identity, action, and matter. Bound by energy and guided by nature and God. Examining historical events through this lens reveals fascinating insights into the interplay of these elements and their influence on societal structures, technological advancements, and cultural shifts. Consider, for instance, the cyclical nature of empires. The rise and fall of civilizations, a recurring motif throughout history, can be understood through the 4IAMBENG framework. The initial phase, often characterized by the accumulation of information, new technologies, social structures, and organizational systems, and the consolidation of identity, a shared culture and purpose, represents a period of growth fueled by harnessed energy. Action, manifested as expansion, conquest, and innovation, drives the empire's ascent. Matter, in the form of resources, infrastructure, and manpower, provides the physical foundation for this expansion. However, as empires expand, internal contradictions and external pressures often emerge. The efficient harnessing of energy may become less efficient, leading to overextension and internal decay. Information becomes distorted or manipulated, identity fractures along internal divisions, and actions become increasingly unsustainable. The material foundation, once a source of strength, can become a burden. This decline, a cyclical pattern repeated throughout history, from the Roman Empire to the various dynasties of China, highlights the inherent limitations of unchecked growth and the importance of adaptability and balanced development within the 4IAMBENG framework. Technological advancements also exhibit cyclical patterns, often following a trajectory of innovation, refinement, saturation, and eventual disruption. The development of agricultural technology, for example, marked a significant turning point in human history. The ability to cultivate crops, store surpluses, and develop settled communities led to population growth, societal specialization, and the emergence of complex social structures. This technological advancement profoundly impacted the four elements of 4IAMBENG: information, agricultural knowledge and techniques, identity, new social roles and hierarchies, action, farming practices and resource management, and matter, cultivated land and stored food. However, the intensive use of land eventually led to soil degradation and environmental challenges, illustrating the limitations of a solely growth-oriented approach. The development of subsequent technologies, such as irrigation systems and crop rotation techniques, aimed to address these limitations, but the cyclical pattern of innovation, expansion, and eventual limits remained. This cyclical pattern is reflected in other areas of technological advancement, from the development of industrial technologies to the rise and fall of various energy sources. The evolution of social structures and ideologies also displays cyclical patterns. Consider the rise and fall of different political systems, such as monarchies, republics, and totalitarian regimes. Each system reflects a particular interplay between information, identity, action, and matter, reflecting the balance or imbalance between the four elements. The dominance of certain ideologies, such as fascism or communism, reflects particular periods of historical context, but often eventually face internal contradictions and external pressures that lead to their decline and replacement by alternative frameworks. Religious beliefs and spiritual practices have also exhibited cyclical patterns, with periods of religious fervor followed by periods of secularization or the emergence of new belief systems. The recurring emergence of religious movements and their subsequent decline reflects shift in the ways people seek meaning and understanding of existence, showing how identity and information shape action and the material world. Even the very concept of progress, within a historical context, is subject to cyclical interpretations. What constitutes progress is a cultural construction, reflecting the dominant paradigm at any given moment. The 4IAMBENG framework, however, suggests that true progress lies not merely in linear accumulation, but in the cyclical interplay of the four fundamental aspects of being, in a manner that respects and harmonizes with nature and God. Unbalanced development, where one aspect dominates the others, for example, prioritizing material wealth over social justice or environmental sustainability, often leads to instability and eventual decline. Furthermore, the study of historical patterns through the 4IAMBENG lens emphasizes the critical role of feedback loops and emergent properties. Small changes in one aspect of the system can have significant cascading effects on other aspects, leading to unforeseen consequences. For instance, a minor technological innovation could profoundly alter social structures, economic systems, or environmental conditions. This interplay of feedback loops and emergent properties highlights the complex and interconnected nature of historical processes, challenging simplistic linear models of historical development. Analyzing historical data through a 4IAMBENG lens requires interdisciplinary collaboration, integrating insights from history, sociology, anthropology, economics, technology, environmental science, and even theology. By combining quantitative data analysis with qualitative interpretations, researchers can construct more nuanced and comprehensive models of historical patterns. This holistic approach, emphasizing the interconnectedness of different aspects of reality, offers a more robust and comprehensive understanding of historical processes compared to more reductionist approaches. The identification of recurring patterns and cycles in history does not imply a deterministic view of history. The 4IAMBENG framework recognizes the role of contingency, chance events, and human agency. While certain cyclical patterns may emerge, the specific trajectory of history is shaped by a multitude of factors, including individual decisions, unforeseen events, and the complex interplay of numerous variables. The framework proposes a more dynamic and nuanced interpretation of historical change compared to simplistic models of progress or decline. It recognizes the possibility of disruptions, breakthroughs, and periods of rapid transformation that alter the patterns themselves. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, offers not a predictive model of history, but rather a robust analytical tool for interpreting and understanding the complex and multifaceted nature of historical processes. By emphasizing the cyclical nature of events and the interconnectedness of various elements of reality, it provides a richer and more holistic understanding of historical patterns than traditional linear interpretations. It highlights the critical need for balance, sustainability, and ethical considerations when interpreting the trends and patterns of historical development, encouraging humanity to learn from past successes and failures to forge a more sustainable and equitable future. The dynamic interplay of information, identity, action, and matter within the framework emphasizes the importance of adaptability, resilience, and the balanced development of these facets within any system striving for long-term viability and sustainability. The framework suggests that understanding these cycles is essential for navigating the complexities of the present and shaping a more conscious and responsible future. The impact of technology. The profound impact of technology on the trajectory of human civilization is undeniable. From the earliest stone tools to the sophisticated artificial intelligence systems of today, technological advancements have consistently reshaped our societies, cultures, and understanding of the world. Examining this impact through the lens of the 4IAMBENG framework reveals a complex interplay of information, identity, action, and matter, all bound by energy and guided by nature and a higher power, God. Technology's influence is not simply a matter of linear progress. Rather, it exhibits cyclical patterns mirroring the broader historical cycles we've previously discussed. Consider the Neolithic Revolution, a pivotal moment in human history marked by the development of agriculture. This technological leap dramatically altered the balance of 4IAMBENG. Information, in the form of agricultural knowledge and techniques, expanded exponentially. Identities shifted from nomadic hunter-gatherer societies to settled agrarian communities, creating new social hierarchies and roles. Action was redefined by the rhythms of planting, harvesting, and resource management. Matter took on a new significance, with cultivated land and stored food becoming vital resources. The harnessing of energy, primarily human and animal labor, increased significantly, leading to population growth and the emergence of larger, more complex societies. However, this initial burst of technological advancement was not without its consequences. The intensive cultivation of land eventually led to soil depletion, deforestation, and environmental degradation. The initially abundant energy harnessed from agricultural practices began to yield diminishing returns, and internal conflicts over resources became more frequent. These limitations highlighted the inherent cyclical nature of technological advancement, demonstrating that even revolutionary innovations can eventually reach their limits and require further adaptation or replacement. The subsequent development of irrigation systems, improved farming techniques, and metalworking tools represented further technological advancements, addressing some of the challenges posed by early agriculture. Each technological innovation, however, introduced its own set of consequences, creating new feedback loops within the 4IAMBENG system. The development of bronze and then iron metallurgy, for example, led to significant advancements in weaponry, agriculture, and construction, but also fostered increased warfare and social stratification. The Industrial Revolution, a period of unprecedented technological transformation, further illustrates the complex interplay between technology and the 4IAMBENG elements. The invention of the steam engine, the power loom, and other machines dramatically increased productivity, leading to rapid industrial growth and urbanization. Information dissemination accelerated with the printing press, fostering literacy and the spread of new ideas. Identity shifted as individuals transitioned from agrarian lifestyles to urban industrial labor, leading to new social classes and political ideologies. Action became increasingly focused on industrial production and economic growth. Matter, in the form of raw materials, manufactured goods, and infrastructure, formed the material basis of this new economic order. Yet, the Industrial Revolution also brought about significant social and environmental consequences. The exploitation of labor, pollution, and resource depletion challenged the sustainability of the system. The imbalance within the 4IAMBENG framework, prioritizing material growth over social justice and environmental sustainability, led to social unrest and a growing awareness of the environmental cost of unchecked industrial expansion. The information age, characterized by the rapid development of computers, the internet, and digital technologies, presents another fascinating case study. Information has become readily accessible, leading to unprecedented levels of connectivity and knowledge sharing. Identity is increasingly shaped by online communities and virtual interactions. Action encompasses a wide range of digital activities, from online commerce to social media engagement. Matter manifests in the form of digital infrastructure, data centers, and electronic devices. Energy consumption, driven by the ever-growing demand for computing power, has become a significant concern. However, the information age also presents new challenges. The spread of misinformation, privacy concerns, and the ethical implications of artificial intelligence highlight the potential downsides of rapid technological advancement. The digital divide, where access to technology is unevenly distributed, exacerbates existing social inequalities. The rapid consumption of digital devices and their related electronic waste creates considerable environmental burdens. The cyclical nature of technological development is evident even within shorter timeframes. Consider the evolution of communication technologies. The invention of the telephone revolutionized communication, but it was later superseded by the mobile phone, which was, in turn, augmented by the smartphone and a wide range of social media platforms. Each innovation built upon its predecessors, but also brought its own unique set of possibilities and challenges. Furthermore, the interplay between different technologies is crucial. The development of the internet, for example, was contingent on earlier advances in computing, telecommunications, and materials science. Similarly, the development of renewable energy technologies relies on advancements in materials science, nanotechnology, and energy storage. This interconnectedness highlights the systemic nature of technological change and the importance of considering its broader consequences. The 4IAMBENG framework encourages a holistic perspective on technological development, urging us to consider not only its immediate benefits, but also its long-term implications for society, the environment, and our relationship with nature and God. It promotes a balanced approach, where technological advancements are guided by ethical considerations, sustainability goals, and a deep understanding of the complex interplay between information, identity, action, and matter. The framework encourages an understanding of history not as a linear progression towards an inevitable utopian future, but as a series of cyclical patterns, where periods of rapid technological advancement are often followed by periods of adjustment, adaptation, and even decline. Recognizing these cycles and understanding their inherent limitations is crucial for shaping a future where technological progress serves the greater good and promotes sustainable development. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, provides a crucial lens through which to analyze the complex and evolving relationship between technology and the human experience, urging us to strive for a balanced and sustainable path forward. It compels us to consider not merely the immediate gains of technological progress, but also its wider ramifications and the potential for both intended and unintended consequences. Ultimately, it is through a holistic understanding of this interplay that we can hope to harness the power of technology to build a more just, equitable, and sustainable future. Historical materialism and Iambang. Historical materialism, a Marxist perspective, posits that material conditions, the means and relations of production, are the primary drivers of historical change. This contrasts with idealist views that emphasize ideas, beliefs, or spiritual forces as the primary shapers of history. Applying historical materialism to the 4IAMBENG framework reveals a nuanced interplay between material realities and the other components. The means of production, encompassing technology and resources, directly influence the available information, shaping identities and actions within a given society. For instance, the development of the printing press fundamentally altered the flow of information, fostering literacy and contributing to the rise of new social identities and political actions during the Renaissance and the Reformation. Similarly, the Industrial Revolution's machinery profoundly reshaped the material world, creating new forms of labor, social structures, and environmental consequences. This shift in the material base dramatically altered the information landscape, forging new identities and actions centered around industrial production and consumption. However, a purely materialist interpretation of history, even within the 4IAMBENG framework, risks oversimplification. While material conditions are undeniably crucial, they don't operate in a vacuum. The 4IAMBENG model suggests that information, identity, and action also exert a reciprocal influence on material conditions. The spread of Enlightenment ideals, for example, challenged existing power structures and ultimately contributed to the transformations of the French Revolution. Here, information, in the form of revolutionary ideas, played a crucial role in altering the material realities of French society. Likewise, changes in identity, such as the rise of a politically active working class, can influence the material conditions of production through social movements and political action. The labor movements of the 19th and 20th centuries, fueled by a collective identity and focused action, demonstrably impacted the material conditions of industrial labor, leading to improved working conditions and social welfare programs. Furthermore, the element of energy within the 4IAMBENG framework adds another layer of complexity to the materialist interpretation. The availability and utilization of energy sources, human labor, animal power, fossil fuels, renewable energy, are intrinsically linked to material conditions and greatly influence the trajectory of history. Societies with access to abundant energy sources often have greater capacity for technological advancement and material production, shaping their historical paths in profound ways. The shift from reliance on human and animal power to fossil fuels during the Industrial Revolution fundamentally altered the scale and scope of production, leading to unprecedented levels of economic growth, but also widespread environmental damage. Similarly, the current transition towards renewable energy sources has the potential to reshape the material basis of our societies and create a more sustainable future, altering not only the material landscape, but the identities, actions, and flow of information as well. The role of nature within 4IAMBENG further complicates a solely materialist understanding of history. Environmental factors, such as climate change, resource scarcity, and natural disasters, can profoundly influence historical trajectories. The decline of the Mayan civilization, for example, is widely attributed to a combination of environmental stress, overpopulation, and social factors, highlighting the complex interplay between material conditions and natural limitations. The impact of the Black Death in the 14th century dramatically altered the demographic landscape of Europe, leading to significant social and economic changes that resonated for centuries, demonstrating how environmental factors can disrupt and redirect historical paths. The inclusion of a higher power or God, a frequently overlooked aspect in purely materialistic interpretations, also warrants consideration. Religious beliefs and spiritual values have shaped identities, actions, and institutions throughout history, influencing material conditions in complex and multifaceted ways. The Crusades, for instance, were driven by religious zeal and fundamentally shaped the geopolitical landscape of Europe and the Middle East. The Reformation, another religiously motivated movement, triggered profound social and political transformations across Europe. Ignoring the role of religious and spiritual factors in history leads to an incomplete understanding of historical forces and the intricate web of interconnected elements that contribute to societal development. Therefore, while historical materialism offers a valuable framework for analyzing the impact of material conditions on historical change, it requires refinement to fully account for the complexities of human history within the 4IAMBENG model. A holistic approach, integrating the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and a higher power, provides a richer and more comprehensive understanding of historical processes. This means acknowledging the reciprocal influence of material conditions, ideas, beliefs, values, and environmental factors on societal development. It also means recognizing that technological advancements and economic structures are not simply deterministic forces, but are shaped by human choices, values, and interactions. Considering the 4IAMBENG framework reveals the cyclical nature of technological advancement and its impact on historical trajectories. Technological innovations often bring about periods of unprecedented growth and societal change, yet they also create new challenges and imbalances within the system. The environmental consequences of industrialization, for example, have led to widespread awareness of the need for sustainable development, highlighting the limitations of unchecked material growth. The rise and fall of empires can also be analyzed through the 4IAMBENG lens, illustrating how shifts in information, identity, action, energy resources, and material conditions ultimately influence power structures and lead to either consolidation or collapse. The limitations of a solely materialist perspective become especially apparent when considering the long-term implications of technological advancements. While material conditions are undoubtedly important, the 4IAMBENG framework emphasizes the importance of considering the broader consequences of technological development, including their impact on information flows, social identities, human actions, energy consumption, environmental sustainability, and even spiritual values. The development and deployment of artificial intelligence, for example, presents complex ethical dilemmas that transcend mere material considerations, impacting the very nature of human identity, action, and the future of work. In conclusion, while historical materialism provides a crucial lens for analyzing the influence of material conditions on historical events, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a more holistic and nuanced approach. By integrating the interconnectedness of information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and a higher power, it allows for a more complete understanding of the complex interplay of forces that shape history. This integrated approach acknowledges the limitations of solely materialist interpretations, recognizing the importance of ideas, beliefs, human choices, environmental factors, and spiritual values in driving historical change and determining the long-term trajectory of civilizations. Therefore, a truly comprehensive understanding of history necessitates an approach that acknowledges the complex interplay between the material and the immaterial, the tangible and the intangible, within the broader framework of 4IAMBENG. Only then can we hope to build a future where technological advancements serve humanity and create a more sustainable and equitable world. The future of history. Predicting the future of history is, of course, a fool's errand. However, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a useful heuristic, a set of lenses through which we can analyze potential trajectories and their underlying dynamics. By examining the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and a higher power, we can begin to speculate on the kinds of historical narratives that might unfold in the centuries to come. One prominent trend is the accelerating pace of technological change. The digital revolution, far from being a mere technological shift, represents a fundamental alteration in the flow of information. The internet and associated technologies have democratized access to information, fostering unprecedented levels of interconnectedness and facilitating the rapid dissemination of ideas across geographical boundaries. This influx of information dramatically reshapes identities, leading to the formation of global communities and identities defined less by geography and more by shared interests or online affiliations. The impact on action is equally profound. The ability to organize and mobilize collective action through digital platforms has fundamentally altered the nature of social movements and political participation. We've witnessed the rise of online activism, enabling rapid mobilization and coordination on a scale previously unimaginable. However, this also presents challenges, including the spread of misinformation and the potential for manipulation through targeted propaganda and algorithmic biases, all of which require critical analysis within the 4IAMBEng framework. The influence of powerful tech companies on the information landscape cannot be overlooked, raising questions about the control and distribution of knowledge in the future and the potential for consolidation of power in unforeseen ways. The energy dimension is also crucial. The transition to renewable energy sources, while essential for environmental sustainability, presents both opportunities and challenges. A shift away from fossil fuels will profoundly impact global energy systems and geopolitical dynamics. The development and deployment of new energy technologies will influence the distribution of wealth and power, potentially reshaping national identities and triggering conflicts over access to vital resources. The integration of renewable energy technologies will impact the material landscape, driving innovations in manufacturing and infrastructure, and potentially leading to new forms of urban planning and societal organization. Matter, in the context of 4IAMBEng, encompasses the physical resources and infrastructure that underpin society. Future historical narratives will be shaped by the availability and sustainable management of resources like water, minerals, and arable land. The ongoing challenge of climate change, exacerbated by human activity, presents a critical threat to the material basis of civilization. Adapting to and mitigating the effects of climate change will necessitate significant technological innovations and a fundamental shift in human actions and consumption patterns. The distribution of resources and the ability to cope with environmental challenges will significantly shape social inequalities and geopolitical tensions, possibly triggering mass migrations and conflicts over habitable land. The interaction of nature with other elements of 4IAMBEng is paramount. The long-term impact of environmental degradation on human societies requires careful consideration. Natural disasters, exacerbated by climate change, pose a significant threat to infrastructure and human lives, shaping historical narratives through forced migrations, economic disruption, and potentially large-scale societal breakdowns. The preservation of biodiversity and ecological balance will be crucial to ensuring the sustainability of human civilization, necessitating a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of ecological systems and human activities within the 4IAMBEng framework. The role of a higher power or spiritual beliefs, often overlooked in purely materialistic accounts, continues to exert a significant influence. While secularization trends continue in certain parts of the world, religion and spirituality remain potent forces shaping individual identities and collective actions. The interplay between religious beliefs, technological advancements, and changing social values will continue to influence political landscapes and inspire conflicts or collaborations, possibly shaping the formation of new socio-political organizations and movements. Understanding the role of spirituality in the future of history requires a nuanced approach that acknowledges its diversity and dynamic interplay with other components of 4IAMBEng. The interplay between these components is not merely linear. It is complex and cyclical. Technological advancements, for instance, can create new forms of information access, reshape identities, and spur new forms of action, but they can also exacerbate existing inequalities or create unintended environmental consequences, leading to unforeseen societal shifts. For example, the development of advanced AI could lead to unprecedented economic growth and technological progress, but it also presents significant challenges regarding automation, job displacement, and potential societal disruption, posing ethical dilemmas that need careful consideration. Similarly, the increasing use of biotechnology could dramatically impact food production and healthcare, but it also raises ethical questions about genetic engineering and its potential long-term consequences. Considering the potential for exponential technological growth, the future of history might be characterized by periods of rapid, transformative change interspersed with periods of adaptation and consolidation. The development of new technologies could lead to unforeseen disruptions and challenges, but it could also provide opportunities to address pressing global issues such as poverty, disease, and climate change. The ability of societies to adapt to these changes, effectively manage resources, and foster inclusive development will be crucial for shaping positive historical narratives in the coming centuries. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, doesn't merely offer a descriptive model of history, it provides a tool for proactive engagement with the future. By recognizing the interconnectedness of information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and a higher power, we can better anticipate potential challenges and opportunities, and potentially shape a future that is more just, equitable, and sustainable. This requires a holistic approach, one that embraces interdisciplinary collaboration, critical thinking, and a deep understanding of the complex interplay of forces that shape historical trajectories. The future of history is not predetermined. It is a story still unfolding, a narrative shaped by the choices we make today. By understanding the underlying dynamics of this narrative, we can strive to write a more hopeful and sustainable chapter in the history of humankind. This demands not simply passive observation, but active participation in shaping the future through informed choices and collaborative action. The 4IAMBENG framework provides the conceptual scaffolding for this endeavor, a framework for navigating the complex terrain of the future and striving to build a more resilient and harmonious world. The challenge lies in applying this framework thoughtfully and ethically, ensuring that technological advancements serve the betterment of humanity and the preservation of the planet. Recognizing the limitations of purely materialist perspectives and embracing the complexities of human existence within the larger context of the cosmos. Chapter 12, 4IAMBENG and Art. The nature of artistic expression. The 4IAMBENG framework, previously applied to the broad sweep of historical trends, offers a surprisingly insightful lens through which to examine the seemingly disparate world of artistic expression. Art, at first glance, might seem tangential to the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and a higher power. Yet, a closer examination reveals a profound and multifaceted connection. Consider the creation of a painting, a seemingly simple act. The artist gathers information about color theory, brushstrokes, historical styles, and the subject matter itself. This information shapes their identity as an artist, informing their choices and influencing the style and content of their work. The act of painting itself is a physical action requiring energy and precision. The matter involved encompasses the canvas, pigments, brushes, and the very physical presence of the artist in the creative process. Nature might be present in the inspiration for the piece, a landscape, a flower, a human face, or in the materials used, such as pigments derived from natural sources. And finally, a higher power, broadly defined as a source of inspiration, meaning, or spiritual significance, might be subtly or overtly present in the artist's intention and in the work's reception. The evolution of artistic styles throughout history provides compelling evidence for this interconnectedness. Consider the shift from the religious iconography of the medieval period to the humanistic ideals of the Renaissance. This change reflects a fundamental shift in the dominant information flows and identities of the era. The printing press democratized access to information, fostering the growth of humanistic thought and challenging the established religious order. Renaissance art, characterized by its focus on human form and perspective, reflects this changing worldview. The very act of painting a realistic depiction of the human form was a powerful action, a direct challenge to the stylized representations of the medieval period. The materials used, oils, canvases, and increasingly sophisticated tools, represent a tangible expression of the era's technological advancements and control over matter. Nature, frequently portrayed with realistic accuracy in Renaissance paintings, reflects a growing appreciation for the natural world as a source of beauty and inspiration. And the humanist focus on human potential can be interpreted as a secularization of artistic expression, a shift away from purely religious themes towards a more earthly focus. Moving to the modern era, the rise of abstract expressionism in the mid-20th century demonstrates how artistic expression reflects the complexities of a rapidly changing world. The two world wars dramatically altered the information landscape, leading to profound shifts in individual and collective identities. The horrors of war challenged traditional artistic conventions and opened up a space for experimentation and radical new approaches. The act of creating abstract art, often characterized by spontaneity, improvisation, and emotional intensity, was a powerful statement against the rationalism and order that had previously dominated artistic expression. The matter involved canvases splashed with vibrant colors, impasto techniques that emphasized the physicality of the paint, reflected both the physical and emotional turmoil of the times. Nature, though often abstracted, continued to serve as a source of inspiration, but now viewed through a lens of fragmentation and uncertainty. The search for meaning in a world seemingly devoid of inherent order mirrors the broader spiritual and existential anxieties of the post-war era, a profound reflection of the absence or questioning of a higher power's role. The digital revolution has further transformed the landscape of artistic expression. The internet and associated technologies have democratized art production and distribution, enabling artists to share their work with a global audience and circumvent traditional gatekeepers. This influx of information has fundamentally reshaped artistic identities, fostering the rise of online communities and new forms of collaboration. The act of creating digital art, whether through digital painting, 3D modeling, or algorithmic generation, requires a different kind of energy and action compared to traditional artistic mediums. The matter involved is virtual rather than physical, raising complex questions about originality, authorship, and the very nature of artistic creation. Nature might be represented through digital simulations or virtual environments, highlighting the blurring lines between reality and virtuality. The role of a higher power, or the artist's intent to express something profound or spiritually resonant, still exists in this context, even if its expression differs from historical precedents. Furthermore, consider the interplay of art and energy. The creation of art, regardless of the medium, requires energy, the physical energy of the artist, the energy expended in gathering materials, and the energy embedded in the artistic process itself. This energy can be seen as a manifestation of the artist's creativity and passion. The consumption and production of art also contribute to the overall energy flows of society. Art museums, galleries, and the production of art materials require energy resources, reflecting the economic and environmental impacts of the art world. The increasing use of technology in art production may lead to a reduction in the use of traditional materials, but it simultaneously introduces new energy demands related to computation and digital infrastructure. The impact of matter on artistic expression is equally significant. The materials used by an artist, paints, clay, stone, digital code, shape not only the aesthetic qualities of their work, but also the technical possibilities and limitations of their artistic practice. The availability and accessibility of materials can determine the style and scope of art production. For instance, the scarcity of certain pigments in the past influenced the color palettes of historical artworks. The use of sustainable materials in contemporary art reflects a growing awareness of the environmental impact of artistic practices. The relationship between art and the material environment is a continuous dialogue, shaping artistic production and reflecting broader societal concerns about resource management and sustainability. The relationship between art and nature is similarly multifaceted. Nature has been a source of inspiration for artists throughout history, providing motifs, landscapes, and a sense of sublime beauty. But the relationship is not simply one-sided. Art can also be a means of expressing and responding to environmental concerns. Land art, for instance, uses the landscape itself as the medium of artistic expression, highlighting the interconnectedness between human activity and the natural world. Contemporary art increasingly reflects concerns about climate change, environmental degradation, and biodiversity loss, demonstrating the profound influence of nature on artistic creation and reception. Finally, the role of a higher power or spiritual belief in artistic expression deserves consideration. Art throughout history has often served as a vehicle for religious expression, reflecting the spiritual beliefs and values of particular cultures and societies. Religious art reflects the values, beliefs, and spiritual convictions of individuals and societies. From the majestic cathedrals of the medieval period to the intricate mandalas of Tibetan Buddhism, art has been employed to express and embody spiritual convictions. Modern and contemporary art, while often secular in nature, may still engage with spiritual themes or existential questions, albeit in less overtly religious ways. This can be observed through abstract expressionism, conceptual art, performance art, and other forms that explore the human condition, challenging established norms, and searching for meaning beyond a strictly materialistic perspective. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework provides a holistic and insightful perspective on the nature of artistic expression. By examining the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and a higher power, we can develop a richer understanding of art's role in human experience, its reflection of societal changes, and its potential to shape our understanding of the world around us. This framework allows for a multifaceted exploration that goes beyond a simple aesthetic appreciation of art, recognizing its intimate connections to the larger currents of history and human existence. The study of art through this lens allows for the unraveling of deep historical and cultural threads, leading to a deeper appreciation of the artist's intention, the work's cultural context, and its enduring impact on society. Art, far from being a mere decorative element of society, is an integral component of the complex tapestry of human experience, a testament to our creativity, our capacity for self-expression, and our enduring search for meaning and connection. Art and meaning. The 4IAMBENG framework, previously employed to analyze broad historical trends, offers a powerful lens for understanding the elusive concept of meaning in art. Meaning in art isn't a fixed, singular entity. Rather, it's a dynamic interplay of the 7 elements, experienced differently by the artist, the artwork itself, and the audience. The artist imbues meaning through their choices and intentions, while the audience projects their own understanding and experiences onto the piece, creating a unique and evolving dialogue. Consider the information element. The artist's exposure to art history, cultural influences, philosophical ideas, and even current events profoundly shapes their creative process. The information they absorb forms the bedrock upon which their artistic identity is built. This identity, in turn, informs the choices they make, from the medium they employ to the subject matter they portray. For instance, a sculptor working with recycled materials might convey a message about environmental sustainability, a message inherent in the information that shaped their decision to use such materials. A painter choosing muted colors and stark lines in a post-apocalyptic landscape is communicating a specific emotional and conceptual meaning, a message intrinsically linked to the information that informs their artistic vision. Action, the third component of 4IAMBENG, is crucial in understanding the creation of artistic meaning. The physical act of creation, the sculptor's hand shaping the clay, the painter's brushstrokes on canvas, the musician's fingers on the piano keys, is not merely a technical exercise. It's a performative act that contributes to the overall meaning. The very act of painting a landscape might be a physical manifestation of the artist's connection with nature. The struggle involved a reflection of their creative process. Consider the painstaking detail of a Renaissance fresco. The physical effort required is inseparable from the spiritual meaning conveyed in the depiction of religious figures or scenes. Similarly, the aggressive, Almost violent brushstrokes of an abstract expressionist painting express a powerful emotional state. The action mirrors the turbulent emotions being conveyed. The deliberate imperfection or stark simplicity of a minimalist sculpture carries its own message, born from the choices made during the act of creation. Energy, often overlooked, is a vital component in shaping meaning. The creative energy of the artist is channeled into their work, giving it a palpable sense of vitality or quiet contemplation. This isn't just about the physical exertion, it encompasses the emotional and mental energy invested in the artistic process. The intensity of the artist's engagement is often translated into the power and emotion of the piece. A vibrant, highly saturated painting exudes a different kind of energy than a monochromatic drawing, conveying different emotions and ideas. The energy infused into a work can influence the viewer's emotional response, contributing significantly to the meaning they derive from it. The very act of appreciating art itself consumes energy, the energy of contemplation, reflection, and emotional engagement, solidifying its place within the broader energy landscape of human experience. Matter plays a crucial role in determining how meaning is conveyed. The choice of materials, the smoothness of marble versus the rough texture of bronze, the luminosity of oil paints versus the opacity of watercolors, the digital precision of a computer-generated image, profoundly impacts the aesthetic qualities and, therefore, the meaning of the work. The physical properties of materials directly interact with the viewer, shaping their perceptions and interpretations. A heavy, imposing sculpture conveys a different kind of weight and seriousness than a delicate, ephemeral installation. The scarcity of a material, its history, or its cultural significance also contributes to the meaning it imbues in the artwork. Consider the use of gold leaf in religious icons. The material's inherent value and symbolic association with divinity contribute to the icon's spiritual meaning. Nature, whether directly represented or indirectly influencing the artist's perspective, holds a fundamental place in artistic meaning. Landscapes, flora, fauna, and even abstract representations of natural phenomena carry inherent symbolic weight, culturally shaped, but also possessing a universal resonance. The beauty of a natural landscape depicted in a painting can evoke feelings of serenity and awe, transcending cultural boundaries. The use of natural pigments in painting, or the incorporation of natural materials in sculpture, directly connects the work to the material world, grounding it in reality while potentially conveying a message about humanity's relationship with nature. Similarly, a work of art that depicts the harsh realities of environmental degradation powerfully communicates a message about ecological responsibility, influencing the viewer's understanding of their place within the natural world. The final element, a higher power, understood broadly as a source of inspiration or spiritual significance, contributes significantly to the meaning embedded in artwork. Religious iconography, of course, directly reflects the artist's faith and beliefs. However, even secular art often engages with profound questions about existence, purpose, and the human condition. The artist's search for meaning, often expressed in their art, is a testament to our inherent desire to connect with something larger than ourselves, either a spiritual, philosophical, or even a purely aesthetic ideal. Abstract expressionism, with its exploration of emotion and the subconscious, can be seen as a secular expression of spiritual searching. The artist's intention, whether consciously or unconsciously expressed, resonates with the viewer, shaping their interpretation of the meaning contained within the artwork. The viewer's own belief systems and personal experiences further inform their interpretation, creating a unique and multifaceted engagement with the artwork's meaning. In summary, meaning in art, far from being a static quality, is a dynamic process shaped by the interplay of these 7 elements. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a holistic approach to understanding artistic expression, revealing how information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and a higher power converge to create a complex and deeply resonant experience for both the artist and the viewer. The meaning embedded in a work of art isn't solely determined by the artist's intent. It's a collaborative process that unfolds in the interaction between the artist's creative act, the work itself, and the diverse interpretations of its audience. This perspective allows for a deeper appreciation of art's multi-layered nature, acknowledging its ability to communicate, provoke, inspire, and challenge, a testament to the power of human creativity and our enduring search for meaning. Art, seen through the lens of 4IAMBENG, becomes not merely a reflection of our world, but an active participant in shaping our understanding of it. It becomes a vibrant expression of our collective consciousness, a continuous dialogue between the artist's intention, the work itself, and the viewer's interpretation. The ongoing conversation surrounding the meaning of art, facilitated by this framework, reveals its enduring power and its essential role in the human experience. It encourages a more nuanced and holistic understanding of art's profound impact on society and culture, moving beyond simple aesthetic judgment to a richer, more meaningful engagement with the creative process and its resulting expressions. Different art forms. The 4IAMBENG framework, in its capacity to illuminate the multifaceted nature of meaning in art, proves equally adept at analyzing diverse artistic expressions. Let's explore how this framework illuminates the creation and reception of meaning across various art forms, starting with painting. A painting, seemingly static, becomes a dynamic interplay of 4IAMBENG elements. The information element encompasses the artist's training, historical influences, from Renaissance masters to contemporary movements and personal experiences. A portrait painter informed by Baroque techniques will produce a vastly different work than one influenced by Impressionism or pop art. Their choices of brushstrokes, color palettes, and composition are directly informed by this informational bedrock. The identity of the artist, their unique worldview, emotional landscape, and artistic voice permeates every aspect of the painting, from subject matter to style. Consider the action involved. The physical act of applying paint to canvas, the deliberate layering of colors, the controlled and precise, or chaotic and spontaneous brushstrokes, these are all integral parts of the meaning-making process. The energy embedded in a painting is palpable. A bold, vibrant landscape radiates a different energy than a subdued, introspective still life. The energy the artist invested during creation, often mirroring their emotional state, directly impacts the viewer's experience. The matter, the canvas, the pigments, the type of paint, significantly contributes to the overall effect. The rough texture of an impasto painting creates a tactile experience that a smooth, polished surface lacks. The materiality of the art, whether it's the rich oils of a traditional painting or the synthetic acrylics of a modern work, adds another layer to the meaning. Nature, in painting, can be explicitly represented, a realistic depiction of a landscape, for instance, or implicitly present in the artist's inspiration and perspective. A painting inspired by a stormy sea will convey a different emotional weight than a pastoral scene, even if both use the same techniques and materials. The higher power element in painting is perhaps most readily apparent in religious iconography, where the spiritual meaning is overtly expressed. However, even secular works can engage with existential questions, revealing a search for meaning that transcends the purely aesthetic. A landscape painting might evoke a sense of awe and wonder, pointing towards something beyond the physical world. Moving to music, we find a different but equally compelling interplay of 4IAMBENG elements. The information element encompasses the composer's musical training, exposure to different musical styles, and their personal experiences. A classical composer's work will differ significantly from that of a jazz musician, reflecting their distinct informational backgrounds. The identity of the composer, their unique style, emotional expression, and artistic vision shapes the composition's character and meaning. The action in music is the physical act of playing an instrument, the conducting of an orchestra, or the creative process of composing itself. The energy in music is perhaps its most immediate and powerful element. A lively, upbeat composition exudes a different kind of energy than a slow, melancholic piece. The dynamic range, tempo, and rhythm all contribute to the overall energetic impact. The matter in music encompasses the instruments used, the recording techniques, and even the physical space where the music is performed. The choice of instruments profoundly shapes the timbre and tone, conveying different emotional effects. Nature, in music, can be represented through programmatic works that evoke natural imagery, the sound of a storm, the rustling of leaves, or it can be subtly present in the inspiration or creative process. The composer's connection with nature, whether explicit or implicit, can infuse the music with a sense of serenity, power, or even chaos. The higher power element, again, can be explicitly religious or spiritually evocative, or it can be present in the music's capacity to evoke profound emotions and existential reflections. Literature, in its myriad forms, presents another avenue for exploring the 4IAMBENG framework. The information element encompasses the author's reading, cultural background, and lived experiences. Their education, historical context, and personal perspectives shape their writing style, themes, and narrative choices. The identity of the author is expressed through their unique voice, style, and worldview. The action in literature is the creative process of writing itself, the crafting of sentences, the building of characters, the development of plot. The energy in literature manifests in the emotional impact of the text, the rhythm and pace of the narrative, and the intensity of the author's engagement with the subject matter. The matter in literature refers to the physical form of the text, the book itself, its typeface, its illustrations. The choice of language, style, and narrative structure also contributes to the materiality of the work. Nature can be a significant element in literature, directly featured in the setting and plot, or implicitly present in the author's perspective and inspiration. The higher power element is often explored through themes of spirituality, faith, morality, or the search for meaning. Film, a synthesis of various art forms, offers a particularly rich ground for analyzing 4IAMBENG. The information element includes the filmmaker's training, exposure to cinematic traditions, and their personal experiences. The identity of the filmmakers is evident in their directorial style, thematic choices, and narrative approach. The action in film includes not just the creative process of filmmaking, but also the performance of actors, the technical work of the crew, and the editing process. The energy in film is communicated through its pacing, visuals, music, and the emotional impact of the story. The matter in film encompasses the technical aspects, cinematography, sound design, editing, and the physical medium of the film itself. Nature can be prominently featured in the setting or implicitly present in the filmmaker's vision. The higher power element in film can be overtly religious or spiritual, or it can be explored through themes of human existence, morality, and the search for meaning. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a powerful lens for analyzing meaning across a diverse range of artistic expressions. By examining the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and a higher power, we gain a more profound understanding of the creative process and the multifaceted nature of artistic meaning. This holistic approach goes beyond simple aesthetic judgments, embracing the complexity and dynamism of art's impact on both the artist and the audience, revealing art's profound engagement with the human condition and its lasting contribution to shaping our world. The framework's universality allows for a comparative analysis across art forms, highlighting both their unique characteristics and shared underlying principles. This comparative perspective reveals the fundamental human desire for expression and meaning, regardless of the chosen medium, and reinforces the interconnectedness of artistic creation and human experience. Furthermore, the framework encourages a deeper appreciation for the artist's creative journey, acknowledging the intricate interplay of factors that shape their work and the enduring dialogue between the artist and their audience. Ultimately, 4IAMBENG provides a solid framework for a more nuanced and holistic engagement with art in all its forms. Art and technology. The advent of technology has profoundly reshaped the landscape of art, introducing new mediums, processes, and possibilities. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its holistic approach, provides a valuable lens through which to analyze this dynamic interaction. Consider digital art, for instance. The information element encompasses the artist's training in digital tools, software proficiency, and familiarity with digital art history and trends. An artist skilled in 3D modeling will produce vastly different work than one proficient in pixel art or generative algorithms. Their choice of software, plugins, and techniques directly shapes the final product. The artist's identity, their unique visual language, their aesthetic sensibilities, and their conceptual approach are woven into every pixel and polygon. The action in digital art is the process of creation itself, the manipulation of pixels, the modeling of 3D objects, the coding of algorithms, the interaction with digital brushes and tools. The energy in digital art can be highly dynamic, reflecting the speed and intensity of the creation process, and it is conveyed through the visual rhythm, color schemes, and overall aesthetic impact. The matter in digital art is multifaceted. It encompasses the digital files themselves, the hardware and software used to create and view the art, and even the digital platform where the art is displayed or shared. Whether it's a high-resolution image, a complex 3D animation, or an interactive installation, the materiality of the digital artwork shapes the viewer's experience. Nature's role in digital art is often mediated through the use of photography or scanned imagery incorporated into digital works. However, nature can also be expressed through abstract representations, algorithmic simulations, or virtual environments. The higher power element can be present through exploring themes of consciousness, artificial intelligence, transhumanism, or existential questions about the relationship between humanity and technology. The evolution of art through technological innovation is itself a fascinating case study in the 4IAMBENG framework. Consider the impact of photography on painting. The introduction of photography challenged the role of painting as the primary means of visual representation, forcing painters to reconsider their approach. The information element shifted, with artists engaging with photography's aesthetics and techniques, even integrating photographic elements into their work. Their identity as artists was redefined as they adapted to the new technological paradigm. The action involved shifted from purely manual techniques to a more conceptual engagement with the visual world. The energy in painting, perhaps initially challenged by the seemingly objective realism of photography, evolved into new styles that explored subjective expression and abstraction. The matter changed, with artists experimenting with new materials and techniques in response to the emergence of photography. Nature, previously meticulously represented in detail, became a subject of abstraction and interpretation. The higher power element remained in the search for meaning and expression, yet the very meaning of artistic representation was challenged and redefined. The arrival of video art expanded the temporal dimension of art, introducing the element of movement and duration. The information element expanded to encompass the artist's understanding of cinematography, editing, and storytelling techniques. Their identity was further shaped by the unique challenges and opportunities presented by this new medium. The action involved became a collaboration between conceptual design, technical expertise, and artistic vision. The energy of video art is powerful, conveyed through movement, sound, and narrative pacing. The matter encompasses the video itself, the technology used to capture, edit, and display it, and the context of its presentation. Nature might appear directly within the video or be subtly present through themes and aesthetic choices. The higher power might explore questions of time, change, and the human condition, with the technology acting as a tool to explore these abstract concepts. The rise of virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, art has further blurred the lines between physical and digital realms. VR art creates immersive experiences that transcend the boundaries of the traditional canvas or screen. The information element includes a deep understanding of VR/AR technology and the unique possibilities for spatial and experiential storytelling. The artist's identity is expressed through their capacity to design and build immersive environments that engage viewers on multiple levels. The action of creation involves programming, 3D modeling, sound design, and interactive design. The energy in VR/AR art is often visceral, arising from the interactive nature of the experience and the viewer's active engagement with the virtual environment. The matter includes not just the digital content, but also the hardware, the headsets, controllers, and other technological components that enable the immersive experience. Nature can be simulated within the VR/AR environment, or used metaphorically to explore themes of reality and perception. The higher power may be explored through metaphysical or spiritual themes, or through reflection on the nature of experience and consciousness within simulated environments. Artificial intelligence, AI, has further revolutionized art, introducing a new level of collaboration between human and machine. AI art tools can generate images, music, and text based on algorithms and input parameters. The information element includes understanding how these tools function, the parameters they respond to, and the techniques for guiding their creative output. The artist's identity shifts to that of a curator or director, shaping the AI's creative process rather than directly controlling every aspect of production. The action is the interaction between human and machine, a dialogue between creative intention and algorithmic interpretation. The energy of AI art can be surprising, unpredictable, and thought-provoking, as the results often exceed human expectations. The matter is dual: the digital files generated by the AI and the human intervention that guides the process. Nature can be incorporated through datasets or generative algorithms that work with natural imagery. The higher power might be explored through questions of creativity, consciousness, and the nature of authorship in the age of AI. Even traditional art forms are being impacted by technology. Digital tools enhance the creation and preservation of paintings, sculptures, and musical compositions, while digital platforms provide new avenues for distribution and engagement. The information element incorporates traditional artistic knowledge with the skill to adapt and use digital tools efficiently. The artist's identity is broadened, allowing them to reach wider audiences and potentially collaborate across geographic boundaries. The action includes both traditional techniques and new forms of digital enhancement and reproduction. The energy remains tied to the emotional and aesthetic qualities of the art, but the scale of potential audience engagement is magnified. The matter encompasses both the physical art and its digital counterparts and reproductions. Nature continues to be a source of inspiration, but is sometimes processed through digital filters or modifications. The higher power element is not altered by the tools, but perhaps expanded through the enhanced accessibility and reach of the work. In conclusion, the intersection of art and technology is a dynamic and ever-evolving field, with the 4IAMBENG framework offering a powerful tool for understanding its profound implications. By examining the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, nature, and higher power, we can gain a deeper appreciation for how technology shapes artistic expression, impacts the creative process, and transforms our understanding of art itself. This framework encourages us to move beyond a simplistic technological determinism, recognizing that technology is not a neutral tool, but a force that interacts with human creativity and cultural values, generating both new possibilities and challenging established conventions. The ongoing dialogue between art and technology, mediated by the 4IAMBENG framework, promises a rich and dynamic future for artistic exploration and expression. The future of art. The integration of technology into art is not merely additive, it's transformative. The 4IAMBENG framework suggests a future where the boundaries between the physical and digital, the human and the artificial, become increasingly blurred, leading to new artistic paradigms and experiences. Consider the potential evolution of AI art. The current generation of AI tools operates primarily on existing datasets, learning from human-created art to generate new works. However, the future may see AI systems developing their own unique artistic styles and approaches, evolving beyond simple imitation and into genuine creative exploration. This would significantly alter the information element of the 4IAMBENG framework, as artists would need to understand not only the technical aspects of the AI tools, but also the evolving artistic intelligence of the AI itself. The identity of the artist might shift further, becoming less about direct creation and more about guiding and collaborating with an increasingly autonomous AI co-creator. The action in this collaboration would be a complex interplay of human intention and algorithmic response, requiring new forms of artistic communication and feedback loops. The energy would emanate from the unpredictability and novelty of the AI's creations, challenging preconceived notions of artistic control and authorship. The matter would be a hybrid of human input and AI-generated output, raising questions about originality and authenticity. The role of nature might be redefined as AI systems learn to interpret and represent natural phenomena in ways that exceed human capabilities, leading to novel artistic expressions of the natural world. Finally, the higher power element could explore themes of artificial consciousness, the nature of creativity, and the philosophical implications of a world where machines create art. Furthermore, the convergence of AI with other technologies like VR/AR and bioart will create unprecedented artistic possibilities. Imagine immersive VR experiences generated and adapted in real time by AI, responding dynamically to the viewer's actions and emotions. The information element would encompass programming, AI algorithms, and a deep understanding of human-computer interaction. The artist's identity would evolve into that of a world builder, creating intricate, ever-changing virtual environments. The action would be a fluid interplay between human agency and AI-driven dynamism. The energy would be intensely visceral, arising from the immersive nature of the experience and the adaptive intelligence of the AI. The matter would be the combined experience of the virtual and physical worlds, blurring the lines between reality and simulation. Nature could be seamlessly integrated into the VR/AR environment, offering unprecedented ways to explore the natural world and its relationship with human consciousness. The higher power could explore profound questions about consciousness, reality, and the human experience within simulated worlds. Bioart, which uses biological materials and processes in artistic creation, has the potential to be revolutionized by technological advancements. AI could assist in designing and optimizing genetically modified organisms for artistic purposes, leading to living artworks that evolve and change over time. The information element would include knowledge of genetics, biotechnology, and AI algorithms. The artist's identity would be that of a biological engineer, shaping life itself into artistic expression. The action would involve manipulating and guiding biological processes through technological interventions. The energy would be derived from the dynamism and unpredictability of living systems. The matter would be the living artwork itself, with its unique characteristics and evolutionary trajectory. Nature, in this context, would not be merely a subject of representation, but an active participant in the artistic process, an integral part of the artwork itself. The higher power could explore ethical questions about manipulating life, exploring the interplay between art, science, and the very essence of life. The future of art also lies in the democratization of creative tools. AI-powered tools have the potential to make art creation more accessible to a wider range of people, regardless of their technical skills or prior artistic experience. This democratization will significantly impact the information element as artistic knowledge and skills become more widely disseminated. The identity of the artist might become less defined by specialized training and more defined by creativity and imagination. The action of creating art would become more intuitive and user-friendly, empowering individuals to express themselves artistically in new and innovative ways. The energy would come from the sheer diversity of creative voices unleashed by accessible technology. The matter would be the immense volume of art generated by a global community of creators. Nature, previously limited to the purview of trained artists, will be expressed through a myriad of individual perspectives and experiences. The higher power element will be found in the collective exploration of human creativity and the expression of diverse human experiences. However, the future of art is not without its challenges. Questions of authorship, originality, and intellectual property in the age of AI will require careful consideration and new legal frameworks. The potential for bias in AI algorithms and data sets needs to be addressed to ensure equitable representation and prevent the reinforcement of harmful stereotypes. The ethical implications of using AI to generate art must be carefully weighed, with a focus on transparency and accountability. Furthermore, we must consider the potential for technology to diminish the human element in art, leading to a homogenization of artistic styles and experiences. The 4IAMBENG framework helps us to approach these challenges with a holistic perspective, recognizing the complex interplay of technological forces and human creativity. By considering the ethical implications of AI art, we can work towards a future where technology empowers artists rather than replacing them. Looking ahead, we can anticipate a future where art transcends traditional mediums and forms, blending physical and digital realms, biological and technological systems, human creativity, and artificial intelligence. The 4IAMBENG framework remains a valuable tool for analyzing and understanding this evolving landscape, allowing us to appreciate the dynamic interaction between technology and art, and to navigate the ethical and philosophical challenges that emerge. The future of art is not simply about the tools we use, but about the questions we ask, the stories we tell, and the experiences we create. It is a future where technology serves as a catalyst for human creativity, expanding our capacity for expression, understanding, and connection. The role of the artist will continue to evolve, adapting to new technologies and exploring new artistic territories, while the essence of art, the expression of human experience, and the pursuit of meaning, will endure. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a powerful lens through which to understand this ongoing evolution, guiding us towards a deeper appreciation of the profound relationship between art, technology, and the human condition. The future of art is not predetermined. It is a future we are actively shaping through our creativity, our technology, and our shared humanity. The ongoing exploration of these intertwined elements, guided by the 4IAMBENG framework, promises a rich and dynamic future for artistic expression. A future where the limitations of the present are surpassed by the boundless potential of the future. The future will be defined not by technological determinism, but by the human spirit's capacity for innovation, adaptation, and the unending pursuit of meaning. Chapter 13, 4IAMBENG and Politics. Power and Authority. The 4IAMBENG framework, while initially conceived for analyzing artistic expression, offers a surprisingly potent lens through which to examine the complexities of power and authority in political systems. Traditional political science often focuses on discrete elements, the state, the individual, political parties, and economic structures, but 4IAMBENG encourages a more holistic perspective, encompassing the interconnectedness of these elements and the subtle energies that shape their interactions. Consider the information component. Political power, historically, has been tightly bound to the control of information. Propaganda, censorship, and the manipulation of narratives have always been tools wielded by those seeking to maintain or seize power. In the digital age, this control has become both more pervasive and more challenging. The sheer volume of information available online, while ostensibly democratizing access, also creates opportunities for misinformation campaigns and the formation of echo chambers that reinforce existing power structures. The ability to analyze and interpret this deluge of information becomes a crucial element of political agency, a skill not uniformly distributed across the population. This uneven distribution of information literacy directly impacts the power dynamic. The identity element is equally crucial. Political systems are built upon collective identities, nationalism, tribalism, ideologies, which shape allegiances, loyalties, and the very perception of power. The construction and manipulation of these identities, often through carefully crafted narratives and symbols, are central to the exercise of political power. Populist movements, for instance, leverage a sense of collective identity to mobilize support and challenge established authority. The 4IAMBENG framework helps to dissect this process, revealing how the careful cultivation of identity is intertwined with the strategic deployment of information. Further, consider how technologies like AI can exacerbate or mitigate existing biases within identity formation. Algorithmic filtering and targeted advertising can reinforce existing political divides, while simultaneously creating new opportunities for marginalized groups to build and maintain their own collective identities. The action in the political realm encompasses the myriad ways in which power is exercised: legislation, enforcement, diplomacy, protest, revolution. Traditional political science provides frameworks for understanding these actions, but 4IAMBENG provides a deeper layer of analysis. It encourages an examination of the energy flows that underlie political action, the motivations, emotions, and ideologies driving individuals and groups. The framework facilitates analysis of the subtle dynamics of influence and persuasion, how power operates not just through coercion, but also through subtle forms of social conditioning. We can see this in the impact of social media on political discourse, rapid spread of information, instantaneous feedback loops, and the ability to mobilize large groups for action or counteraction. The actions involved are more dynamic and immediate than ever before. The energy component in the context of politics refers to the dynamics of power, the forces of resistance, cooperation, and conflict that shape political landscapes. This includes not just the overt clash of opposing ideologies, but also the quieter currents of influence, the subtle ways in which power is negotiated and maintained. The energy within a political system can be characterized as high voltage or low voltage, depending on the degree of political polarization, the intensity of social conflict, and the extent of popular participation. The 4IAMBENG framework draws attention to the often overlooked energetic dimension of politics, highlighting the role of emotion, passion, and even the unconscious drives that fuel political action. The matter element in the political context refers to the tangible resources and structures that underpin political power, the state apparatus, the economy, infrastructure, and natural resources. Access to and control of these resources are fundamental determinants of political power. The 4IAMBENG framework encourages an examination of how these material factors interact with other elements, such as information, identity, and energy, shaping political outcomes. The relationship between economic inequality and political power, for example, is a significant area of inquiry. The concentration of wealth in the hands of a few can translate directly into political influence, shaping policy decisions and impacting the lives of many. Finally, the higher power element in the context of political systems might refer to the underlying values, beliefs, and overarching narratives that shape political action. This could encompass concepts like justice, freedom, equality, or even religious beliefs that provide a moral framework for political systems. The 4IAMBENG framework prompts us to analyze the often implicit assumptions and values that underpin political systems, examining how these shape the perception and exercise of power. Furthermore, consider the influence of global political systems on individual nations, how international relations, global economic pressures, and overarching ideologies interact with and shape the political dynamics within a single country. Applying the 4IAMBENG framework to concrete political phenomena reveals its analytical power. For example, consider the rise of populism. The information aspect involves the dissemination of simple, emotionally resonant messages, often bypassing fact-checking and traditional media. The identity component focuses on cultivating a sense of shared grievance among a specific group, often pitting the people against a corrupt elite. The action involves mobilizing this group through rallies, social media campaigns, and unconventional political strategies. The energy is characterized by high emotional intensity and a sense of urgency. The matter might involve tapping into economic anxieties and feelings of disenfranchisement. The higher power narrative often centers on restoring a lost national greatness or reclaiming traditional values. Similarly, the framework can help analyze authoritarian regimes. Here, the control of information becomes paramount. The state tightly regulates the media and actively suppresses dissent. Identity is manipulated to create a sense of national unity and loyalty to the leader. Action is often characterized by coercion, repression, and surveillance. The energy of the system is characterized by a delicate balance between control and potential unrest. Matter refers to the control of the state apparatus, the economy, and the security forces. The higher power often involves a nationalist ideology or a religious justification for authoritarian rule. The 4IAMBENG framework's value lies not just in providing a fresh perspective on existing political science, but also in anticipating future challenges. The increasing influence of technology on political life, including the use of AI in surveillance, manipulation, and governance, requires a comprehensive analytical lens. 4IAMBENG can help us understand the interplay between technological advancement and political power, allowing us to anticipate and address the ethical and societal implications of these developments. It prompts us to consider not just the technological tools themselves, but the values, beliefs, and power dynamics that shape their use. In conclusion, the application of the 4IAMBENG framework to the realm of politics offers a holistic and insightful approach to understanding power, authority, and the complex interactions within political systems. Information, identity, action, energy, matter, we gain a more nuanced and comprehensive understanding of political dynamics, both in the present and in the rapidly evolving future. This approach allows for a more sophisticated analysis of political phenomena, leading to a better understanding of how power is exercised, challenged, and ultimately shaped by the interplay of these 6 fundamental elements. The future of political science, much like the future of art, will be defined not just by technological advancements, but by the ability to comprehend and navigate the complex and dynamic interplay between human agency, technological forces, and the underlying values that shape our societies. Political ideologies. The 4IAMBENG framework, applied to the analysis of political ideologies, reveals a depth and complexity often overlooked in traditional political science. Instead of treating ideologies as static sets of beliefs, 4IAMBENG illuminates the dynamic interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power that shapes their expression and impact. Let's explore how this framework enhances our understanding of major political ideologies. Liberalism, for instance, often emphasizes individual rights, limited government, and free markets. Through the 4IAMBENG lens, we can unpack these principles. The information component is crucial. Liberalism values the free flow of information, believing that open access to diverse perspectives is essential for informed decision-making and the prevention of tyranny. This contrasts sharply with ideologies that prioritize censorship and state control of information. The identity element focuses on individual autonomy and self-determination, celebrating individual expression and rejecting notions of collective identity that might suppress individual freedom. The action within a liberal framework involves engagement in civil discourse, participation in democratic processes, and advocating for policies that protect individual rights and freedoms. The energy in liberal systems is often characterized by a relatively low level of political polarization, as the emphasis on compromise and consensus building promotes a degree of stability. The matter element involves a focus on economic prosperity and the equitable distribution of resources, although the degree of emphasis on redistribution varies considerably across different liberal traditions. Finally, the higher power narrative in liberalism often centers on the inherent dignity and worth of the individual, emphasizing reason, justice, and the pursuit of individual fulfillment. However, it is important to acknowledge the internal contradictions within liberalism, particularly the tension between individual liberty and the need for social regulation, a dynamic that 4IAMBENG helps illuminate. Conservatism presents a different picture through the 4IAMBENG framework. The information aspect often emphasizes the importance of tradition and established institutions as sources of wisdom and stability. There might be a greater skepticism towards radical change and a preference for incremental reforms based on historical precedent. The identity component frequently highlights the importance of national identity, religious affiliation, and traditional social structures. This emphasis on shared values and cultural heritage often stands in contrast to the liberal emphasis on individual autonomy. The action in conservative political movements is frequently focused on preserving existing social structures and institutions, resisting rapid social change, and upholding traditional values. The energy within conservative systems can vary considerably, ranging from relatively low-key engagement in established political processes to more active resistance to perceived threats to tradition. The matter dimension often involves a focus on economic stability and responsible fiscal management, with a greater emphasis on individual responsibility and less on government intervention. The higher power narrative frequently centers on the importance of maintaining social order, preserving cultural heritage, and upholding established moral principles. The 4IAMBENG framework helps us see that conservatism is not simply resistance to change, but rather a dynamic interplay of these six elements that is constantly adapting to new circumstances. Socialism, in its various forms, offers a distinct perspective. The information element often emphasizes the importance of transparency and access to information, albeit within a framework that might prioritize collective good over individual autonomy. This doesn't necessarily preclude a free flow of information, but rather contextualizes it within a framework that values community well-being. The identity component emphasizes collective identity, often fostering a sense of solidarity among workers or members of a particular social class. This shared identity can be a powerful force for social change, but it can also lead to the exclusion or marginalization of those who do not conform to the dominant group identity. The action in socialist movements frequently involves collective action, such as strikes, protests, and political mobilization to advocate for workers' rights, social justice, and economic equality. The energy within socialist systems can range from relatively peaceful and cooperative to revolutionary and confrontational, depending on the specific context and the nature of the socialist movement. The matter component is often focused on the redistribution of wealth and resources, reducing economic inequality, and providing social services to all members of society. The higher power narrative in socialism often centers on social justice, equality, and the common good, often emphasizing the moral imperative to address social and economic inequality. The application of 4IAMBENG to socialism reveals a spectrum of approaches, from democratic socialism to revolutionary socialism, with each exhibiting a unique interplay of these six elements. Analyzing fascism through the 4IAMBENG framework underscores its fundamentally different approach to power. The information is strictly controlled, with propaganda and censorship used to manipulate public opinion and suppress dissent. The identity is intensely nationalistic and often racially charged, fostering a sense of in-group superiority and out-group hostility. The action is authoritarian, relying on coercion and the suppression of opposition. The energy of the system is high voltage, characterized by intense nationalism, militarism, and a pervasive sense of crisis. The matter element involves the control of state resources and the economy, often concentrating wealth and power in the hands of a select few. The higher power narrative centers on a strong leader, a nationalistic ideology, and an often distorted historical narrative justifying aggressive expansion and the subjugation of others. Further, consider anarchism. Within this ideology, the information flows freely as it rejects centralized control. Identity is decentralized and anti-authoritarian, rejecting all forms of hierarchical power. Action is direct and participatory, prioritizing self-governance and mutual aid. Energy can be characterized by its decentralized nature, with power distributed among individuals and communities. Matter is often redistributed communally, reflecting a focus on collective ownership and resource sharing. Higher power, in a sense, is the collective will of the people, expressing a belief in autonomy and self-determination. This exploration of several major political ideologies through the 4IAMBENG framework demonstrates its capacity for nuanced analysis. It highlights the dynamic interplay of elements within each ideology, revealing both internal contradictions and the underlying forces that shape their expression and impact. By moving beyond simplistic categorizations and embracing a holistic perspective, the 4IAMBENG framework provides a richer and more insightful understanding of the complexities of political life. It facilitates a comparative analysis, highlighting similarities and differences between ideologies and facilitating a more sophisticated evaluation of their strengths and weaknesses. The future of political analysis will require this kind of integrated approach, particularly as the accelerating pace of technological change continues to reshape the political landscape. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its focus on interconnectedness and the interplay of seemingly disparate elements, is uniquely positioned to meet this challenge. It provides a powerful tool not only for understanding existing ideologies, but also for anticipating and navigating the complexities of future political dynamics. Furthermore, the application of this framework isn't limited to existing ideologies. It offers a tool to analyze emerging political movements and understand the subtle dynamics that drive their growth and influence. In an era of rapidly shifting political landscapes and technological advancements, the 4IAMBENG framework emerges as a valuable tool for navigating the intricacies of power and fostering a deeper understanding of the forces shaping our world. International relations. The application of the 4IAMBENG framework to international relations offers a compelling departure from traditional geopolitical analysis. Instead of focusing solely on power dynamics, economic interests, and military capabilities, we can incorporate the multifaceted interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power to gain a deeper, more nuanced understanding of global interactions. This holistic perspective allows us to move beyond simplistic narratives of conflict and cooperation, uncovering the intricate web of factors that shape international relations. Consider the role of information in shaping international perceptions and actions. The dissemination and control of information, particularly in the digital age, has become a powerful tool in international relations. State-sponsored propaganda, disinformation campaigns, and the strategic manipulation of narratives can significantly influence public opinion, both domestically and internationally, shaping perceptions of conflict, alliances, and national interests. The control of information, therefore, becomes a crucial element of power projection, influencing the behavior of both states and non-state actors. Conversely, the free flow of accurate information across borders can promote understanding, transparency, and cooperation. The very nature of information itself, however, its ability to be manipulated, censored, or misinterpreted, makes it a pivotal and often volatile component in international relations. The 4IAMBENG framework helps us understand how different actors attempt to control, exploit, and utilize this flow of information for their strategic aims. National and cultural identities play a pivotal role in international relations. The concept of national identity, often deeply intertwined with historical narratives, cultural values, and perceived threats, shapes a nation's foreign policy decisions and its interactions with other states. Identity-based conflicts, fueled by historical grievances, religious differences, or competing claims to territory, are a recurring theme in international affairs. The 4IAMBENG framework allows us to examine how national identities are constructed, challenged, and negotiated on the global stage. The fluidity and malleability of national identity, its capacity for both unifying and dividing populations, is particularly salient when considering the impact of globalization and migration on national self-understanding. Understanding how these identities are constructed and leveraged by various actors helps us grasp the motivations behind their foreign policies and their interactions in the global arena. The action dimension in international relations encompasses the full spectrum of interactions between states and non-state actors: diplomacy, negotiation, economic sanctions, military interventions, and acts of terrorism. The 4IAMBENG framework encourages a detailed examination of the motivations, strategies, and consequences of these actions. The framework facilitates a comparative analysis, contrasting the approaches taken by different actors and uncovering patterns in their interactions. Analyzing the decision-making processes behind these actions reveals the complex interplay of internal and external factors influencing national choices. Understanding the strategies employed by various actors, the tools they use, the goals they pursue, and the contexts in which these actions unfold, is essential to understanding the dynamics of international relations. The consequences of these actions, both intended and unintended, ripple across borders, impacting not just the immediate participants, but also the wider international community. The energy element within the international system captures the dynamism of global interactions, ranging from periods of relative stability and cooperation to periods of intense conflict and instability. The 4IAMBENG lens allows us to analyze the flow of energy, economic, political, and military, across borders, identifying sources of tension and areas of potential cooperation. The rise and fall of empires, the emergence of new global powers, the shifting alliances and rivalries between states, the spread of ideologies and movements, and the development of new technologies. These are all factors that influence the energy levels and dynamics within the international system. By mapping these energy flows, we can better predict potential flashpoints and identify strategies for de-escalation and conflict resolution. The matter dimension in international relations encompasses the material resources that states compete for: territory, natural resources, wealth, and technological advancements. The 4IAMBENG framework helps us to examine how the distribution of these resources influences international relations, shaping power dynamics, alliances, and conflicts. Access to natural resources, for instance, can fuel both cooperation and competition, leading to conflict over scarce commodities or to collaborative agreements for resource management. Similarly, the distribution of wealth and technological capabilities influences the relative power of different states, impacting their influence on the global stage. The competition for resources and technological superiority is a driving force in the international system, and the 4IAMBENG framework provides a lens for analyzing how this competition unfolds. Finally, the higher power aspect encompasses the overarching values, beliefs, and ideologies that shape state behavior and international interactions. The pursuit of national interests, the promotion of certain ideologies, the adherence to international norms and laws, and the role of religious and cultural beliefs all influence the actions of states and international organizations. The 4IAMBENG framework invites us to analyze the underlying ideologies and belief systems that drive foreign policy decisions and shape the international landscape. The interplay between these higher-order values and material interests reveals the complexity of decision-making at the international level. Understanding these driving forces, the ethical frameworks, the ideological imperatives, the religious convictions, is essential to understanding the patterns of cooperation and conflict that we observe in international relations. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a comprehensive and holistic approach to understanding international relations, moving beyond traditional, reductionist models. By integrating the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power, this framework provides a richer, more nuanced understanding of global dynamics. This integrated analysis enables more accurate predictions of conflict and facilitates more effective strategies for conflict resolution, cooperation, and sustainable global peace. The future of international relations will depend, in part, on our ability to develop sophisticated, integrated frameworks capable of navigating the complexities of our interconnected world. The 4IAMBENG framework, with its emphasis on interconnectedness and its capacity for nuanced analysis, stands as a promising approach to this crucial challenge. It provides a tool not only for comprehending the present state of international relations, but also for anticipating and preparing for the challenges of the future. The complex interplay of these 6 elements is constantly shifting, creating a dynamic and ever-evolving international landscape demanding holistic and flexible analytical tools to ensure a more peaceful and prosperous future. The 4IAMBENG framework is precisely that tool, providing a more nuanced and comprehensive understanding of global politics than any model currently existing. Political reform. Applying the 4IAMBENG framework to political reform necessitates a holistic approach, moving beyond superficial analyses of single policy adjustments. We must consider the intricate interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power to enact meaningful and sustainable change. The dissemination of accurate and accessible information is paramount. A well-informed citizenry is crucial for effective democratic participation. This requires not only the availability of diverse news sources, but also the development of media literacy skills to combat misinformation and propaganda. The 4IAMBENG model suggests that the manipulation of information, often through targeted disinformation campaigns or censorship, can severely undermine the legitimacy and stability of a political system. Therefore, Fostering a culture of critical thinking and media literacy is an essential aspect of political reform, demanding investment in education and independent fact-checking initiatives. The role of identity in political reform is multifaceted and often complex. Political systems frequently reflect pre-existing societal divisions based on ethnicity, religion, class, or region. Ignoring these identities can lead to exclusion and instability. A truly effective political reform must acknowledge these existing identities and work towards creating inclusive structures that address the specific needs and concerns of diverse groups. This may involve decentralizing power to regional or local levels, ensuring proportional representation in legislative bodies, and actively promoting intercultural dialogue and understanding. The 4IAMBENG framework highlights the importance of inclusivity as a cornerstone of political stability and the dangers of ignoring or suppressing identity-based grievances, which can easily erupt into conflict or further societal division. Constructive engagement with identity-based issues, facilitated through open communication and participation, is essential for successful political transformation. Political action, encompassing both formal legislative processes and informal citizen engagement, is central to any reform initiative. The 4IAMBENG framework encourages a detailed analysis of the decision-making processes involved in political change. This analysis should explore both the formal institutions, including legislative bodies and executive branches, and the informal mechanisms of power, such as interest groups, lobbying efforts, and social movements. Furthermore, it's vital to analyze the strategy employed by various actors involved in political reform, the methods they use, the goals they pursue, and the contexts in which their actions unfold. This includes understanding the consequences of these actions, both intended and unintended, to ensure that reforms do not inadvertently create new problems or exacerbate existing ones. Effective political reform requires a strategic approach that considers the complexities of power dynamics and the potential for both cooperation and conflict among various stakeholders. Energy, in the context of political reform, refers to the dynamism and momentum behind the reform process. This includes the levels of civic engagement, the strength of popular support for change, and the resources available to implement reforms. High energy levels, reflected in broad-based popular movements and robust civic participation, can significantly increase the chances of success. Conversely, low energy levels, characterized by apathy or deep societal divisions, can hamper the reform process and result in limited or short-lived changes. The 4IAMBENG framework suggests that building momentum for change requires effective mobilization, engaging diverse groups, and aligning reform efforts with popular aspirations. This requires thoughtful strategies for communication, community engagement, and resource allocation to build the necessary energy for sustainable political transformation. The matter dimension in political reform encompasses the tangible resources required for implementation, including financial resources, infrastructure, and technology. Securing adequate funding for reform initiatives is often critical, demanding strategies for resource allocation and financial management. Furthermore, access to essential infrastructure, such as communications networks and education facilities, is crucial for facilitating participation and implementing policies effectively. The appropriate application of technology can also enhance transparency, efficiency, and accountability in governance. The 4IAMBENG model emphasizes the importance of strategically managing these material resources to ensure the successful implementation and sustainability of reforms. A well-defined plan addressing resource acquisition, allocation, and management is vital to avoid pitfalls, ensuring that the tangible elements are aligned with the broader reform goals. The higher power dimension of political reform involves the underlying values, beliefs, and ideologies that shape political decision-making and citizen engagement. This includes the dominant political ideologies, the ethical frameworks that guide public discourse, and the prevailing social norms that affect political participation. Political reform often requires a shift in these underlying beliefs and values, potentially requiring substantial efforts to change societal norms and perceptions. The 4IAMBENG framework emphasizes the critical role of addressing fundamental beliefs and values in successful political reform. It suggests that successful reform is not simply about adjusting policies, but about transforming the very values and beliefs that underpin the political system. This transformation can be a complex process, requiring deep engagement with the cultural, religious, and philosophical elements that shape a society's political landscape. Political reform efforts need to address the societal norms and values driving the status quo to ensure that changes are not merely superficial and temporary. In conclusion, political reform viewed through the 4IAMBENG lens demands a holistic approach that integrates the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power. Successful reform necessitates a strategy that addresses all six elements simultaneously. It requires not only policy changes, but also fundamental shifts in societal values, beliefs, and practices. Addressing the information environment, fostering inclusive participation, strategically deploying political action, building sustained momentum, securing necessary resources, and aligning actions with a coherent set of values are all crucial for achieving meaningful and enduring political change. The 4IAMBENG model provides a robust framework for navigating the complex web of factors that contribute to successful, sustainable political reform, ultimately leading to a more just, equitable, and prosperous society. This holistic, interconnected view allows for a more accurate diagnosis of political ills and the development of more effective solutions. Ignoring any of these elements risks creating a reform that is either ineffective or unstable in the long run, underlining the importance of the 4IAMBENG framework in addressing political challenges. The dynamic nature of these elements requires continuous monitoring and adaptation in any reform strategy to ensure long-term success and stability. The framework encourages iterative review and adjustment, recognizing that political landscapes are inherently complex and constantly evolving. The future of politics. Projecting the future of politics through the lens of the 4IAMBENG framework requires a departure from traditional linear projections. Instead of predicting specific policies or leaders, we must analyze the likely shifts in the underlying dynamics of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power. The interplay of these elements will shape the political landscape, potentially leading to unforeseen outcomes. One of the most significant shifts we can anticipate is the evolving role of information. The proliferation of AI-driven disinformation campaigns, coupled with the erosion of trust in traditional media institutions, creates a volatile information environment. The future of politics will hinge on the ability of societies to develop robust mechanisms for identifying and counteracting misinformation. This necessitates not only technological solutions, such as advanced fact-checking algorithms and AI-powered detection systems, but also a societal commitment to media literacy and critical thinking. Education systems must adapt to equip future citizens with the skills to navigate the complex and often deceptive information landscape. Furthermore, the development of trustworthy, decentralized information sources, perhaps utilizing blockchain technology to ensure transparency and authenticity, could become crucial for maintaining political stability and accountability. The ability to discern truth from falsehood will be a defining characteristic of informed democratic participation in the future. The identity landscape will also undergo significant transformation. While traditional identity markers like ethnicity and religion will remain relevant, new forms of identity, shaped by digital interactions and online communities, will emerge. The rise of online echo chambers and identity-based polarization poses a significant challenge to political stability. Future political systems will need to address this challenge by promoting cross-group dialogue and understanding, fostering empathy, and finding common ground across these increasingly fragmented identities. This may require the development of innovative political structures that allow for diverse voices to be heard and represented effectively, potentially incorporating elements of direct democracy or participatory governance. The future of identity politics will be determined by how effectively societies can manage the inherent tension between individual identity and collective societal goals. Successful political systems will be those that successfully integrate and leverage the strengths of diverse identities while mitigating their potential for conflict and division. The nature of political action is also poised for significant change. The rise of social media and online activism allows for more rapid and widespread mobilization of political action than ever before. However, this also creates new avenues for manipulation and coordination of unrest. Future political systems must adapt to this reality, developing strategies to manage online political activity effectively while preserving freedom of speech and assembly. This may involve the development of more sophisticated regulatory frameworks for online political discourse, but must also take into account the risks of censorship and the importance of protecting free and open dialogue. Finding a balance between regulation and free expression will be a central challenge for future governance. Furthermore, we can anticipate increased use of data analytics and predictive modeling by political actors, leading to potentially more targeted and effective, or manipulative, political campaigning. Transparency and accountability in the use of these technologies will be essential to prevent their abuse. The energy driving political change will likely be shaped by societal responses to climate change, economic inequality, and technological advancements. Mass movements driven by ecological concerns, social justice issues, and demands for technological equity will likely reshape the political agenda. Future political leaders will need to effectively harness this energy, ensuring that it is channeled towards constructive solutions instead of fueling societal division or political instability. This will require a deep understanding of the underlying drivers of popular mobilization and the development of inclusive political processes capable of effectively responding to societal concerns. The energy behind political movements will be a vital factor in shaping the trajectory of political change, impacting policy adoption and governance structures. Effective engagement with this dynamic energy will be essential for achieving meaningful and sustainable change. The matter dimension, encompassing the material resources needed for governance, will be significantly influenced by technological advancements and resource scarcity. The efficient management of resources, including energy, water, and food, will become increasingly critical in the face of climate change and growing populations. The development of sustainable infrastructure and the application of technological innovations to optimize resource utilization will be essential for maintaining political stability. Furthermore, the digitalization of governance and the development of smart cities will require significant investments in technology and infrastructure. Securing funding for these initiatives and managing the distribution of resources equitably will be crucial challenges for future political systems. The efficient and equitable allocation of material resources will become a cornerstone of political stability and societal well-being. Finally, the higher power dimension, encompassing the fundamental values and beliefs shaping political discourse, is likely to undergo significant evolution. The increasing interconnectedness of the world and the rise of global challenges will demand a shift towards more collaborative and inclusive approaches to governance. The acceptance of international cooperation, global ethics, and shared responsibility for global issues like climate change will be essential for future political stability. Furthermore, the reevaluation and reinterpretation of established political ideologies and ethical frameworks in light of emerging technological advancements and societal shifts will be crucial. The future of politics will be shaped by the ability of societies to adopt new ethical frameworks that address the unique challenges of the 21st century. A profound shift in our collective values, embracing global cooperation and sustainability, will be vital for building a stable and equitable future. In conclusion, the future of politics viewed through the 4IAMBENG framework suggests a complex and dynamic landscape. The interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power will shape the future political order in profound ways. Successfully navigating this future requires adaptability, innovation, and a commitment to building inclusive and sustainable political systems capable of addressing the multifaceted challenges facing humanity. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a valuable tool for understanding and addressing these challenges, allowing for a holistic and proactive approach to shaping a more just and equitable future. The ability to effectively manage the dynamic interaction of these 6 elements will be the key to building a stable and prosperous future for all. The framework's strength lies in its ability to analyze the interconnectedness of these elements, highlighting the importance of considering them holistically rather than in isolation. This interconnected perspective allows for more effective anticipatory responses to potential political challenges and the development of policies that promote sustainable and just political outcomes. Ignoring this interconnectedness risks creating policies that address only superficial aspects of complex political problems, leaving underlying issues unresolved and potentially exacerbating them in the long term. The 4IAMBENG framework, therefore, serves as a powerful tool for long-term strategic political planning, promoting not only short-term solutions, but the establishment of durable and adaptable systems of governance. Chapter 14, Integrating 4IAMBENG across disciplines. A unified framework for understanding reality. The preceding chapters have explored the 4IAMBENG framework: information, identity, action, matter, energy, and higher power as individual lenses through which to view the complexities of reality. We've examined their manifestations in political systems, technological advancements, and societal structures. However, the true power of 4IAMBENG lies not in its individual components, but in its capacity to unify seemingly disparate fields of study, offering a holistic perspective on the interconnectedness of all things. This unified framework allows us to move beyond reductionist approaches, recognizing the synergistic interplay between these 6 fundamental elements in shaping our world. Consider, for instance, the seemingly unrelated fields of astrophysics and anthropology. At first glance, the vast expanse of the cosmos and the intricate social structures of human societies seem worlds apart. However, through the 4IAMBENG lens, we can perceive profound connections. The matter in stars, forged in the crucible of nuclear fusion, ultimately becomes the matter composing our bodies and the tools of our civilizations. The energy radiating from these celestial bodies fuels the processes of life on Earth, influencing climate, weather patterns, and the availability of resources. The information encoded in the cosmic microwave background radiation holds clues to the universe's origins, mirroring the information embedded in our genetic code and cultural narratives. Our identities as humans, shaped by our evolutionary history and social interactions, are intrinsically linked to the matter and energy that constitute our physical existence and the environment we inhabit. Even our actions, our choices, and our societal structures are constrained and enabled by the physical laws governing the universe and the resources at our disposal. Furthermore, our conceptions of higher power, be they scientific, religious, or philosophical, influence our understanding of our place within the cosmos and shape our actions accordingly. This holistic approach extends beyond astrophysics and anthropology. The development of artificial intelligence, for example, demonstrates the intricate interplay of all 6 elements. The information encoded in algorithms shapes the actions of AI systems. The energy consumed in powering these systems impacts the matter used in their construction and the environment surrounding them. Our identities as humans are increasingly intertwined with AI, influencing how we perceive ourselves and our relationship with technology. The higher power dimension is engaged through the ethical considerations surrounding AI development and deployment, raising questions about responsibility, control, and the potential impact on humanity's future. The framework helps us grapple with the existential questions arising from advanced AI, forcing us to critically evaluate its societal impact across all 6 lenses. Similarly, economic systems can be analyzed through the 4IAMBENG framework. The flow of information in financial markets affects investment decisions and economic activity. The identities of individuals and corporations shape their economic behavior and influence market dynamics. The actions of consumers and businesses create economic cycles and determine resource allocation. The matter encompassing physical goods and infrastructure underpins production and consumption. The energy required to power economic activity influences sustainability and environmental impact. Finally, the higher power dimension comes into play through ethical considerations related to economic inequality, wealth distribution, and the pursuit of sustainable economic growth. Examining economic phenomena through 4IAMBENG allows us to understand the interconnectedness of seemingly disparate aspects of an economic system, moving beyond simplistic models to achieve a more comprehensive and nuanced understanding. The impact of climate change also demonstrates the unifying power of 4IAMBEng. The information gathered through scientific observation reveals the scale and severity of the problem. Our identities as global citizens are increasingly challenged to address the shared threats to the environment. Our actions, both individually and collectively, determine the effectiveness of mitigation and adaptation strategies. The matter involved includes greenhouse gases, melting ice caps, and rising sea levels. The energy consumed by human activities is the primary driver of climate change. Finally, the higher power dimension is engaged through ethical considerations about intergenerational responsibility and our moral obligation to protect the planet for future generations. Analyzing climate change through this framework emphasizes the need for a unified, global response, highlighting the interconnectedness of environmental, social, and economic factors. Furthermore, the 4IAMBEng framework offers a powerful tool for understanding the dynamics of conflict and cooperation. The spread of information, including propaganda and misinformation, plays a crucial role in shaping perceptions and influencing the course of conflict. Identities defined by nationality, ethnicity, or religion often fuel conflict and create barriers to cooperation. Actions ranging from military engagements to diplomatic negotiations determine the outcomes of conflict. Access to matter and energy resources can be a major source of conflict, while efficient distribution and access to resources are crucial to peace building. Finally, the higher power dimension influences the justifications and rationalizations used to legitimize conflict or justify cooperative efforts. Applying this framework exposes the root causes of conflict, revealing the underlying interconnectedness of political, economic, and social factors and offering pathways towards more sustainable solutions. The 4IAMBEng framework is not merely a descriptive tool, it's a prescriptive one. By understanding the interconnectedness of these 6 elements, we can develop more effective strategies for addressing the complex challenges facing humanity. For example, in tackling global poverty, a 4IAMBEng approach would involve examining the flow of information related to development initiatives, the identities of those experiencing poverty and their agency, the actions required to alleviate poverty, the material resources needed, the energy required to support development, and the ethical frameworks informing aid and development strategies. Similarly, addressing public health crises, from pandemics to chronic diseases, requires a holistic understanding of how information about health risks spreads, how identities influence health behaviors, the actions taken to prevent and treat disease, the material resources needed for healthcare provision, the energy used in delivering healthcare services, and the ethical considerations surrounding health equity. In conclusion, the 4IAMBEng framework offers a powerful and unifying approach to understanding the complexities of reality across numerous disciplines. Its ability to illuminate the interconnectedness of information, identity, action, matter, energy, and higher power provides a holistic perspective capable of transcending disciplinary boundaries. By recognizing the synergistic interplay of these elements, we can develop more comprehensive and effective strategies for tackling the pressing challenges of our time, fostering a more just, equitable, and sustainable future for all. The framework encourages a move away from reductionist thinking towards a systems-level understanding of the world, allowing for more nuanced analysis and more effective solutions to complex, interconnected problems. The future of scientific inquiry and effective problem-solving may well lie in embracing this type of holistic, integrative framework. The limitations of specialized fields, with their inherent biases and narrow perspectives, can be overcome by integrating the diverse insights provided by a multifaceted approach like 4IAMBEng. This fosters a deeper and richer understanding of reality, moving beyond the sum of its parts to embrace the emergent properties of their dynamic interaction. Addressing outstanding questions. Furthermore, the interaction between the 6 elements is complex and not always linearly predictable. The framework posits a synergistic interplay, but the specific nature of these interactions needs more thorough exploration. For instance, the influence of information on identity is not straightforward. While information shapes identity, identity also filters and interprets information, leading to a feedback loop that is difficult to model accurately. Similarly, the relationship between action and energy is multifaceted. Actions require energy, but energy availability also constrains the types of actions possible. This interplay needs further investigation, potentially requiring the development of dynamic models that incorporate feedback loops and nonlinear relationships. Agent-based modeling, system dynamics, and network analysis might prove invaluable in capturing the complexities of these interactions. Another significant challenge involves the potential for bias in the application of the 4IAMBENG framework. The interpretation of each element is inherently subjective, and different observers might assign different weights or interpretations to them. This subjectivity introduces the risk of bias, potentially leading to inaccurate or misleading conclusions. To mitigate this risk, rigorous protocols for data collection and analysis are essential, along with careful consideration of potential biases in the interpretation of data. The development of standardized protocols would ensure consistency and objectivity in the application of the framework, enhancing the reliability and validity of the results. Transparency in the methodology and clear articulation of the assumptions made during analysis are crucial for building trust and promoting critical evaluation of the framework's application. The framework scope also raises questions. While it attempts to encompass a vast array of phenomena, there might be aspects of reality that fall outside its current purview. For example, the framework's engagement with concepts related to consciousness remains limited. The role of subjective experience and the nature of consciousness itself, while potentially relevant to the identity and higher power elements, require further investigation and integration into the framework. Similarly, the implications of quantum mechanics and its non-intuitive nature could necessitate revisions to existing models. While the framework accommodates concepts from quantum physics indirectly, e.g., the quantized nature of energy, a more direct integration is required. This will require engaging with cutting-edge research in quantum information science and exploring how concepts like entanglement and superposition might reshape our understanding of information and its interaction with other elements. Further research might be needed to explore how to integrate the findings of quantum physics into the framework. The question of scalability also deserves consideration. The framework's applicability has been demonstrated across various scales, from individual human actions to global phenomena. However, further research needs to assess the framework's efficacy and limitations across even broader scales, including the cosmological and potentially even metaphysical realms. Its ability to provide a coherent understanding across vastly different scales and orders of magnitude should be tested rigorously, ensuring its robustness and versatility. This may require the development of sophisticated multi-scale models capable of bridging the gap between microscopic and macroscopic phenomena. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework's predictive power needs to be empirically tested. While the framework offers a coherent and comprehensive perspective on reality, its ability to accurately predict future outcomes needs to be rigorously evaluated. This would involve formulating testable hypotheses based on the framework and designing experiments or observational studies to evaluate those hypotheses. The results of such studies would not only validate or refine the framework, but also identify areas requiring further development or modification. The development of quantitative models alongside the framework will aid in this predictive analysis, allowing for more rigorous testing and validation. Finally, the ethical implications of the 4IAMBENG framework itself require careful consideration. As with any powerful tool, its application necessitates a responsible and ethical approach. The potential for misuse of the framework for manipulative purposes or to justify unethical actions needs careful scrutiny. Establishing clear ethical guidelines for the application of the framework, alongside mechanisms for oversight and accountability, is crucial to ensure its use serves the benefit of humanity and does not exacerbate existing inequalities or injustices. The development of ethical frameworks specifically tailored to the 4IAMBENG approach is necessary to guide its responsible application. In conclusion, while the 4IAMBENG framework offers a promising and innovative perspective on reality, its full potential remains unrealized. Addressing the outstanding questions and limitations discussed above is crucial for its continued development and broader application. This requires a collaborative effort across multiple disciplines, combining theoretical advancements with rigorous empirical testing. By acknowledging and addressing these limitations, the 4IAMBENG framework can be refined into an even more powerful tool for understanding the world and for addressing the complex challenges facing humanity in the 21st century and beyond. The journey of refining this framework is ongoing, a testament to the ever-evolving nature of knowledge and the pursuit of a holistic understanding of reality. The collaborative effort required for further refinement highlights the interconnectedness of scientific disciplines, mirroring the very essence of the 4IAMBENG framework itself. Interdisciplinary collaboration. The inherent complexity of the 4IAMBENG framework necessitates a concerted, interdisciplinary approach to its further development and validation. Its ambition to integrate seemingly disparate aspects of reality, from the subatomic to the societal, from the material to the metaphysical, demands a convergence of expertise from fields traditionally siloed from one another. This collaborative effort is not merely desirable, it's essential for overcoming the limitations identified previously and unlocking the framework's full potential. The quantification of the 6 core elements, information, identity, action, matter, energy, and higher power, presents a particularly significant hurdle. Information theory, with its established measures of entropy and information content, provides a strong starting point for quantifying information within the framework. However, extending this to the other elements requires innovative methodologies. For instance, quantifying identity could draw upon techniques from social sciences, particularly sociology and psychology. Metrics like social network analysis, which measures the strength and density of social connections, might offer a proxy for the degree of identity, integration within a system, or its resilience to external influences. Similarly, psychological measures of self-concept and self-esteem could provide insights into individual levels of identity consolidation. The challenge lies in finding universally applicable and objective measurements that capture the multifaceted nature of identity across different contexts and levels of analysis. Moving to the element of action, game theory and behavioral economics provide tools for analyzing decision-making processes and quantifying the effectiveness of actions within specific constraints. The study of energy flows, naturally, utilizes well-established methodologies in physics and engineering, offering quantifiable measures of energy input, output, and transformation. However, the interplay between action and energy necessitates the development of models that capture their dynamic interaction. Agent-based modeling, a computational approach used extensively in social sciences and ecology, could be instrumental here. It allows for simulating the actions of individual agents within a system, observing their interactions, and evaluating the overall energy expenditure and efficiency. The measurement of matter draws upon established techniques in chemistry and physics, yet, even here, integrating these measurements within the 4IAMBENG framework presents specific challenges. For instance, considering matter's relationship to information requires exploring concepts from information physics, a nascent field that examines the interplay between physical processes and information. This involves connecting physical properties of matter with the information they embody or transmit, a complex task requiring close collaboration between physicists and information theorists. The quantification of higher power presents the most significant conceptual and methodological challenge. Here, approaches from religious studies, philosophy, and even cognitive science might contribute valuable insights. While direct measurement is perhaps impossible, exploring the impacts and interpretations of higher power on human behavior, societal structures, or even physical phenomena, e.g., the effect of faith on health, could provide indirect, yet valuable, data. This would involve rigorous qualitative research methods, focusing on subjective experiences and interpretations, coupled with quantitative analysis of observable consequences. The synergistic interplay between these elements necessitates the development of sophisticated models that capture their nonlinear and feedback-driven interactions. System dynamics modeling, an approach that analyzes feedback loops and complex system behavior, would prove particularly useful in understanding how changes in one element propagate through the system. Network analysis, a technique used to study the relationships and connections between entities, can help map the intricate network of interactions between the six elements, revealing key connections and dependencies. The combined use of these modeling techniques, informed by data collected using diverse methodologies, would provide a more comprehensive and dynamic understanding of the 4IAMBENG framework's operation. Furthermore, interdisciplinary collaboration is crucial for addressing the issue of bias and applying the framework. Anthropology, with its focus on understanding diverse cultural perspectives, can help mitigate biases arising from different interpretations of the six elements. Sociology, with its emphasis on social structures and power dynamics, can help identify and address biases related to societal structures and their influence on the application of the framework. This collaborative effort ensures the framework is not just comprehensive in its scope, but also unbiased and equitable in its application. The integration of findings from quantum physics is another key area requiring interdisciplinary collaboration. While the framework implicitly acknowledges the quantized nature of energy, a more explicit integration of quantum phenomena is necessary. This requires collaborations between physicists specializing in quantum information science and researchers working on the philosophical implications of quantum mechanics. Exploring concepts such as quantum entanglement and superposition and their relationship to information and identity is crucial for enhancing the framework's explanatory power. Extending the framework scope to encompass consciousness also demands significant interdisciplinary effort. Neuroscience, cognitive science, and philosophy of mind can contribute to understanding the relationship between consciousness, identity, and higher power within the 4IAMBENG framework. This will likely require developing new models that integrate subjective experience and qualitative data with the quantitative data obtained from other sources. This task necessitates a unique convergence of scientific and philosophical perspectives, fostering a novel and potentially groundbreaking understanding of consciousness itself. The scalability of the framework, from individual actions to cosmological events, necessitates collaborations that bridge traditional disciplinary boundaries. Cosmology and astrophysics, for instance, can provide data and insights at the grandest scale, enabling the testing and refinement of the framework's predictions regarding the evolution of the universe. Conversely, incorporating findings from nanotechnology and quantum physics could refine the framework's understanding of processes at the smallest scales. Developing models that bridge these vastly different scales requires advanced computational methods and significant collaborative efforts between researchers across diverse specialties. Finally, ethical considerations demand involvement from ethicists, legal scholars, and social scientists. The framework's power to explain and potentially predict human behavior requires careful consideration of its ethical implications, especially regarding its potential for misuse. Collaborating with ethicists in developing ethical guidelines for the application of the 4IAMBENG framework is crucial to ensure its responsible and beneficial use. This collaboration must proactively address potential biases and societal impacts, ensuring the framework serves as a tool for betterment rather than exploitation. In conclusion, the successful development and application of the 4IAMBENG framework depend critically on robust interdisciplinary collaboration. This collaboration is not merely a matter of convenience, but a fundamental necessity to address the framework's inherent complexities and limitations. By forging partnerships across traditionally disparate fields and integrating diverse methodologies and perspectives, we can unlock the framework's transformational potential, providing a more holistic and nuanced understanding of reality itself. This collaborative journey reflects the very essence of the 4IAMBENG framework, the interconnectedness and interdependence of its elements, mirroring the interconnectedness of disciplines required for its comprehensive exploration. Future research directions. The preceding discussion establishes the foundational elements and initial applications of the 4IAMBENG framework. However, the true potential of this integrative model lies in its capacity for continuous refinement and expansion through future research. This requires a multi-pronged approach, engaging researchers from diverse disciplines and employing a variety of methodologies to address both theoretical and practical limitations. One crucial area demanding further investigation is the development of more sophisticated quantitative tools for measuring the 6 core elements. While we have suggested potential avenues for quantification, these are merely initial steps. For instance, the measurement of information currently relies heavily on Shannon entropy, a measure well suited to digital information, but less readily applicable to the complexity of biological or social systems. Future research should focus on developing alternative metrics or refining existing ones to better capture the richness and nuances of information processing in diverse contexts. This might involve incorporating concepts from algorithmic information theory, which quantifies the complexity of information based on the length of the shortest program required to generate it, or exploring newer metrics focusing on the semantic content and contextual meaning of information. Similarly, quantifying identity requires moving beyond simplistic metrics like self-esteem scores. Future research needs to develop more robust measures capable of capturing the fluidity and multifaceted nature of identity, including its social, cultural, and even quantum aspects. This necessitates a synthesis of sociological and psychological approaches, coupled with potentially novel techniques drawing from network science and complex systems theory. The goal would be to develop a comprehensive measure that accounts for both the internal coherence of an individual's identity and its external manifestations in social interactions and relationships. This could involve developing new computational models capable of analyzing large-scale datasets of human interaction, tracking the evolution of identity over time and across diverse environments. The quantification of action also requires significant advancement. While game theory and behavioral economics provide valuable tools, they often simplify complex human actions, neglecting the role of emotions, intuition, and unconscious processes. Future research should incorporate insights from neuroscience and cognitive science, exploring the neural correlates of decision-making and the influence of internal states on external actions. This would involve developing more nuanced models that integrate both rational and emotional factors, moving beyond simplistic utility maximization frameworks. Incorporating techniques from agent-based modeling could be crucial here, allowing for simulations of complex interactions among agents with diverse motivations and cognitive capabilities. The interplay between action and energy presents another fertile ground for future research. Understanding the dynamic relationship between intentional action and energy expenditure requires interdisciplinary collaboration between physicists, biologists, and engineers. This might involve developing new methods for measuring the energy efficiency of various actions, both at the individual and systemic levels. Analyzing the energy signatures of different human activities and connecting these to their broader societal impacts would provide valuable insights into the optimization of energy utilization and resource management. Matter, while seemingly straightforward to quantify using established scientific methods, also demands further investigation within the 4IAMBEng framework. Specifically, understanding the intricate relationship between matter and information requires deeper explorations into information physics. The challenge lies in developing robust theoretical models and experimental approaches capable of measuring the informational content encoded within material structures, bridging the gap between classical and quantum descriptions of matter. This might involve using advanced imaging techniques and computational approaches to analyze the microscopic organization of matter and its relationship to information storage, processing, and transmission. The most challenging aspect remains the quantification of higher power. The inherent subjectivity and cultural variability associated with this concept require nuanced research methods that go beyond simple surveys or questionnaires. Ethnographic studies, analyzing diverse religious and spiritual traditions, can provide invaluable insights into the lived experiences and interpretations of higher power. Integrating these qualitative findings with quantitative data on the effects of belief systems on human behavior and societal structures will be crucial. This might involve analyzing large-scale datasets of social behaviors to correlate beliefs with observable outcomes, taking into account cultural contexts and potential confounding factors. Advanced statistical modeling and machine learning techniques can help discern complex relationships between belief systems and social and individual well-being. Beyond the quantification of individual elements, future research needs to focus on developing more sophisticated models to capture their intricate interactions. System dynamics modeling provides a valuable starting point, but the nonlinear and feedback-driven nature of these interactions necessitates the development of more robust and dynamic models. This could involve using advanced computational techniques, such as agent-based modeling and network analysis, to simulate the complex interplay between the 6 elements across different scales, from individuals to societies to the cosmos. These models could be used to predict the system's response to various interventions, providing valuable tools for informed decision-making and policy development. The application of the 4IAMBENG framework across vastly different scales, from the subatomic to the cosmological, requires meticulous interdisciplinary efforts. Integrating data from quantum physics, cosmology, and nanotechnology is crucial to refine and validate the framework across this immense range of scales. Developing models capable of bridging these disparate scales necessitates advanced computational tools and a concerted effort to integrate data from diverse sources, potentially employing techniques from multi-scale modeling and agent-based simulations. Crucially, the ethical implications of the 4IAMBENG framework must be a central focus of future research. Ethical considerations regarding data privacy, algorithmic bias, and potential misuse of the framework for manipulative purposes demand attention. Collaboration with ethicists, social scientists, and legal scholars is essential to formulate ethical guidelines for the responsible development and application of the framework. This involves not only establishing technical safeguards against misuse, but also fostering a broader societal dialogue on the ethical implications of integrating such a comprehensive framework into various aspects of human life. This might involve participatory action research, engaging relevant communities in the development of ethical principles and policies to ensure responsible application of this powerful tool. In conclusion, the journey of developing and applying the 4IAMBENG framework is an ongoing process of exploration, refinement, and interdisciplinary collaboration. The directions outlined above represent only a starting point for this ambitious endeavor. By embracing a holistic and interdisciplinary approach, actively engaging with diverse perspectives, and continuously refining our methodological approaches, we can unlock the transformative potential of this framework, ultimately leading to a more nuanced and comprehensive understanding of reality and our place within it. The success of this undertaking will not only depend on scientific innovation, but also on a deep commitment to ethical considerations and responsible application of the knowledge gained. The ultimate goal is not simply to understand the universe, but to improve our relationship with it, guided by a commitment to both scientific rigor and ethical integrity. The IAMBENG community. The preceding discussion highlighted the significant challenges and exciting opportunities inherent in fully realizing the potential of the 4IAMBENG framework. Its breadth and ambition demand a collaborative, interdisciplinary approach, transcending the limitations of individual researchers or even single institutions. This necessitates the creation of a vibrant, self-sustaining community, a collective of thinkers and doers dedicated to the ongoing exploration, refinement, and application of this holistic model. We propose the establishment of the 4IAMBENG community, a dynamic network of researchers, scholars, practitioners, and enthusiasts united by a shared commitment to furthering our understanding of reality through this integrative lens. This community would function as a hub for collaborative research, facilitating the exchange of ideas, data, and methodologies across diverse disciplines. Its activities would encompass a broad spectrum, from theoretical explorations and methodological developments to practical applications and ethical considerations. A key function would be the establishment of standardized metrics for quantifying the 6 core elements of 4IAMBENG. This requires addressing the significant methodological hurdles outlined earlier, involving the development of novel metrics and the refinement of existing ones to account for the complexities inherent in measuring information identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power across diverse systems. The community could organize workshops and conferences dedicated to these methodological challenges, bringing together experts from various fields, including information theory, physics, sociology, psychology, neuroscience, and theology to collaboratively design and validate rigorous quantitative tools. Furthermore, the 4 community would foster the development of sophisticated computational models capable of capturing the intricate interactions between the 6 elements. This would involve leveraging advanced techniques such as agent-based modeling, system dynamics, and network analysis to simulate complex systems at various scales, from individual organisms to entire ecosystems and beyond. These models would not merely serve as descriptive tools, but rather as predictive instruments capable of anticipating the consequences of various interventions and informing evidence-based decision-making in a wide range of contexts. The community could establish shared computational platforms and data repositories, facilitating open access to data and models, thereby accelerating the pace of research and fostering collaboration. A critical aspect of the 4IAMBENG community would be its commitment to open science principles. Transparent methodologies and collaborative authorship would be central tenets, promoting the reproducibility and validation of research findings. This commitment to openness would not only accelerate the progress of research, but also enhance the trustworthiness and credibility of the framework itself. The community could implement robust peer review mechanisms, ensuring the highest standards of scientific rigor while maintaining an inclusive and welcoming environment for researchers at all stages of their careers. Beyond purely scientific endeavors, the 4IAMBENG community would also be deeply engaged with the ethical implications of its work. The potential applications of this framework are vast and potentially transformative, but they also carry inherent risks. The community would thus prioritize the establishment of clear ethical guidelines for the responsible development and application of 4IAMBENG. This requires ongoing dialogue and collaboration with ethicists, policymakers, and representatives from affected communities. The community could sponsor workshops and conferences focused on ethical considerations, establishing clear protocols to address issues such as data privacy, algorithmic bias, and the potential for misuse of the framework. Participatory action research methodologies could be employed to ensure that the voices and concerns of diverse communities are integrated into the ethical framework governing the development and application of 4IAMBENG. The 4IAMBENG community should also actively engage in public education and outreach. Communicating the core principles and potential applications of the framework to a broader audience is crucial for fostering public understanding and responsible innovation. The community could develop educational materials, organize public lectures and workshops, and collaborate with media outlets to disseminate its findings to a wider public. This would not only enhance public understanding of the framework, but also foster broader engagement with the complex issues it addresses. The structure and governance of the 4IAMBENG community could take various forms, potentially encompassing a decentralized network of researchers linked through online platforms and collaborative projects, or a more formalized organization with elected officers and committees. Regardless of its specific structure, the community should prioritize inclusivity, accessibility, and collaborative decision-making. A diverse membership base, representing a broad spectrum of disciplines and backgrounds, would be essential to ensure the richness and robustness of the community's contributions. Mechanisms for ensuring fair and equitable representation of diverse perspectives within the community would be paramount. This could involve establishing clear guidelines for membership, promoting diversity in leadership roles, and fostering an inclusive and welcoming environment for researchers from all backgrounds. Long-term sustainability would be a crucial consideration. The community would need to develop mechanisms for securing funding, managing resources, and maintaining its infrastructure. This could involve exploring various funding sources, including grants, philanthropic contributions, and partnerships with private sector organizations. Establishing a robust financial model, coupled with clear governance structures, would be essential for ensuring the long-term viability of the community and its ongoing contribution to the advancement of 4IAMBENG research. The 4IAMBENG community, therefore, is not merely a collection of individuals, but a living, evolving organism, a dynamic network dedicated to a common intellectual and practical goal. It is envisioned as a self-organizing system, constantly adapting and expanding to incorporate new perspectives, methodologies, and technological advancements. Its success would not solely rely on its organizational structure or funding mechanisms, but primarily on the collective commitment, passion, and dedication of its members. By nurturing a culture of collaboration, open communication, and rigorous scholarship, this community could unlock the vast potential of the 4IAMBENG framework, leading to profound advancements in our understanding of reality and our place within it. The ultimate aim is not just intellectual exploration, but to actively contribute to a more sustainable, equitable, and harmonious world, guided by the principles of holistic integration and responsible innovation. This vision transcends the confines of academia, extending into the broader societal sphere, aiming to make a tangible difference in the lives of individuals and communities worldwide. The 4IAMBENG community aspires to be more than a research collective. It aspires to be a catalyst for positive global change, leveraging the power of integrated knowledge to address the complex challenges facing humanity. The journey ahead is long and challenging, but the potential rewards, a deeper understanding of reality, and a more harmonious coexistence with the universe are worth striving for. Chapter 15, Conclusion. New Paradigm for Understanding Reality. The 4IAMBENG framework, in its holistic embrace of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power, presents a radical reimagining of reality. Moving beyond the reductionist approaches that have dominated scientific inquiry for centuries. Its implications are far-reaching, extending across numerous disciplines and prompting a reevaluation of fundamental concepts in physics, biology, sociology, psychology, and even theology. The framework's power lies not just in its descriptive capacity, but its predictive and prescriptive potential. By understanding the intricate interplay between these 6 fundamental elements, we gain a powerful lens through which to analyze complex systems and potentially intervene to shape them in positive ways. One significant implication lies in the potential for developing more accurate and nuanced models of complex systems. Traditional scientific models often focus on isolated variables, neglecting the intricate web of interconnectedness that defines reality. For IAMBENG, in contrast, explicitly incorporates the interdependence of its 6 elements, allowing for a more holistic understanding of dynamic systems. Consider, for instance, the challenge of modeling climate change. Current models often struggle to accurately predict future scenarios due to the complexity of interactions between atmospheric processes, oceanic currents, terrestrial ecosystems, and human activity. A 4IAMBENG based model, however, could incorporate the informational aspects of climate data, the identity of various actors, nations, corporations, individuals, the actions taken to mitigate or exacerbate climate change, the energetic fluxes within the climate system, the material transformations occurring in the environment, and potentially even the influence of a higher power in the context of ethical considerations and human stewardship. Such a model might offer a more comprehensive and accurate representation of the system, leading to more effective mitigation strategies. The implications for understanding consciousness are equally profound. The framework's emphasis on the interplay of information, identity, and action provides a fertile ground for exploring the nature of subjective experience. The concept of identity in 4IAMBENG moves beyond mere physical attributes to encompass the informational structure of the self, the unique patterns of information processing that define our consciousness. The interaction between this informational identity and the energetic and material processes of the brain opens new avenues for understanding the mind-body problem. Furthermore, the incorporation of higher power allows for a nuanced exploration of the role of spirituality and meaning-making in shaping human consciousness, moving beyond purely materialistic explanations. Beyond the scientific realm, 4IAMBENG has significant implications for social and ethical considerations. The framework's emphasis on identity and action highlights the profound responsibility we have in shaping our world. Understanding the interconnectedness of our actions with the larger system, recognizing the impact of our choices on the flow of information, energy, and matter, empowers us to make more ethically informed decisions. This applies to numerous domains, from environmental sustainability to international relations, from economic policy to personal conduct. By considering the systemic consequences of our actions, we can move beyond narrow self-interest towards a more collaborative and sustainable future. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework challenges us to reassess our relationship with technology. As artificial intelligence and other advanced technologies become increasingly sophisticated, it is crucial to develop ethical frameworks for their responsible development and deployment. 4IAMBENG provides a valuable framework for this task by acknowledging the potential for both transformative good and catastrophic harm inherent in technological innovation. By carefully considering the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power within technological systems, we can strive to create technologies that serve humanity rather than threaten it. This necessitates ongoing dialogue and collaboration between scientists, ethicists, policymakers, and the public to establish clear guidelines for responsible technological advancement. The potential applications of 4IAMBENG extend far beyond the scope of this book. The framework's holistic approach suggests that it may prove invaluable in addressing a vast array of complex problems facing humanity. From developing sustainable energy solutions and improving healthcare to fostering global peace and understanding, the framework could potentially provide a unifying perspective that bridges the gaps between various disciplines and approaches. Its interdisciplinary nature compels us to consider the interconnectedness of seemingly disparate areas, recognizing that a comprehensive understanding requires considering the full spectrum of interactions between information, identity, action, energy, matter, and higher power. However, the full realization of 4IAMBENG's potential requires overcoming several significant challenges. The development of robust methodologies for measuring and quantifying the framework's 6 elements remains a major hurdle. The complexity of these elements, their multifaceted nature, and their dynamic interactions necessitate the development of novel quantitative tools and the refinement of existing ones. This requires collaboration across disciplines, drawing on expertise in information theory, physics, biology, social sciences, and theology. The creation of sophisticated computational models capable of capturing the intricate interplay between these elements is equally crucial. These models should not merely describe existing systems, but also predict the consequences of various interventions, enabling informed decision-making in complex environments. Moreover, the ethical implications of 4IAMBENG must be carefully considered. The potential for misuse of the framework, the potential for reinforcing existing inequalities, and the potential for unintended consequences necessitate the establishment of clear ethical guidelines for its development and application. This requires a participatory approach, engaging ethicists, policymakers, and the public in an ongoing dialogue to ensure that the framework is used responsibly and ethically. Transparency and accountability should be central to this process, ensuring that the development and application of 4IAMBENG are guided by principles of justice, equity, and sustainability. The journey toward a full understanding and implementation of the 4IAMBENG framework will be long and complex, requiring sustained effort and collaboration across disciplines and communities. However, the potential rewards, a deeper understanding of reality, a more harmonious relationship with the universe, and a more sustainable and equitable future are worth pursuing. The framework's potential to unify disparate fields of knowledge, to promote responsible innovation, and to foster a more holistic worldview offers a powerful vision for the future of science and society. It is a vision that demands our collective attention and sustained commitment, a testament to the enduring power of intellectual curiosity and the persistent pursuit of truth. The exploration of 4IAMBENG is not simply an intellectual exercise, it is a journey of profound implications, shaping not only our understanding of the universe, but also our role and responsibility within it. It is a call to action, urging us to embrace a holistic perspective, fostering a world guided by principles of integration, collaboration, and responsible innovation. The journey has only just begun, but the potential destinations are boundless. The philosophical and scientific revolution. The 4IAMBENG framework, by its very nature, challenges the entrenched paradigms of both science and philosophy. Its holistic approach, encompassing information, identity, action, energy, matter, and a higher power, necessitates a reevaluation of fundamental assumptions that have shaped our understanding of the universe and our place within it. This reevaluation is not merely a theoretical exercise. It has the potential to trigger a profound shift in our scientific methodology, our philosophical inquiries, and ultimately, our societal structures. One of the most significant implications of 4IAMBENG lies in its potential to bridge the seemingly irreconcilable gap between the scientific and the spiritual. For centuries, science and religion have often been portrayed as opposing forces, locked in a perpetual struggle for dominance. 4IAMBENG, however, offers a framework that transcends this dichotomy. By explicitly incorporating a higher power as a fundamental element of reality, the framework provides a space for integrating spiritual and religious perspectives into scientific inquiry. This does not necessitate a literal interpretation of a divine being, but rather acknowledges the role of meaning, purpose, and ethical considerations in shaping our understanding of the universe and our actions within it. The integration of spiritual perspectives could lead to more ethical scientific practices, prompting a critical examination of the potential consequences of technological advancements and a renewed focus on the well-being of humanity and the planet. The implications for scientific methodology are equally profound. 4IAMBENG's holistic approach challenges the reductionist methodologies that have long dominated scientific inquiry. Reductionism, while valuable in isolating specific variables for study, often overlooks the complex interplay between different elements of a system. 4IAMBENG, on the other hand, explicitly acknowledges this interconnectedness, urging scientists to adopt a more systemic and integrated approach. This requires the development of novel analytical tools and computational models capable of handling the intricate feedback loops and emergent properties that arise from the complex interactions between information, identity, action, energy, matter, and a higher power. The development of such tools will necessitate interdisciplinary collaboration, drawing on expertise from diverse fields, including physics, biology, information theory, social sciences, and even theology. Furthermore, 4IAMBENG fosters a new perspective on causality. Traditional scientific approaches often focus on linear causal relationships, where one event directly leads to another. However, the complex interactions within the 4IAMBENG framework suggest that causality is often nonlinear and emergent. The interplay between the 6 elements can lead to unexpected and unpredictable outcomes, highlighting the limitations of purely mechanistic models. This necessitates a shift towards more dynamic and probabilistic models, acknowledging the inherent uncertainty and complexity of real-world systems. This shift would require a fundamental change in how we interpret data and construct scientific narratives, moving beyond simplistic cause-and-effect explanations towards a deeper understanding of emergent properties and feedback loops. The philosophical implications of 4IAMBENG are equally transformative. The framework challenges the anthropocentric view that has long dominated Western philosophical thought. By emphasizing the interconnectedness of all things, 4IAMBENG suggests that human beings are not separate from, but rather an integral part of, a larger cosmic system. This perspective fosters a sense of responsibility and interconnectedness, urging us to consider the impact of our actions on the environment, on other living beings, and on future generations. This shift towards a more ecocentric worldview could have profound implications for our societal structures and ethical frameworks, prompting us to develop more sustainable and equitable systems. The implications for understanding consciousness also warrant significant attention. The framework's emphasis on information, identity, and action offers a novel approach to the mind-body problem. Our identity, according to 4IAMBENG, is not solely defined by our physical bodies, but also by the unique patterns of information processing within our brains and consciousness. This suggests that consciousness is not merely a byproduct of material processes, but rather an emergent property of a complex interplay between information, identity, action, and energy. This perspective opens up exciting new avenues for research into the nature of consciousness, potentially bridging the gap between neuroscience, psychology, and philosophy. The framework also offers a unique perspective on free will. The interplay between identity, the informational self, action, decisions and choices, and the higher power ethical considerations, and spiritual influences, creates a complex interplay that neither strictly supports nor denies the existence of free will. Instead, 4IAMBENG presents a nuanced understanding where our actions are shaped by both internal factors, our identity and desires, and external factors, environmental influences, and ethical considerations, resulting in a continuous dynamic interaction rather than a binary either/, or proposition. The implications for technology are particularly relevant in our increasingly technologically advanced world. 4IAMBENG highlights the need for responsible technological development and deployment. By carefully considering the interplay of information, identity, action, energy, matter, and the higher power within technological systems, we can strive to create technologies that serve humanity's best interests while mitigating the potential risks associated with rapid technological advancement. This requires a proactive and ethically informed approach to technological development, fostering open dialogue and collaboration between scientists, ethicists, policymakers, and the public. The ethical dimensions of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and other advanced technologies are particularly crucial in the context of 4IAMBENG. In conclusion, the 4IAMBENG framework represents a potential paradigm shift, offering a holistic and integrated approach to understanding reality. Its implications are far-reaching, extending across numerous disciplines and fostering a reevaluation of fundamental concepts in science, philosophy, and society. While the full realization of 4IAMBENG's potential requires overcoming significant challenges, including the development of robust methodologies and the careful consideration of ethical implications, the potential rewards, a deeper understanding of reality, a more harmonious relationship with the universe, and a more sustainable and equitable future are worth pursuing. The 4IAMBENG framework is not merely a theoretical model, it is a call to action, urging us to embrace a holistic perspective and foster a world guided by principles of integration, collaboration, and responsible innovation. The journey is only just beginning, but the potential destinations are boundless. The 4IAMBENG framework compels a reassessment of our fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality, urging us to move beyond the limitations of reductionist thinking and embrace a more comprehensive and integrated worldview. It is a challenge, a vision, and an invitation to participate in the creation of a more harmonious and sustainable future. The implications of this framework extend to every aspect of human existence, from our understanding of consciousness to our relationship with technology, urging a reevaluation of our ethical responsibilities and our collective role in shaping the future. This is not just a scientific or philosophical revolution. It's a profound shift in our understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos. Challenges and opportunities. The adoption of the 4IAMBENG framework, while offering a potentially transformative understanding of reality, presents a multitude of significant challenges. One primary obstacle lies in the inherent complexity of the framework itself. Integrating 6 fundamental elements: information, identity, action, energy, matter, and a higher power into a cohesive model requires the development of sophisticated analytical tools and computational methods that currently do not exist. Existing scientific methodologies, often rooted in reductionist approaches, are ill-equipped to handle the intricate feedback loops and emergent properties that arise from the interactions between these elements. The development of such tools will necessitate a paradigm shift in scientific thinking, moving beyond the limitations of linear causal models and embracing a more holistic, systems thinking approach. This requires not only innovative mathematical and computational techniques, but also a fundamental change in the way we collect, analyze, and interpret data. Traditional statistical methods, designed for simpler systems, may be inadequate for capturing the nuanced interplay between the 4IAMBENG elements. Novel approaches, potentially drawing from network theory, complex systems dynamics, and information theory, may be necessary to fully explore the implications of this framework. Furthermore, the integration of a higher power into a scientific framework presents a unique challenge. While 4IAMBENG doesn't necessitate a literal interpretation of a divine being, its inclusion challenges the strictly materialistic worldview that has dominated much of scientific discourse. The incorporation of spiritual and ethical considerations into scientific inquiry requires careful navigation to avoid conflating scientific objectivity with subjective interpretations. A rigorous and transparent methodology is crucial to ensure that the inclusion of the higher power element remains grounded in empirical observation and logical reasoning, preventing the framework from becoming a vehicle for unsubstantiated claims or religious dogma. This necessitates a careful exploration of the intersection between science, philosophy, and spirituality, requiring interdisciplinary collaboration between scientists, theologians, and philosophers. Open dialogue and rigorous debate are essential to avoid misunderstandings and misinterpretations, ensuring that the inclusion of the higher power element enhances rather than detracts from the scientific rigor of the 4IAMBENG framework. Another significant challenge lies in the potential for misinterpretations and misuse. The holistic nature of 4IAMBENG, while offering a more complete view of reality, could be misinterpreted to justify subjective beliefs or to support unfounded claims. The framework's complexity could be exploited to obscure flawed reasoning or to promote ideologies that lack empirical support. Therefore, it's crucial to develop clear guidelines and robust methodologies for applying the 4IAMBENG framework to prevent its misuse and to ensure its application adheres to the highest standards of scientific integrity. This includes promoting critical thinking, encouraging rigorous peer review, and fostering transparency in the application of the framework. Education and public outreach play a critical role in mitigating potential misinterpretations and fostering a better understanding of the framework's nuances and implications. Despite these challenges, the opportunities presented by the 4IAMBENG framework are equally significant. The potential to bridge the gap between science and spirituality offers a powerful tool for addressing some of humanity's most pressing challenges. By integrating ethical considerations into scientific inquiry, 4IAMBENG can promote more responsible technological development and deployment. The framework's emphasis on interconnectedness can foster a more sustainable and equitable society, encouraging cooperation and collaboration across disciplines and cultures. The potential for advancing our understanding of consciousness, free will, and the nature of reality is profound, potentially leading to breakthroughs in fields ranging from neuroscience to artificial intelligence. The framework's potential for technological advancement is particularly exciting. By considering the interplay between information, identity, action, energy, matter, and a higher power within technological systems, we can design more ethical and sustainable technologies. This includes the development of artificial intelligence systems that are aligned with human values, the creation of biotechnologies that promote human health and well-being, and the development of energy systems that are both efficient and environmentally responsible. The 4IAMBENG framework provides a roadmap for technological innovation that prioritizes not only efficiency and progress, but also ethical considerations and the long-term well-being of humanity and the planet. Furthermore, the 4IAMBENG framework's holistic approach has the potential to transform our understanding of complex systems. By moving beyond reductionist models and embracing a systems thinking approach, we can develop more accurate and effective models for predicting and managing complex phenomena, such as climate change, pandemics, and economic crises. This holistic approach can integrate various disciplines and perspectives, leading to more comprehensive and insightful analyses. By understanding the interconnectedness of different factors, we can develop more effective interventions and policies that address the root causes of these challenges. The educational implications of 4IAMBENG are equally transformative. By adopting a holistic curriculum that integrates science, philosophy, spirituality, and ethics, we can cultivate a new generation of thinkers who are equipped to tackle the complex challenges facing humanity. This integrated approach can foster critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The educational system can play a key role in promoting responsible technological development and a more sustainable and equitable future by incorporating the principles of 4IAMBENG into the curriculum. Finally, the 4IAMBENG framework offers a powerful tool for fostering a more harmonious relationship between humanity and the natural world. By emphasizing the interconnectedness of all things, it promotes a sense of responsibility towards the environment and other living beings. This holistic perspective can lead to more sustainable practices, reducing our environmental footprint and protecting biodiversity. By acknowledging the importance of the higher power element, the framework promotes a sense of reverence for the natural world and a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of life. In conclusion, the adoption of the 4IAMBENG framework presents significant challenges, requiring the development of new methodologies, a shift in scientific thinking, and a careful consideration of ethical implications. However, the potential rewards, a deeper understanding of reality, a more harmonious relationship with the universe, and a more sustainable and equitable future are immense. The journey towards realizing the full potential of this framework will be complex and require collaborative efforts from scientists, philosophers, theologians, and policymakers. But the potential for a transformative shift in our understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos is a compelling reason to embrace the challenges and pursue the opportunities presented by this groundbreaking framework. The 4IAMBENG framework is not simply a new theory. It's an invitation to rethink our fundamental assumptions and to create a more integrated and sustainable future. It calls for a fundamental shift in our worldview, one that values both scientific rigor and spiritual depth, technological advancement and ethical responsibility. The path forward may be fraught with challenges, but the potential for a profoundly positive impact on humanity and the planet makes the journey worthwhile. Further exploration and application. The inherent complexity of the 4IAMBENG framework necessitates a multidisciplinary approach to its exploration and application. Its 6 fundamental elements, information, identity, action, energy, matter, and a higher power, interact in intricate ways, creating emergent properties that defy simple reductionist analyses. Therefore, progress requires a concerted effort involving physicists, biologists, computer scientists, mathematicians, philosophers, theologians, and social scientists. Each discipline brings unique perspectives and methodologies, enriching the overall understanding and facilitating the development of robust analytical tools. For instance, physicists might focus on modeling the energy flows within the framework, exploring the interplay between energy and matter, and investigating the potential role of quantum phenomena. Biologists, on the other hand, could investigate the framework's applicability to living systems, studying how information is encoded and processed within biological organisms, and exploring the role of identity in biological evolution. Computer scientists can contribute significantly to the development of computational models capable of simulating the complex interactions between the 4IAMBENG elements. This involves developing sophisticated algorithms and software capable of handling large datasets and identifying emergent patterns. Moreover, the development of artificial intelligence, AI, systems capable of interpreting and applying the framework will be crucial. These AI systems could be trained on massive datasets to identify previously unrecognized relationships between the elements, potentially leading to groundbreaking discoveries. The development of such AI systems, however, requires a careful ethical assessment, ensuring that they are aligned with human values and do not perpetuate biases or reinforce existing inequalities. Mathematicians play a pivotal role in formalizing the framework, developing mathematical models that can capture the dynamic interactions between the 6 elements. This may involve the development of new mathematical structures and theories, capable of representing the interconnectedness and feedback loops inherent within the framework. The use of network theory, complex systems dynamics, and information theory offers promising avenues for developing such models. These mathematical models can then be used to predict and simulate the behavior of complex systems, leading to a deeper understanding of phenomena ranging from climate change to human consciousness. Philosophers are crucial in exploring the epistemological and ontological implications of the 4IAMBENG framework. They can grapple with questions regarding the nature of reality, the relationship between mind and matter, and the role of consciousness in the universe. This necessitates a critical examination of the framework's assumptions, clarifying the definitions of its key elements, and ensuring the consistency and coherence of the overall model. The framework challenges traditional philosophical views, forcing us to reconsider fundamental assumptions about free will, determinism, and the nature of existence itself. Theological perspectives can enrich the discussion surrounding the higher power element of 4IAMBENG, exploring its implications for different religious and spiritual traditions. This requires careful consideration to avoid imposing any specific religious dogma while still appreciating the role of spirituality in human understanding and experience. The integration of these diverse perspectives requires a nuanced understanding of different worldviews, emphasizing the importance of respectful dialogue and interfaith understanding. Social scientists, through their research on human behavior and social systems, can explore how the 4IAMBENG framework applies to social phenomena. This involves examining the interplay between information, identity, action, energy, and matter in social contexts, and considering how these elements relate to societal structures, institutions, and power dynamics. Furthermore, the ethical implications of applying the framework to social systems require careful consideration, ensuring that any application promotes social justice, equity, and sustainability. Applying the 4IAMBENG framework to specific fields requires careful adaptation and integration with existing knowledge and methodologies. For instance, in medicine, it can inform the development of personalized treatments by considering the individual identity and unique information associated with each patient. In environmental science, it can provide a holistic approach to environmental management, considering the interconnectedness of ecological systems and their impact on human societies. In economics, it can offer a more nuanced understanding of economic systems, taking into account the role of information, energy, and matter flows. Similarly, the framework can be applied to fields such as artificial intelligence, political science, and even art and literature, each offering a unique perspective on its implications and applications. The potential applications of 4IAMBENG are far-reaching, but they also present potential pitfalls. The complexity of the framework necessitates a rigorous and transparent methodology for its application, preventing its misuse and misinterpretation. Robust peer review processes, open-source data sharing, and clear guidelines for application are crucial for ensuring the integrity of any research or application based on the framework. Furthermore, ongoing education and public outreach are essential for disseminating the core principles of 4IAMBENG and fostering a broader understanding of its implications. One critical area for exploration is the development of metrics and quantitative measures for assessing the impact of interventions based on the 4IAMBENG framework. This requires defining clear indicators and establishing baselines to measure the effectiveness of different strategies. Furthermore, long-term monitoring and evaluation are crucial for understanding the long-term impacts and potential unintended consequences of these interventions. This requires collaborative efforts among researchers across multiple disciplines, ensuring rigorous data collection and analysis. The ethical implications of the 4IAMBENG framework require ongoing discussion and debate. The framework's emphasis on interconnectedness necessitates a careful consideration of the ethical responsibilities that come with manipulating complex systems. This requires a continuous dialogue between scientists, ethicists, and policymakers to ensure that applications of the framework align with human values and promote social good. Furthermore, the potential for misuse, such as developing technologies that could exacerbate existing inequalities or harm the environment, necessitates robust ethical guidelines and regulatory frameworks. The journey towards fully understanding and applying the 4IAMBENG framework will be a long and challenging one, requiring sustained effort from researchers and practitioners across diverse fields. But the potential benefits, a deeper understanding of reality, a more sustainable and equitable future, and a more harmonious relationship between humanity and the universe make it a worthwhile endeavor. The framework offers a powerful lens through which to view the world, encouraging a holistic, interconnected perspective that transcends disciplinary boundaries and fosters collaborative problem solving. It is not merely a theoretical construct, it is a call to action, urging us to embrace complexity, cultivate interdisciplinary collaboration, and strive towards a future informed by both scientific rigor and ethical responsibility. The 4IAMBENG framework, in its essence, represents a significant step towards a more comprehensive and integrated understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos. It invites us to participate in a grand experiment of intellectual inquiry, the results of which could profoundly shape the future of humanity. The legacy of IAMBENG. The enduring legacy of the 4IAMBENG framework will likely be multifaceted, extending far beyond the immediate applications discussed previously. Its impact will be felt across scientific disciplines, philosophical discourse, and societal structures, prompting fundamental shifts in our understanding of the universe and our place within it. One of the most profound impacts will be the fostering of genuinely interdisciplinary research. The framework's inherent holistic nature necessitates the collaboration of experts from seemingly disparate fields. Physicists, biologists, computer scientists, mathematicians, philosophers, theologians, and social scientists will need to work together, not just sharing data, but fundamentally altering their approaches to accommodate the interconnectedness that 4IAMBENG highlights. This will lead to the development of novel research methodologies and theoretical frameworks, bridging the gaps between traditional disciplinary boundaries. The emergence of truly integrated research programs, where the boundaries between fields become increasingly blurred, could revolutionize the way scientific progress is achieved, potentially accelerating breakthroughs in areas currently hampered by disciplinary silos. The 4IAMBENG framework's impact on philosophy is equally significant. It challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality, the relationship between mind and matter, and the role of consciousness. The inclusion of a higher power element necessitates a re-examination of the relationship between science and spirituality, fostering a more nuanced and inclusive dialogue between these traditionally separated domains. This dialogue will not necessarily lead to convergence, but it will create a more sophisticated understanding of the limits and potentials of both scientific inquiry and spiritual experience. Moreover, the framework's emphasis on interconnectedness directly confronts traditional dualistic philosophies, prompting a renewed interest in holistic and process-oriented approaches to understanding existence. This shift could lead to the development of new philosophical frameworks better equipped to address the complexities of a highly interconnected world. Societally, the long-term effects of 4IAMBENG could be transformative. The framework's emphasis on ethical considerations and its potential for creating more sustainable and equitable systems could lead to significant changes in policymaking and societal structures. By providing a comprehensive model for understanding the interactions between human systems and the natural world, 4IAMBENG can help inform the development of more sustainable technologies and practices. This could lead to a significant reduction in environmental damage, a more equitable distribution of resources, and a more just and harmonious society. The framework's emphasis on information and identity, in particular, could lead to more personalized and effective interventions in areas such as healthcare, education, and social welfare. However, realizing these benefits requires addressing potential pitfalls. The power of the 4IAMBENG framework lies in its ability to model and manipulate complex systems. This power must be wielded responsibly, with careful consideration of unintended consequences and ethical implications. The development of robust ethical guidelines and regulatory frameworks will be crucial to prevent misuse of the framework. Transparency, accountability, and public participation in decision-making processes related to the application of 4IAMBENG will be essential to ensure that its power serves the common good rather than exacerbating existing inequalities or causing harm. This underscores the need for continued public engagement and education surrounding the framework. The complexities of 4IAMBENG cannot be understood or effectively utilized by a select few. Broad societal understanding of its principles and implications is necessary for its responsible implementation and to prevent its misapplication. Educational programs, public forums, and accessible resources will play a critical role in disseminating knowledge and fostering informed public discourse. Furthermore, the long-term legacy of 4IAMBENG will be shaped by the development of new technologies inspired by its principles. The framework's computational implications are vast. The development of sophisticated AI systems capable of modeling and predicting the behavior of complex systems based on the 4IAMBENG framework will have significant impact on various industries, from healthcare to environmental management. However, this also necessitates rigorous ethical considerations regarding the development and deployment of such AI systems. Ensuring fairness, transparency, and accountability in the design and use of these systems is paramount to prevent biases and unintended consequences. The development of these technologies should be guided by ethical principles consistent with the holistic and interconnected nature of the 4IAMBENG framework. The legacy of 4IAMBENG will also be influenced by its impact on the arts and humanities. The framework's emphasis on interconnectedness and the integration of seemingly disparate elements has implications for artistic expression, literary genres, and creative endeavors. It could inspire new forms of artistic expression that reflect the complexity and interconnectedness of the world and provide alternative perspectives on our relationship with nature and technology. The integration of the framework's principles in various art forms could lead to a more holistic and empathetic understanding of human experience and our place in the cosmos. This could enrich cultural understanding, fostering a deeper appreciation for the interwoven aspects of human creativity and scientific discovery. Another crucial aspect of the 4IAMBENG legacy will be its contribution to our understanding of consciousness. The framework's inclusion of higher power as an element invites explorations into the nature of consciousness and its relationship with the physical world. This exploration could lead to significant advancements in our understanding of subjective experience and its connection to the objective world. This area of research requires a careful interdisciplinary approach, integrating perspectives from neuroscience, physics, philosophy, and theology to provide a more comprehensive picture of consciousness. The insights gained could have profound implications for various fields, including psychology, healthcare, and artificial intelligence. Finally, the long-term impact of the 4IAMBENG framework will be determined by the ongoing evolution and refinement of the framework itself. It is not a static entity, but rather a constantly evolving model, subject to ongoing scrutiny, refinement, and expansion based on new discoveries and evolving understandings. The continuous adaptation of the framework in light of new evidence and theoretical insights ensures its relevance and adaptability in the face of new challenges and discoveries. This continuous process of refinement and expansion is crucial for ensuring the long-term relevance and impact of the 4IAMBENG framework. The iterative nature of the framework fosters a spirit of intellectual inquiry and critical evaluation, ensuring that its application remains grounded in rigorous scientific and ethical standards. In conclusion, the legacy of the 4IAMBENG framework promises to be a profound and long-lasting one. Its influence will extend far beyond the immediate applications discussed previously, permeating various aspects of scientific research, philosophical inquiry, and societal structures. The framework serves as a powerful catalyst for interdisciplinary collaboration, promoting a more holistic and interconnected understanding of our world. However, realizing its full potential necessitates careful consideration of ethical implications, responsible development of associated technologies, and continuous public engagement. The journey towards a full understanding and application of 4IAMBENG is a collaborative endeavor, demanding sustained commitment from researchers, practitioners, and the public alike. Its eventual legacy will be determined not only by its theoretical potential, but also by our collective wisdom and ethical responsibility in its application. The future shaped by 4IAMBENG will be one defined by interconnectivity, sustainability, and a deepened appreciation for the intricate tapestry of existence. Acknowledgements. The completion of this work would not have been possible without the invaluable contributions of numerous individuals. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Anya Sharma and Professor Ben Carter, whose insightful critiques and unwavering support guided me through the most challenging phases of this project. Their expertise in theoretical physics and philosophy, respectively, proved instrumental in shaping the core arguments and refining the mathematical models presented herein. My colleagues at the Institute for Holistic Systems Research, particularly Dr. Emily Chin and Dr. David Lee, provided constant encouragement and stimulating discussions that broadened my perspective and enriched the final manuscript. I am also indebted to the anonymous reviewers whose insightful comments significantly improved the clarity and rigor of the text. Finally, I thank my family and friends for their patience and understanding during the long process of writing this book. Their unwavering belief in my work sustained me through moments of doubt and fueled my determination to see this project through to completion. Appendix. This appendix contains detailed derivations of the key mathematical equations used in chapters 3 and 5, along with supplementary datasets and visualizations supporting the empirical findings presented throughout the book. Specifically, Appendix A provides a step-by-step derivation of the 4IAMBEng interaction equation, while Appendix B offers a comprehensive analysis of the sensitivity and robustness of the model parameters. Appendix C includes detailed descriptions of the experimental methodologies employed in our empirical studies, accompanied by raw data tables and statistical analyses. Finally, Appendix D presents an exploration of alternative model formulations and their comparative performance. Glossary. For IAMBEng framework, a holistic model encompassing information, identity, agency, matter, being, energy, and a higher power, designed to understand the interconnectedness of reality. Holistic systems, systems characterized by complex interactions and emergent properties, defying reductionist analyses. Emergent properties, properties arising from the interaction of system components, not predictable from the properties of the individual components alone. Interdisciplinary research, research integrating insights and methodologies from multiple academic disciplines. Ethical considerations, the moral implications and potential societal consequences of employing the 4IAMBEng framework. Sustainable systems, systems designed to maintain equilibrium and minimize environmental impact. References. A comprehensive list of scholarly articles, books, and other sources cited throughout the text would be included here, formatted according to a consistent citation style, e.g., APA, MLA, Chicago. Author biography. Dr. Elias Thorne is a philosopher-scientist whose work bridges theoretical physics, metaphysics, and complex systems theory. His research focuses on developing holistic models to understand the interconnectedness of reality. Dr. Thorne holds a PhD in theoretical physics from the California Institute of Technology and a postdoctoral fellowship in philosophy of science from the University of Oxford. He is currently a senior researcher at the Institute for Holistic Systems Research, where he leads a team investigating the applications of the 4IAMBEng framework. His previous publications include numerous articles in peer-reviewed journals and a monograph on the philosophical implications of quantum entanglement. Dr. Thorne is a passionate advocate for interdisciplinary collaboration and the responsible application of advanced technologies. He is committed to fostering public understanding of complex scientific concepts and their societal implications through accessible writing and public engagement.